Everlasting Dragon Emperor Chapter 5068 to Chapter 5147. The young man from the Primordial Light clan unleashed a terrifying sword strike. The sword strike made Lu Ming's hair stand on end as he sensed fatal danger. Lu Ming had a feeling that he wouldn't be able to withstand the sword strike even if he had a top source-grade armor. Clang, Lu Ming raised the Battle God Spear in front of him in a hurry. The battle sword struck the Battle God Spear, causing the spear to vibrate violently. Lu Ming's figure was pushed back as his arm trembled. He almost lost his grip on the Battle God Spear. At the same time, Lu Ming sensed traces of sword aura rushing into the armor and cutting his body. Lu Ming frantically circulated the taboo power of origin before he managed to dispel the traces of sword aura. What terrifying battle strength! Lu Ming's face was grave. The young man from the Primordial Light clan was shockingly strong. He was even stronger than the origin source power Lu Ming had encountered before. He was a prodigy who possessed the martial apex Immortal Light, similar to Yuan Ciji, Yuan Wuji, and the others. One could imagine that this person had broken through 3 times when he was a Divine Master. After such a person broke through to the Divine Master stage, his Genesis root was likely not a low-grade one, but a mid-grade one. There was no doubt that he had comprehended his own Genesis art. He controlled a top source-grade divine weapon, comprehended Genesis art, and possessed a mid-grade Genesis root. Such a person was already a top expert among the early origin source experts. He wasn't someone Lu Ming could deal with. Yuan Sanji. Young Master Yuan Sanji. Some people cheered. This person was Yuan Sanji, the brother of Yuan Ciji, Yuan Wuji, and the others. You have some strength, but only death awaits you in front of me. Yuan Sanji's eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent. The martial apex Immortal Light surrounded his body, making him look like an immortal. Lu Ming's face was a little gloomy. He had wanted to break out of the encirclement, but Yuan Sanji had forced him back into the encirclement with one move. In addition, a group of experts from the 3 clans was rushing over. Once they joined the encirclement, Lu Ming wouldn't be able to escape. There's no need for so many people to kill Lu Ming. I alone am enough. Yuan Sanji was very conceited. He took a step forward and his sword light soared into the sky. He was about to launch a fierce attack. However, at this moment, the void shattered as a terrifying saber light slashed across Yuan Sanji's head. Yuan Sanji's expression changed slightly as he waved his sword to block. Clang, an earth-shattering explosion erupted as the sword chi and saber radiance sliced through the void, creating numerous cracks. The saber light was sent flying back. Behind the saber light, the void exploded, and a burly figure appeared. This was a young man. He was tall and sturdy, and he held a huge blade that was as big as a door. His aura was astonishing, and he was like a huge beast. However, this was a human. The moment this human appeared, Yuan Sanji's body flinched as he retreated backwards. Yuan Sanji's face instantly turned gloomy when he saw this human youth. This was because he could feel pressure coming from this human youth. This person was an expert who was at the same level as him. The human youth nodded at Lu Ming in a friendly manner. He then swept his gaze across Yuan Sanji and the rest and sneered, so many origins joining forces to deal with a divine master. How embarrassing. I'll be your opponent. You want to save him by yourself? How naive. Then, let's die together. Yuan Sanji shouted coldly as his sword light flashed. 2 rays of sword light slashed towards Lu Ming and the human youth at the same time. Swoosh, the human youth made his move. He slashed out with a huge saber that was as big as a door and split the void apart. It directly shattered the 2 rays of sword light that Yuan Sanji had sent out. Not only that, but the huge saber was also slashing towards Yuan Sanji's face. Yuan Sanji had no choice but to use all his strength to fight the human youth. At the same time, a group of human experts rushed over and blocked the group of experts from the 3 clans that were rushing over. Boom, Lu Ming naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. He used all his strength and rushed towards a direction. Bam bam, a few origins were sent flying by Lu Ming and spat out blood. Stop him. Don't let him escape. Many people roared and attacked frantically, trying to stop Lu Ming. However, without someone at Yuan Sanji's level, the others couldn't stop Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming didn't hesitate to pay a price and quickly broke out of the encirclement. Swoosh, then, Lu Ming's body moved like lightning and quickly distanced himself from the 3 clans of the Forbidden Grounds. At the same time, Lu Ming took out a few drops of Origin Spirit Elixir and swallowed them. He quickly refined them. Lu Ming recovered at an astonishing speed. While recovering, Lu Ming's spiritual consciousness entered his sea of consciousness. He wanted to try controlling the Human King's broken sword. However, it was impossible. Lu Ming couldn't control it at all. The Human King's broken sword remained motionless. At the same time, Lu Ming called out to Xianxia, but Xianxia also remained motionless. Obviously, forcibly devouring the Human King's broken sword had a great impact on Lu Ming, causing Xianxia to fall into a deep sleep. Kill, don't let Lu Ming escape. The people of the 3 clans of the Forbidden Grounds were still roaring and chasing after Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. He really wanted to fight with the 3 clans of the Forbidden Grounds, but he knew that he couldn't do it today. There were too many experts of the 3 clans of the Forbidden Grounds here. There were more than 300 people, and only a few dozen had come. If all of them came, it would be very shocking. There was no doubt that there would be experts at Xianxia's level. At that time, even if the humans of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm helped him, he wouldn't be able to stop them. He might even implicate the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. Moreover, the 9 demonic spider and the extreme evil race were also eyeing covetously. There was no guarantee that they wouldn't attack. Now was not the time to be stubborn. The best plan was to escape. He would have a chance to take revenge. Everyone, thank you for your help. I've escaped, please leave. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to the experts of the human race. At the same time, the wings on his back flapped continuously. He was faster than lightning as he quickly flew away. The people of the 3 clans of the Forbidden Grounds couldn't catch up with him. Let's go. The experts of the human race also quickly left the battlefield and flew away. Clang, the young man from the human race and Xianxia exchanged a blow. With the help of this blow, he quickly retreated. Kid, let's fight again another day. The young man from the human race carried his giant blade and quickly flew away. The people in front of him who were blocking his path were directly sent flying by his blade and almost chopped to death. Damn it! Xianxia roared. However, he knew that it would be difficult to stop an expert like the young man from the human race. He abandoned the young man from the human race and quickly chased after Lu Ming. With the martial extreme immortal light, his body turned into immortal light and his speed was amazing. However, Lu Ming was 1 step ahead of him and he couldn't catch up. After chasing for a while, he didn't know which direction Lu Ming had flown in. The fight for the human heart came to an end. However, the waves that it caused quickly spread throughout the universe. The Human King's great enemy had escaped and engaged in a shocking battle with the Human King's son before leaving. As for the Human King's son, Xianxia, he controlled the body of the Human King and disappeared into the vast universe. In particular, Teek's words before he left caused even more waves. Before Teek left, he said that he would open a universe channel to connect the Eldritch universe to the outside world. When the time came, experts from other great universes would descend. This matter made the hearts of the various great forbidden lands heavy, their faces unsightly. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had a lot of thoughts and doubts in his mind. Universe channel, other great universes. Lu Ming had long known that the creatures of the forbidden lands, the heavenly human race, and the demons were not creatures of the Eldritch universe. They were creatures of the outerverse. But what was the universe channel all about? Was it closed in the past? Moreover, Teek said that the Eldritch universe was ranked 11th among the countless universes in the Yang realm. Yang realm? What did that mean? There were countless great universes. Were there countless great universes like the Eldritch universe outside the universe? Lu Ming didn't know any of this. Now that early-stage Origin Realm people can be revived, maybe I can ask the Origin Realm seniors in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. Lu Ming thought. All of this must be related to the secrets of the Eldritch universe. Only those who had lived for a long time could know many secrets. The existence of the Origin Realm coexisted with the universe and could live for countless years. There were most likely such elders in the Xianxia Divine Realm who knew many secrets. Lu Ming planned to return to the Zhongqing divine realm and find someone to ask. After a while, Lu Ming returned to the Ashen Azure divine realm and reunited with Mulans and Huang Ling. He also briefly told them about his experience during this period. Although the two girls had learned about what had happened in the Nine Elements Forbidden Land in advance, they were still shocked and worried for Lu Ming after listening to Lu Ming's explanation. The next day, Lu Ming found Han Yu and asked her about the universe channel and the outerverse. Sure enough, Han Yu's knowledge was very limited. She had learned many things from the ancient books, but the ancient books in the Ashen Azure divine realm were severely damaged. There were not many records of the previous era. Lu Ming, I know a senior. Although he's only at the early stage origin realm, he survived from the previous era. He's one of the first 100,000 people to create the Ashen Azure divine realm. He must know many secrets. I can take you to visit him. Han Yu said. Thank you, Miss Han Yu. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Not long after, Lu Ming met this senior. It was an old man who looked really old. His hair was dry, and his face was full of wrinkles. When Lu Ming arrived, he was watering the flowers in the courtyard. That's right, he was watering the flowers. The old man's courtyard was filled with all kinds of flowers and plants. There were precious divine herbs and ordinary flowers and plants. On the way, Han Yu briefly introduced the old man. The old man was called Sun Yan. His talent could only be described as ordinary. After reaching early reciprocity, his potential had been completely exhausted. Even after countless years, he struggled to break through to a higher level. Therefore, Sun Yan was disheartened by cultivation and shifted his attention to other places. He was infatuated with flowers and plants and was obsessed with planting all kinds of flowers. You're Lu Ming. You're really a young hero. Although your bloodline level isn't high, you can break through 5 times. Even in the entire Eldritch continent, there are only a few. It's really a miracle in this era. Seeing Lu Ming, Sun Yan looked at him carefully as if he had seen a piece of treasure. The matter of the 9 Elements Forbidden Land had already spread across the universe when Lu Ming returned to the Ashen Azure divine realm. Not only the matter of Xianxia Antique, but also the battle between Lu Ming and the 3 races in the Forbidden Land and the 5 extreme breakthroughs had also spread across the universe. This shocked countless people. For many people, breaking through 5 times was no less than the revival of a great figure like Teak. Because it was too rare. Lu Ming greets Senior. Lu Ming was only able to break through 5 times by luck. Lu Ming said modestly. Well, don't be humble in front of this old man. Breaking through 5 times isn't something that can be achieved by luck. In history, there are more than thousands of geniuses with great luck, but there are very few who can break through 5 times in the almighty realm. But young man, don't be too complacent. Some people might not be as good as you in the almighty realm, but after breaking through to the origin realm, they'll take another step forward. I'm afraid their achievements won't be weaker than yours, or even stronger. You have to continue to work hard. Sun Yan warned. Lu Ming nodded naturally. Little guy, did you come to find this old man today to know something about the Eldritch continent? After all, Sun Yan was an old monster who had lived for countless years. How could he not know the purpose of Lu Ming's visit? Senior, you really have great foresight. Lu Ming flattered and continued. Before Teak left, he said that he wanted to open the universe channel and let the people of the outerverse in. I want to know what the outerverse is like. Are there many great universes like the Eldritch universe? Also, what does the Yang realm mean? Lu Ming asked the question in his heart. Once the universe channel is opened, this broken universe will become more and more chaotic. Sun Yan sighed softly with worry in his eyes. He didn't answer Lu Ming immediately, as if he was sorting out his words. After a while, Sun Yan said, the Eldritch universe, full name is the Eldritch Void universe. It's just one of the great universes in the endless chaos. As far as I know, there are more than 30,000 great universes like the Eldritch Void universe, more than 30,000 great universes? Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air. These 30,000 great universes are only the great universes of the Yang realm. There are also the Yin realm, which has at least 30,000 great universes, Sun Yan said. Yang realm? Yin realm? Lu Ming was even more confused. why was there another Yin realm? All of this starts from the universe C. Legend has it that the universe C is the origin of all universes and the core of all universes. In the endless chaos, there are two universe Cs called the Yin-Yang universe C. Outside the Yang universe C is endless chaos. In the chaos, there are many great universes, all of which have the Yang universe C as the core. These great universes with the Yang universe C as the core are collectively known as the Yang realm. And those great universes with the Yin universe C as the core are collectively known as the Yin realm. By the way, the creatures in the forbidden lands in the universe are actually from the Yin realm. Sun Yan explained. Lu Ming was extremely shocked. His heart was in turmoil and he could not calm down. It turned out that the universe C was the core of the endless chaos. And there were also two universe Cs called the Yin-Yang universe C. The Eldritch universe obviously belonged to the Yang universe C and the Yang realm. What surprised Lu Ming was that the creatures in the forbidden lands were actually from the Yin realm. The Yang realm and the Yin realm have been opposing each other since ancient times and have been fighting each other, Sun Yan continued. Did the creatures in the forbidden lands stay in the Eldritch universe because of the invasion of the Yin realm? Lu Ming asked. I'm not too sure about that either. I only know that the various forbidden grounds have existed for a terrifyingly long time. I don't know what happened in the distant past either. After all, I'm only an early reciprocity cultivator. During the primeval continent, I wasn't even cannon fodder, said Jian Chen. Sun Yan smiled bitterly. Lu Ming and Han Yu didn't say anything. They knew that Sun Yan's cultivation couldn't break through for countless years, so there would always be a grudge. Ha ha ha, it's been so many years, but I'm still conflicted. It seems that my mentality isn't good. Sun Yan laughed self-deprecatingly and continued, however, although there are tens of thousands of great cosmoses in the Yang world, it was extremely prosperous at the end of the Eldritch continent. It was ranked 11th among the tens of thousands of great cosmoses in the Yang world. It could be said to be a top great cosmos. Was it the most prosperous at the end of the Eldritch continent? Lu Ming caught the meaning behind Sun Yan's words. That's right. In the beginning, the Eldritch universe wasn't ranked that high, but at the end of the Eldritch continent, the human race, the Wu people, and the demon race reigned together. The strength of the three races reached the peak in history, which also made the Eldritch universe's ranking in the Yang world rise rapidly, all the way to 11th. Sun Yan said. Since the Eldritch universe was so powerful, why was it destroyed? What happened back then? Lu Ming continued to ask. Since the Eldritch universe was ranked 11th in the Yang world, it could be said to be a top great cosmos, but it was still destroyed. Who did it? Could it be a top 10 great cosmos? It should be a powerful force from the Yin world. A terrifying expert invaded and a shocking battle happened. That Teak is a peerless expert from the Yin world. Sun Yan said with a solemn expression. Yin world? If the Netherworld launched a large-scale invasion, didn't the great cosmoses in the world of the living lend a helping hand? Lu Ming asked. I'm not sure about that. After all, my level is too low, and I can't come into contact with some big secrets. I'm afraid it involves some extremely high-level secrets. It's difficult for non-immortals to come into contact with them. Sun Yan sighed. Then, Sun Yan told Lu Ming a lot. For example, every great cosmos had a universe channel connected to the outside world. For example, every great cosmos wasn't fixed forever in the endless chaos. They could actually move. In short, after chatting with Sun Yan, Lu Ming had broadened his horizons. Originally, he had been limited to the primitive universe, but now he knew that this world was countless times larger than he had imagined. Outside the primitive universe, there was endless chaos. In the endless chaos, with the Yin-Yang universe C as the core, tens of thousands of great universes of various sizes extended out. Legend had it that the cosmic sea was the origin of all the universes. Outside each cosmic sea, there were more than 30,000 great universes that formed the Yang realm and the Yin realm. At its peak, the primitive universe was ranked 11th in the mortal realm. Eventually, it was invaded by the underworld, causing it to collapse and be destroyed. Back then, the primitive universe had been extremely prosperous, and the immortals had dominated it. In the end, it had been destroyed. Countless masters had died in battle, leaving behind a large number of relics and even immortal weapons. However, Sun Yan and some of his partners had speculated that the masters of the primitive universe might not have died and had left. Before they left, they had sealed the universe channel connecting the primitive universe and the outside world and let the primitive universe drift in the endless chaos, waiting for the primitive universe to recover itself. As a result, no one from other great cosmoses had entered the primitive universe for countless years. Now, Teak was going to open the sealed universe channel of the primitive universe. Once the universe channel was opened, the aura of the primitive universe would be exposed in the chaos, and the grand cultivators of other great cosmoses would be able to capture the coordinates of the primitive universe. After all, the primitive universe was ranked 11th in the mortal realm. Immortals had dominated it, so there must be a lot of treasures and opportunities left behind. There were many relics in the ruins of the universe that hadn't been excavated yet. It wasn't that the people of the major forces didn't want to excavate them, but that they were powerless. This was because these relics often had peerless formations or were shrouded in restrictions, and they were full of danger and killing intent. Now that the origin tribulation had occurred, the masters had sealed themselves, so they didn't have the ability to explore these relics. The major forces were waiting. After the origin tribulation was over, the experts of the major forces would come out and explore and excavate these relics to obtain treasures and opportunities. This was why the major forces repeatedly emphasized that the creatures of the Forbidden Lands, the heavenly human race, and the quasi-immortal race were rare opportunities. If they grasped them, they would be able to soar into the sky and make the entire race rise. This was the reason. Now, the opportunities that had been exploited or obtained by others were only a drop in the ocean. Until now, there had never been any news of the appearance of an immortal weapon. That was a top treasure that even immortals would go crazy for. Therefore, once the primitive universe channel was opened and the people of other great cosmoses knew about it, it would be strange if they didn't go crazy to enter. Sigh, what an eventful year. After bidding farewell to Sun Yan, Lu Ming let out a long sigh. The primitive universe was already chaotic enough. The major forbidden lands were everywhere, and there were only a few hundred years left until the origin tribulation. At that time, there would be many experts. Now, the universe channel might be opened. When the experts of other great cosmoses swarmed in, the primitive universe would be in chaos. It could be imagined that there would be endless battles at that time, ushering in an incomparably chaotic era. This was a great misfortune for all living beings born in this era. They were destined to experience the tempering of blood and fire. If they were careless, they would die. Lu Ming felt a strong pressure. He still had family and friends that he needed to protect. With his current combat strength, it was far from enough. Not to mention that there were only a few hundred years left until the origin tribulation. Even these few hundred years were not easy. Lu Ming wasn't a match for the early-stage origin realm powerhouses of the major forces. At that time, if a large number of powerhouses from the outerverse entered, his strength would be even more insufficient. He had to break through to the origin realm as soon as possible to barely have the strength to protect himself. He also had to break through to the origin realm under the origin tribulation. Only then could his combat strength reach a higher level. If Shi Tianting could succeed, he was confident that he could too. However, when he focused his attention on breaking through to the origin realm, he felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. He vaguely felt a great danger. It was as if he wanted to break through under the origin tribulation, he would definitely die. What's going on? Lu Ming frowned and pondered. For someone of his level to have such a feeling, it definitely wasn't an illusion. It was most likely true. Could it be that my cultivation hasn't reached perfection yet? Or is it that my cultivation has increased too quickly recently, and my foundation is unstable, leaving behind some hidden dangers? Lu Ming pondered. He felt that his cultivation had already reached the limit of a peak divine master and could break through to origin at any time. However, his cultivation had increased too quickly during this period of time, especially in the past 200 years. He had consumed tens of thousands of drops of origin spirit elixir and forcefully pushed his cultivation to the limit of a peak divine master with the help of the origin spirit elixir. His foundation might be a little unstable and it was normal to have some hidden dangers. If he wanted to break through to origin during the origin tribulation, he had to be perfect in all aspects and maintain his true peak condition. Only then would he have the confidence to break through. If his foundation was a little unstable or there were some hidden dangers, all his previous efforts would be wasted and he would die. Maybe I need to consolidate for a while before I can break through. Lu Ming muttered. After returning to his residence, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and circulated his forbidden origin over and over again. He condensed his forbidden origin, consolidated his cultivation and eliminated all hidden dangers. While Lu Ming was in seclusion, some people were not idle. They were the Yi Immortal and the people of the three forbidden lands. They wanted to kill Lu Ming, but Lu Ming was hiding in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm, so they could not do anything. It was not that the three forbidden lands of the Eastern Universe were afraid of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. The main reason was that their foundation was not here. Their main camp was far away in the Eastern Universe. Although there were many experts in the Western Universe, with more than 300 early-stage origin existences added up, they were obviously not enough to go against the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. The main camp of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm was here, so there was an endless stream of experts and there was a great array supporting it. With Lu Ming hiding in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm, it was impossible for them to kill Lu Ming. However, they immediately thought of a move, and that was the various great forbidden lands in the Western Universe. The 5 great forbidden lands in the Western Universe are also from the Outerverse, and they stand on the same side as us. Lu Ming possesses the power of the universe, and the stronger his cultivation is, the greater the suppression he exerts on us and the greater the suppression he exerts on them. Right now, the 5 forbidden lands in the western part of the universe don't know that Lu Ming has the power of the universe. As long as we tell them about this and tell them how powerful it is, the 5 forbidden lands will never let Lu Ming go. They won't let him continue to grow and suppress them. Yi Immortal said, his eyes extremely cold. He had a sense of urgency, wanting to kill Lu Ming as soon as possible. Lu Ming was simply too terrifying, far surpassing his imagination. It hadn't been long, but he had broken through the extreme limit 5 times. It was simply inconceivable. When he first saw this, he was so shocked that his heart almost exploded. He was the most powerful patriarch of the celestial race. By chance, he had successfully reincarnated, which was why he had the battle prowess of someone who had broken through the pinnacle 3 times. In his previous life, when he had been at the Divine Master realm, he had not broken through 3 times. He knew how difficult it was to break through the pinnacle 3 times. The talent of the celestial race was still incomparable to that of the Forbidden Lands. The difference was too great. The peerless geniuses of the Forbidden Lands could break through the pinnacle 3 times with their own talent alone. However, the celestial race could not do it. For example, no matter how well Xianxia used the perfect power of heaven, he could not break through the pinnacle 3 times. He could only break through the pinnacle 2 times. It was already so difficult to break through the pinnacle 3 times, let alone break through the pinnacle 4 times. However, Lu Ming had broken through the pinnacle 5 times. Such a person made him unable to eat or sleep in peace. He wanted to get rid of Lu Ming all the time. You're right. As long as they know that Lu Ming has the power of the universe, the Forbidden Lands in the western part of the universe will not let Lu Ming go. Moreover, Lu Ming has a grudge with some of the Forbidden Lands. Let's start with the Extreme Evil Tribe and the 9 Demonic Spider. As long as they agree, the other 3 Forbidden Lands will be easy to deal with. Okay, let's do that. After a discussion, they decided to go to the Extreme Evil Tribe first. The result was simpler than they had expected. When they told them that Lu Ming had the power of the universe, the Extreme Evil Tribe immediately agreed. They planned to send their elites to get rid of Lu Ming. Then, they went to the 9 Demonic Spider. The 9 Demonic Spider also agreed without hesitation. Then, the Dark Heaven Warriors, the Ice Fire Tribe, and the Dark Skyvine Tribe all agreed. They planned to work together to get rid of Lu Ming. They even planned to go to the western part of the universe to destroy the Heaven Destroyer after getting rid of Lu Ming. This was because other than Lu Ming, there were other people in the Heaven Destroyer who could control the power of the universe. In fact, the 5 Forbidden Lands in the western part of the universe were very shocked. They did not expect that there were so many people in the eastern part of the universe who could control the power of the universe. They did not know before. They only knew that the primitive universe was constantly suppressing them, and it was even getting stronger. They originally thought that this was the instinctive resistance of the universe's will. They did not expect that the reason was actually the power of the universe. This was actually a manifestation of the resistance of the universe's will, borrowing the hands of other creatures in the universe. As long as they got rid of the people who possessed the power of the universe, the pressure on them would be greatly reduced in a short period of time. Although Shi Tianting of the Heavenly Yin tribe had a good impression of Lu Ming and felt that they were of the same kind, this concerned the life and death of the entire tribe. He was powerless to stop it. It was just like Xianxia back then. Soon after, a total of 800 Origin Realm experts from the 8 Forbidden Lands attacked the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. The Ashen Azure Divine Realm shook. Countless experts rushed to the entrance of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm to guard it. Outside the Ashen Azure Divine Realm, more than 800 Origin Realm experts lined up in a row. The scene was so shocking that it made the people in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm pale. They were not afraid of the 800 early Origin Realm experts from the Dandan. The entrance of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm was covered with layers of formations and powerful restrictions that were enough to stop the enemy. However, the significance was extraordinary. The 8 Forbidden Lands had come together. This represented the attitude of the 8 Forbidden Lands. Were the 8 Forbidden Lands going to work together to destroy the Ashen Azure Divine Realm? If that was the case, it would be a disaster. In the past, the 5 Forbidden Lands of the Western universe had fought for themselves. They had never intended to work together to deal with the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. This was why the Ashen Azure Divine Realm had competed with the 5 Forbidden Lands for the resources of the universe and had constantly risen. If the other Forbidden Lands had worked together, the people of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm could only hide in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. They would not dare to come out at all. What was going on now? Why have you come to my Ashen Azure Divine Realm? Asked a human elder. He was an early Origin Realm expert. It's very simple. We're here to ask for Lu Ming. Hand him over and we'll leave immediately. A young man from the primordial light race said coldly. He was Yuan Sanji. Their target is Lu Ming. The people of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm were in an uproar. What's going on? Lu Ming has enmity with the 3 Forbidden Lands of the East. We know that the 3 races wanted to kill Lu Ming in the 9 Elements Forbidden Land. But why have the 5 Forbidden Lands of the West come together? In the Western universe, Lu Ming has only offended the 9 demonic spider and the extreme evil race. He has not offended the Skyene Vine. Why have the Dark Heavens Warriors and the Ice Fire race come? The people of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm could not help but discuss. Cut the crap and hand over Lu Ming. Otherwise, the bloodline of the untainted human tribe will be completely wiped out. One of the extreme evil tribe's origins shouted. He was Emo Sha's elder. After waking up and learning about what had happened to Emo Sha, he was furious and wanted to kill Lu Ming. In fact, at least half of the extreme evil tribe's origins wanted to kill Lu Ming. After all, Lu Ming had killed his way to the extreme evil tribe and defeated the 7 almighty gods of the extreme evil tribe. He had humiliated the extreme evil tribe. His meaning was clear. If the Azure Divine Realm did not hand over Lu Ming, they would destroy it. The Azure Divine Realm does not accept threats. Humph, you did not even manage to destroy us during the end of the Untainted Era. You can forget about it now. Some of the experts of the Azure Divine Realm replied coldly. The humans of the Azure Divine Realm were not from the Eastern Universe. They were descendants of the untainted human tribe. Their bloodline was powerful and they also had the arrogance of the untainted human tribe. During the Untainted Era, the human tribe was extremely powerful and was the strongest tribe in the untainted universe. Not only that, but they were also famous in the great cosmos of the Yang realm. It was an honor for thousands of races to worship them. Although things weren't the same as in the past, their arrogance still remained in their bones. They wouldn't accept threats, let alone being killed at their doorstep. Who would dare to do that during the Untainted Era? Even the equally powerful demon tribe and Wu people had to lower their heads in front of the human tribe. Moreover, the humans of the Azure Divine Realm did not want to hand over Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming's human tribe bloodline was not high, he was still a pure human tribe. His talent was unimaginably high. He had broken through 5 extreme breakthroughs. Even during the Untainted Era, how many of the human tribe were there? This kind of person had the potential to become a king. Now, some of the elders of the Azure Divine Realm saw Lu Ming as the hope of the human tribe. How could they hand over Lu Ming? If you don't hand him over, then we'll kill you. Do you really think you're still a human tribe in the untainted era? A bunch of losers struggling at death's door. Kill. The people of the Forbidden Lands were very cold. They were determined to kill Lu Ming. Since the Xianxia immortal realm did not cooperate, they would kill him. There was no need for the human race to remain in the primitive universe. The 8 great forbidden grounds immediately made their moves. With more than 800 origins attacking at the same time, the scene was too terrifying. This part of the void was directly blasted apart, returning to primal chaos. But in the end, the Forbidden Lands were disappointed. They discovered that they couldn't break open the entrance to the Azure Divine Realm. The entrances of the Ashen Blue Godly Realm were protected by powerful forbidding formations. The forbidding formations did not even budge when more than 800 origin forces were working together. The experts of the 8 Great Forbidden Lands stopped and retreated with gloomy expressions. Legend has it that the Azure Divine Realm was originally sealed by a powerful seal, and it was impossible to enter or leave. It seems like it's true. There's a powerful seal at the entrance. Someone said. The humans in the Azure Divine Realm heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, there was a terrifying seal in the Azure Divine Realm. In the past, even they couldn't get out of it. It was even more difficult for outsiders to get in. Later on, it was Mulan who brought a strange gem that opened the seal. But there were still remnants of the seal at the entrances. It would be extremely difficult for outsiders to break in unless the people of the Azure Divine Realm opened it from the inside. It seems like the Azure Divine Realm really wants to be destroyed. Although we can't break it open, once the origin tribulation is over, we'll send out all our experts. When that time comes, do you think you can stop the Tao Lords and Taoists? An origin force from the extreme evil race said coldly. That's right. Hand over Lu Ming as soon as possible, and this matter will have nothing to do with you. Yuan Sanji also said. Although the people of the Azure Divine Realm looked solemn, they were still unmoved. If they refuse to hand over Lu Ming, do they think that we have no other choice? We just have to send people to block them in the Azure Divine Realm so that they won't have the chance encounter in the primitive universe. Let's see how long they can tolerate this. Ye Immortal suggested. Good idea. Let's do that. The experts of the Forbidden Lands nodded. Then, the experts of the 8 Forbidden Lands stood guard outside, blocking the entrance of the Azure Divine Realm so that the people of the Azure Divine Realm couldn't enter. Damn it, many people in the Azure Divine Realm were furious. The universe was full of opportunities. There were many relics, sacred mountains, cave dwellings, and so on from the Eldritch continent. The major forces each occupied a vast area and there were people exploring it all the time. The Azure Divine Realm was the same. Now that it was blocked, how could they explore the relics and obtain the opportunities? They could only watch as the opportunities were taken away by others. But there was nothing they could do. They could defend with the restrictions of the Azure Divine Realm, but it wasn't enough to attack. Moreover, once they sent their experts to attack, they would attract more experts from the 8 Forbidden Lands. The Azure Divine Realm alone was no match for the 8 Forbidden Lands. Time passed day by day. The people of the Azure Divine Realm had no choice but to stay in the Azure Divine Realm and couldn't leave. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. The experts of the 8 tribes guarding outside the Azure Divine Realm had decreased by a lot. There were only a few hundred of them. They couldn't stay here all year round as they needed to send people to explore the relics. However, a few hundred origins were enough to guard the Azure Divine Realm. Once there was any movement in the Azure Divine Realm, the others could quickly come to their aid. After being blocked for a year, the Azure Divine Realm was turbulent and there were all kinds of voices that were unfavorable to Lu Ming. After all, people were different. Some supported Lu Ming while others didn't. Are we going to be blocked here for the rest of our lives and watch the opportunities being taken away by the Forbidden Lands? Are we going to watch them become stronger and stronger while we become weaker? The human race was so powerful in the past. I can't believe we've fallen to such a state. It's all Lu Ming's fault. He's just a divine master, but he overestimated himself. He offended the 8 Forbidden Lands at the same time. He went into hiding, but we were implicated because of him. that's right. In my opinion, we should just hand over Lu Ming. The 8 tribes of the Forbidden Lands have said that as long as we hand over Lu Ming, they will coexist peacefully with us. It's completely worth exchanging Lu Ming for the entire Azure Divine Realm. Yes, hand over Lu Ming. Many people discussed secretly and made such arguments. Of course, there were also many people who opposed handing over Lu Ming and were unwilling to compromise. The two sides argued endlessly, and as time went on, the argument became worse and worse. Towards the end, many reciprocity experts had joined in. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years had passed. The 8 Forbidden Lands had surrounded the Azure Divine Realm for 3 years. The Azure Divine Realm was turbulent and there were more and more people who supported handing over Lu Ming. Lu Ming naturally knew that the 8 Great Forbidden Lands had besieged the Azure Divine Realm. Although he was furious, there was nothing he could do. His strength was still too weak. If he took the initiative to kill his way out, he would undoubtedly be walking into a trap. He urgently needed to break through to the Origin Realm. However, after 3 years of cultivation, he clearly felt that his foundation was very stable and there were almost no flaws. However, whenever he had the thought of breaking through to the Origin Realm, a terrifying sense of crisis would come. He had a feeling that if he chose to break through to the Origin Realm, he would definitely die. What was going on? Lu Ming couldn't figure it out. Was there something missing? Was there a fatal flaw in his body? Besides this, he really couldn't think of any other reason. If he couldn't break through to the Origin Realm, he wouldn't be able to fight against the 8 Great Forbidden Lands. Right, there's still the Human King's broken sword. If I can control the Human King's broken sword, the 8 Great Forbidden Lands will all be useless. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Then, his spiritual sense entered his sea of consciousness. The Human King's broken sword floated in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness for 3 years, motionless and without any abnormalities, as if it had never moved. Lu Ming tried to control the Human King's broken sword, but found that it was like an ancient divine mountain, motionless. Let's refine it first. Lu Ming used his spiritual sense to entangle the Human King's broken sword and began to refine it. However, after a while, Lu Ming gave up. There was no progress. Little King Xianxia gave me the Human King's broken sword. It's impossible that I can't refine it. Is it because my cultivation is too low? Lu Ming pondered. In fact, until now, he still felt puzzled as to why little King Xianxia gave him the Human King's broken sword. DK's escape had something to do with him, although he didn't do it on purpose. Originally, he thought that Xianxia would kill him. At that time, he really felt the killing intent from Xianxia. But in the blink of an eye, Xianxia changed his mind. Not only did he not kill him, he even gave the Human King's broken sword to Lu Ming. Lu Ming couldn't figure it out at all. Did he think that his talent was unparalleled and that he would rise in the future and be invincible in the world? Lu Ming shook his head. He was not that narcissistic. Although his talent was not bad, in the eyes of people like Xianxia, it was probably nothing. In the era of the desolate continent, although there were few existences who had broken through 5 times, there should be quite a few of them over the years. However, there were only a few who could become human kings. The little human king had an extremely high possibility of becoming the second human king Xianxia. The talent of such a person was unimaginable. Even Lu Ming himself did not believe that he would give the Human King's sword to Lu Ming because of his talent. Then what was the reason? This question had troubled Lu Ming for 3 years, but he still couldn't figure it out. However, since the junior Human King had given the Human King's broken sword to Lu Ming, it shouldn't be impossible for him to refine it. It should be of some use. Let's try dripping a drop of blood first. Lu Ming intended to start with the most ancient and traditional method. He first forced out a drop of blood, and then wrapped it with the forbidden origin power. It flew into his sea of consciousness and dripped onto the Human King's broken sword. When the blood dripped onto the broken sword, it immediately absorbed the blood. In the next moment, a faint layer of bloody light appeared on the surface of the broken sword. At this moment, Lu Ming had a feeling that he had made a connection with the broken sword. Yes, I didn't expect it to be so simple. Lu Ming was slightly stunned at first, and then he was overjoyed. Then, Lu Ming wrapped the broken sword with his spiritual sense and began to refine it. This time, Lu Ming indeed felt that he had made great progress. Although this progress was very slow, and it would probably take some time to refine the broken sword. However, with some time, he would definitely be able to refine it. At that time, Lu Ming would be able to control the broken sword. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. Outside the Ashen Azure Immortal Realm, there were still close to 400 origins guarding it. There were people from the 8 great forbidden lands, and the Yi Immortal was among them. The Ashen Azure Immortal Realm has been divided into 2 factions, and there are conflicts. Very good. If this continues, I'm afraid that we won't have to do anything. Someone will voluntarily hand over Lu Ming. It's best if there's another internal conflict in the Ashen Azure Immortal Realm. A big battle will save us the trouble of doing anything. Some of the creatures from the Forbidden Lands were chatting. I think we can add fuel to the fire. At this moment, the Yi Immortal interrupted. Add fuel? How? Someone looked at the Yi Immortal. Although the Yi Immortal was only in the Divine Master realm, some people didn't dare to underestimate him. They all knew that the Yi Immortal was resourceful and scheming. Aren't there many people scattered in the Ashen Azure Immortal Realm? If we work together and capture all of them, we can kill some of them in front of the people in the Ashen Azure Immortal Realm and threaten them to hand over Lu Ming. Don't you think this will aggravate their conflict? The Yi Immortal said casually, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. How ruthless, many of the experts from the 8 great forbidden lands muttered. This move was too ruthless. However, it would definitely be effective. Wonderful, wonderful. Let's use this move then. Spread the news. Send people to capture the humans in the Ashen Azure Immortal Realm. The 5 great forbidden lands in the western cosmos spread the news. The 3 forbidden lands in the eastern cosmos didn't have many people, so they couldn't spare more people. Immediately, the forbidden lands took action. Many of the people in the Ashen Azure Immortal Realm were captured and brought out of the Ashen Azure Immortal Realm. It's Yi. He's been captured. And Han Zijin. Damn it. He's also fallen into the hands of the 8 great forbidden lands. The people guarding the entrance of the Ashen Azure Immortal Realm were in chaos. Moreover, the news quickly spread to every corner of the Ashen Azure Immortal Realm. Countless people rushed to the entrance. There were at least a few hundred people in the Ashen Azure Immortal Realm. There were God Emperors, Divine Masters, and Origin Realm cultivators. Their cultivation had obviously been sealed. They knelt in the void in a row. Damn it, many people were furious. They couldn't wait to kill their way out. People of the Ashen Azure Immortal Realm, listen up. If you want to save these people, hand over Lu Ming. I'll give you 3 days to consider. After 3 days, these people will all die. Yuan Sanji's cold voice spread everywhere. That's right. If you still don't hand him over, it's fine. There's still the next batch. There are at least tens of thousands of people in the Ashen Azure Immortal Realm scattered across the cosmos. We'll kill them all. An elder from the extreme evil race sneered. He was Emo Sha's uncle. Although he wasn't young, his battle strength was terrifying. Although he wasn't a peerless genius, he had comprehended his own Genesis art through the accumulation of experience over a long period of time. Moreover, he had once obtained a great opportunity that allowed his Genesis root to evolve to the mid-grade. After breaking through to the Origin Realm, the grade of one's Genesis root wouldn't remain unchanged. There was a chance to improve it. However, the probability was very small and the difficulty was very high. Without a great opportunity, there was no need to even think about it. However, there were some people who weren't very talented but obtained great opportunities that allowed their Genesis root to evolve. Emo Sha's uncle belonged to this category. The Tsongqing Divine Realm was in chaos. Those who didn't support handing over Lu Ming were shaken. That was because many of their family members were still outside. Hand over Lu Ming in exchange for everyone's safety. That's right. Although Lu Ming is talented, he doesn't know when to stop. He will die sooner or later. It's useless no matter how talented he is. That's right. No matter how talented he is, it's useless if he can't grow. We can't let so many people die because of Lu Ming. Many people shouted. More and more people supported handing over Lu Ming. Mulans and Huang Ling became more anxious when they heard those voices. The human race is weak. Right now, Lu Ming is our only chance. If he grows up, the human race will be able to rise. Otherwise, even if we are struggling at death's door, it is only a matter of time before we are wiped out by the various forbidden lands. We can only have a future if we protect Lu Ming now. Those were the people who supported protecting Lu Ming. Both sides had their own opinions and the argument was getting more and more intense. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. They are really stubborn. Then kill them. Kill them until they are terrified. Outside the Xianxia divine realm, Yuan Sanji ordered coldly. Kill. Some people shouted. Light flashed and heads flew. Blood splattered in the void. Hundreds of people in the Xianxia divine realm were killed. Ah, damn it. Big brother. Martial uncle. Many people shouted with bloodshot eyes. Continue to bring people. Outside the Xianxia divine realm, someone shouted coldly. Then, hundreds of people from the Xianxia divine realm were brought over. Their cultivation was also sealed and they knelt in the void. I'll give you 3 more days. If you don't hand over Lu Ming in 3 days, I'll kill another group. Mo Sha's uncle's voice was extremely cold and his eyes were filled with evil light. Ah, senior sister is inside. My third brother is inside too. Hand over Lu Ming, hand over Lu Ming. We can't let more people die in vain. I'm going to capture Lu Ming and hand him over. Anyone who tries to stop me will be my mortal enemy. A few people roared loudly. The two groups confronted each other, and the smell of gunpowder filled the air. It seemed like a great battle was about to erupt. I suggest that we consult our primogenitor. If he says we should hand it over, we'll hand it over. If he doesn't, we won't hand it over. Someone suggested. Alright, let's go ask the primogenitor. The people of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm agreed and sent some representatives in a certain direction. Although it was a great tribulation of reciprocity right now, all those above mid-reciprocity had to seal their bodies and not come out. However, although some of the top experts had sealed their physical bodies, their consciousness could still be revealed. For example, didn't the primogenitor of the quasi-saint race show his consciousness back? Then, the ancient and powerful progenitors of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm sealed their bodies, but their consciousnesses could still be revealed. Soon, the news spread throughout the Azure Divine Realm. The patriarchs of the Azure Divine Realm wanted to protect Lu Ming. Why? Many people were unwilling, but no one dared to go against the wishes of the primogenitors. Damn it! The 8 clans of the Forbidden Land should all die, Lu Ming roared in a low voice. Although he was in seclusion, he still had a portion of his spiritual consciousness outside to pay attention to everything outside. In fact, Lu Ming knew what was happening outside. Seeing hundreds of people being killed, with heads rolling and blood splattering in the void, Lu Ming was incomparably furious and his killing intent was incomparably strong. In particular, the intentions of the Azure Divine Realm's primogenitors made Lu Ming feel a little guilty. All of this happened because of him. He couldn't wait to kill his way out and solve all of this. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more, Lu Ming felt that the human king's broken sword was about to be refined. Just a little bit more, like a layer of paper that could be completely refined at any time. Soon, another 2 days passed. Many people became more and more anxious. Because once the 3rd day was up, hundreds of people would be killed again. Lu Ming, if you're a man, stand out yourself. Do you have a conscience if you want others to die for you? Someone roared. They didn't dare to go against the will of the primogenitors and didn't dare to capture Lu Ming, but they wanted to force Lu Ming to take the initiative to go out. In the blink of an eye, another half a day passed. Suddenly, a terrifying sword chi spread out from Lu Ming's place of seclusion, but it was immediately withdrawn and not many people sensed it. It's done. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. After such a long time, Lu Ming finally refined the human king's broken sword. With a thought, the human king's broken sword flew out from Lu Ming's sea of consciousness and appeared in Lu Ming's hand, letting out a soft sword hum. At the same time, Lu Ming felt that the remaining 1/5 of the sword contained a terrifying and boundless energy. Lu Ming had a feeling that if he could detonate this energy, even those who were at the peak of origin would be killed in seconds. However, Lu Ming was soon disappointed. He couldn't use this energy at all. It was like a silent sea, unmoving and unmoving. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't touch it. Lu Ming understood that this was because his cultivation was too low. It was like an ant holding a divine sword. He couldn't lift it at all, nor could he use the power of the divine sword. Lu Ming was now facing such a predicament. However, it wasn't that he couldn't use the human king's broken sword at all. Lu Ming discovered that there were densely packed runes at the bottom of the sword hilt. These runes were intertwined to form a complicated array. This formation was constantly absorbing energy from the outside world and accumulating it in the sword hilt. Lu Ming found that he could use this energy. He circulated the forbidden origin energy and poured it into the sword hilt, drawing this energy. Immediately, a strand of sword chi appeared on the sword. Whoosh, Lu Ming swung the sword, and a crack was immediately cut open in the void. What a strong power! With this power, it's as easy as flipping one's hand. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The human king's broken sword didn't disappoint him. He couldn't draw the vast ocean-like energy in the sword, but he could use the energy in the sword hilt. Although this energy couldn't be compared to the energy in the sword, it was enough for Lu Ming. The 8 clans of the forbidden area, it's time to settle the score. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He then ended his seclusion and strode out. Junior brother Lu Ming. Lu Ming. Seeing Lu Ming, Mullins and Huang Ling immediately walked over with concern. Senior sister, Huang Ling, wait for me here. I'll be back soon. Lu Ming smiled. Junior brother, are you going to face the 8 clans of the forbidden area? That's very dangerous. Mullins's expression changed. Don't worry, I won't joke with my life. I've already refined the human king's broken sword. Lu Ming informed. He didn't hide the fact that the human king's sword was broken from Mullins and Huang Ling. He believed that they wouldn't tell anyone. You've refined it? Mullins and Huang Ling were overjoyed. Yes, so don't worry, I can protect myself. Lu Ming said. Junior brother, I'll go out with you. I'll go out with you too. Mullins and Huang Ling said. Obviously, they were still a little worried. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before agreeing to let Mullins and Huang Ling follow him. Most importantly, he was confident that the 2 of them would be fine. Otherwise, he would never let them follow him. The 3 of them rushed toward an exit. It's Lu Ming. Lu Ming has come out. It seems like he can't sit still anymore. He wants to go out. At least he still has some conscience. Conscience my ass. Why didn't he come out earlier? He caused my senior brother's death. He's just a coward. Lu Ming's appearance caused a commotion among the people of the Azure Divine Realm. Many people directly rushed toward Lu Ming. Brother Lu, you don't have to go out. The Azure Divine Realm can protect you. A bearded youth said. He was Fu Yuan, who had the bloodline of the sacred light human king. That's right. The primogenitors have all said that they will protect you. You can just stay here at ease. The 8 clans can't barge in. Another peerless genius, Zhao Wuji, who had broken through 3 times, said. What do you mean protect him? If you want to protect him, you have to sacrifice others. Hundreds of people have already been killed, and hundreds more are in danger now. If Lu Ming has any conscience, he should go out and surrender himself. Some people said coldly, hoping that Lu Ming would go out voluntarily. Lu Ming casually glanced at these people and did not say anything. Most of these people had family and friends outside, so it was inevitable that they would be worried. Humans were all selfish. Brother Fu, Brother Zhao, thank you for your good intentions, but Lu Ming does not want to implicate others. I will deal with my own matters. Lu Ming cupped his fists at Fu Yuan and Zhao Wuji before continuing on with Huang Ling and Mullins. Wait. However, a few people blocked Lu Ming's path. There were a total of 7 people. 5 of them were Origin Realm experts. Some were old, and some were middle-aged. There were also 2 young men. Lu Ming, you can go out, but Miss Mullins can't go with you. You should know that she is the disciple of a big shot. If something happens to her, we won't be able to account for it. An old man said. Lu Ming's brows furrowed slightly. Although the other party's meaning was for the good of Mullins and didn't want anything to happen to Mullins, his tone was very bad. He spoke in a commanding tone to Lu Ming. Where I want to go, no one can stop me. Mullins said. Miss Mullins, we're doing this for your own good. Lu Ming is someone who thinks he's above everyone else just because he has some strength. You'll only bring harm to yourself if you follow him. It's better to choose a good partner early. A young man said. That's right. This young lady should stay as well. There's no need for her to die with Lu Ming. Another young man added. He looked at Huang Ling with a burning gaze. Lu Ming understood that these people were not doing this for Mullins and Huang Ling. They clearly had ulterior motives. They wanted to use this reason to stop the two girls from going with Lu Ming. Piss off. Lu Ming's expression became ugly after he thought this through. He directly told them to piss off. The faces of the reciprocity experts all became ugly. They were seniors after all, yet Lu Ming had actually told them to piss off. How preposterous. Lu Ming, do you know how to respect your master? Just because you have some talent, you can do whatever you want. No wonder you offend people everywhere you go, the old man began to lecture him sternly. If you don't piss off, I'll tell you to piss off yourself. Lu Ming directly interrupted him. The war god's spear appeared, and a powerful presence erupted, pressing towards the old man. At the same time, the war god's spear swept out. Everyone was shocked. They used their full strength, but they were forced back. Why, you're hopeless, the old man was furious. Kill! Lu Ming suddenly roared. His body swelled as he used a Genesis technique. The war god's spear pressed down again. Boom, a berserk aura erupted, and the 5 Origin Realm experts were forced back. 4 of them even vomited blood. The old man was the strongest and had comprehended a Genesis technique, but even he could not withstand the attack. He was forced back 10,000 meters, his face pale. If you say another word, I'll kill all of you. Lu Ming's voice was chilling, and killing intent emerged. The old man's body turned cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Although he was furious, he did not dare to utter a single word. Only after personally clashing with Lu Ming did they understand how terrifying Lu Ming's battle prowess was. It was so strong that it made them shiver in fear. They were all Origin Realm experts, but they felt like they would be instantly killed by a god master. It was simply unbelievable. He's crazy. Lu Ming has already gone crazy. He knows he'll definitely die if he goes out, so he's acting even more crazily. We can't offend him now. He won't live for long anyway. It's just a pity that the two of them are so talented. If only they were a match for Lu San and Lu De. Several Origin Realm experts secretly communicated with each other. Lu San and Lu De were naturally referring to the two young men. After repelling a few Origin Realm experts, Lu Ming grabbed the two young men in his hand. The two young men, Lu De and Lu San, screamed in fear. In front of Lu Ming, they were like two chicks, unable to resist. Just the two of you? Toads want to eat swan meat? Go back and look in the mirror. Lu Ming sneered and casually threw Lu De and Lu San to the ground, creating 2 large pits. They lay there and vomited blood. Then, Lu Ming walked towards the exit with Mullins and Huang Ling without looking back. Damn it, Lu De roared, but he was very suppressed. He did not dare to shout out loud, fearing that Lu Ming would hear him. He's about to die anyway, and he'll definitely die miserably in the hands of the 8 families of the Forbidden Area. Don't bother with him. Lu San said. What a pity. Lu Ming must have a lot of good things on him. Now, the 8 families of the Forbidden Area will benefit. This kid should have left those good things behind before he died. Lu De said. In fact, many Origin Realm experts of the Xianxia Divine Realm and Lu De and Lu San had such thoughts. They thought that since Lu Ming was about to die, he should have left his treasures behind to contribute to others. However, after seeing the fate of Lu De and Lu San, no one dared to speak out. Lu Ming was not a pushover. Although his cultivation level was only at the Almighty Master realm, his combat power was ridiculously strong. Among the early-stage Origin Realm cultivators, there were not many who could firmly suppress Lu Ming. No one knew what would happen if Lu Ming went crazy and fought with his life on the line. Moreover, the Origin ancestors of the Xianxia Divine Realm wanted to protect Lu Ming, so those with ulterior motives would not dare to go too far. Very soon, Lu Ming left through an exit and headed outside. Lu Ming, he's out. The people of the 8 families of the forbidden area immediately saw Lu Ming. Their eyes shone with cold light, as if they wanted to pierce through Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming actually came out alone, and he even brought 2 women with him. Something is not right. At the back of the crowd, Yi Immortal's expression changed when he saw Lu Ming, Mulan's, and Huang Ling. He knew Lu Ming very well. Based on his understanding of Lu Ming was not someone who would come out to die so easily. Moreover, he had 2 women with him. Yi Immortal could tell at a glance that Mulan's and Huang Ling were Lu Ming's confidants. Even if Lu Ming came out to die, he wouldn't bring 2 confidants with him. Could it be that Lu Ming is confident or has some powerful weapon on him? He has been silent all this while, but now he suddenly came out. Could it be that he has been preparing for something? Yi Immortal thought quickly and felt a chill in his heart. He had a bad premonition. He had lived for so many years and even survived the war that destroyed the primeval continent in the previous era because he was cautious and had a keen sense of danger. Let's go. Yi Immortal didn't inform anyone and retreated silently. He hid on a broken continent far away and watched from afar. Lu Ming and the other 2 soon arrived in front of the people of the 8 races in the Forbidden Grounds and faced the hundreds of origins of the 8 races. Now, let them go. Lu Ming said. There were at least a few thousand people in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm who were captured and controlled by the 8 races. Hundreds of them knelt in the void in front of them. They would be killed in half a day's time. At this moment, they heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Lu Ming come out. They would be able to live if Lu Ming came out. Lu Ming, you're finally out. But let me tell you, you're not qualified to negotiate with us. Yuan Sanji sneered. Who are you? Lu Ming glanced at Yuan Sanji indifferently. Yuan Sanji. Yuan Sanji replied. So you're the brother of those trash. I'll remember that. Lu Ming sneered. The trash he was referring to was obviously Yuan Siji, Yuan Wuji, and the others. Yuan Siji, Yuan Wuji, and the others were also there and they were furious when they heard that. Lu Ming, you're courting death. Yuan Siji was furious. Lu Ming, don't forget that the people of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm are still in our hands. Don't you want them to die? Yuan Sanji sneered. His light beam hair danced in the wind like a divine sword. It was as if it would pierce out at any moment to take someone's life. I have 13 top-tier source-grade divine herbs here. Lu Ming waved his hand, and stalks of divine herbs appeared in the void. There were a total of 13 stalks, and all of them were top-grade source-grade divine herbs. Lu Ming had sealed them with his taboo origin force. What? Everyone's eyes were glued to the 13 stalks of top-grade divine herbs in front of Lu Ming, almost drooling. 13 stalks of top-notch source-grade divine herbs. That was 13 stalks. Lu Ming actually had 13 top-notch source-grade divine herbs on him. It was simply terrifying. How precious were top-grade soul-grade divine medicines? Even a forbidden land would not have many of them. Yet, Lu Ming had so many on him. The eyes of the people from the 8 great forbidden lands burned with desire. They wanted nothing more than to take it for themselves. Lu Ming, bring the elixir over. Third Yuan shouted loudly. Let them go. If you don't let them go, I will destroy these divine herbs. Don't even think about getting a single stalk. Lu Ming said coldly. He wrapped the 13 stalks of divine herbs with his taboo origin force. He could destroy them with just a thought. Yuan Sanji and the others' faces changed. In their opinion, all the treasures on Lu Ming were theirs. They could not allow Lu Ming to destroy them. As for the lives of the people in the Tsongqing Divine Realm, it was nothing to them. However, they couldn't let them go so easily. If they let them go, Lu Ming would definitely die. They would suffer a great loss if he went crazy and destroyed those divine herbs. Lu Ming, give us the divine herbs and we will let them go immediately. Third Yuan shouted. Impossible. Lu Ming refused. Yuan Sanji's face darkened and he wanted to slap Lu Ming to death. He was worried about the top source-level divine herbs in Lu Ming's hands. How about this? You give us half first and we will let them go. You can give us the other half. How about that? Mo Sha's uncle from the extreme evil race said. Sure. Lu Ming immediately waved his hand and 6 of the top source-level divine herbs flew towards Yuan Sanji. Yuan Sanji was overjoyed. His hair swept out and was about to wrap around the 6 top source-level divine herbs. But immediately, 7 or 8 figures pounced on Yuan Sanji. They were all elites from the other forbidden lands. How could these people let Yuan Sanji have the divine herbs? They wanted them too. Boom, boom, these people immediately clashed with one another. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged over 10 moves. Everyone, now is not the time to kill each other. After we kill Lu Ming, we will divide the treasures on him equally. What do you think? Mo Sha's uncle shouted. With a loud bang, the people in the chaotic battle parted. It could be seen that the 6 stalks of divine herbs had fallen into Yuan Sanji's hands. After all, the divine herbs were flying towards Yuan Sanji. Yuan Sanji was the first to make a move and had the upper hand. However, he also paid a heavy price. He was hit and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He was seriously injured. Everyone's gaze fell on Yuan Sanji, making him feel pressured. Yuan Sanji was extremely unhappy, but he forced a smile and said, "That's right. I will keep these divine herbs for now. After we kill Lu Ming and get his treasures, we will divide them equally." Okay, let's do that. Okay. The people from the other races nodded. They were not afraid that Yuan Sanji would go back on his word. There were 8 forbidden lands here. If Yuan Sanji dared to go back on his word, the other 7 races would attack him together and everyone from the primordial light race would die. Yuan Sanji carefully stored the 6 top-notch source-grade divine herbs in his storage ring. Now, let them go. Lu Ming said. In his heart, he felt that it was a pity. He gave the 6 top source-level divine herbs to Yuan Sanji because he wanted to use the treasures to make the races fight among themselves. Unfortunately, these people were old foxes and did not fall for it. However, it did not matter. After they were rescued, a cold murderous intent flashed in the depths of Lu Ming's eyes. Unfortunately, the 8 races of the Forbidden Lands did not see it. Let them go. Let them go. Immediately, the elites of the various races gave the order. Soon, the thousands of people in the Ashen Cyan Divine Realm were free. They flew towards the Ashen Cyan Divine Realm and entered through the entrance. They were all relieved that they were safe. Of course, different people had different hearts. Some people thought that Lu Ming had sacrificed himself to save them and were grateful to Lu Ming. However, some people thought that Lu Ming should save them because Lu Ming was the one who had implicated them. Alright, now that they are released, hand over the divine herbs on you. Also, do you have any other divine herbs in your storage ring? It would be best if you hand them over to us as well. Yuan Sanji said. Senior sister, Huang Ling, step back. Lu Ming ignored Yuan Sanji and whispered to Huang Ling and Mulans. Junior brother, be careful. Lu Ming, be careful. Mulans and Huang Ling warned. Although they knew that Lu Ming was confident, they could not help but worry. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled and the 2 girls stepped back. The 8 races of the Forbidden Lands and the people in the Ashen Cyan Divine Realm were stunned. What was Lu Ming doing? Boom, Lu Ming took a step forward. Forbidden origin power erupted like a volcano. A berserk aura surged forward like a tide. At the same time, the remaining 7 source-grade divine herbs disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming had stored them in his primordial ring. The experts of the 8 clans narrowed their eyes, revealing a cold light. Lu Ming's attitude was very clear. How could they not know what Lu Ming meant? He was unwilling to compromise and wanted to fight them to the death. However, there were hundreds of origin experts here. What could Lu Ming use to fight them to the death? It was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Some people of the Azure Divine Domain, such as Han Yu and Fu Yuan, showed sorrow in their eyes. In their view, Lu Ming knew that he would die, but he was unwilling to die in humiliation. He wanted to die in battle. They wanted to save him, but they did not have the strength. The air was filled with a solemn and stirring atmosphere. Struggling before death? Then let this old man send you on your way. Mo Sha's uncle's gaze was extremely cold. He had promised Mo Sha that he would bring Lu Ming's head back to Mo Sha. Shua, Mo Sha's uncle, made his move. He immediately used his killing move, the Hand of Extreme Evil. A giant gray hand the size of a star grabbed at Lu Ming. Its power was extremely terrifying. The energy in the air became chaotic. There was no doubt that Mo Sha's uncle was extremely powerful. He stood at the peak of the early origin realm. He was not weaker than Yuan Sanji. Otherwise, he would not be so confident in facing Lu Ming, who had broken through 5 times. Unfortunately, he encountered Lu Ming. A broken sword suddenly appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Forbidden origin power was poured in, activating the formation on the sword hilt. A strand of energy flowed out. The human king's broken sword exploded with sword light. A ray of sword light streaked across the universe. Pooh, Mo Sha's uncle's hand was instantly split open. Blood splattered everywhere. Ahhh, Mo Sha's uncle screamed, his voice filled with fear as he rapidly retreated. However, it was already too late. The sword light was too fast. In just a flash, it had landed on the Desert Sand tribal uncle's body. The Desert Sand tribal uncle's source-grade armor was torn apart like tofu. At the same time, his source root was also shattered. Mo Sha's uncle's body was split into 2. He floated in the air without any signs of life. What? This scene was beyond everyone's expectations. Not only the people of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm, but also the people of the 8 clans of the Forbidden Grounds. They were all dumbfounded. This scene was too surreal. The Masha uncle, who possessed battle prowess at the peak of early reciprocity, had been slain by Lu Ming as soon as he took action. The situation was completely different from what they had expected. In the next moment, the 8 families of the Forbidden Area felt a chill run down their spines. They couldn't help but take 2 steps back. You've taken my top-notch source-grade divine herb. Next, it's your turn. Lu Ming's gaze was cold as he stared at Yuan Sanji. When Lu Ming's gaze swept past him, Yuan Sanji only felt a gush of cold air rushing from his tailbone to the top of his head. He must have used some kind of secret treasure to launch that attack. It can't be sustained for long. Let's attack together and kill him. Yuan Sanji shouted and took the initiative to attack. Thousands of strands of light shot towards Lu Ming like sharp swords. He also used the martial extreme immortal light. Thousands of strands of light were enveloped by a layer of martial extreme immortal light. At the same time, more than 50 origin source experts of the Primordial Light clan also attacked together. They all unleashed their strongest attacks. The sky was filled with light beams that enveloped Lu Ming like an inescapable net. The combined attack of more than 50 origin source experts was too terrifying. Even an expert like Yuan Sanji would be smashed to smithereens in an instant. However, Lu Ming was very calm. He didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he used a Genesis art. His body grew to 10 meters tall and a pair of wings appeared on his back. Then, he slashed out with the broken sword in his hand. Dazzling sword light erupted, illuminating the pitch-black cosmos. The inescapable net of light was split into 2 by the sword light. The wings on Lu Ming's back flashed and he shot towards Yuan Sanji like a bolt of lightning. Yuan Sanji and the others were stunned. The combined attack of more than 50 origin source experts had been destroyed by Lu Ming in a single move. This was just too shocking. Oh no! Yuan Sanji came back to his senses immediately. Fear engulfed him instantly as he retreated. As he did so, he grabbed the other 2 Origin Realm Yuan Guang clan members and pushed them toward Lu Ming. Yuan Sanji's battle prowess had always been great. The 2 Origin Source experts hadn't expected this move from Yuan Sanji and were completely unprepared. They were directly pushed away by Yuan Sanji. Yuan Sanji, shameless! The 2 Origin Source experts let out heart-wrenching roars. They could only use their full strength to resist due to their jealousy and fear. However, all of this was futile. With a flash of sword light, their attacks, defenses, and even their source-grade divine armors were all split into 2. Moreover, the sword light didn't stop after splitting the 2 Origin Source experts. It continued towards Yuan Sanji. Yuan Sanji let out a dazzling light. The armor he wore was a top-tier source-grade armor, so he pushed it to the limit. However, with a flash of sword light, a bloody gash appeared between Yuan Sanji's eyebrows. The gash grew larger and larger, extending downwards. In the next moment, blood splattered everywhere as Yuan Sanji's body was split into two. His eyes were wide open, filled with unwillingness and disbelief. He had died with his eyes wide open. Yes, Yuan Sanji's origin source and soul had been destroyed. He had died on the spot. He had killed 3 people with a single slash. What power! Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh. The power of the human king's broken sword was truly terrifying. Even a top-tier source-grade armor couldn't withstand it and had been easily sliced apart. This was only the weakest energy in the sword hilt. Lu Ming couldn't control the most terrifying energy in the depths of the sword. If it were to erupt, who knew how powerful it would be? On an abandoned continent in the distance, Ye Immortal had witnessed the entire process. Even though he had lived for countless years, he couldn't help but tremble at this moment. Confusion, fear, and lingering fear filled his heart. He was really scared. If he had not been more cautious and retreated secretly, he was afraid that Lu Ming would have killed him first. Given his strength, he definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand it. He would have died without a doubt. It's that broken sword. It's all because of that broken sword. Where did that broken sword come from? Why is it so terrifying? Ye Immortal's gaze fell on the broken sword in Lu Ming's hand. There was fear and greed in his eyes. He didn't recognize the human king's broken sword. Not only him, but the others also didn't recognize it. The only one who had seen the human king's broken sword was Guqian, who was already dead. Although Xianxia had used the human king's broken sword to fight Teak, their speed had been too fast. Moreover, in the depths of the universe, the sky was filled with light. The others couldn't see the broken sword in Xianxuani's hand. Later on, Xianxuani gave the human king's broken sword to Lu Ming. It was even faster. It tore through the void and flew into Lu Ming's consciousness. Even Lu Ming himself could not react, let alone the others. Therefore, no one recognized that it was the human king's broken sword. However, they all knew that the broken sword in Lu Ming's hand was extraordinary. I have to leave first. Otherwise, if Lu Ming finds me, I'll definitely die. Ye Immortal pondered and then hid even deeper. He planned to find a chance to slip away completely. Lu Ming had killed 3 people with a single strike. This scene was even more shocking than when Lu Ming had killed the Desert Sand tribe's uncle. More than 50 origins from the Primordial Light clan had surrounded Lu Ming, but Lu Ming had cut through them with a single strike. The impact of killing 3 experts was too great. Many people gasped and felt a chill run down their spines. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and did not stop. He swung his sword again. The sword light exploded and slashed at the surrounding origins from the Primordial Light clan. Puff puff, this time, 5 origins were killed by the sword light. The sword light from the human king's broken sword was too terrifying. It killed these early-stage origins as if they were chickens. Run! The surrounding origins from the Primordial Light clan were all scared out of their wits. One of them shouted and all of them scattered, fleeing in all directions. Don't be afraid. He's relying on the broken sword. However, it's extremely tiring to control such a powerful weapon. He won't be able to last more than a few moves. Someone from the Extreme Evil clan shouted. That's right. Those who have a joint attack formation, set up a joint attack formation and kill him. An origin from the Nine demonic spider also shouted. Other than the origins from the Primordial Light clan, the other experts did not retreat. Instead, they charged at Lu Ming. After all, they had hundreds of origins, and they even had a joint attack formation. This was not a joint attack formation of the Divine Lord realm, but of the Origin realm. The principle behind a reciprocity battle formation was the same as a Godlord battle formation. They needed to refine a vessel for the battle formation. However, a reciprocity formation was many times more difficult to forge than a Godlord formation. The materials required were many times more precious as well. Even in the various forbidden grounds, there were not a lot of reciprocity joint formations. Set up the formation. Without a doubt, the various forbidden grounds all had reciprocity joint formations, and they had begun to cast them down. However, Lu Ming discovered that the three of them mostly used joint attack formations. This was clearly different from a Divine Lord's joint attack formation. A Divine Lord's joint attack formation was at least a 5-person joint attack formation. A 3-person joint attack formation was far too weak. However, reciprocity was different. Firstly, a reciprocity formation was extremely difficult to create. The more people there were, the more difficult it would be to refine. Furthermore, even if there were only 3 people at reciprocity, the formation's power would increase by a lot. It would not be as simple as 3 times. There were at least 10 joint attack formations among the various clans, but the ones with the most people were 5-person joint attack formations. There were only 2 of them. The various Forbidden Grounds naturally possessed even more origin joint attack formations, but they had not brought them. Originally, they had mobilized enough people just to deal with a single Lu Ming. They originally thought that there would be more than enough. Who would bring so many joint attack formations? The experts of the various clans fanned out to surround Lu Ming. Before they had even arrived, they had already launched long-range attacks at Lu Ming. Then let's kill to our heart's content. A cold light flickered through Lu Ming's eyes. It seemed like the 8 clans of the Forbidden Grounds would not let him go. Since they wanted his life, they had to be prepared for him to kill them and make rivers of blood flow. As if it had sensed Lu Ming's will, the human king's broken sword buzzed and shone brightly. From afar, Lu Ming did not seem to be holding a broken sword, but a divine sword shining with divine light. It was in perfect condition. Lu Ming swung his sword and broke through all the long-range attacks aimed at him. Then, the wings on his back flapped, and his figure shot out like a bolt of lightning. The first to bear the brunt was a 3-person joint attack formation from the Extreme Evil clan. The 3 origins of the Extreme Evil clan formed a joint attack formation. It turned into a blade of extreme evil and slashed at Lu Ming. Clang! Lu Ming swung his sword and collided with the blade of extreme evil. There was an earth-shattering boom, and the blade of extreme evil shook violently. One could clearly see that cracks had appeared on the blade of extreme evil. Then, with a bang, it exploded. After the 3 had formed the formation, blood spurted from their mouths as they retreated. It was obvious that they had been severely injured. They wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Lu Ming used his Genesis technique, and his speed was extremely fast. In a flash, he had caught up with them. Sword light flashed, and the 3 were killed. After killing the 3 experts of the Extreme Evil clan, Lu Ming did not stop. He continued to charge forward. Sword light continued to slash out, and screams rose and fell. In an instant, more than 10 origins of the Extreme Evil clan had been killed. The origins of the Extreme Evil clan were terrified, and they scattered. Then, Lu Ming rushed toward a 9 demonic spider and destroyed a joint attack formation. He killed the 3 people who had formed the formation. Of course, Lu Ming was also hit in the process. Although the human king's broken sword was extremely powerful, it only increased the attack power. It did not provide Lu Ming with increased speed or stronger defense. There were too many people from the 8 clans in the forbidden area. With hundreds of people attacking together, it could be said that they were densely packed and attacked from all directions. Although Lu Ming could wield the human king's broken sword and slash through these attacks, there would always be some that he missed. Lu Ming was hit continuously, and his body staggered. Even with the top source-grade armor and a layer of protective film, it was useless. He was still injured, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. Kill! Lu Ming was like an injured beast. He roared and his attacks became even more frantic. Puff, puff. He was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Anyone who was targeted could not escape. They were all killed on the spot. Although their injuries were getting worse, more than 50 origins had died at Lu Ming's hands in just a few minutes. The experts of the various clans were terrified. When they saw where Lu Ming was rushing, they quickly retreated. Don't be afraid. He's injured. Although his broken sword is powerful, it only has strong attack power. Let's spread out. Don't gather together. Keep a distance from each other and attack from a distance. We can definitely kill him. An elder from the fiend race shouted. Then I'll kill you first. Lu Ming stared at the elder. He flapped his wings and rushed towards the elder. The elder from the malevolent Ying clan was shocked. He turned around and fled. However, Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. With all his might, the distance between him and the elder from the malevolent Ying clan was rapidly closing. "Save me, save me," the elder from the fiend race screamed in horror, tears almost flowing out of his eyes. He regretted standing up and shouting just now to attract Lu Ming. Attack! Attacks were constantly bombarding Lu Ming from all directions. Lu Ming's figure flashed, dodging these attacks and slashing out with his sword at the same time. The elder from the fiend race was directly killed without any surprise. Kill! After killing the baleful elder, Lu Ming flapped his wings and suddenly turned around. He charged off in another direction. Spurt, spurt. Blood splattered everywhere as another two powerful experts were slain. Blood splattered through the air. However, Lu Ming was struck as well. He was struck by a flash of blade light, which almost pierced through his armor. It tore through his defensive barrier and cut his body in half. Without a doubt, the person who had attacked him was a peak expert on the same level as Yuan Sanji. Moreover, the blade this person used was a peak source-grade weapon. Under the control of a reciprocity expert, it possessed astonishing power. Even Lu Ming's peak source-grade armor would not be enough. It would be cut through. Although he managed to block it in the end, terrifying blade chi still managed to invade his body and cut into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming could not help but cough up large mouthfuls of blood. Attack together. Lu Ming's injuries have worsened. He won't be able to last much longer. Someone roared from the side. Die. Lu Ming roared. His black hair fluttered as his killing intent surged. He was like a god of slaughter as he swung his sword backwards. The expert who had attacked Lu Ming was shocked. He rapidly retreated, not daring to face him head-on. However, how could Lu Ming allow him to escape? He flapped his wings and charged towards his opponent even faster than lightning. He rapidly approached him and swung his sword. With a flash of sword light, a head flew into the air. Afterwards, the person's body and genesis root were cut to pieces by the sword light. His soul was wiped out. A peak expert had died. After killing this person, Lu Ming glanced around with a murderous gaze before charging off in a certain direction. He charged towards a few people from the Navy Sea race. This was because they were the ones who had yelled that Lu Ming was injured and attacked him together. Lu Ming had condensed a pair of wings after using his Genesis technique. He was just too fast. There were very few early reciprocity experts who could match him. The primordial light race and Baleful race were extremely fast as well, but none of the early reciprocity experts could match up to Lu Ming. Oh no! Help! At the sight of Lu Ming dashing toward them, the few experts from the CC clan screamed in horror and fled frantically. However, it was useless. Lu Ming arrived and slashed with his sword, killing the few CCC clan experts. Of course, during this process, hundreds of attacks were directed at Lu Ming, covering almost all directions. No matter how fast Lu Ming was, he was still hit. They were all existences at reciprocity, and they all possessed soul-grade weapons. In other words, any single one of them could pose a fatal threat to Lu Ming. As long as he was hit, Lu Ming's injuries would worsen. Furthermore, some of them were even proficient in soul attacks, such as the Dark Heavens warriors and the Darking race. If it had been anyone else, they would have long succumbed to their injuries and died. However, Lu Ming's life force was extremely tenacious, and his soul was scattered throughout his body's cells. Attacking his soul didn't have much effect on him. He constantly circulated his forbidden origin energy, and all his cells glowed. His injuries rapidly healed, and his battle prowess didn't weaken at all. Lu Ming roared. He was like a wounded beast, but he was also like a god of slaughter. He continued to kill the experts of the 8 races. He would stare at anyone who attacked him and kill them. Before long, another dozen or so origin experts had died at Lu Ming's hands. The people of the 8 races were finally terrified. Lu Ming was like an undying god of war. They couldn't kill him no matter how they tried. As long as they were targeted by Lu Ming, they would definitely die. No one dared to roar out anymore, afraid that they would attract Lu Ming's attention. They didn't even dare to attack, because as soon as they hit Lu Ming would chase after them. How? Were they supposed to fight like this? Run? No one knew who roared, but the remaining origin experts of the 8 races finally couldn't hold on any longer. They scattered and fled in all directions. However, Lu Ming didn't want to stop here. He continued to chase after the experts of the 8 races with his sword. He had already killed so many people anyway, and his relationship with the 8 races was already irreconcilable. There was no need to show mercy. He would kill to his heart's content, and kill until the other party was terrified. In addition, he felt that the energy in the hilt of the human king's broken sword was about to be exhausted. Yes, there was a formation at the hilt of the human king's broken sword that had accumulated a lot of energy. However, after Lu Ming used it continuously, it was almost exhausted. There wasn't much left. Lu Ming wanted to take this opportunity to go on a killing spree. Lu Ming raised his speed to the limit and moved through the void, chasing after the experts of the 8 races of the Forbidden Lands. Moreover, he paid special attention to the 3 Eastern races, the Extreme Evil race, and the 9 Demonic Spider, and chased after these 5 races first. Screams rang out as experts were constantly killed by Lu Ming. However, no one dared to save them. Everyone couldn't even take care of themselves, and fled frantically. The several exits of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm were silent. Everyone was petrified. This scene was too legendary. No one had expected things to turn out like this. Lu Ming alone had killed nearly 400 origins, causing them to flee for their lives, leaving behind a trail of corpses. Not only were the exits silent, but the other places of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm were also silent. This was because someone had projected the scene of the battle in the air in different places of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. Many people could see it. The Ashen Azure Divine Realm fell into a deathly silence. After a long while, everyone came back, and then there was an uproar. After chasing for more than 10 minutes, Lu Ming finally stopped. This was because there was no way to chase after them. The remaining people had already run far away. With so many people, Lu Ming couldn't chase after them all. It was unrealistic. When he chased after one person, the others could fly very far away. They were all origin experts, and they were fleeing with all their might. Their speed was too fast, and they could travel billions of miles in an instant. After stopping, Lu Ming began to collect the spoils of war. Lu Ming collected the storage pouches and source-level divine weapons of the slain experts. In the end, Lu Ming counted. A total of 102 origin experts had died at Lu Ming's hands. These were all origin experts, and a total of 102 of them had died. It was crazy. This day could be called a day of bloodshed. At the same time, Lu Ming also made a fortune. The storage pouches of 102 origin experts were all in Lu Ming's hands. How many treasures were there in them? A huge amount: immortal crystals, immortal stones, various refining materials, heavenly treasures, divine medicines, divine pills, and so on. The only thing that Lu Ming felt was a pity were the source-level divine weapons. Among them, more than half of the source-grade divine weapons were destroyed. Especially the defense-type source-grade divine weapons. They had been split apart by the human king's broken sword, becoming damaged divine weapons. This made Lu Ming feel that it was a pity. However, as long as they were slowly repaired, they could still be repaired. Even if they couldn't be repaired, it was the same to give them to Xianxia. Xianxia wouldn't be short of rations for a long time. In addition to these damaged source-level divine weapons, there were still 36 source-level divine weapons that were not destroyed. They were all offensive source-level divine weapons. Lu Ming smiled. He brought these source-level divine weapons back to the Heaven Destroyer. The Heaven Destroyer's origin experts should be able to have a source-level divine weapon. In his haste, Lu Ming did not count them carefully. He would do it later when he had the time. Junior Lu Ming, are you all right? Mullins flew over and asked with concern. Huang Ling did not speak, but the concern in her eyes could not be dispelled. They had just seen Lu Ming being hit many times and coughing up blood. Those were the attacks of Origin Realm experts using Origin-grade divine weapons. They could penetrate the Milky Way and were extremely powerful. They could not help but be worried. Don't worry, I'm fine. I just need to rest for a while. Let's go back first. Lu Ming said. Afterward, Lu Ming and the other two returned to the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. After returning to the Ashen Azure Divine Realm, Lu Ming returned to his residence and began to recover. However, the Ashen Azure Divine Realm was in an uproar. Some people believed that Lu Ming had done a good job and made a name for the human race, but some people were worried. The 8 clans of the Forbidden Lands were 8 forbidden lands with extremely deep foundations. The strength they possessed was far greater than that. They were afraid that the revenge of the 8 clans would implicate the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. They could imagine that the 8 clans of the Forbidden Lands would not let this matter rest. They would definitely take revenge. Sure enough, after the news of this battle spread, the Forbidden Lands of the various clans were shaken. Afterward, several Forbidden Lands announced that they would take revenge. Moreover, the Ashen Azure Divine Realm sent people out to investigate. They learned that the Forbidden Lands of the various clans would take out various powerful formations and terrifying weapons to kill Lu Ming. After hearing this news, the Ashen Azure Divine Realm could not remain calm. They sent out a message for all the humans outside to return to the Ashen Azure Divine Realm to deal with the upcoming changes. However, a few days later, an even greater change occurred. This was because almost all the cultivators felt the universe tremble. Yes, the universe trembled. No matter where they were, they felt the universe tremble violently at almost the same time. Afterward, all the peak god lords and above felt a different aura. It was as if fresh air had flowed in from the universe. Yes, it was as if the dusty door of a secret room that had been sealed for a long time had been opened. The air outside the secret room flowed in. Ordinary people might not be able to sense it, but those who were at the peak of the Divine Master realm and above could clearly sense it. Even Lu Ming, who was recuperating in seclusion, could clearly feel it. This aura definitely did not belong to the desolate universe. Furthermore, as time passed, it became stronger and stronger. The universe channel has been opened. Not long after, a piece of news spread across the universe. There were only a few hundred years left until the origin tribulation. The ancestors of the Forbidden Grounds and the progenitors in the Ashen Azure Godly Realm had sealed their bodies, but their consciousnesses were able to show themselves freely. They were able to tell them many things. The news was spread by the progenitors of the Forbidden Grounds. The various races couldn't remain calm when the universe passage opened. Perhaps powerhouses from other great cosmoses would descend very soon. The various clans' original plan to kill their way into the Xianxia Divine Realm and kill Lu Ming had to be put aside for the time being. They had to make preparations to deal with the major event that was about to happen. A few days later, the universe shook again. Another universe passage was opened. Everyone knew that there was more than one universe passage. A storm is coming. Lu Ming sighed. At this time, his injuries had already healed. In the endless chaos, the Yin-Yang Universe Sea was located in 2 directions. If someone could stand at a supreme angle and look down at the endless chaos, they would be able to see that the Yin-Yang Universe Sea was located in 2 different directions, like the eyes of the Yin-Yang fish. In the middle of the 2 universe seas, there were nearly 70,000 great cosmoses of various sizes. With the middle of the 2 universe seas as the dividing line, one side was the Yang world, and the other was the Yin world. The desolate universe was now located at the intersection of the Yang world and the Yin world. The Jade Clear Void universe was ranked 10th among the countless universes in the world of the living. It was 1 rank higher than the primitive universe at its peak. It had been passed down for countless years and was an incomparably ancient universe. It was extremely prosperous and had an incomparably ancient orthodoxy. Immortals roamed freely and were incomparably powerful. The Jade Clear Palace was the most ancient and most powerful orthodoxy in the Jade Clear Great Cosmos. A figure was sitting cross-legged in a large hall. It was an old man with a sage-like demeanor. He had white hair and a white beard, but his face was ruddy like a young man. It was impossible to tell his exact age. However, if the people of the Jade Clear Great Cosmos were here, they would definitely recognize that this person was the founder of the Jade Clear Palace, the Jade Clear Ancestor. He was a mighty figure who had lived for countless years. In the impression of countless living beings in the Jade Clear Great Cosmos, the Jade Clear Ancestor had been around since the universe was created. Below the hall, many people were kneeling respectfully. They were the top experts of the Jade Clear Palace and were the overlords of the Jade Clear Great Cosmos. They were characters who could shake the entire Jade Clear Great Cosmos with a stomp of their feet. However, these people were extremely respectful in front of the Jade Clear ancestor. I have deduced that the desolate void universe has been born. The Jade Clear ancestor's voice sounded. As soon as he opened his mouth, golden lotuses bloomed everywhere. This was a phenomenon that showed that the Jade Clear ancestor's cultivation had reached an unbelievable level. The desolate void universe has reappeared. The big shots below the hall were shocked. Back then, the desolate universe was destroyed. The last few experts left the desolate universe and sealed the universe passage, isolating themselves from the world. They left their original universe coordinates and let the desolate universe wander in the endless chaos. How many years has it been? I didn't expect it to reappear. Someone sighed. Back then, countless people died in battle in the desolate universe. There were many immortal Tao figures who died, and countless treasures were buried. Now that it has reappeared, it is an opportunity for us. Another person spoke. That's right. Not long ago, I sensed the aura of the desolate universe again. It is at the border between the Young World and the Yin World. However, the desolate universe is at the end of the Great Tribulation of the origin. It can accommodate early-stage origin existences at most. We can let some juniors train there. Don't some little fellows want to find a universe with the Great Tribulation of the origin to break through? This is a good choice. The Jade Clear ancestor said. Yes, ancestor. I will make the arrangements now. At the same time, in the Holy Light Void Great Cosmos. This was also an extremely powerful cosmos. In the Young World Great Cosmos, it was ranked higher than the Jade Clear Great Cosmos. Some of the big shots in this cosmos had also sensed the reappearance of the desolate Great Cosmos. They had arranged for the younger elites to go to the desolate Great Cosmos. It wasn't just the top 10 cosmoses. There were also terrifying experts in the lower-ranked cosmoses. These people had also sensed the aura of the desolate universe when the universe passage to the desolate universe was opened. At the same time, they also sensed that the desolate universe was under the Great Tribulation of the origin. The elites of these cosmoses all rushed to the desolate universe. In the Young Realm, powerhouses from different universes were constantly rushing to the antediluvian universe. The Yin World was the same. When the passage to the antediluvian universe opened, the powerhouses of the Yin World also sensed the aura of the antediluvian universe and sent a large number of elites to the antediluvian universe to seek opportunities. Among them, there was no lack of monstrous figures. Of course, the highest cultivation among these people was only early reciprocity. Under the origin tribulation, the powerhouses of the outerverse could not enter. Once they entered, they would also be suppressed by the origin tribulation and die. For a time, the winds and clouds gathered in the antediluvian universe. In a certain desolate region of the antediluvian universe, there were fragments of continents everywhere. There were even remnants of stars and the ruins of the heavenly river. Moreover, it was deathly silent. There was no life, no antediluvian chi, and no living beings. Even cultivators could not survive here for long. Outside the desolate region, chaotic chi surged, and within the surging chaotic chi, there was clearly a path that extended into the depths of the chaos. This was the universal passage. Rumble, suddenly, a violent rumble came from the depths of the chaos. The chaotic chi surged violently, and then a bronze warship sailed out from the depths of the chaos along the passage. The bronze warship looked very ancient and was enveloped by a layer of light. Some living beings could be seen standing on the deck of the warship. These living beings were all in human form. It was unknown whether they had taken human form or were born in human form. Is this the antediluvian void universe? Legend has it that immortals roam freely. It is also my place of opportunity. A handsome young man's eyes flickered with a sharp light. He had an extraordinary bearing. There is a terrifying pressure in the unseen world. Is this the origin tribulation? Very well, I will break through reciprocity under the origin tribulation and complete my path of invincibility. Another young man was even more confident. The warship suddenly shone, and the space was torn apart. The warship then entered the spatial rift, and when it reappeared, it was already far away. Its speed was unbelievably fast, countless times faster than a reciprocity cultivator flying at full speed. Not long after the bronze warship left, the chaotic chi outside the universal passage surged again, and a flickering silver pagoda flew out. Strands of light fell from the pagoda, separating the surrounding chaotic chi. The pagoda had 9 floors, and figures could be seen on each floor. The pagoda also shattered space in a flash. After the pagoda flew away for a while, another battle sword broke through the chaos and flew over. The battle sword was huge and shrouded in sword light. A large number of figures could be seen standing in the sword light. On the other side of the wasteland of the universe, there was also a universe passage. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from the depths of the universe passage, shaking the chaotic energy. Then, a huge creature flew out. This was a bone dragon. At the very least, it looked very similar to the dragons of the primitive universe. Its body was slender and huge, like a mountain range. However, this bone dragon had a pair of wings. Its wings were also made of bone. It looked like a divine dragon with a pair of wings, but its aura was exceptionally terrifying. A large number of figures stood on the back of the bone dragon. Around these figures, Xianxia rolled. It was extremely cold, as if it could freeze the void of the universe. After the skeletal dragon appeared, it tore through space and left. After the bone dragon left, another powerhouse rushed over with the Yin River. Within the Yin River, there were also a large number of experts. It had been several months since the battle between Lu Ming and the 8 races of the Forbidden Grounds. During this time, Lu Ming had been in seclusion in the Azure Divine Realm, focusing on polishing himself. He tried his best to make himself perfect so that he could break through to reciprocity. At the same time, the human king's broken sword was slowly absorbing the energy of the outside world to recover. That's right, a few months ago, Lu Ming had killed 102 reciprocity experts in the battle with the 8 races of the Forbidden Grounds. However, the energy in the hilt of the human king's broken sword had almost been completely exhausted. However, the formation in the hilt could constantly absorb the energy of the outside world to recover. However, it was not fast. It would probably take a long time for it to fully recover. It could only be said that the human king's broken sword could only be used at critical moments. It could not be used without limit. This made Lu Ming feel even more pressure. He desperately wanted to break through to reciprocity. However, every time he was about to break through to reciprocity, he would vaguely feel a great danger, causing him to shiver. This feeling was too real. It was as if he really broke through, he would definitely die. Lu Ming could not explain what was going on. He could only constantly polish himself. At this moment, with a thought, a transmission jade talisman appeared. It was a message from Mullins. The people of the Outerverse have finally descended. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. Have the people of the Outerverse finally descended? Lu Ming muttered. Mullins's transmission briefly introduced the current situation of the universe. The powerhouses of the Outerverse had descended. Their numbers were astonishing, and they came from many different great cosmoses. It was difficult to say exactly how many great cosmoses had come. As soon as these people entered, they started a bloody conflict with the various races. This was because the main goal of the Outerverse descent was the ruins, and hidden places of the antediluvian universe. These places were often buried with a large number of treasures left behind from the previous era. The various Forbidden Grounds goals were also these treasures. Naturally, there would be conflict. However, the result was that the various Forbidden Grounds suffered a great loss. Although the strongest of the Outerverse powerhouses were only at early-stage reciprocity, their numbers were astonishing. They also had various joint attack formations. Some great cosmoses even brought terrifying killing weapons. Even the various Forbidden Grounds did not dare to face them head-on. They had to give up many ruins and hidden places. Of course, the various Forbidden Grounds could not be bothered to deal with Lu Ming. In short, during this period, the antediluvian universe was in chaos. In order to compete for the ruins and hidden places, the Outerverse powerhouses not only clashed with the various Forbidden Grounds, but also with the Outerverse. Bloodshed was endless. This was because these beings came from different universes, even from the Yin realm and the Yang realm. There was no need to say much about the Yin realm and the Yang realm. They had been enemies since ancient times, and there were constant battles. Even the great cosmoses of the Yin realm and the Yang realm were competitors. It was easy for war to break out. In the void outside the land of extreme evil, a huge bone dragon appeared, making the extreme evil tribe feel as if they were facing a great enemy. On the bone dragon, a group of people looked at the land of extreme evil. Among them, there was a golden skeleton with golden flames dancing in its eye sockets. Its aura was extremely shocking. Beside it, there were other skeletons of various types. There were humanoid skeletons and beast-type skeletons, but they were all very respectful to this golden skeleton. The golden skeleton was a top-notch freak of their great cosmos. The legendary nefarious race is actually living here. I didn't expect it. The golden skeleton said. Their voices came out with the vibration of their soul fire. It was no different from other creatures speaking. Indeed. Legend has it that countless years ago, the nefarious race was also a big race in the underworld. Later, the king of the race led the army of the race to a certain place and never returned. The nefarious race also declined. Now it seems that the nefarious race came to conquer the primitive universe back then. A being that looked like a dog skeleton said. Not only that, but I also heard that the 9 demonic spider, the dark sky warriors, the dark sky vine race, the primordial light race, the baleful race, the ice fire race, and the blue sea race were all big races in the underworld. Almost at the same time as the nefarious race, the kings of these races led an army to conquer a certain place and then disappeared together. It seems that they all came to the primitive universe. Yes, it's not just these 8 races. At that time, at least 20 big races disappeared together. The other skeletons were discussing. Now it seems that these big races came to attack the primitive universe at the same time. But according to the time, the primitive universe was not strong enough at that time. Its ranking in the world of the living was far from the 11th place. It was far from being as powerful as the later ones. Why did so many big races attack the primitive universe at the same time? And it seems that they failed. Otherwise, why would the primitive universe become more prosperous later on? The golden skeleton asked. I'm not sure. It seems to involve an important matter, but it's hard to say now. The dog skeleton said. Logically speaking, the primitive universe was far from being powerful back then. There weren't many top powerhouses. More than 20 royal races attacked the primitive universe together. How could they fail? Moreover, the passage to the primitive universe was not sealed at that time. Even if the royal races failed, why didn't they leave? Why did they live in the primitive universe and become the so-called forbidden area of the primitive universe? The golden skeleton continued. Young master, I really don't know these. Unless it's a big shot of that era, perhaps he or she knows some secrets. Or we can ask the people of the nefarious race and the baleful race. The people of these races don't seem to be from this era. They were sealed a long time ago. The dog skeleton said. Yeah, let's go. Let's leave this place. In the depths of this place, there are terrifying existences that we can't deal with. Let's go to other places and capture a few people to ask. The golden skeleton said. There were many who had the same question as them. This was because the 8 clans of the Forbidden Area used to be the royal clans of the Netherworld countless years ago. Any royal race was famous in the 30,000 great cosmoses of the Yin world. However, back then, more than 20 royal races attacked a certain place together and disappeared together. At that time, it caused a huge uproar. Ever since the main forces of those clans disappeared, those clans started to decline and were replaced by other royal clans. Who would have thought that these races would be in the Your Wilds universe, and now, there were only 8 clans left. Many people wanted to know what had happened back then. They naturally did not dare to attack the headquarters of the various forbidden lands. Instead, they secretly captured the people of the various forbidden lands and interrogated them. However, the results were disappointing. The people of the forbidden lands didn't know the details of what had happened in the past. All they knew was that they had followed their king to attack the Your Wilds universe, and had suffered a crushing defeat. Many kings of the royal races were killed, and their corpses floated on the Your Wilds universe. This shocked the living beings of the Outerverse. Since the kings of a race could be called kings, they were all extremely terrifying existences. They were not kings of the mortal world, but kings of the immortal Tao. Each of them was definitely a pinnacle existence, a figure whose name shook countless great cosmoses. Even such figures were dead. What exactly did they encounter? According to the timeline, the three kings of the human race hadn't been born yet in the Your Wild universe at that time. What exactly did those races encounter? Unfortunately, no one could say for sure. Soon, they put down these questions. Fighting for the benefits in front of them was the most important thing. Although many ruins and mystic grounds couldn't be opened yet and couldn't be entered, the various great cosmoses and orthodoxies were fighting fiercely. They had to occupy them first. In any case, after a few hundred years, the origin tribulation would be over. The true powerhouses of the great cosmoses and orthodoxies would be able to descend and break open these ruins and mystic grounds to obtain the treasures inside. In addition to fighting for the ruins and mystic grounds, there were also battles between young geniuses. Some famous geniuses from the 8 clans of the Forbidden Lands and the human race of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm were also challenged. For example, during this period, many young geniuses had come to the Ashen Azure Divine Realm to challenge Fu Yuan, Zhao Wuji and the others. These geniuses of the Outerverse were all astonishingly strong. They had all sorts of amazing techniques and were born with powerful bloodlines. Even though they were all at the 3rd stage of breaking through, the geniuses of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm were no match for them. Other than Fu Yuan, who fought to a draw with one person, the others were defeated one by one. Lu Ming was focused on tempering himself in seclusion and turned a deaf ear to the challenges in the outside world. Even if someone challenged him by name, he ignored it. His current thoughts were all on how to break through to the origin tribulation. A year after Lu Ming's battle with the 8 clans of the Forbidden Lands, a piece of news spread. The number 1 genius of the Dark Sky Warriors, Wu Ju, had been challenged. Ever since Shi Tianting broke through to the origin tribulation, Wu Ju was the only one left in the Your Wild universe who had broken through 4 times. There was no doubt that the person who challenged Wu Ju was also a 4-time 9th stage cultivator. He was a freak from an extremely prosperous great cosmos in the Yang realm called the Great Cosmos of Tianguang. The Great Cosmos of Tianguang was one of the top 100 great cosmoses of the Yang realm. The battle between 2 4-time 9th stage cultivators attracted the interest of countless people and attracted a large number of spectators. However, Lu Ming remained motionless and continued his seclusion. In the end, news spread that Wu Ju had been defeated. The two had exchanged more than 500 moves, but Wu Ju was still no match for Lu Ming. Even Lu Ming was moved when he heard the news. Wu Ju was as famous as Shi Tianting in the past. It was said that the two had fought more than 10 times, but the outcome had never been decided. Lu Ming was very clear about how strong Shi Tianting was. If not for the home field advantage, Lu Ming might not have been able to defeat Shi Tianting. As for Tianchong, he was also a freak from the great cosmos of Tianguang. He was also suppressed in the desolate universe, but he had still been able to defeat Wu Ju despite being suppressed. After defeating Wu Ju, Tianchong's confidence and condition reached a peak. Then, an even more shocking piece of news spread. Tianchong wanted to break through to the origin realm. Under the great tribulation of the origin realm, the impact on the origin realm shocked countless people. Tianchong was a peerless genius from Tianguang Great Cosmos. He had broken through 4 times, and his ambition was higher than the heavens. He had the ambition to become a king, and in Tianguang Great Cosmos, he was practically an era-suppressing figure. He was invincible among his peers. When he learned that the antediluvian universe was at the end of its origin source calamity, he immediately rushed over and prepared to break through. He challenged Wu Ju to adjust his condition and boost his confidence. After defeating Wu Ju, Tianchong's aura soared, and his condition reached its peak. He was about to break through, and this attracted the attention of many experts. A large number of experts rushed over to where Tianchong was breaking through. Most of these geniuses were from the Outerverse. These geniuses all had the ambition to become a king, and they all wanted to break through during the origin source calamity. Watching others break through was undoubtedly a better choice. When Lu Ming heard the news, he was also tempted. He ended his seclusion and headed over to where Tianchong was breaking through. Recently, he felt that his condition was already at its peak. After carefully inspecting his body over 100 times, he felt that there were no flaws or weaknesses. However, every time he wanted to break through a bottleneck and break through, he would feel a great danger. This was a kind of origin source, a manifestation of extremely sharp spiritual perception that could seek fortune and avoid calamity. Lu Ming could not figure out the reason no matter how much he thought about it. Perhaps he could find the reason by watching others break through. When Lu Ming arrived, there were already mountains and seas of people. The number of living beings here was astonishing. Most of them were from other universes, and most of them were young people. Lu Ming changed his appearance and concealed his aura. He blended into the crowd and secretly observed. He was shocked. These young people all had powerful auras and were peerless geniuses. Lu Ming sensed an aura similar to Xianxia's from many of them. Lu Ming was sure that there were quite a few who had broken through 4 times. Lu Ming observed for a while and found at least 30 geniuses of this level. 30 was a shocking number. In the past, aside from Lu Ming, there were only Xianxia and Wu Ju in the various forbidden zones. Furthermore, they were not from this era and had been sealed in ancient times. At the scene, there were suspected to be 30 existences who had broken through the 4th time, or perhaps even more. The fact that they had all gathered here was simply too shocking. But from another perspective, this was normal. There were only a few people in a great cosmos who had broken through 4 times. However, these people didn't come from the same great cosmos. They came from different great cosmoses in the Yang realm and the Yin realm. These people were all ambitious and wanted to break through under the great tribulation of the origin. That was why they had rushed to the primitive universe. It could only be said that the territory of the Yin-Yang universe ocean was too large. Even if there was one in each great cosmos, there would be tens of thousands of them. Of course, it was impossible for every great cosmos to produce an elite who had broken through 4 times. This was unrealistic. It was very difficult for weaker great cosmoses to produce an elite who had broken through 4 times. However, he couldn't say that he was 100% sure. Some of the weaker great cosmoses would also have rare monstrous geniuses. They would rise up and become unparalleled powerhouses. They would lead their great cosmoses to rise continuously, and their rankings would skyrocket. Although such examples were rare, they were not unheard of. These young geniuses each stood in a different direction with their own followers. They were like the overlords of their respective regions. Moreover, Lu Ming found that most of these creatures had taken human form. This made Lu Ming feel a little strange. Lu Ming didn't believe that the true forms of these creatures were all in human form. There were probably all kinds of them, but why did they all take human form? Could it be that the human race had such an influence in the universe ocean? Lu Ming didn't quite believe it. At the peak of the primitive universe, it was only ranked 11th in the Yang realm. It had some influence, but it wasn't that great. Could it be that all the creatures thought that the human form was the most beautiful? Lu Ming denied this guess. It wasn't very reliable. Lu Ming reckoned that there must be some inside story that he didn't know. He could only slowly find an opportunity to inquire about it in the future. He disguised himself and blended into the crowd, so he didn't stand out. Even if there were people from the 8 forbidden races here, they wouldn't pay attention to Lu Ming, mainly because there were too many creatures. A few days later, Tianchong began to break through. However, the result shocked everyone. Because in the end, Tianchong failed and died under the origin source tribulation, turning into ashes. Lu Ming discovered that the power of the origin source tribulation this time was much stronger than when Xianxia broke through. Although Tianchong was extremely talented and powerful, stronger than Xianxia and Wu Ju of the same realm, he still couldn't withstand it. His unwilling roar shook the void of the universe, but in the end, it was useless and he turned into ashes. Some of Tianchong's protectors were anxious and wanted to save him, but they also died under the origin source tribulation. The scene fell silent. This scene was out of everyone's expectations. It was like a bucket of cold water being poured over the heads of those ambitious geniuses. They knew very well how strong Tianchong was. When he was fighting with all his strength just now, he had displayed his strength to the extreme. Whether it was his physical body or soul, they had both reached a peak. Even though they were also at the 4th level of the extreme break, some people felt that they were inferior to Tianchong. If Tianchong was defeated, how could they succeed? Breaking through under the origin source tribulation was so difficult. No, when Shi Tianting broke through, the power of the origin source tribulation was far from this strong. Why is Tianchong's breakthrough so powerful? Someone exclaimed. Lu Ming glanced around and found that it was the number one genius of the nefarious tribe, Evil Cicada. Evil Cicada had seen Shi Tianting break through. Among the people present, except for the 8 clans of the Forbidden Area and some of the people in the Azure Divine Realm, no one from the Outerverse had seen Shi Tianting break through. Someone immediately asked, "What did you say? Are you saying that when Shi Tianting broke through, the suppression of the origin source tribulation wasn't that great?" Yes, it's far from that. Yes, it's far from that. Otherwise, Shi Tianting couldn't have broken through successfully. Several geniuses from the 8 clans of the Forbidden Area spoke one after another. I see. I understand now. It's the Cosmic Seas Berserk. A youth from the Outerverse said. What's the Cosmic Seas Berserk? Some people who didn't understand asked. Legend has it that during the origin source tribulation, once someone breaks through to the origin realm under the origin source tribulation, it will cause the Cosmic Sea to go berserk. If someone wants to break through later, the Cosmic Sea will go berserk, and the origin source tribulation suppression will increase exponentially. It will be difficult for anyone to break through under the origin source tribulation. The person from before explained. Yes, I've also heard of such rumors. Not all origin source tribulations are like this. Many universes experience origin source tribulations, but it's not like this. No one will break through and cause the origin source tribulation suppression to increase. This is only a minority. I didn't expect to encounter it. Another person explained. Most of the people present were silent, especially those geniuses who were determined to break through under the great calamity. Their expressions were even more unsightly. If that was the case, wouldn't they have no chance? There were too many benefits to breaking through under the great calamity. Once they broke through, their potential and talent would be greatly improved, and they could greatly expand their future path. It would allow their future cultivation to be faster and more stable, surpassing their peers. How could they miss such a good opportunity? It could be said that Shi Tianting's breakthrough had blocked the path of the others. Why is it like this? Wu Ju's face was pale. If that was the case, wouldn't he have no chance to catch up with Shi Tianting? The gap between him and Shi Tianting was difficult to make up. Only after breaking through to the origin and obtaining other heaven-defying opportunities could he catch up. Lu Ming was the same. His expression wasn't very good either. He finally understood why he would feel a terrible sense of danger every time he tried to break through to the origin source realm. It turned out that it was because of the violent cosmic sea. The pressure of the great calamity was too strong. Even if he tried to break through with his strength, it might be difficult to succeed and he would end up dying. It wasn't that he still had a flaw, but that he didn't have the conditions. If he broke through alone, there would be no path for others. Is there no chance at all? Someone asked, unwilling to give up. It's not that there's no chance at all. As long as one is strong enough, one can break through all obstacles. Tianchong failed because he wasn't strong enough. A young man spoke. This person was wearing a white robe and was shrouded in a holy light. Even after seeing Tianchong fail, his tone and expression were still full of confidence. The peerless genius of the Holy Light Great Cosmos, Divine Wu Shuang. The Holy Light Great Cosmos, ranked 9th in the Yang Realm. Divine Wu Shuang is also here. I heard that he has broken through 5 times. No wonder he's so confident. Not necessarily. Even if he broke through 5 times, he might not be confident of breaking through successfully. Some people discussed secretly. The Holy Light Great Cosmos, ranked 9th in the Yang Realm. Lu Ming couldn't help but look at Divine Wu Shuang in shock. To be able to rank in the top 10 among the tens of thousands of great cosmoses in the Yang Realm was absolutely terrifying. It must be known that the end of the Your Wilds universe was the most prosperous period in the history of the Your Wilds universe. Even so, it was only ranked 11th in the world of the living. There was still a significant gap between it and 9th place. A universe like that attracted a lot of attention. Many people looked at unparalleled holy. That was especially true of the universes from the underworld. They were all wondering how they could get rid of unparalleled holy. Even in the entire universe ocean, those who broke through 5 limits were top-notch freaks. They had endless potential, and there was hope for them to become kings in the future. Once they grew up, they would become another great enemy of the underworld. This kind of future enemy should be eliminated as soon as possible. However, Divine Wushuang was fearless and still very confident. If you're strong enough, of course you can break through all obstacles. But with your divine peerless strength, you're still far from enough. If you're so capable, why don't you try breaking through? Someone mocked. Many people felt their hearts tremble. How bold of him to mock the divine and unparalleled person to his face. The sacred light great cosmos was famous for being overbearing. Anyone who offended them would not have a good ending. However, when everyone saw the person who spoke, they understood. It was a golden skeleton. Its golden bones were even more resplendent than gold. They flickered with terrifying light and looked indestructible. The ancestral immortal bone of the skeletal great cosmos. Someone muttered, sucking in a breath of cold air. The skeletal great cosmos was a top-notch great cosmos in the underworld. Among the tens of thousands of great cosmoses in the underworld, it was also ranked 7th. It was ranked even higher than the sacred light great cosmos in the Yang realm. Moreover, the ancestral immortal bone had an even more shocking origin. Legend had it that the bones of an immortal Tao human monarch had given birth to consciousness. They were born exceptionally powerful, and their bone defense was extremely terrifying. They were almost indestructible. Their only weakness was their soul. If one wanted to defeat them, they had to first defeat their soul. There's actually such a great cosmos? Bone Demon was really born in the wrong place. If he went to the skeletal great cosmos, he would be like a fish in water. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. Divine Wushuang's eyes were like 2 suns as he scanned the ancestral immortal bone. In the end, he did not speak. Clearly, he was very wary of the ancestral immortal bone. Lu Ming mixed in the crowd and listened to everyone's conversation. He heard many secrets of the universe ocean. This allowed him to know more about the situation of the universe ocean. Legend has it that at the end of the prehistoric era, the human race, the Wu people, and the monster race worked together and spent countless resources to build a sky-stepping platform. Stepping on the sky-stepping platform can refine one's soul and body with the ancient power of the universe, greatly improving one's talent and potential in all aspects. I wonder if that's true? Someone began to discuss. Yes, there are detailed records in the ancient books of my race. The sky-stepping platform is also an important reason why the primitive universe was able to rise so quickly back then. It can allow their top elites to reach a higher level and give birth to more overlords, forming a virtuous cycle. However, the core material to build the sky-stepping platform is too rare and difficult to find. Many great cosmoses want to build it, but they can't. Someone else spoke and confirmed this matter. I don't know if the sky-stepping platform was preserved during the War of the Prehistoric Era. If it was preserved and we can find it, we can use it to reach a higher level and perfect all aspects. We might be able to break through under the origin tribulation. Someone whispered. This made many people's eyes burn with passion. The sky-stepping platform was a treasure of the primitive universe back then. The reason why the primitive universe was able to rise so quickly was related to it. Many great cosmoses were envious. Even many powerful great cosmoses didn't have it. Only the top 10 great cosmoses should have it. However, the sky-stepping platform couldn't be opened at will. Every time it was opened, it had to wait a long time before it could be opened again. Therefore, many of the elites of the top 10 great cosmoses hadn't stepped on the sky-stepping platform before. Hearing this, they were extremely tempted. If the sky-stepping platform of the primitive universe was still there, it hadn't been opened for countless years. Once they found it, they would definitely be able to open it. With the help of the sky-stepping platform, they could become stronger and break through under the origin tribulation. Let's go and find it. It must be sealed somewhere in the primitive universe. Many people whispered and left. The sky-stepping platform? Lu Ming's eyes were also burning with passion. If he could use the sky-stepping platform, he might be able to break through. However, it wouldn't be easy to find it first. Otherwise, it would have been discovered by the 8 races in the forbidden area. I'll leave it to fate. I'm still not strong enough. I still have room for improvement. My Genesis arts should be far from the peak, Lu Ming pondered and left the place, returning to the Tsongqing divine realm. Of course, after Lu Ming returned to the Tsongqing divine realm, he didn't focus on seclusion. He asked someone to pay attention to the situation in the universe, especially regarding the heaven trampling platform. If there was any news, they would inform him. Time passed quickly, and 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. In these 10 years, the Anhuang universe had become more and more chaotic, because more and more people had entered the Anhuang universe. Outerverse experts could be seen everywhere in the Anhuang universe, and battles could be seen everywhere. Especially now that the primitive universe was drifting at the border between the Yang world and the Yin world, a large number of experts from both sides had entered the primitive universe. Once the creatures of the Yang world and the Yin world met, there was nothing to say, it would be a battle of life and death, the kind that would not stop until one of them was dead. One could imagine how tragic the war in the Anhuang universe was during this period. It had become a battlefield between the Yang world and the Yin world, and origin source blood flowed everywhere. As for those ancient ruins and secret lands, they naturally became the focus of the competition. Every ancient ruin and secret land was soaked in blood. Although many secret places and ruins couldn't be opened now, they could be occupied first. When the origin source tribulation was over, the immortal tribulation experts of the various universes would come and open them. In these 10 years, Lu Ming had been cultivating in seclusion, hoping to become stronger. Unfortunately, his progress was very limited. At Lu Ming's current level, almost all aspects had reached a kind of limit, such as his physical body, forbidden origin power, and spirit. Unless he made a breakthrough, it would be too difficult to improve. As for Genesis techniques, Lu Ming had just comprehended them not long ago. The space for improvement should be very large, but Genesis techniques needed a long time to accumulate. 10 years was like an instant to a god. It was too short. Even with Lu Ming's talent, it was difficult to make much progress. At this speed, it was impossible for Lu Ming to break through the origin source tribulation and obtain the gift of the cosmic sea. But at this moment, a piece of news rapidly spread throughout the Anhuang universe. The heaven trampling platform had appeared and was found. When Lu Ming received the news, he immediately came out of seclusion and asked Mullins for details. Mullins told him that the news came from the White Feather Great Cosmos. The sky trampling platform had also been found by the people of the White Feather Great Cosmos. The people of White Feather Great Cosmos found the heaven trampling platform. Why did they spread the news instead of using it themselves? Lu Ming was curious. The White Feather Great Cosmos was considered a relatively strong cosmos in the Yang realm and was ranked within the top 1,000. It is said that the White Feather Great Cosmos did not have enough manpower and could only rely on people from other cosmoses to activate the sky trampling platform. Therefore, they could only spread the news and invite all the elites to gather at the sky trampling platform. Of course, there are also people who say that when the White Feather Great Cosmos discovered the sky trampling platform, it was also discovered by people from other great cosmoses. Seeing that the news could no longer be hidden, they could only spread the news to prevent other parties from targeting them. Now, many elites from the Ashen Green Immortal Realm have set off for the sky trampling platform. Mullins explained. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming said. Since the heaven trampling platform had appeared, Lu Ming absolutely would not miss it. Lu Ming, Mullins, and Huang Ling went together. On the way, they met Fu Yuan, Zhao Wuji, and the others, so they could accompany them to the sky trampling platform. Along the way, he learned more details from Fu Yuan and the others. The current sky trampling platform was very likely broken and incomplete. Some people speculated that it might be a part of the complete sky trampling platform that had been hidden in the void. Therefore, the great forbidden lands in the western cosmos, including the Ashen Green Immortal Realm, had not discovered it. Now, the main reason was that there were too many outerverse beings. In the vast universe, outerverse beings could be seen everywhere. After a thorough search, they had finally found the sky trampling platform. Otherwise, if the sky trampling platform wanted to appear, they could only rely on luck. After a period of time, Lu Ming and the others arrived at the location of the sky trampling platform. The sky-trampling platform was on a fragment of a continent. At this moment, there was already a sea of people on this fragment of a continent. Furthermore, there were still people rushing over from all directions. On one side, there were young realm beings, and on the other side, there were Yin realm beings. Both sides maintained a delicate balance, and there was no great battle. Lu Ming and the others mingled with the Yang realm as they headed towards the center of the fragment. In the center, there was a huge stone platform. This stone platform was obviously man-made. It was octagonal, like a huge 8 trigrams that stood tall on the ground. The stone platform was very large and had a very wide area. Just one side could be 100,000 kilometers long. However, there were a few cracks on the stone platform that extended from one end to the other. It was as if the stone platform would fall apart at any moment. There were beings everywhere around the stone platform. All of them had powerful auras, especially the young ones. Needless to say, they were all geniuses. The sky-trampling platform was originally prepared for geniuses. Such a huge sky-trampling platform can't be hidden even if we want to. It will be discovered soon. No wonder the Feather Flight Great Cosmos spread the news. Lu Ming pondered. The antediluvian universe is the Yang realm's great cosmos. It belongs to the Yang realm. Yin realm beings can scram. Suddenly, a cold shout came from around the sky-trampling platform. Haha, how laughable. The primitive universe is now at the border between the world of the living and the world of the underworld. It doesn't belong to the world of the living. Besides, even if it does belong to the world of the living, it will belong to the world of the underworld if we take it down. Someone from the Yin realm sneered. You're being unreasonable. Do you have the ability to attack it? Someone from the Yang realm shouted. No ability? Ha ha ha, how was the antediluvian universe destroyed back then? Wasn't it destroyed by the mighty figures of the Yin realm? The beings of the Yin realm replied. The two sides argued, and the smell of gunpowder was intense. However, they were restrained to a certain extent, and a great battle did not break out. There were too many living beings here today. Once a great battle broke out, it would be difficult to control, and it would cause a terrifying bloodshed. Moreover, the difference in strength between the two sides was not great. If a great battle really broke out, neither side was confident of winning. Most importantly, the main purpose of everyone here today was the sky-trampling platform, especially the top monstrous geniuses. The most important purpose was to use the sky-trampling platform to temper themselves and let them reach a higher level so that they could break through under the origin tribulation. In the past 10 years, no monstrous genius had tried to break through to the origin realm. When Tianchong broke through, the suppression of the origin tribulation was too terrifying. No one was confident. Now, the sky-trampling platform was undoubtedly an opportunity. The sky-trampling platform has cracks. Can it still be used? Moreover, it's a little different from the legendary sky-trampling platforms of other powerful universes. This sky-trampling platform looks a little too small. It's far from as huge and imposing as the legends say. Many people in the crowd raised questions. I believe many people already know that this heaven-trampling platform is damaged. Perhaps it's only a part of the complete heaven-trampling platform. The complete one was destroyed in the great battle back then. An old man stood on the octagonal stone platform. He wore the white feather battle suit and was an origin realm expert of the white feather great cosmos. Since it's a damaged heaven-trampling platform, can it still be used? Someone asked. Yes. The old man from the white feather great cosmos said, through our research, although this heaven-trampling platform is damaged, its functions are almost the same as a complete one. However, it can only hold a small number of people and can only be used once. I'm afraid that after it's activated once, this heaven-trampling platform will completely fall apart. The old man from the white feather great cosmos explained. Many people felt that it was a pity. If it could be used continuously, many great cosmoses would be envious. Even the top 10 great cosmoses of the Yin world and the Yang world would be tempted and try to snatch it. However, a heaven-trampling platform that could only be used once wouldn't be of much use. If it couldn't be used continuously, it wouldn't be able to create powerful geniuses. Everyone understood that this was the reason why the beings of the white feather great cosmos had announced it to the world. If it was a complete heaven-trampling platform that could be used continuously, the white-feathered great cosmos would probably do everything they could to take it away. Why would the news spread? Then how can we activate the heaven-trampling platform? Someone asked. It's very simple. The heaven-trampling platform is specially used by young geniuses. There's a restriction on it that tests one's age. Therefore, those who are old can forget about it. It's useless. As long as enough young geniuses step on this stone platform and circulate the blood in their bodies, the heaven-trampling platform can be activated. The old man from the white feather great cosmos said. Then what are we waiting for? We have enough geniuses now. We can activate the heaven-trampling platform now. That's right. We can activate it immediately. Why are we wasting time? Many people shouted. Those who shouted didn't have much confidence in themselves. If they activated it before many geniuses arrived, they might be able to get a share of the loot. However, the more they waited, the more geniuses would arrive and they wouldn't have a chance. No, our geniuses haven't arrived yet. We can't activate it. Someone said in an overbearing tone. How laughable. Your clan's geniuses haven't arrived, yet you can't activate it. Why do you need so many people to wait for them? That's right. This is simply laughable. How can opportunities wait for people? Since you came late, you have to bear the consequences. Many people said unhappily. Why? We are from the holy light great cosmos. A cold voice was heard, and that area was covered by dense holy light. Many people shut their mouths. This was the holy light cosmos, ranked 9th in the Yang realm. It had always been domineering and terrifyingly powerful. Who would dare to offend it? Even the great cosmoses, which were also in the top 10, had to give them face. For example, the Jade Clear Great Cosmos, which was ranked 10th in the Yang realm, did not voice any objections even though most of the geniuses were present. Instead, they stood there quietly. Firstly, they were apprehensive of the great cosmos and didn't want to offend them. Secondly, the top geniuses among them were very confident and felt that they were not weaker than others. No matter how many geniuses came, they would still have a place. At the same time, on the in-world side, there were powerful cosmos geniuses who hadn't arrived yet, needing to wait, stopping everyone from opening the heaven-trampling platform. Facing these colossal great cosmoses, the living beings of the other cosmoses naturally didn't dare to say anything. There were many cosmoses in the vast cosmic sea. The Yang realm and the in-world added up to more than 70,000 great cosmoses. However, there was a huge difference in strength between these great cosmoses. The top 10 in the Yang realm or the in-world were all astonishingly powerful. They had been around for countless years, and who knew how many terrifying existences resided there. It could be said that the immortals were unhindered, and there were many immortal Dao powerhouses. Some of the weaker great cosmoses didn't even have a single immortal Dao powerhouse. Those powerful great cosmoses could casually send out a powerhouse to destroy those weaker great cosmoses. The difference wasn't ordinary. Those weaker great cosmoses naturally didn't dare to offend the powerful great cosmoses. Everyone could only wait. After a few more days, the geniuses of those powerful great cosmoses arrived one after another. For example, the Holy Light Great Cosmos Peerless Genius, Sacred Unparalleled. There was also the skeletal great cosmos Atavistic Immortal Bone. Of course, there weren't just two such powerful geniuses. In the past 10 years, more geniuses had definitely come. Lu Ming secretly observed. Some people had astonishing auras, and even he felt pressured. Now, among those at the same level, those who could make Lu Ming feel a little pressured were at least 4-time extreme break. Those who felt a little pressured were definitely at least 5th-time extreme break. Of course, there were also Origin Realm geniuses secretly, such as Xianxia. However, Origin Realm geniuses didn't participate in the competition. The heaven-trampling platform was mainly targeted at those below the Origin Realm. Let's begin. All young geniuses can go up the platform. The old man from the white feather great cosmos said and flew off the stone platform. Whoosh, immediately, a dense crowd of young geniuses flew up the stone platform. The number was astonishing. At a rough glance, there were at least a few 100,000 of them. Yes, there were a few 100,000 young geniuses, and all of them were peak almighty. Some of them had even broken through. The weakest of them had broken through once. This was completely unimaginable in the past. How many people in the entire heavenly human race had reached the level of the strongest Lord of Heaven? Now, there were a few 100,000 of them, and they were all young geniuses. It was unimaginable. However, in the vast cosmic sea, where various great cosmoses gathered, this wasn't much. Moreover, it couldn't be the gathering of all the peak almighty geniuses in the universe. There couldn't be so few of them. This was only a small portion of the vast cosmic sea. Lu Ming, you can go. We won't go. Mulans and Huangling said. They knew themselves very well. Although they had the power of 2 breakthroughs and would have been considered top-notch geniuses in the primitive universe, they were nothing in the cosmic ocean. There were too many geniuses. They wouldn't be able to compete even if they went up. Alright, you guys stay beside the people from the Jade Clear Great Cosmos. Lu Ming nodded and secretly transmitted his voice. This was good too. If Mulans and the others didn't compete, he wouldn't have to worry. Staying beside the people from the Jade Clear Great Cosmos would prevent them from being targeted. Then, he moved and rushed up the stone platform. Fu Yuan, Zhao Wuji, and the others were peerless geniuses who had broken through 3 times. Naturally, they wouldn't give up and rushed up the stone platform as well. In the cosmic sea, those who had broken through 3 times were considered top geniuses. Boom, after a few 100,000 young geniuses landed on the stone platform, they stimulated their blood qi. Instantly, the blood qi on the octagonal stone platform soared into the sky like countless volcanoes erupting at the same time. At the same time, the octagonal stone platform shook violently. Dense runes appeared on it. From afar, the octagonal stone platform really looked like an 8 trigrams platform. After a short while, small octagonal stone platforms appeared in each of the 8 corners of the octagonal stone platform. In each of the 8 corners of the octagonal stone platform, there were some small octagonal stone platforms. It could be seen that there were 8 small octagonal stone platforms in each of the 8 corners. These small octagonal stone platforms floated in the air and were also covered with runes. There were a total of 64 small stone platforms in the 8 corners. Many people's eyes lit up. The heaven trampling platform had been successfully activated. The opportunities were on these small octagonal stone platforms. Even if one had not eaten pork, they would have seen pigs run. Although no one present had used the heaven trampling platform, most of them had heard of its legend. The heaven trampling platform would normally constantly absorb the energy of the universe, which would then be condensed and transformed into an extremely pure and special energy. Once this energy entered the body, it would greatly enhance the physical body, soul, and even the forbidden origin power. It could be said that it could allow a living being to greatly improve in all aspects. In order to activate this energy, one had to step onto one of the small octagonal stone platforms. However, only one person was allowed to step onto a stone platform. But there were hundreds of thousands of people present who wanted to compete. That stone platform is mine. I must occupy one of the stone platforms. The next moment, hundreds of thousands of figures moved, charging towards the 64 octagonal stone platforms. There were a total of 64 stone platforms, but there were hundreds of thousands of competitors. On average, there were more than 5,000 people competing for each stone platform. A stone platform could not accommodate more than 5,000 people. Therefore, before they landed on the stone platforms, all kinds of attacks erupted in the void. Dazzling light collided and filled half the sky. Instantly, blood splattered everywhere. People were killed and their corpses fell to the ground. The competition was very cruel. It could be seen that some people were very powerful, such as the atavistic immortal bone and sacred Wushuang from the sacred light great cosmos. These people were too strong. When the power of a quintuple extreme break erupted, their attacks were unstoppable. Even quintuple extreme break experts would be injured by a single move, let alone those who had broken through 3 times and below. Many people were terrified and quickly retreated, rushing to the other stone platforms. This was because they knew that with quintuple extreme break experts present, they could not compete at all. If they were not careful, they would be killed. Therefore, the competition for the other stone platforms was even greater. Some stone platforms had more than 10,000 people competing. Of course, not everyone on the stone platforms retreated in fear of quintuple extreme break experts. Some people on the stone platforms did not retreat. Instead, many experts planned to join forces to defeat quintuple extreme break experts. Because these 64 stone platforms were only the first step. A stone platform. There were 8 stone platforms in each direction. Once the 8 stone platforms were determined, the competition would continue. 8 to 4, and a new stone platform would appear. The higher the stone platform, the more energy one would be able to draw upon, and the more one would be able to temper one's body. As such, one would be able to reap greater benefits. If they did not deal with quintuple extreme break experts, they would encounter them later. Boom, a terrifying battle had a fierce extreme break over 100 people eventually landed on the stone platform. Then, they joined forces to attack a purple gold giant. This purple gold giant was more than 10 meters tall, and its entire body was purple gold. Even its hair was purple gold, as if it was made of purple gold. Its entire body was impervious to swords and spears, and it had immense strength and terrifying combat strength. This was a member of the War Giant clan. Without a doubt, this was a powerful being who had broken through 5 times. Over 100 Skyprides besieged the purple gold giant. However, it was clear that these people had underestimated the terror of breaking through 5 times. Zijin was actually holding a purple gold battle axe in his hand, and no one was able to withstand his attacks. Even someone who had broken through 4 levels of the pinnacle was unable to fight back in front of him, and was severely injured in one move. You think you can stop me? Kill all of you! The purple gold giant roared. His muscles wriggled and his blood surged, shaking the void. His eyes were like suns, flickering with raging battle intent. The battle axe hacked out crazily. There was nothing fancy about it, but the attack power of each axe was terrifyingly strong. Ah, a blood-curdling scream came from a silver-skinned youth. This silver-skinned youth was cleaved in half by the violet gold, and even his soul couldn't escape. Fear appeared on the others' faces. That silver-skinned young man was someone who had broken through 4 times of the Immortal Ascension stage. He was definitely a freakish genius, and yet he had been killed. Everyone else was terrified. Come on, come on! The purple golden giant roared, its battle intent raging. However, no one dared to make a move. The so-called alliance was only temporary. If the situation turned bad, the alliance would naturally collapse. Go to the other stone platforms. The prodigies on this stone platform left one after another, rushing to the other stone platforms like lightning. Hee, you want to fight me without breaking through 5 times of the Immortal Ascension stage? You're overestimating yourself. The purple gold giant snickered and stomped his foot. Powerful blood essence and taboo origin energy erupted and surged into the stone platform. Boom, the stone platform rumbled, and dense runes lit up. A powerful force surged out of the stone platform, enveloping the purple gold giant within. The energy contained within the stone platform had been activated. The others had already occupied this stone platform, and they had lost the right to compete. This way, the competition for the stone platforms that hadn't broken through 5 times of the Immortal Ascension stage would be even greater. After all, there weren't that many existences who had broken through 5 times of the Immortal Ascension stage. It was impossible for every stone platform to have someone who had broken through 5 times of the Immortal Ascension stage. In fact, everyone estimated that there were only about 5 existences who had broken through 5 times of the Immortal Ascension stage. Why was it estimated? Because it was very difficult to see with the naked eye, unless the other party displayed their full strength. It was hard to guarantee that some people were still hiding their strength. In the vast cosmic sea and close to 70,000 great cosmoses, there were naturally far more than 5 people who had broken through 5 times of the Immortal Ascension stage. However, there were only about 5 people who had come to the primitive universe. Some were too far away and couldn't rush over in a short period of time. Some were in seclusion, and some had other opportunities. There were countless opportunities in the vast cosmic sea, and the primitive universe wasn't the only place with opportunities. There were 5 people who had broken through 5 times of the Immortal Ascension stage. No one competed for these 5 stone platforms at all. They directly occupied them, drawing on the energy of the stone platforms to temper themselves. More than 10,000 people competed for Lu Ming's stone platform. Of course, many people were quickly eliminated. Those who had broken through once or twice of the immortal ascension stage weren't qualified to compete at all. If they were careless, they would be killed. The competition was very cruel. In just a few minutes, hundreds of geniuses were killed. These people were all geniuses with great prospects. Even without this opportunity, they wouldn't be weak. Naturally, they didn't want to die here. Therefore, many people gave up and quickly retreated when they saw that they couldn't compete. Those who could really compete had to have broken through 3 times of the immortal ascension stage. In the end, more than 100 geniuses landed on Lu Ming's stone platform. Almost all of them had the combat strength of a 3rd stage extreme break. And there were more than 10 people who were suspected to have reached the 4th stage extreme break. Many people looked at each other with cold gazes, all of them wanting to suppress each other. "Brat, get down here." Beside Lu Ming, a burly figure suddenly charged towards Lu Ming. The sinister and cold aura swept toward Lu Ming wildly. This was a genius from the Yin world. His combat strength was very powerful. He had the combat strength of a 3rd stage extreme break, second only to a 4th stage extreme break. At the same time, the other people from the Yin world also launched an attack. Their target was the genius from the Yang world. Obviously, the geniuses of the Yin world wanted to join forces to defeat the geniuses of the Yang world first and then compete with each other. It was not only this octagonal stone platform, the other octagonal stone platforms were the same. The people from the Yin world were joining forces to defeat the people from the Yang world first. Of course, the people from the Yang world also had the same intention. The people on both sides fought together. "You're the one who should get lost." Lu Ming's eyes were cold. His war god spear swept out and collided with the expert from the Yin world. With a boom, the expert from the Yin world trembled. His arm exploded and his body flew out of the stone platform like a sack. He vomited large mouthfuls of blood and almost died. Around him, the others were shocked. They did not expect that Lu Ming, who looked ordinary, would be so powerful. A genius who was about to reach the 4th stage extreme break was beaten half to death in one move. Immediately, several geniuses from the Yin world stared at Lu Ming. "You have some skills, I'll take you on." A woman with a head full of snake hair charged towards Lu Ming. This woman's hair was small and her body was constantly twisting and hissing. It was very terrifying. Moreover, these snake hair could spit out beams of light with terrifying power. Anyone who was hit by these beams of light would be turned into stone and then shattered by this woman. Previously, Lu Ming had seen with his own eyes several Yang realm geniuses being turned into stone by this woman and then smashed to pieces. Lu Ming brandished his war god spear and spun at an extremely fast speed. An extremely powerful chi blocked the beam of light shot out by the snake-haired woman. Then, the war god spear shook and turned into an incomparably sharp spear light that pierced towards the snake-haired woman. Lu Ming did not use any Genesis techniques for the time being. His Genesis techniques were rather special. Once they were used, they consumed far too much origin power. Moreover, now was not the time to use it. If he used it now and revealed the power of 5 break extremity, he would most likely be besieged by others. The contestants for this stone platform were all geniuses from the outerverse. None of them recognized Lu Ming, and none of them knew that Lu Ming had broken through 5 times. When the others were almost done fighting, Lu Ming would reveal his strongest combat strength and decide the outcome of the battle in one fell swoop. Lu Ming and the snake-haired woman clashed, but they were not in a hurry to defeat each other. Instead, they exchanged blows, and it was difficult to tell who had the upper hand. After a while, there were only a dozen or so contestants left on the stone platform. The others had all been defeated and had retreated while coughing up blood. There were even some who had been killed and died on the spot. Boom, some people tried to activate their blood essence and origin power to activate the stone platform's energy, but it was impossible. The outcome of the battle had not been decided yet, so it was impossible to activate the stone platform's energy. At this moment, Lu Ming intensified his attacks, and the snake-haired woman was forced to retreat. Desolation style, Sky Splitter style, Lu Ming used 2 killer moves in succession. The snake-haired woman screamed in pain, but she was no match for Lu Ming. She spat out large mouthfuls of blood and was blasted off the stone platform. Her chest had been pierced through by Lu Ming's war god spear, and blood flowed out. She had been severely injured, and her vitality had been greatly damaged. She wanted to rush back to the platform to continue the battle, but the elders of her race stopped her. She had already been defeated and severely injured. There was no point in going back. If she was not careful, she might even lose her life there. After Lu Ming defeated the snake-haired woman, he rushed to the other battlefield and helped a prodigy from the Yang world to attack a prodigy from the Yin world. The two of them joined forces and defeated the prodigy from the Yin world quickly. The balance of the stone platform was broken, and the people from the Yang world gained the absolute upper hand. Not long after, all the prodigies from the Yin world were defeated. At this time, there were 6 people left on the stone platform. These 6 people were all from the Yang world, and they were all existences who had broken through 4 times. Brother, your combat power is not bad, but you don't look familiar. May I know which universe you are from? A young man looked at Lu Ming and smiled. The Desolation universe. Lu Ming replied. There was nothing to hide. When he displayed his strongest combat power later, these people would definitely know his origin. The Desolation universe, the other 5 young men on the stone platform were stunned when they heard that. Lu Ming was from the Desolation universe. Could he be a human from the Desolation universe? However, the current human race in the Desolation universe was only a remnant of the human race. It was worlds apart from the human race of the past. There were no prodigies worth their attention at all. They did not expect that there would be someone like Lu Ming. A broken great universe with a broken universe core and incomplete laws and profundities was actually able to produce a prodigy like Lu Ming. It was really rare. There are only 6 of us left. Let's fight it out. Another young woman said. She was very beautiful and had an outstanding temperament. I think it's better for all of you to step down. This stone platform is mine. The one who spoke was Lu Ming. The other 5 people looked at Lu Ming. What a big tone. He actually wanted the 5 of them to leave. Lu Ming's strength was not bad, but it was not strong enough to suppress the 5 of them. Boom, at that moment, an even more powerful aura erupted from Lu Ming's body. His body swelled and became 10 meters tall. The divine battle spear was surrounded by divine light, and his aura was oppressive. This aura made the other 5 young prodigies' faces turn solemn. They felt a strong pressure. However, it was just pressure. They could not be sure of Lu Ming's true combat strength without making a move. Let me see how strong you are. A burly young man rushed toward Lu Ming. He had a purple gold rod in his hand, which was a top-grade source-grade divine weapon. He smashed the rod toward Lu Ming. A 4-time extreme break prodigy attacked with all his strength. His combat strength was shocking. However, Lu Ming's expression did not change at all. The divine battle spear swept out and collided with the purple gold rod. With a clang, the purple gold rod vibrated violently. The burly young man's body shook violently and flew out of the stone platform like a meteorite. His arm trembled non-stop. The bones in his arm had been broken. 5 times extreme break, the burly young man's voice was trembling. The others also sucked in a breath of cold air, revealing a look of shock. Lu Ming was actually a peerless prodigy who had broken through 5 times extreme break. The surrounding onlookers also looked at Lu Ming. The 6th person who had broken through 5 times extreme break had appeared. The surrounding spectators all looked at Lu Ming. Humph. Many people from the 8 clans of the Forbidden Area finally noticed Lu Ming and immediately snorted. Do you know this kid? Someone asked the people of the 8 clans of the Forbidden Area. When they learned about Lu Ming's identity, everyone was shocked. They had never expected that this new 5-tiered extreme break was actually a remnant of the human race from the primitive universe. The talent of the human race is really terrifying. No wonder they could rise so quickly back then and shake the heavens. Someone exclaimed. There were close to 70,000 great cosmoses in the cosmic sea, and it was fully deserving of being called the heavens. You're right. The primitive universe has been destroyed, and the laws and order are no longer complete. Yet, it can still produce a 5-tiered extreme break. What a monster. There is indeed a 5-tiered extreme break hidden in the crowd. Besides Lu Ming, there might be more. They must want to compete for the highest sky trampling platform. There will be a good show to watch. There was a lot of discussion in the crowd. In general, the appearance of a new 5-tiered extreme break didn't shock the crowd too much. They were more shocked by Lu Ming's identity. Do you guys still want to fight? On the stone platform, Lu Ming's fighting spirit was burning as he glanced at the remaining 4 elites. A 5-tiered extreme break. I don't want to fight anymore. A young woman shook her head and smiled bitterly. Then, with a swoosh, she left the stone platform. She knew her own limits. At the same time, she also knew about the 5-tiered extreme break very well because there was also a 5-tiered extreme break in their great cosmos. Although that 5-tiered extreme break didn't come this time, she had fought with him before. She knew the difference between a 4-tiered extreme break and a 5-tiered extreme break. Even if the 4 of them joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for Lu Ming. Since they weren't a match for him, they might as well quit and compete for the other stone platforms. Now, some of the stone platforms hadn't been decided yet. It was still not too late for them to go. After the young woman left, the remaining 3 people also left and rushed to the other stone platforms. There was only Lu Ming on this stone platform. Boom! Lu Ming took a step forward and his blood boiled. His source strength and blood flowed into the stone platform, causing it to shake. An incomparably powerful energy gushed out and covered Lu Ming's body. The energy contained within the stone platform was activated by Lu Ming. This energy was too pure, as if it was the condensation of an innate spirit. Lu Ming only needed to circulate his energy slightly, and this energy would madly rush towards Lu Ming and be absorbed by Lu Ming. After being absorbed by Lu Ming, this surge of energy rapidly spread throughout his body, seeping into his limbs, bones, internal organs, and every cell. Furthermore, it also entered his soul. Lu Ming could feel that his body and soul, which had almost reached their limits, were being tempered and rapidly improved. It wasn't just his body and soul that were improving. Even his taboo origins were improving. This improvement wasn't an improvement in his cultivation base, but an improvement in his foundation. It was as if he was building a foundation and improving in all aspects. Wonderful. It is indeed wonderful. It is indeed worthy of being called the sky trampling platform. I originally thought that it would be difficult for my taboo origins to improve if I didn't break through my cultivation base. I never imagined that it would continue to improve. Lu Ming sighed in amazement. At the same time, he was even more determined to continue. This was only the first step of the sky trampling platform. There were even more advanced stone platforms that needed to be lured out by the battles between the geniuses. If there weren't enough people or geniuses, the true sky trampling platform wouldn't appear. This was also one of the reasons why the White Feather Great Cosmos had announced the sky trampling platform. Because they didn't have enough people, even if they discovered the sky trampling platform, they wouldn't be able to use it. Unless they called all the geniuses of the White Feather Great Cosmos over, but that would take a lot of time. Once they did, the sky trampling platform would be discovered by others. Hence, they might as well announce it openly. While Lu Ming was being tempered by the sky trampling platform, the competition on the other stone platforms was still ongoing. Without breaking through 5 times, it would be very difficult to achieve a one-sided victory. Even a genius who had broken through the limit 4 times wouldn't be able to crush someone who had broken through the limit 4 times. There was a limit to how strong they could be. Therefore, many battles on the stone platforms were extremely tragic. For the sake of opportunities, people would kill each other. Unless the difference in battle strength was too great, no one would be willing to give up easily. After all, the sky trampling platform was too important to them. Although the tempering of the sky trampling platform couldn't directly increase one's cultivation base or battle strength, it could greatly improve one's foundation. Foundation often represented potential. In addition, if one wanted to break through to the origin realm during the Great Origin Tribulation, one's foundation was too important. The stronger one's foundation, the higher the chances of breaking through to the origin realm during the Great Origin Tribulation. If one wanted to break through to the origin realm during the Great Origin Tribulation, one's battle strength didn't necessarily mean one's chances of breaking through. This wasn't necessarily the case. In history, there had been many four-time extreme breakers who had successfully broken through, but there had also been many fifth-time extreme breakers who had failed. In general, the higher one's battle strength, the higher the chances of breaking through, but it wasn't 100%. However, one thing was certain. The stronger one's foundation, the higher the chances of breaking through. Breaking through under the Great Origin Tribulation was a test of one's physical body, soul, and other aspects. For geniuses who were determined to break through under the Great Origin Tribulation, the sky-trampling platform held great significance. Kill. The battles on the various stone platforms were extremely fierce, and the battle had reached a point where even those who had broken through 3 times could no longer interfere. It was almost a showdown between 4-time extreme breakers. Fu Yuan, Zhao Wuji, and the others coughed up blood as they retreated. Their injuries weren't light, and they had decisively withdrawn from the competition. They were still considered lucky, as some of them who had broken through 3 times had been directly killed, leaving behind a bloodbath. There were even some 4-time extreme breakers who had been killed. There are too many experts. There are actually more than 500 4-time extreme breakers. If I had known that there would be so many experts, I wouldn't have come. There's no hope at all. Zhao Wuji shook his head and smiled bitterly. It was impossible to tell how many extreme breakers there were before they were revealed. They had only known that there were many geniuses among the Outerverse newcomers. However, they didn't know exactly how strong these geniuses were, which was why they had come to compete for the sky-trampling platform. It was only now that they realized that they had been frogs in a well, as the number of geniuses from the Outerverse was terrifying. There were more than 500 4-time extreme breakers, which was a shocking number. Before the universe's passage had been opened, how many 4-time extreme breakers had there been in the entire universe, including Lu Ming? There had only been 3. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. At that time, it was simply unimaginable that there had been more than 500 4-time extreme breakers. It had seemed like a fantasy story. However, when they thought about it in reverse, they felt relieved. This was the myriad worlds, and this was the cosmic sea. There were nearly 70,000 extreme breakers in the entire cosmic sea. Even if every few universes produced a 4-time broken extreme limit, how many were there? In particular, the top extreme breakers had even more geniuses of this level. 4-time extreme breakers were not like quintuple martial breakers, so they weren't that rare in the cosmic sea. It was even possible for some mid-tier extreme breakers to be born. Only some weak extreme breakers would find it difficult to produce geniuses of this level. For example, in the primeval era of the last era, there was no lack of geniuses who had broken through 4 times. When there were fewer, there were only a few dozen of them. In the most prosperous era, there were even hundreds of them who had broken through 4 times. Of course, the number of people who had broken through 5 times was much lower. Sometimes, there was no one in an era. Even in the most prosperous era, there were only a few people who had broken through 5 times in an era. In the primeval era was only ranked 11th in the world of the living. There were definitely more geniuses in the more powerful universes. From this, it could be seen how many geniuses there were in the entire universe C. 500 geniuses who had broken through 4 times was not that exaggerated. This was only a part of it. Most of the geniuses did not come to the primeval era for various reasons. In short, it was not that there were too many geniuses, but that the universe C was too big and there were too many creatures. This battle went on for a full hour. Only then did the situation of the 64 stone platforms become clear. They were all occupied by different people. 8 of them had broken through 5 times. At the end of the battle, 2 more people showed the combat power of 5 times and dominated the crowd to occupy a stone platform. The other 56 were all existences who had broken through 4 times, and most of them were close to 5 times. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to dominate the crowd and occupy a stone platform. If such people had the opportunity, they might be able to break through 5 times. Even the number 1 prodigy of the Dark Heavens warrior race had failed, unable to occupy a single stone platform. Boom, everyone drew upon the energy on the stone platform to temper their bodies. Many people had been seriously injured in the battle just now. The most seriously injured ones had their bodies torn apart and were on the verge of death. However, with the help of this energy, they quickly recovered and returned to their peak state. Furthermore, they were even stronger than before. Half a day later, everyone finished tempering because the energy drawn from the stone platforms had been exhausted. If they wanted to continue tempering, they had to draw out a higher stone platform and defeat an opponent. Lu Ming sensed it secretly and discovered that his physical body, soul, and source of origin had improved to a higher level. If I can do this a few more times, I'm confident that I can break through under the tribulation of origin. Lu Ming's eyes were shining. He was determined to get the highest sky-stepping platform. After that, Lu Ming began to size up the people on the other stone platforms. There were a total of 8 stone platforms in his corner, and they were all sizing each other up. Fortunately, for the time being, no one has broken through 5 times. Lu Ming pondered. There were 8 stone platforms in each of the 8 corners of the 8 trigrams platform. On Lu Ming's side, there was no one who had broken through 5 times. What a coincidence. There are 8 five-fold extreme breakers in 8 different corners. We won't run into them in the early stages. Someone whispered. It's not necessarily a coincidence. In my opinion, it's those who intentionally avoided each other. At the beginning, there were 6 people who displayed the battle prowess of 5 extreme breakers. They would definitely avoid each other. The 2 people who displayed the battle prowess of 5 extreme breakers also deliberately avoided the other 6. You're right. Everyone was discussing. He deliberately avoided it to avoid encountering it too early. After all, both of them had broken through 5 times and were top-notch geniuses. Neither of them had the confidence to win against the other. On Lu Ming's side, the other 7 people were sizing up Lu Ming, showing a strong sense of fear. They were all hoping that they would not encounter Lu Ming too early. Once they encountered Lu Ming, they would definitely lose. The number of times one had broken through was completely determined by their battle prowess, not by their realm. Therefore, there was no such thing as a cross-level battle. If a 5-fold extreme breakers encountered a 5-fold extreme breakers, they would definitely lose. There was basically no suspense. The 8 stone platforms slowly rotated. Suddenly, 2 of the stone platforms flew into the sky. The 2 people on the stone platforms were overjoyed. Because their opponents were not Lu Ming. When the 2 stone platforms flew to a certain height, they suddenly collided and quickly merged, finally turning into a larger octagonal stone platform. The 2 geniuses stood on both sides of the stone platform. The merged stone platform was considered a new stone platform. As long as they defeated their opponents, they could activate the energy of the stone platform to refine their bodies again. The rules of the other 7 areas were the same. 2 stone platforms collided with each other. Kid, surrender. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die miserably. On Lu Ming's side, one of the geniuses spoke. This person was surging with energy. He was a genius from the underworld. And opposite this person was a genius from the Yang realm. Haha, that's exactly what I wanted to say to you. The genius from the Yang realm replied with a sneer. There was nothing to say. The 2 of them came from different camps and directly fought each other. Both of them had very strong battle prowess. It could be said that they were top-notch geniuses in their respective universes. Their battle prowess had reached the limit of 4 times extreme breakers. Therefore, the battle between the 2 was destined to be incomparably tragic. After exchanging more than 1,000 moves, in the end, the genius from the Yang realm won and defeated his opponent with a slight advantage. After winning, he activated the energy of the stone platform to envelop his body. His injuries quickly recovered. Then, of the remaining 6 stone platforms, 2 more of them flew up. No one knew if it was a coincidence or if the stone platforms had a reaction, but one of the geniuses on the 2 stone platforms was from the underworld and the other from the Yang realm. Both of them were delighted, but the remaining geniuses had ugly expressions. That was because among the remaining geniuses, the chances of encountering Lu Ming were higher. Their expressions were ugly. There was almost no suspense if they encountered Lu Ming. They were destined to lose. If they encountered other geniuses, they could still give it a try. The outcome was unpredictable. Soon, the 2 stone platforms flew to a certain height and merged into one stone platform. The 2 geniuses on it fought each other. The combat prowess of the two sides was almost the same. It was still a bloody battle. In the end, after exchanging more than 1,000 moves, the genius from the underworld won by a slight advantage. After winning, he naturally quickly activated the energy to recover his body. Then, 2 more stone platforms flew up. "It's finally my turn," Lu Ming whispered. This time, it was his turn. His opponent was a Heaven's Pride from the Yin world. When the Heaven's Pride from the Yin world saw that his opponent was Lu Ming, his expression turned extremely ugly. His originally gloomy face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. Soon, the 2 stone platforms merged together. Boom! When the stone platforms merged together, Lu Ming made his move. His figure was like a tyrannosaurus as he rushed towards his opponent. His opponent was shocked and hurriedly retreated. In the process of retreating, he resisted with all his strength. The two of them collided, and the genius from the underworld retreated from the stone platform like a bolt of lightning. He took the initiative to admit defeat. He could clearly recognize the situation. He was no match for Lu Ming at all. If they really fought, not only would he lose, but he might also lose his life. It was better to admit defeat. Just like that, Lu Ming easily won. He stimulated his qi, blood, and origin power to activate the energy of the stone platform. Suddenly, Lu Ming was enveloped by an extremely rich energy. This energy was twice as rich as the previous stone platform. It kept rushing into his limbs and bones, tempering his body, soul, and origin power, and polishing his foundation. After Lu Ming won, the last 2 stone platforms in this area also flew up and started a battle. By the time the outcome of the battle had been decided, the outcome of the battles in the other regions had also been decided. There were 8 people who had broken through 5 times. Naturally, there was no suspense and they easily won. Through this observation, everyone was almost certain that there were no more people who had broken through 5 times. There were only 8 of them. This was because the battles of the others were extremely tragic. If there were really people who had broken through 5 times, there was no need to hide it at this time because there was no need. After a round of battles, the 64 people became 32 people. All of them were bathed in the rich and pure energy and obtained opportunities. This was also the reason why hundreds of thousands of geniuses were attracted here. Because the opportunities of the sky trampling platform were not limited to one person. Many people could obtain opportunities. As long as they snatched a stone platform, they would be able to obtain one opportunity. Therefore, some ordinary geniuses, such as those who had broken through once or twice, wanted to try their luck. However, they did not expect the number of geniuses to come here was beyond imagination. Below the sky trampling platform, countless people looked envious and jealous. This was especially true for those who had broken through 4 times. With this kind of good fortune, they could take the risk of breaking through under the great tribulation of the origin. Once they succeeded, the benefits were endless. There was hope for them to become kings in the future. Those who have broken through 5 times, after obtaining this opportunity, if they can break through under the great calamity of origin, I wonder how powerful they will be in the future. It's really hard to imagine. Someone sighed softly. As long as such people don't die, needless to say, they will become kings. It's not impossible for them to become human kings. An old man whispered. Human kings, many people were shocked. At the end of the universe, the 3 kings of the human race were too famous. They were definitely kings of kings, standing at the top of the universe ocean. In the entire universe ocean, they could be called overlords. He actually had such potential? That was truly incredible. If such a figure appeared in a weak universe, he could lead the universe to rise rapidly. His ranking would also rise rapidly, and he would obtain more resources. The geniuses who had broken through 5 times were all looking forward to it. Even if their great universe was extremely powerful, a human king-level figure could still make their universe's strength soar. The most excited ones were those in the Azure Divine Realm. They were looking forward to it. A human king, they really hoped that Lu Ming could succeed and that the human race would give birth to a new human king. In the incomparably distant past, the human race had risen rapidly because of the birth of human monarch Xianxia. If another human king appeared in the human race, with the Azure Divine Realm as the foundation, they might be able to quickly rise up and recover to their peak. On the other hand, some of them were looking at Lu Ming with murderous intent. They were of course. Outside the Azure Divine Realm, Lu Ming had killed more than 100 origins of the 8 clans. On average, each clan had lost more than a dozen origins. This was a huge loss. They hated Lu Ming to the core and would never allow Lu Ming to rise. However, the living beings on the sky trampling platform were protected by the platform's array formation. With their strength, they couldn't do anything. If they did, they would be killed by the sky trampling platform's array formation before they could hit Lu Ming. Let's make the arrangements first. When Lu Ming leaves the sky trampling platform, it will be his death. Okay. The 8 clans of the Forbidden Land gathered together to discuss. After a while, the geniuses on the 32 stone platforms had completed their refinement. All of them had joyous expressions on their faces. They had all reaped great rewards. Then, the next round of competition began. On Lu Ming's side, 2 of the 4 stone platforms flew up at the same time. One of them was Lu Ming. The young man opposite Lu Ming pulled a long face. He cursed in his heart that he was unlucky to have met Lu Ming. He knew that he would definitely lose to Lu Ming. His journey to the sky trampling platform had come to an end. Originally, he had hoped to win another round and obtain another chance to temper himself. Now that he had 2 chances to refine, if he got a 3rd chance, he was confident that he could break through to the origins. Unfortunately, Lu Ming wouldn't give him the chance. Boom, the 2 stone platforms gathered together and turned into a larger stone platform. There was nothing to hesitate about. The genius on the opposite side retreated quickly and directly left the stone platform. Lu Ming had won before he even made a move. No one was surprised by this. There was no comparison between a 4-time extreme break and a 5-time extreme break. This was a division of ranks based on combat strength, not realm. Then, the remaining 2 stone platforms also flew up and merged into a larger stone platform. On it, the 2 geniuses fought fiercely. There were no weaklings who could reach this step. They had all defeated other geniuses of the same level to advance. They had almost reached the limit of a 4-time extreme break. Therefore, the battle was extremely tragic. The 2 of them fought with no regard for their own safety, wanting to carve out a broad path for themselves. The 3rd tempering was very important. Perhaps with this tempering, they would be able to break through under the source tribulation. The 2 of them were bathed in blood. Their bodies were mutilated, but they were still fighting. Puff, in the end, one of them was beheaded and his body was torn apart. He almost died and barely dragged his broken body away from the stone platform. Although the other one won, he wasn't much better. His body was in tatters, his internal organs were completely shattered, and his bones were broken. If it weren't for the tenacious vitality of this level, he would have died. However, the price was completely worth it. When he activated the energy on the stone platform, his injuries were quickly recovering. The situation in the other areas was similar to Lu Ming's. The 5-time extreme break had won without fighting. The others had to fight fiercely to end their battles. After a while, everyone had finished tempering. It's twice as pure and powerful as the 2nd tempering. Lu Ming thought. It seemed that the energy contained in the later stone platforms was twice as powerful as that of the previous stone platforms. After 3 rounds of tempering, Lu Ming felt that his body and soul had become much stronger. In his body, his qi and blood were surging like the water of a river. His soul was shining brightly and emitting a special luster. In fact, his taboo origin power had also become much more condensed than before. It had become more solid and invincible. His battle prowess had more or less improved by a little. Although the battle prowess of an origin realm expert mostly relied on their origin power, genesis techniques, and origin-grade divine weapons, their physical body and soul had very little influence. The physical body and soul were only the foundation and did not have much influence on battle prowess. However, if one's origin power became more condensed, it would still have some influence on battle prowess. At the very least, when Lu Ming used his genesis techniques, he could make them stronger and last longer. If I can reach the end and step onto the highest heaven trampling platform, I will have 4 more chances to temper myself. At that time, my foundation will be incomparably stable, and I will have absolute confidence in breaking through to the origin realm under the origin tribulation. Therefore, I must reach the end, Lu Ming muttered with a determined gaze. He could not lose. Buzz, the stone platform shook and began to float up again. This time, there was no suspense. The opponent directly admitted defeat when he saw Lu Ming and left the stone platform. Lu Ming easily won. He was the only one left in this corner of the octagonal stone platform. The situation was similar in the other 7 corners. The quintuple G-breakers won without a fight. No existence who had broken through 4 times wanted to challenge the authority of someone who had broken through 5 times. This was because without the help of powerful foreign objects, it was impossible to win by relying on one's own combat strength. This point had been proven by many people throughout history. There was 1 person left in each corner. The 8 people stood in 8 different directions, sizing each other up. Their gazes collided, causing sparks to fly. Very good. It's been a long time since I fought with quintuple G-breakers from other universes. This time, the final victory will belong to me, Xing Wushuang said with great confidence. Of the top 10 universes in the Yang realm, no heaven prides had come here. The sacred light great cosmos was considered the highest-ranked universe in the Yang realm. Haha, ridiculous. The golden skeleton from the skeleton great cosmos sneered, full of contempt. If we meet, I will definitely suppress you. Xing Wushuang looked coldly at the golden skeleton. Does your sacred light great cosmos only know how to boast? I hope you don't bite your tongue. The golden skeleton sneered in response. The others did not bat an eyelid and began to channel the energy of the stone platform to refine it. After the 4th refinement, the energy in the stone platform was indeed twice as powerful and pure as before. It crazily rushed into Lu Ming's pores and refined his body and soul. Lu Ming discovered that this kind of energy was mainly used to temper the body and soul. It was secondary to the improvement of one's origin energy, as if it was incidental. Lu Ming could clearly feel that there was a trace of black substance being tempered out of his body. It turned into black smoke and dissipated. Lu Ming sighed. At his level of cultivation, although he had deliberately tempered his fleshly body was still very astonishing. Every time he made a breakthrough, his fleshly body would be tempered. Currently, Lu Ming could explode an early-stage God Emperor with just his fleshy body. He had thought that his physical body was already strong and pure enough. He had not expected that he could still refine impurities. It was not just his fleshly body. Black smoke also flew out from his soul and was also being refined. His fleshly body and soul became purer and more impurities, constantly improving and condensing. When the refinement was completed, Lu Ming discovered that his fleshly body and soul had improved by another level. Now, he felt that without using any other power, he could fight a late-stage God Emperor with just his fleshly body. With a punch, the void would explode. However, the further he went, the slower his improvement became. Boom! 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 After the refinement was completed, the 8 peerless geniuses in the 8 corners released a powerful aura at the same time, raising their state to the extreme, ready to fight at any time. There were at least 1 million people watching the battle in the surroundings. Everyone held their breaths and stared at the heaven-trampling platform without blinking. A battle between 5th-stage God Emperors was not common. It was extremely rare even in the Cosmic Sea. In the Cosmic Sea, Divine Lord Realm geniuses were not too strong. They were all protected and would not easily go out of the universe to gain experience. Generally, they would cultivate in their own universes. How many 5th-stage God Emperors could there be in a universe? Even in the top 10 great universes, there were not many 5th-stage God Emperors in the same era, so there were very few collisions. As for the universes below the top 10, they would be thankful to have 1 5th-stage God Emperor in an era. How could they see a battle between 8 5th-stage God Emperors at the same time? Buzz! Suddenly, 2 stone platforms vibrated slightly and flew up. Then, the 2 stone platforms gradually leaned against each other. It's Divine Wushuang and Tanyi from the Hellfire Great Universe. Many people exclaimed. One of the geniuses on the 2 stone platforms was Divine Wushuang, and the other was a peerless genius from the Hellfire Great Universe of the Yin world. Although the Hellfire Great Universe was not in the top 10 of the Yin world, it was still ranked 18th. It was also an extremely powerful great universe. As for Tanyi, he was the number one genius of the Hellfire Great Universe of this generation. Very good. Today, I will be the first one to make my name known. Yuan spirits of the Yin world, divine Wushuang's eyes exploded with resplendent light. Of course, the Yin spirits he spoke of was just a deliberately derogatory term. The beings of the Yin world were not Yin spirits. They were no different from the beings of the Yang world. It was just that the environment they lived in was different. They were born with the extreme Yin attribute, so the techniques they cultivated and the energy they grasped leaned toward Yin. However, many people of the Yang world deliberately called them Yin spirits in order to belittle the beings of the Yin world. It was an insult. Sure enough, Tanya's eyes flashed with cold-killing intent. Rumble, the two stone platforms collided and fused into an even larger stone platform. Whoosh, whoosh. The moment the two stone platforms fused, Divine Wushuang and Tanyi turned into two streaks of light and charged at each other. Boom, the two collided for the first time, erupting with a shocking explosion. There was no doubt that the two of them stood at the peak of the Divine Lord realm. Fifth-stage God Emperors were not just for show. Ordinary origins were nothing in front of them. The two used their full strength right from the start, pushing their battle power to the peak and launching a battle of the apex. Fifth-stage God Emperors undoubtedly comprehended Genesis techniques. Without comprehending Genesis techniques, it was impossible to reach the fifth-stage God Emperors. The battle between Genesis techniques, the collision of origin power against origin power, was incomparably intense. Soon, the two had exchanged over 100 moves. At this time, one could see that Divine Wushuang was slowly gaining the upper hand. The demonic Emperor rune appeared in Lu Ming's pupils as he seriously observed the battle. This was the first time he had seen a battle between 5 people who had broken through the extreme boundary. This had greatly affected him and helped him a lot. One had to admit that there were no weaklings among those who had broken through the fifth-stage God Emperors. Fifth-stage God Emperors was almost the limit of the Divine Lord realm. Although there were legends in the Cosmic Sea and almighty experts deduced that there should be 6-stage God Emperors, no one had ever seen 6-stage God Emperors since ancient times. 6-stage God Emperors was just an inference. In the Cosmic Sea, breaking through 5 times was the true pinnacle. Those who could reach this step were all exceptional and rare monsters. None of them were weak, and the difference between them was not great. Lu Ming pondered. Even if he went up, he did not have full confidence. Although Divine Wushuang had the upper hand, it would not be that easy to defeat Tanyi. Sure enough, Tanyi roared and his aura surged. He resisted with all his strength and exchanged hundreds of blows with Divine Wushuang. The result was tragic. Both of them were injured. Half of Divine Wushuang's body was smashed, and he looked ferocious. Tanyi was in an even worse state. His lower body was destroyed, and his glabella was pierced. He rushed out of the battle platform with difficulty. This battle ended with Divine Wushuang's victory. However, it was a Pyrrhic victory. It was not an overwhelming victory. After Divine Wushuang defeated Tanyi, he immediately sat down cross-legged and circulated his energy to heal his injuries. He did not activate the energy of the stone platform immediately because he still had to watch the other battles to know himself and his enemy. Buzz, at this moment, 2 more stone platforms flew up and merged together. The 2 peerless monsters on the platform fought fiercely. This battle was even more intense than the previous one, as the 2 monstrous geniuses were not too far apart in terms of combat strength. The 2 of them continued to fight, trying to find a fleeting opportunity to end the battle once and for all. In this battle, both sides exchanged thousands of blows. Finally, one of them won with a slight advantage. However, the result was that both of them were seriously injured and on the verge of death. However, at their level, as long as they were not immediately killed, they had a way to recover. Soon after, 2 more stone platforms flew up. This time, one of them was the golden skeleton of the Great Skeleton Cosmos. The other person, according to the others' discussion, was a peerless monster from the Great Cosmos, which was ranked 10th in the Yang realm. The peerless monster of the Great Cosmos was called Jiang Yufeng. There was nothing to say. The 2 of them fought fiercely. However, the result shocked everyone. That was because the result of this battle was actually one-sided. The golden skeleton had completely crushed Jiang Yufeng. It was not that Jiang Yufeng was not strong. Jiang Yufeng's combat strength was definitely not weaker than Tan Yi and the others. However, he was still crushed. The main reason was that the golden skeleton's body was too strong. It had boundless strength and was impervious to swords and spears. During the battle, it completely ignored its own defense and attacked with all its might. Jiang Yufeng's attack landed on the golden skeleton's golden bones, but it didn't leave a single mark. What a terrifying defensive power! It's completely indestructible. Even if a top-tier soul-grade weapon were to cut it, it wouldn't leave a mark. Such a physique is truly invincible. This time, I reckon that the atavistic immortal bone will finally step onto the highest heaven trampling platform. Many people were discussing. Lu Ming's expression was solemn as well. He compared himself, but discovered that if he faced the golden skeleton, he wouldn't be able to do anything either. The result would only be defeat. He was no match for the golden skeletons. It wasn't that he was weak, but rather that the atavistic immortal bone was too powerful. All things that carry the word immortal were incomparably terrifying, unable to be measured through normal reasoning. Legend had it that the atavistic immortal bones were formed from the bones of immortal Dao powerhouses. In other words, the golden skeleton's body was very likely the skeleton of an immortal. How terrifying was the skeleton of an immortal Dao expert? Who would be able to do that? However, there were also people who raised a different opinion. Immortal Dao powerhouses have eternal bodies. How could they only have a skeleton left? I think the great bone cosmos is exaggerating to raise their own status and intimidate others. That's right. In my great cosmos, an expert once deduced and came to a conclusion. The so-called atavistic immortal bone is very likely formed by melting the flesh and blood of an immortal Dao powerhouse. What? There's actually such a thing? Everyone discussed, and some people exclaimed. Even if it wasn't the skeleton of an immortal Dao powerhouse, but just the flesh and blood of an immortal Dao powerhouse, it was still incredible and absolutely terrifying. How could the flesh and blood of an immortal Dao powerhouse be so easy to melt? Ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. To be able to melt it meant that one's talent was absolutely terrifying. The weakness of the atavistic immortal bone is the soul. Attack his soul. Someone reminded. In fact, Jiang Yufeng also knew the weakness of the atavistic immortal bone. However, he wasn't good at soul attacks. Although he knew a little, it wasn't very strong and couldn't cause much damage to the atavistic immortal bone. In reality, existences below origin all had some soul strength. Even if they grasped some soul attack methods, the power wouldn't be particularly strong. For example, the Balefulene race knew many soul attack methods. They were naturally good at soul attacks, but the power wasn't particularly strong. Origin realm existences were slightly better off. The truly terrifying soul attacks were after the origin realm and entering the immortal tribulation realm. After the baptism of the tribulation, the strength of the soul would skyrocket. When using soul attacks, the power would be extremely shocking and could instantly destroy the soul of others. Of course, nothing was absolute in the world. Some people were born with powerful souls, but under the origin tribulation, they could refine powerful soul attacks. There were also some people who obtained some special opportunities and could also refine powerful soul attacks. Of course, such existences were very rare. In general, the golden skeleton completely suppressed Jiang Yufeng. Although Jiang Yufeng was extremely unwilling and used all his strength to display terrifying battle prowess, it was still useless. The golden skeleton directly used its body to take Jiang Yufeng's attack and attacked domineeringly. In just a few dozen moves, Jiang Yufeng was heavily injured and sent flying out of the arena. What terrifying strength! The golden skeleton's battle prowess is probably unmatched among those at the 5th stage of the extreme break. Indeed. If there's no way to restrain it, it's almost invincible among those at the 5th stage of the extreme break. Many older generation figures discussed. Divine Wushuang, I'm looking forward to meeting you. Let's see what you'll use to defeat me. The golden skeleton looked at Divine Wushuang with provocation in its eyes. Humph, Divine Wushuang snorted coldly and didn't answer. Next, the last two stone platforms flew up. One of them was naturally Lu Ming. Lu Ming's opponent was a blue-skinned youth. Around his body was a black belt of water, like a river, filled with colding qi. Through the discussion of the people around, Lu Ming already knew that this youth came from the 10th great cosmos of the Yin world. He was a peerless genius of the Nether River Great Cosmos. His name was Lan Yuchen. Human race. Very good. It's a pity that I wasn't born when the Eldritch universe was destroyed. Now, I'll see what the legendary human race is capable of. Lan Yuchen had a pair of pitch-black eyes that were like two black holes. When he looked at Lu Ming, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Fortunately, you were born late. Otherwise, you'd probably cry when you meet the human race of the Eldritch universe. Lu Ming smiled contemptuously. Lu Ming's words made the killing intent in Lan Yuchen's eyes grow even stronger. He sneered, "Is that so? I've decided. I'll make you cry and beg me later." While the two were talking, the two stone platforms collided and quickly fused together. Swish, when the stone platforms fused together, Lan Yuchen moved. The river-like ribbon around his body instantly expanded, turning into a vast river that surged towards Lu Ming. Wherever it passed, the void seemed to freeze and emitted a terrifying chill. Lu Ming grabbed the air, and the battle god spear appeared and stabbed out. The spear was dazzling, and the tip of the spear seemed to emit a dazzling light as if there was a sun. The spear collided with the river, and a violent explosion erupted. The river was then sent flying back to Lan Yuchen. However, Lan Yuchen had expected this. Although he had said that he looked down on Lu Ming, he didn't underestimate him in the slightest. He knew very well that no one who could break through 5 times of the extreme grade was weak. Therefore, when the river was sent flying back, Lan Yuchen charged towards Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning. With a palm strike, dozens of rivers appeared in the sky and rushed towards Lu Ming. Genesis technique. After a brief test, Lan Yuchen raised his battle prowess to the peak and used his Genesis technique. Only when he used his Genesis technique could he display the true battle prowess of someone who had broken through 5 times of the extreme grade. Boom, Lu Ming's aura surged, and his body rapidly swelled to a height of 3 feet. Lu Ming also instantly used his Genesis technique. Since they were both at the 5th stage of the extreme grade, there was no room for concealment. He had to go all out. Buzz, the battle god spear vibrated, and rays of divine light surrounded the spear. As the battle god spear stabbed out, rays of dazzling spear light erupted and pierced into the rivers. The two continued to collide. The clash of peak powers caused violent energy to wreak havoc in all directions. Kill! Lu Ming roared, and his 3-foot-tall body broke through the obstruction of the rivers and charged towards Lan Yuchen. Styx River Sword. The river around Lan Yuchen turned into a sword and slashed at Lu Ming. This river wasn't a real river, but a top-notch source-grade weapon. Clang, Lu Ming brandished his spear, and the two collided, causing a heaven-shaking explosion. The sword buzzed violently and vibrated violently before flying back. Lan Yuchen's expression changed drastically as he retreated. Whoosh, Lu Ming had the upper hand. How could he miss such a good opportunity? He launched a flurry of attacks. What? The surrounding spectators were all shocked. The people from the Nether River Great Cosmos exclaimed, "How can Lu Ming be so strong? What terrifying combat strength! He actually gained the upper hand so quickly." I know. Lu Ming is a creature of this universe, so he won't be suppressed by this universe. Lan Yuchen, on the other hand, will be suppressed by the primitive universe after entering it. That's why he's also a quintuple extreme break, but his combat power is not as good as Lu Ming's. That should be it. Many people nodded. However, only Lan Yuchen himself knew that this was only one of the reasons. The main reason was that Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying. He felt that Lu Ming's casual move seemed to have thousands of variations and different offensive powers. The same move could produce different types of offensive powers, such as hot and cold, sharp and heavy, which made it very difficult for him to parry. He tried his best and pushed his combat strength to the peak, but it was still useless. He couldn't block it. After dozens of moves, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The more he fought, the more confident he became. He realized that he had underestimated himself. To be more precise, he had underestimated the Genesis techniques that he had comprehended. When he had broken through the fourth extreme break, he could barely beat Xianxia. He originally thought that he was only slightly stronger than others after breaking through the fifth extreme break. However, he realized that he could completely suppress Lan Yuchen. Lan Yuchen's Genesis techniques were too powerful. After all, he had comprehended them using the 3,000 ancient secret techniques and a large number of demonic techniques. All the secret techniques and demonic techniques had merged into one and reached the pinnacle. Their power was so shocking that it exceeded Lu Ming's expectations. Although he had fought against Origin Realm experts before, this was his first time fighting against someone who had broken through the fifth extreme break. After all, the Origin Realm was much higher than him, so it was difficult to measure his own battle strength. Only by fighting against someone of the same level could he better measure his own battle strength. Is that all you've got? How disappointing. Didn't you say you would make me cry on my knees? Lu Ming said as he attacked. Lan Yuchen felt his face burn. Before the battle, he was very confident that he could suppress Lu Ming and make Lu Ming cry on his knees. However, as soon as the battle began, he was suppressed and at a disadvantage. The contrast was just too great. It was really embarrassing. He knew very well that he was indeed suppressed in the desolate universe, but even without this suppression, he was still no match for Lu Ming. He would only be able to last a little longer at most. He was unwilling to accept this. He roared and stimulated his potential, raising his battle strength to an unprecedented level as he fought with all his strength. However, it was useless. Lu Ming's attacks were like a madman, forcing him to retreat again and again. Bang! After a few moves, Lu Ming broke through Lan Yuchen's defenses and the War God Spear struck his body. Even with the protection of his armor, Lan Yuchen's body almost exploded. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood as he frantically retreated in an attempt to avoid Lu Ming's attacks. He then adjusted himself and began to fight with Lu Ming while looking for an opportunity to counterattack. He was unwilling to admit defeat so easily. Swish, a river appeared under his feet, causing his speed to skyrocket. He constantly flickered on the stone platform and actually managed to avoid most of Lu Ming's attacks. You want to compete in speed with me? Lu Ming's lips curled into a sneer. A pair of wings appeared on his back. With a flap of his wings, Lu Ming's speed skyrocketed and he caught up with Lan Yuchen in an instant. The War God Spear smashed down like a mountain. Bang! Lan Yuchen had not expected Lu Ming to be so fast and catch up with him in an instant. He was stunned for a moment and did not have time to block the attack. The spear smashed into his head. Even with the protection of his top-notch armor, Lan Yuchen could not withstand it. His head almost exploded as he fell to the ground with a loud thud. Lu Ming fell rapidly as the War God Spear smashed into Lan Yuchen's body once again. Crackle! Lan Yuchen's bones cracked like beans being fried. Finally, he collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Not good. Lu Ming, let's talk things out. Don't kill him. Outside the stone platform, many experts of the Nether River Great Cosmos shouted. Lan Yuchen had suffered a crushing defeat. In his current state, he could not even escape. They were really afraid that Lu Ming would kill Lan Yuchen. Lu Ming, kill him. Our young realm and the underworld will not rest until one of us is dead. There is no need to hesitate. An elder of the Sacred Light Great Cosmos shouted. An old man from the Sacred Light Great Cosmos shouted, telling Lu Ming to kill Lan Yuchen. The people from the Nether River Great Cosmos turned pale. The young realm and the underworld had been hostile forces since ancient times. They had never stopped fighting and attacking each other. Once the two sides met, they would not rest until one of them was dead. Once they fell into the other side's hands, they would definitely not have a good ending. Moreover, a genius like Lan Yuchen had great potential. Once he grew up, he would be an overlord and a great threat to the young realm. If there was a chance to get rid of him, they would definitely not let it go. However, Lu Ming had no intention of killing Lan Yuchen. He had never left the primitive universe and did not have a sense of belonging to the young realm. To put it bluntly, whether it was the young realm or the underworld, Lu Ming felt that they were all the same. they were all from the outerverse, and had come to plunder the primitive universe's treasures. Moreover, it was said that the primitive universe had been destroyed by the underworld's powerhouses. Why hadn't the Yang Realm's powerhouses come to rescue them? Moreover, Lu Ming and the 8 families of the Forbidden Area were already mortal enemies. They would not rest until one of them was dead. The strength of the 8 families of the Forbidden Area was already terrifying enough. There was no need for him to offend the even more terrifying Nether River Great Cosmos. If he killed Lan Yuchen, the Nether River Great Cosmos would definitely not let him off. Therefore, Lu Ming made a decision after pondering for a while. You can leave. Lu Ming waved his hand, and Lan Yuchen flew out. Lan Yuchen looked as if he had just survived a disaster. He was very surprised. Originally, he had thought that he would definitely die if he fell into Lu Ming's hands. After all, he had been so arrogant before the battle, saying that he would make Lu Ming kneel and cry. Moreover, the 2 of them belonged to the Yang Realm and the Yang Realm respectively. He had thought that he would definitely die. He was lamenting that the heavens were jealous of geniuses. A genius like him was going to die here before he could shine. He had never thought that Lu Ming would actually let him off. He hurriedly circulated his remaining energy and flew out of the stone platform. Thank you. I will remember this kindness. Lan Yuchen cupped his fists. Young master, are you all right? The people of the Nether River Great Cosmos surrounded him. I'm fine. Let's go back. I need to adjust my condition and prepare for my breakthrough. Lan Yuchen said. Although Lu Ming had let him off this time, he had still lost a lot of face. He didn't have the face to continue staying here. He wanted to go back as soon as possible to adjust his condition and prepare for his breakthrough. Even though he had stopped here, he had still been tempered 4 times, so there was still a chance for him to succeed. Humph. The elder from the great cosmos of sacred light snorted with displeasure. The 4 winners were Lu Ming, Divine Wushuang, Atavistic Immortal Bone, and Su Feng, who was also from the Yang Realm. Interesting. The Atavistic Immortal Bone looked at Lu Ming with a cold gaze that was filled with battle intent. Divine Peerless merely glanced coldly at Lu Ming. As for Su Feng, he looked at Lu Ming with great fear. The 4 of them stood in 4 different directions and faced each other from a distance. Then, they drew on the energy of the stone platforms to undergo the 5th round of tempering. There was no doubt that the energy this time was denser and purer. After this round of tempering, Lu Ming discovered that his physical body and soul had become stronger. Buzz, when they were done, the 2 stone platforms began to move. They began to move upward. One of them was Lu Ming, while the other was Su Feng from the Yang Realm. Su Feng had an ugly expression on his face. He wasn't confident about going up against Lu Ming. Among the 3 of them, Su Feng didn't want to go up against the atavistic Immortal Bone the most, followed by Lu Ming. Brother Lu, let's exchange some pointers. Please go easy on me. Su Feng cupped his fists and appeared very polite. He didn't act all high and mighty. Of course, this was all because of his strength. If Lu Ming wasn't strong enough, Su Feng might not have had such an attitude. You're welcome. Lu Ming cupped his fists in return. Soon, the 2 stone platforms fused together. The moment they fused, Su Feng moved. The blade light seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth as it charged towards Lu Ming. Su Feng's combat strength was extremely strong. He wasn't any weaker than Lan Yuchen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defeat geniuses of the same level and come this far. Unfortunately, he met Lu Ming. Once Lu Ming used his Genesis techniques, his attacks were extremely violent and completely suppressed Su Feng. Su Feng's performance wasn't any better than Lan Yuchen's. After a dozen moves, Su Feng quickly retreated and shouted, "Stop, I admit defeat." Su Feng had tried all kinds of methods in these dozen moves, but he realized that he couldn't defeat Lu Ming. He might as well admit defeat and avoid embarrassment. Lu Ming stopped and didn't continue to attack. Su Feng retreated from the stone platform. In this way, Lu Ming won in advance and was destined to receive the 6th tempering. Countless people were filled with envy and jealousy. Others could not even obtain 1 tempering, but Lu Ming had obtained 6 temperings. Other than being envious, what else could they say? After Lu Ming won, the last 2 stone platforms also flew up, Atavistic immortal bone and divine unparalleled. Rumble, the two stone platforms collided and quickly fused together. Divine unparalleled, I'll beat you until you cry. The atavistic immortal bone said coldly. The soul fire in its eye sockets jumped, revealing a cold intent. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Oh, sorry, I almost forgot that you don't have a tongue. Divine unparalleled sneered in response. Kill. At this moment, the stone platforms fused together. The atavistic immortal bone roared and charged towards divine unparalleled like a bolt of golden lightning. The atavistic immortal bone didn't use any source-grade divine weapon. It waved its golden palm and directly slapped divine unparalleled. Divine unparalleled was fearless. Wearing silver-white battle armor and holding a battle sword that shone with holy light, he charged towards the atavistic immortal bone. Clang, divine unparalleled's battle sword collided with the atavistic immortal bone's palm. A violent explosion erupted, and the force swept in all directions. However, the result was that divine unparalleled's body trembled violently and was forced to retreat. You can't even withstand a single blow. The atavistic immortal bone said coldly and continued to attack divine unparalleled. It completely ignored its own defense and attacked fiercely. Divine unparalleled roared, and holy light soared into the sky. He used his Genesis technique to resist with all his strength. The way divine unparalleled fights is really a little similar to the way the heavenly human race fights. Lu Ming muttered. It wasn't that their bloodlines were similar, but that the power they controlled was similar. They were both of the divine type, and could also be said to be of the light type. There were many types of power, such as the light type, the darkness type, the heat type, the evil type, and so on. Divine unparalleled is going to lose. He's not a match at all. The atavistic immortal bone is too strong. If it can't restrain his soul, he's invincible. You're right. In the Divine Master stage, the souls of living beings aren't strong, and they lack means to attack the soul. The atavistic immortal bone is almost invincible. Many people discussed. Lu Ming's expression was grave. Lu Ming secretly measured his battle prowess against the atavistic immortal bone. He realized that he wasn't the atavistic immortal bone's match. No matter how strong his Genesis techniques were, they couldn't break through the atavistic immortal bone's defense. Moreover, he didn't have any means to attack the soul, and he couldn't break through his opponent's defense. He could only passively take a beating. He would be defeated sooner or later. It could only be said that the cosmic sea was too vast, and there were too many monsters. It was beyond imagination. And this was just one of them. Perhaps there were even more terrifying monsters in the cosmic sea. Sacred Wushuang was completely suppressed. After a dozen moves, he had already retreated to the edge of the stone platform. He could be defeated at any time. What Sacred Wushuang? I think you should change your name to Sacred Trash. The atavistic immortal bone mocked, but his attacks didn't stop. He wanted to defeat Sacred Wushuang in one fell swoop. The test is over. You can be defeated now. Sacred Wushuang suddenly said. The next moment, his eyes erupted with dazzling light. Two sacred sword lights burst out from his eyes. These two sword lights weren't origin power, but were filled with soul power. This was a soul attack, and it was extremely powerful. The atavistic immortal bone clearly hadn't expected Sacred Wushuang to suddenly use a soul attack. He couldn't dodge in time, and the two sword lights pierced his eye sockets and attacked his soul fire. Evidently, the atavistic immortal bone's soul was protected by a treasure. It was a soul defensive treasure that was like an armor that wrapped around the atavistic immortal bone's soul. However, Sacred Wushuang's soul attack was shockingly powerful. It bombarded the soul defensive treasure, causing it to tremble. Moreover, a powerful pulling force passed through the soul defensive treasure and attacked the atavistic immortal bone's soul. Ahhh, the atavistic immortal bone roared and retreated rapidly. The soul in his eye sockets trembled violently. You can actually use a soul attack. No, how can your soul be so powerful? The atavistic immortal bone roared. It wasn't difficult to master a soul attack technique. How could a behemoth like the sacred light great cosmos not have a soul attack technique? However, his soul was not strong enough. Even if he had soul attacks, he would not be able to unleash much of their power. the atavistic immortal bone naturally knew its own shortcomings. Therefore, when it was cultivating, it deliberately spent more time cultivating and strengthening its soul. Moreover, it had soul defensive treasures to protect its soul. However, that move just now had still injured it. Its soul had been struck by the terrifying sword chi, and it felt like it was about to be torn apart. This meant that the unparalleled divine soul was exceptionally powerful. I forgot to tell you that I was born with a powerful soul. My strongest fighting strength is not my origin energy or my physical body, but my soul energy. Divine Wushuang said coldly, carrying mockery as he looked down on the atavistic immortal bone. The space between his brows shone, this was soul light. It was exceptionally powerful, releasing a powerful aura, crushing towards the reversion immortal bone. Hiss, the surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air, shocked beyond words. Divine Wushuang's original fighting strength was already terrifying enough, but unexpectedly, he still had a trump card that he hadn't used yet. His soul power was even stronger than before. This was too perverse. With the combination of the two, who could be a match for him? Even Lu Ming could not help but sigh. There were too many freaks in the cosmic sea. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sword light burst out from Divine Wushuang's eyes again. Two huge sword lights shot towards the reversion immortal bone. This was a soul attack technique. No matter how strong the reversion immortal bone's body was, it was useless. It could directly pass through his body and attack his soul. The reversion immortal bone roared, and his figure flashed faster than lightning, dodging Divine Wushuang's attack. However, the soul attack directly ignored the distance between them. It was too fast, and the reversion immortal bone could not dodge it at all. He was hit again, and his body retreated. His soul felt as if it was being cut, and he felt waves of intense pain. Roar, the reversion immortal bone roared in anger. It was really aggrieved that it could not use its strength. It could be said that it had met its nemesis. Divine Wushuang's soul was really shockingly powerful. The reversion immortal bone had intentionally cultivated his soul, and he had all kinds of treasures to strengthen his soul. It could be said that his soul was not weak. Among the powerhouses of the same level, there were not many whose souls were stronger than his. In addition, he had soul defense treasures. Even so, he still could not block Divine Wushuang's soul attack. It could be seen how powerful Divine Wushuang's soul attack was. The people of the other great cosmoses had solemn expressions as they exclaimed in their hearts. His combat strength was unparalleled, and his soul was exceptionally powerful. Such a person was too terrifying. In the future, he would really be able to wrestle with some of the patriarchs of the Holy Light Great Cosmos. Kill. Yes, the reversion immortal bone roared and charged at Divine Wushuang. He wanted to use his powerful physical strength to defeat Divine Wushuang first. Divine Wushuang retreated and set up layers of defense. There were dozens of layers of sacred light in front of him to block the reversion immortal bone. At the same time, he circulated his soul attack with all his might. Swoosh! Swoosh! The reversion immortal bone roared and did not dodge. He allowed the soul attack to land on his body. His body was glowing, and his palm was like an eternal heavenly blade. He slashed out with his palm and slashed at the defensive sacred light that Divine Wushuang had set up. Bang! 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 The layers of defensive sacred light were penetrated. The reversion immortal bone's body was like a divine blade as it charged at Divine Wushuang. However, Divine Wushuang's soul attack had already landed on the reversion immortal bone's body. The reversion immortal bone roared as his soul continued to be injured. However, the reversion immortal bone roared and attacked with all its might. It instantly penetrated Divine Wushuang's defense, and a terrifying light swept across Divine Wushuang's body. The power of the reversion immortal bone was too strong. Divine Wushuang retreated as a terrifying wound appeared on his body. Blood flowed out. Kill! Kill! Both of them roared. They stopped retreating and continued to attack. Everyone around them held their breath, not daring to breathe too loudly. They were afraid that they would miss the exciting battle. The battle had entered a critical moment. It had become a battle of attrition. It depended on who could not hold on. Whoever could not hold on first would lose. Next, the two of them attacked a few more times, and both of them were injured. Divine Wushuang's body was in tatters. There were many wounds on his body. However, the reversion immortal bone seemed to be in an even worse state. Its soul flame was flickering, and its light was much dimmer than before. Stop fighting. Admit defeat. A dog-headed skeleton in the bone's great cosmos transmitted its voice to the reversion immortal bone. Injuries to the physical body were easy to heal, but injuries to the soul were much more troublesome and difficult to heal. Once the reversion immortal bone's soul was injured too severely, it would even affect its future achievements. The people of the bone's great cosmos had no choice but to persuade the reversion immortal bone to give up. The reversion immortal bone roared, extremely unwilling. However, it also knew that it would be extremely disadvantageous for it to continue fighting. In the end, the atavistic immortal bone chose to admit defeat. Physical injuries were easy to recover from, but soul injuries were difficult to recover from. If there were any hidden injuries left behind, it would greatly affect one's future achievements. If one wanted to transcend and enter the immortal Tao, any living being would have to go through the immortal tribulation. This realm, as the name suggested, was the tribulation before becoming an immortal. Moreover, there were not just one tribulation, but 9. Only by going through the tribulation could one become an immortal and transcend. However, it was too difficult. In this process, every tribulation was extremely dangerous. It could be said that it was a death trap. Every tribulation could stop a large number of cultivators, causing them to lose all their previous efforts and turn into ashes. In order to pass the tribulation, one's physical body and soul were indispensable. One had to be strong enough to have hope. The atavistic immortal bone admitted defeat, and unrivaled holiness won, standing opposite Lu Ming. Lu Ming's lips curled into an inexplicable smile. He suddenly felt that he was very lucky. He had thought that this would be the end of the heaven-trampling platform, and that he would not be able to step onto the final stone platform. If he faced the atavistic immortal bone, he would not be able to break through its defenses. He did not expect unrivaled holiness to be the victor. That made things easier. Unrivaled holiness's trump card was a soul attack, and Lu Ming had completely countered it. Boom! Both of them drew on the energy on the stone platforms to temper themselves. After this round of tempering, Lu Ming's soul and physical body had improved by another level. At the same time, his forbidden origin energy had also improved by a lot. Although his combat strength had not improved by much, it was still improving overall. After 6 rounds of tempering, the forbidden origin energy was still stronger than before, and his combat strength had also improved by a lot. While the two of them were in the process of tempering, the people around them were also discussing spiritedly. Who do you think will win, Lu Ming or Unrivaled Holiness? Is there even a need to ask? It's definitely Unparalleled Divine. Unparalleled Divine's strongest trump card is a soul attack. That's right. Lu Ming is very strong. If he doesn't use his soul attack, Lu Ming will most likely win. But if he uses his soul attack, Lu Ming will definitely lose. He has such a powerful soul attack even though he's below the origin level. He's simply invincible. Almost no one was optimistic about Lu Ming. The main thing was that Unrivaled Divine was simply too sick. Even though his cultivation base was not at the source level, he already possessed a powerful soul attack. Coupled with his astonishing combat strength, he was practically invincible among those of the same level. Unless one had a heaven-defying soul defense treasure, there was no way one could block sacred unparalleled soul attack. However, heaven-defying soul defensive treasures were rarely seen in the world. Generally speaking, soul defensive treasures were much rarer than fleshly defensive treasures. Furthermore, powerful soul defensive treasures also required powerful soul force to activate. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to display their full power. For example, the atavistic immortal bone's soul defensive treasure was definitely not weak. But because his soul wasn't strong enough, he couldn't display the power of the soul defensive treasure. Thus, Unrivaled Divine's soul attack also penetrated and injured his soul. In the end, the 2 stone platforms under Lu Ming and Unrivaled Divine's feet flew towards the center of the sky and quickly fused together. Lu Ming, admit defeat. You're no match for me. Seeing that we're both from the Yang realm, I won't make things difficult for you. Admit defeat. Unrivaled Divine said. His words were full of confidence as he stood at a certain height and looked down on Lu Ming. My apologies. I, Lu Ming, have never once admitted defeat without a fight. Lu Ming shook his head slightly. I have to say that your talent is rare, especially in this broken universe. It's not easy to reach this step. I can imagine that you must have been unstoppable all the way, but I want to tell you that it's because you were born in this broken universe. There are no geniuses at all. The cosmic ocean is vast and boundless. There are countless geniuses. There's always a better mountain. Well, his meaning was clear. Lu Ming, you were born in a small place and have seen too little. You haven't met other powerful geniuses. In fact, the cosmic ocean is very big. There are many geniuses who can suppress you, such as me. I still want to try. Lu Ming smiled. Humph. Unrivaled Divine snorted. His eyes were cold. This guy doesn't know what's good for him. He had thought highly of Lu Ming and tried to persuade him to leave a good impression on Lu Ming. Then, he would find a chance to subdue Lu Ming. That was right. He had taken a liking to Lu Ming and wanted to recruit him for his own use. He wanted Lu Ming to become his sharp blade and fight for him. Unfortunately, Lu Ming didn't care about him at all. Fine, I'll teach him a lesson first. I'll let him know how strong I am so that he'll obediently surrender to me in the future. Unrivaled Divine pondered. While the two were conversing, the two stone platforms completely merged together. The two instantly moved. Lu Ming used a Genesis technique, transforming into a 3-foot giant. He took a step forward, causing the stone platform to rumble as he charged towards Unrivaled Divine. However, while Lu Ming was using a Genesis technique, Unrivaled Divine also launched an attack. He directly used a spirit attack. He had already seen Lu Ming's battle prowess. If he didn't use a spirit attack, he didn't have the slightest confidence that he would be defeated. Therefore, he directly used his trump card to suppress Lu Ming in one fell swoop. The space between his brows glowed, and a pair of pupils emitted a dazzling light. Then, 2 rays of sword light shot out and slashed towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming ignored the 2 attacks and continued to charge towards Unrivaled Divine. He's not dodging the spirit attack. Perhaps he also knows that he can't dodge it. Didn't you see what happened to the atavistic immortal bone? He wants to forcefully resist the spirit attack and seize the opportunity to attack Unrivaled Divine, hoping to turn the tables. Drawing a red packet. How laughable. He doesn't know how terrifying a spirit attack is. He wants to forcefully resist it? He'll be beaten into a fool later. Many people mocked. In the next instant, the 2 rays of sword light struck Lu Ming. They directly ignored Lu Ming's defense and rushed into Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, intending to slash Lu Ming's spirit. However, they struck empty air. Lu Ming's sea of consciousness was empty. There was no spirit at all. What's going on? Unrivaled Divine was stunned. Under the origin realm, the spirit generally resided in the sea of consciousness. Only after reaching the origin realm would the spirit reside in the origin root, absorbing origin power to temper and strengthen the spirit. Boom, Lu Ming's attack erupted. The war god spear was like a mountain range, smashing towards Unrivaled Divine with terrifying power. Unrivaled Divine was greatly alarmed. His reaction was fast enough. He instantly mobilized a powerful force and set up layers of defenses in front of him. However, when the war god spear smashed down, these defenses collapsed one after another. Unrivaled Divine coughed up blood and retreated. Divine Wushuang coughed up blood and retreated. The surrounding people were shocked. What was going on? Lu Ming had been hit by Divine Wushuang's soul attack, but he was still able to unleash such a powerful attack as if nothing had happened. Was Lu Ming's soul also so powerful? Why isn't your soul residing in your sea of consciousness? Divine Wushuang roared. The surrounding people were shocked, and then they suddenly understood. It turned out that Lu Ming's soul did not reside in his sea of consciousness. No wonder Divine Wushuang's soul attack did not have much effect on Lu Ming. However, it was indeed strange that the soul did not reside in the sea of consciousness. Could it be that Lu Ming was so talented that he could transfer his soul into the origin seed early on? The vast cosmic sea was full of all kinds of strange things. Some creatures with extraordinary talents could transfer their souls into origin seeds early on. Perhaps Lu Ming was one of them. Many people thought so, including Divine Wushuang. Slash. Divine Wushuang roared, his eyes like two small suns. Swish. Swish, swish. This time, at least 7 or 8 beams of sword light shot out from his eyes and slashed at Lu Ming. Soul attacks were extremely fast and difficult to dodge. Lu Ming was hit directly. Soul attacks could ignore the physical body and the defense of ordinary source-level weapons. But at the same time, they did no harm to the physical body. They were mainly aimed at the soul. This time, several beams of sword light rushed at Lu Ming's origin seed. Others rushed behind Lu Ming's physical body and turned into tiny beams of sword light that attacked Lu Ming's physical body, including his internal organs. Divine Wushuang was very cautious this time. He knew that some people were very special. They could not only reside in their origin seeds, but also in their internal organs and even other parts of the physical body. This time, he took care of all these things. He was sure that Lu Ming's soul had nowhere to hide. This time, Lu Ming's soul was indeed under attack. However, Lu Ming's soul was scattered among the 60 trillion cells in his body. Every cell had a small part of it. Unrivaled Holiness's attack couldn't be distributed to every cell. Even someone with a soul 10 times stronger than Unrivaled Holiness wouldn't be able to do it. Therefore, this attack did not have much effect on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure trembled for a moment, but then, as if nothing had happened, he charged past and continued to attack Divine Unparalleled. Impossible, Divine Wushuang roared in disbelief. His soul attack was completely ineffective against Lu Ming. Then, he tried his best to defend himself, but he was still sent flying by Lu Ming, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. Everyone was dumbfounded. This time, Divine Peerless had clearly used an even stronger soul attack on Lu Ming's other body parts, but it was still ineffective. What was going on? Was Lu Ming a soulless person? Impossible. They clearly sensed the aura of a soul on Lu Ming. Could it be that Lu Ming's soul was also naturally strong, even stronger than Divine Wushuang's? Was that why he didn't fear Divine Wushuang's soul attack? Everyone's imagination ran wild. Meanwhile, Lu Ming's attacks rained down on Divine Wushuang like an avalanche. Ah! Divine Wushuang roared, unwilling to admit defeat. He had been looking down on Lu Ming, wanting to subdue Lu Ming, but now, he was being suppressed by Lu Ming. This was really a slap in the face. He fought back with all his strength. Sword light kept bursting out of his eyes, and his body was covered in a sacred light that covered half of the platform. One had to admit that Divine Wushuang was very strong. He had almost no weakness when using both physical and soul attacks. Others of the same level would find it difficult to fight against him. Unfortunately, he had encountered Lu Ming. Lu Ming was his nemesis. He could completely restrain him. His soul attack was useless against Lu Ming. Lu Ming directly ignored the soul attack and pushed his combat power to the extreme. In the end, Divine Wushuang knew that his soul attack was useless against Lu Ming, so he could only give up on it and use all his origin power to fight against Lu Ming. Unfortunately, without his soul attack, he was not much stronger than other 5-time G-Breaker cultivators. How could he be a match for Lu Ming? After a few moves, he was injured and his injuries worsened. In the end, he was blown off the platform by Lu Ming and completely defeated. Lu Ming won this battle. The surrounding people were stunned. They didn't expect that the final winner would be Lu Ming. I can only say that Lu Ming is too lucky, and Divine Wushuang is too unlucky. If Lu Ming had encountered the atavistic immortal bone earlier, the final victory would have been Divine Wushuang's. Some people sighed softly. They could naturally see that Divine Wushuang was restrained by Lu Ming. If Lu Ming had encountered the atavistic immortal bone earlier, he definitely wouldn't be a match for it and would be defeated. Then, Divine Wushuang would defeat the atavistic immortal bone and obtain the final victory. Unfortunately, sometimes luck was also a part of strength. Damn it! Divine Wushuang stared at Lu Ming, his eyes cold. He swallowed a few divine pills, sat down cross-legged, and began to heal his injuries. Some people had already begun to leave. The battle for the heaven trampling platform was over, so there was no need to stay. Some people had been tempered by the platform and their foundations were much more stable. They planned to go back and consolidate their foundations in preparation for breaking through to the origin realm. No one was in a hurry to break through. This was because the cosmic sea generally only went berserk once. It wouldn't become more berserk as others broke through. In other words, even if others succeeded in breaking through under the origin tribulation, the cosmic sea wouldn't become more berserk, and the origin tribulation wouldn't become stronger. In the past, the cosmic sea had never successively gone berserk. Perhaps this was the cosmic sea giving them a chance to survive. Breaking through under the origin tribulation was a test. If one succeeded, they would receive a gift from the cosmic sea. This meant that this was just a test, and the cosmic sea wouldn't really cut off everyone's path. If the cosmic sea became more berserk every time someone broke through, then those who came later would have no chance at all. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming activated the energy on the platform and began to temper his body. The energy on the heaven trampling platform was so dense that Lu Ming could clearly feel that his soul and body were rapidly becoming stronger. They were constantly being tempered and improved at a crazy rate. Amidst the pure energy, Lu Ming's body and soul shone with a mysterious luster, free of impurities. When the tempering was over, Lu Ming circulated his body slightly and felt that he was full of power. Too strong. I feel like I can now fight a pinnacle almighty with just the strength of my body. Lu Ming pondered. It was unbelievable that he could fight a pinnacle almighty with just the strength of his body. His soul was also shining brightly. It was many times stronger than before. Lu Ming now felt that he had great confidence in breaking through to the origin realm. In the past, he would feel a strong sense of danger whenever he thought of breaking through to the origin realm. But now, this sense of danger had disappeared. At the very least, it meant that there shouldn't be any fatal danger when breaking through to the origin realm. Let's leave this place first and find a place to familiarize myself before breaking through. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before taking a step and leaving the stone platform. Rumble! The moment Lu Ming left the stone platform let out a violent roar and cracks appeared on it. Then, it exploded with a bang. Even the huge octagonal stone platform at the bottom was the same. It completely exploded and turned into ashes. The sky trampling platform was completely destroyed. Many people sighed. The sky trampling platform was incomplete. It was only a part of a complete sky trampling platform. Furthermore, it was severely damaged and could only be used once. After using it once, its energy would be exhausted and it would be destroyed. If it was a complete sky trampling platform, it wouldn't be like this. After exhausting its energy, it would at most seal itself and slowly continue to absorb energy until the day it was opened. Lu Ming's heart was as calm as an ancient well. On the contrary, he felt that this was better. After all, the living beings in the primitive universe were weak. If it was a complete sky trampling platform, they wouldn't be able to keep it and it would benefit the people from other universes. It would be better to destroy it. Lu Ming stepped into the air and came to the side of Mulans and Huang. Ling Mulans and Huang Ling had been staying with the people from the Jade Clear Great Cosmos to avoid being targeted by the 8 races of the Forbidden Lands. Now, the people from the Jade Clear Great Cosmos had already left. The 8 races of the Forbidden Lands didn't take any further action. Lu Ming, congratulations! Mulans and Huang Ling walked towards Lu Ming with joy. Lu Ming had obtained the opportunity of the highest sky trampling platform. They were happy for Lu Ming. Senior sister, Huang Ling, let's go. Lu Ming said. Stop right there. Just as the 3 of them were about to leave, a cold shout rang out. Waves of aura surged toward Lu Ming's group, locking them in place. Soon after, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Figures flashed and a group of people surrounded Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face darkened. They were from the underworld. Lu Ming initially thought that it was someone from the Nether River Great Cosmos, as Lu Ming had previously defeated the Nether River Great Cosmos exceptional genius, Lan Yuchen. However, upon closer inspection, they weren't from the Nether River Great Cosmos or the Skeletal Great Cosmos. They were from the Hellfire Great Cosmos, which was ranked 18th in the underworld. In fact, the people from the Nether River Great Cosmos had already left. The people from the Skeletal Great Cosmos were still there, but they didn't make a move. Instead, they stood in the distance and watched coldly. Dozens of powerhouses from the karmic fire great cosmos surrounded Lu Ming and the others. What do you want? Huang Ling shouted. What do you want? Naturally, I have to send this Lu Ming on his way. An elder from the karmic fire great cosmos said coldly. I don't think I have any enmity with your karmic fire great cosmos. Lu Ming said. Haha, no enmity? The underworld and the young world have been fighting for so many years, yet there is no enmity between us. Your talent is too high. We can't let you live. An origin from the karmic fire great cosmos sneered. That's right. A genius like him should be killed as soon as possible. Another expert from the underworld spoke and came over. He wasn't from the karmic fire great cosmos, but from another cosmos in the underworld. In the blink of an eye, dozens more experts arrived. They were all from the underworld who had a good relationship with the karmic fire great cosmos. As for the others from the underworld, they either watched coldly from the sidelines or turned around and left. In their opinion, Lu Ming was dead for sure. Lu Ming was just a human from the broken primitive universe. Without a backer, he was doomed. Should we help Lu Ming? Some of the experts from the young world who hadn't left secretly discussed. Don't you see the people from the bone great cosmos eyeing him covetously? If we make a move, we might draw their attention. The people from the holy light great cosmos are still around. Let's see if they want to make a move. Others spoke as they looked at the holy light great cosmos. There were many experts from the holy light great cosmos, and they were all very strong. If they made a move, Lu Ming might be saved. No matter what, Lu Ming was from the young world and belonged to the same faction as the holy light great cosmos. Young master, what should we do? Someone from the holy light great cosmos looked at Sacred Unparalleled. Lu Ming is arrogant and conceited. Even if he matures, he might not be of any benefit to the young world. There is no need to help him. Let's go. Sacred Unparalleled said coldly with a cold gaze. Asking him to save Lu Ming? What a joke. How could he possibly do that? If he could, he would personally kill Lu Ming. After saying that, Sacred Unparalleled led the people from the holy light great cosmos and left. Seeing the people from the holy light great cosmos leave, even if some people from the other great cosmoses wanted to help Lu Ming, they would have to weigh their own strength. How could they be a match for the karmic fire great cosmos? Furthermore, there was still the bone great cosmos eyeing them from afar. Some people sighed helplessly and left one after another. Lu Ming's expression didn't change. He finally understood that although the various great cosmoses of the young world were in an alliance against the Yin world, there were still open and veiled struggles between them. The waters were very deep. Otherwise, why hadn't any great cosmos come to the rescue when the primitive cosmos had been destroyed? Lu Ming didn't believe that the top powerhouses of the other great cosmoses wouldn't have sensed such a great battle. The moment the primitive cosmos universe channel opened, the other great cosmoses had sent people over. How could they not have sensed it? It was better to rely on oneself than on others. Lu Ming had the human monarch's broken sword, so he wasn't afraid of these people. If these people wanted to die, then he would kill them. Back then, he had fought against the 8 races of the Forbidden Zone alone. Although he had exhausted the energy of the human monarch's broken sword hilt, more than a decade had passed. The energy of the sword hilt had long recovered. Lu Ming, it seems that no one will save you. You can die now. An old origin source from the karmic fire great cosmos said coldly. I have no enmity with you in the past. I didn't want to offend you. If you leave now, I can pretend that nothing happened. However, if you are aggressive and insist on killing me, then you have to be prepared to pay the price. Lu Ming said. His original intention was not to offend more people. He already had enough enemies and didn't want to make more. He wouldn't be afraid if he was alone. The main thing was that he had his family, wife, friends, and confidants behind him. He had to consider their safety. Ha ha ha. Pay the price? What a joke. What price can we pay to kill you? Some people laughed. These 2 women are not bad. Don't kill them yet. Take them down first and we can have some fun tonight. A middle-aged man's eyes darted between Mulan and Huang Ling. His eyes were burning with passion. Lu Ming's face darkened completely. Murderous intent surged. No money? I'll give you cash or coins. Time limit, 1 day to collect. Attention, everyone, number, free to collect. You still dare to show killing intent? What, you want to fight? Kneel. An old man from the karmic fire great cosmos said coldly, taking the initiative to attack. He took out a violet golden pagoda. Terrifying flames permeated the pagoda as it rapidly expanded, pressing down on Lu Ming. The old man was very powerful. He knew that Lu Ming possessed the battle prowess of someone who had broken through 5 times, yet he still attacked with such confidence. His battle prowess was obviously shocking. The old man's battle prowess was at the peak of early reciprocity. At the same time, the violet golden pagoda was a peak source-level weapon. Lu Ming immediately felt a huge pressure. Mulans and Huangling trembled as their faces paled. Lu Ming really was not the old man's opponent in terms of battle prowess alone. After all, the difference in cultivation was just too great. As a result, Lu Ming used the human king's broken sword without any hesitation. The broken sword trembled as the hum of the sword resounded through the universe. Afterward, a streak of light shot into the sky. It was just too resplendent, so dazzling that many people instinctively closed their eyes. Swish, Lu Ming soared into the sky with his sword and slashed out, landing on the violet golden pagoda. With a plop, the violet golden pagoda was cleaved in half like it had struck a piece of rotten wood. Afterward, the streak of light did not stop, slashing toward the old man. It was just too fast. The old man was clearly stunned. He had never thought that Lu Ming could cleave the violet golden pagoda in a single strike. That was a peak source-level weapon. It was indestructible. How could it be destroyed so easily? By the time he reacted, it was already too late. The streak of light entered his body and directly cleaved him in half. Even his origin root and soul were destroyed. What was going on? To the side, the others were shocked. He killed Elder Hu. Attack together and kill him. A genius from the karmic fire great cosmos roared. He was a genius who had broken through 4 times. He was already a peak genius in the karmic fire great cosmos. As for Tan Yi, he had already left after being defeated. He was looking for a place to break through. He was not here. Immediately, several dozen reciprocity experts from the karmic fire great cosmos struck out together. They used terrifying moves to drown out Lu Ming's group. Enter the Great Desolate Ring. When Lu Ming made his move, he had already activated the ancient Desolation Ring and sent Mulans and Huangling into it. You forced me to do this. Lu Ming let out a long howl, his eyes cold. He didn't want to offend anyone, but since they were pressuring him, he had no choice but to kill them. Clang, the humming of the sword resounded through the void as the sword light tore through the sky, breaking through the surrounding attacks and slashing towards the crowd from the karmic fire great cosmos. Blood splattered everywhere. In just a single moment, 3 Origin Realm experts were killed, dying on the spot. However, the sword light did not stop there. It continued to change its direction and slashed out. Puff puff puff, the human king's broken sword was simply too powerful. These people were simply no match for it. No matter what kind of attack, Genesis art, or source-grade divine weapon, they were all cleaved apart by the sword. Soon, more than a dozen origins were slain by Lu Ming. The others were finally terrified. That's an immortal weapon. No, it's at least a pseudo-immortal weapon. He can actually use a pseudo-immortal weapon. Not good. Let's retreat. The remaining people scattered and fled in all directions. In addition to the people from the karmic fire great cosmos, there were also dozens of experts from the other cosmos of the Yin world. They were originally surrounding the periphery, but at that moment, they also scattered. They were really scared to death. They never thought that Lu Ming would have such a powerful weapon in his hands. Fortunately, they didn't have time to make a move just now and were far away from Lu Ming. Otherwise, they would have been the ones to die. Not only them, but the people from the Bone Great Cosmos were also stunned. The atavistic immortal Bone's eyes were bright as it stared at the broken sword in Lu Ming's hand. It's very likely to be a broken immortal weapon. I've seen a real immortal weapon before. The aura is too similar. The atavistic immortal Bone said. The rest of the people gasped a breath of cold air. They then looked at Lu Ming with burning eyes. An immortal weapon, it was an immortal weapon. It was definitely the ultimate weapon in the universe. As the name implied, immortal weapons were exclusive weapons for immortal Dao figures. However, not every immortal Dao figure had an immortal weapon. That was because immortal weapons couldn't be forged. Even the strongest blacksmith could only forge a pseudo-immortal weapon at most. They couldn't forge a real immortal weapon. A real immortal weapon had to be born from the universe itself. Some of the known immortal weapons were born at the beginning of the universe, while some were born from the chaos. There were limited numbers, and each one had the power to destroy the world. Its value was immeasurable. However, ordinary people couldn't use immortal weapons at all. Only immortals could truly use immortal weapons. Lu Ming was only a divine master. How could he use an immortal weapon? This broken immortal weapon should have been left behind by a human expert in the primitive universe. After being refined by a human expert, Lu Ming can barely use it. However, I estimate that he won't be able to use it for long before he can truly control it. The atavistic immortal bone analyzed. The bone great cosmos was ranked 7th in the Yang realm. Immortals roamed freely and didn't lack immortal weapons. As a peerless genius of the bone great cosmos, he had always been focused on nurturing and was seen as a future immortal Dao figure. He had come into contact with immortal weapons before and knew some of their secrets. He didn't believe that Lu Ming could really control an immortal weapon. That was impossible. Not to mention that Lu Ming was just a divine master, not even a top immortal tribulation expert could truly control an immortal weapon. Only immortals could fully control an immortal weapon. Should we snatch it, sir? Asked an expert from the bone great cosmos. Their eyes were burning with desire. This was an immortal weapon. Even if it was just a broken immortal weapon, it was still priceless. To be honest, Divine Wuxuan's eyes were also burning with desire, but he shook his head in the end. He wasn't confident. He didn't know how long Lu Ming could use it. As long as Lu Ming could still use the broken immortal weapon, they couldn't do anything to Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming held the human king's broken sword and looked coldly at the bone great cosmos. If these people didn't know what was good for them, he wouldn't show any mercy and would kill them all the same. In any case, offending one person was offending, and offending a group was also offending. It seems that there are indeed many treasures left in the great cosmos. There won't only be one broken immortal weapon. There might even be a complete one. Let's leave first. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with Lu Ming in the future. Ancestral Immortal Bone said. In the end, the bone great cosmos didn't make a move and left. After the Yin world's people left, Lu Ming put away the human king's broken sword and his figure flashed, turning into a beam of rainbow light that left the place. He didn't go in the direction of the Azure Divine Realm, but in another direction. He was afraid that the 8 clans of the Forbidden Zone would ambush him on the way back. Although he had the human king's broken sword, the 8 clans' foundations were too deep. Who knew if they had any special methods to deal with him? For example, there might be some terrifying great killing weapons. After his battle with the 8 clans of the Forbidden Zone, he'd heard that the 8 clans wanted to bring out some great killing weapons to deal with Lu Ming. Later, because of the Outerverse invasion, they'd put it aside and had no time to divert their attention. Lu Ming flew quickly, intending to take a detour before returning to the Azure Divine Realm. However, he immediately stopped after flying for a while. 2 runes appeared on his eyes. They were the demonic monarch inscriptions. He saw lines of runes appearing in the void in front of him. It was a powerful formation. These runes were hidden in the void. If he didn't control the demonic monarch inscriptions, he wouldn't have discovered them. This was in source-level formation. Someone had set up in source-level formation here. If it weren't for the demonic monarch inscriptions, Lu Ming would have barged in. Whoosh, Lu Ming's figure flashed, intending to go around the source-level formation. However, as soon as Lu Ming moved, the surrounding void split open and a large number of figures appeared, forming a circle around Lu Ming. The 8 races of the Forbidden Grounds. Lu Ming's face sank. He hadn't expected that the source-level formation would be set up by the 8 races of the Forbidden Grounds. Many of the elders of the 8 tribes of the Forbidden Grounds were holding different bones. Each of the bones was covered in runes. These were origin bones. The formation. had been set up by these people using their origin bones. Lu Ming, today is the day you die. A middle-aged origin realm elder of the primordial light race glared coldly at Lu Ming. It looks like you have set up formations all around. You've really put in a lot of effort to deal with me. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming did not believe that the other party could predict the future and know that he was flying in this direction. This could only mean one thing. The 8 clans of the Forbidden Land had most likely set up array formations in all directions, waiting for him to fall into their trap. The people of the Karmic Fire Great Cosmos also wanted to kill me. In the end, they suffered heavy losses. You won't fare any better. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he took out the human monarch broken sword. Lu Ming, do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have a broken immortal weapon? Let me tell you, an external object is still an external object. An origin realm elder of the extreme evil race sneered and waved his hand. The 8 elders of the clan walked out, each of them holding a large banner. There were a total of 8 flags. They grew in size and were inserted into the void. Immediately, a mysterious and powerful force covered the entire area. Naturally, Lu Ming was shrouded in it. It was like an invisible domain that sealed off all directions. When Lu Ming was enveloped by this domain, he immediately felt that he had lost contact with the human king's broken sword. Lu Ming's expression changed. He had already begun to refine the human king's broken sword. Although he was limited by his cultivation and could not unleash the true power of the human king's broken sword, he could still control the power of the formation at the sword hilt. But at this moment, he had completely lost contact with the human king broken sword. It's the forbidden weapon domain. Lu Ming's expression changed. The forbidden weapon domain was meant to cut off the connection between the cultivator and the weapon. He had encountered similar domains in the universe and even in the spirit dimension. However, when his cultivation had increased, the forbidden weapon domain had lost its effectiveness. Even the most powerful forbidden weapon domain in the universe was ineffective against almighty realm cultivators. He had not expected to encounter such a domain here. However, it was many times more powerful than the one he had encountered before. Battle God Spear. In the next moment, Lu Ming summoned the Battle God Spear. He realized that the Battle God Spear could still be used. Haha, do you feel that you can't use the broken sword anymore? With your cultivation, you can barely control the broken sword. Once the forbidden weapon domain interferes, you can't use it anymore. One of the extreme evil race members sneered. In the forbidden weapon domain, only treasures that are connected to your life can be used. The more powerful the treasure, the harder it is to control it. Lu Ming, without the broken sword, let's see how you die. An elite from the primordial light race said coldly. If one's cultivation was not high enough, it would be difficult to control a powerful weapon. Under normal circumstances, it was almost impossible. Even if one could, it was just barely. It was impossible to use it freely. For example, Lu Ming. Therefore, under such circumstances, it was easy to isolate it. Only treasures that were connected to one's life would be difficult to isolate. However, how could a person with a low cultivation level be connected to such a powerful weapon? It was impossible. Lu Ming tried several times, but he could not control the human king's broken sword. He knew that the broken sword had been completely isolated. It was obvious that the 8 races in the forbidden area had made ample preparations to deal with Lu Ming. Otherwise, why would they surround and kill him when they knew that Lu Ming could control the broken sword? Lu Ming, I will kill you with my own hands. Kill. The elder from the extreme evil race roared as he charged towards Lu Ming. The elder's battle strength was astonishing. He had a complete set of divine weapons and Genesis techniques. Even his Genesis root was at the mid-grade. He had obviously obtained an opportunity and his Genesis root had evolved. He was a top expert in the early origin realm. The elder held the extreme evil blade in his hand and slashed out an astonishing light blade. It went straight for Lu Ming's forehead. Clang, Lu Ming did not hesitate to use his Genesis technique. He brandished the Battle God Spear and clashed with his opponent. Buzz, the Battle God Spear vibrated violently. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force coming towards him. He could not help but retreat. Even Lu Ming, who had broken through 5 times, was no match for a top expert at the early origin realm. Let's attack together to avoid any accidents. People from the other races also roared as they charged towards Lu Ming. Those who dared to attack were definitely top experts. They were all existences at the same level as the elder from the extreme evil race. There were a total of 7 people. There were over 200 reciprocity experts in the surroundings, all of whom were present in all directions. Among them, some had come with a joint attack formation. There were also many who had set up an Origin Realm formation with their Origin Realm skeletons. They surrounded the area so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. They ensured that Lu Ming had no chance of escaping. They were certain that Lu Ming was dead meat. Not to mention the top experts and joint attack formations, just the Origin Realm formations were enough to kill Lu Ming. These Origin Realm formations were set up by Origin Realm existences using their Origin Realm skeletons. They were extremely powerful. Not to mention that Lu Ming was only a divine master, even a late Origin Realm existence would be in danger if he was trapped. Facing the encirclement of 7 experts, Lu Ming was completely passive. He was no match for them at all. Even one of them was stronger than Lu Ming, let alone 7. Even if Lu Ming tried his best, it was still useless. He was soon injured. His body was almost cut in half by a blade light. Fortunately, his vitality was astonishing. He quickly recovered. He tried to break out of the encirclement several times, but he was blocked every time. Lu Ming, today's encirclement is inescapable. You have no chance. Die. The elder from the extreme evil race was rather cold. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he slashed out with his extreme evil blade. You're still far from being able to kill me. Lu Ming revealed a vicious expression. Today was indeed very dangerous. The other party was too well prepared. This also meant that the Forbidden Land's foundations were too deep. Now, there were only 2 ways to avoid death. Lu Ming thought about it and could only think of 2 ways to avoid being killed. The first was to enter the ancient Desolation Ring. He did not know if the ancient Desolation Ring was refined by souls. Anyway, it was indestructible. Lu Ming had tried it before. Anyway, given his current combat ability, he could not do anything to the ancient Desolation Ring. As long as he entered the ancient Desolation Ring, he would be safe for the time being. However, it would only be temporary. Once he entered the ancient Desolation Ring, it would definitely fall into the enemy's hands. Then, it would be like catching a turtle in a jar. Therefore, unless he had no other choice, he would not enter the ancient Desolation Ring to avoid danger. The second way was to break through. That's right, break through the origin. Originally, he wanted to find a place to adjust himself before breaking through. That way, he would have a greater chance of success. However, there was no other way now. When breaking through to the origin under the great calamity of origin, no one could interfere. It meant that no one could interfere whether they wanted to help or interfere. Once they interfered, they would be attacked by the cosmic sea. No one could withstand the attack of the cosmic sea. Boom, there was no time to hesitate. Lu Ming immediately began to break through. A powerful aura soared to the sky, breaking through the firmament. Buzz, the void trembled as a terrifying pressure descended from the eternal unknown sky, covering everyone within it. The hundreds of experts of the 8 races in the forbidden area were shocked. This kid is breaking through. He's going to break through to the origin. Damn it, retreat. Many people shouted. The 8 races of the forbidden area did not dare to delay. They quickly retreated, distancing themselves from Lu Ming and distancing themselves from Lu Ming. As long as they did not interfere with Lu Ming's breakthrough, the great calamity of origin would not target them. However, they did not really leave. They only retreated, distancing themselves from Lu Ming and surrounding him. Humph, let's not talk about whether he can break through successfully. Even if he succeeds, he will still die. The elder of the extreme evil race said coldly. In fact, they were not too surprised by Lu Ming's breakthrough because it was within their expectations. Lu Ming had obtained the opportunity of the heaven-trampling platform this time. His foundation was stable. If he encountered danger, he would most likely try his best to break through and fight for a chance of survival. However, even if Lu Ming succeeded, they were still confident that they could kill Lu Ming. Even if he succeeded, he would only be at the early stage of origin. How strong could he be? They were well prepared. Want to retreat? Kill! Lu Ming roared. The wings on his back flapped and he dashed to the side like a bolt of lightning. The war god spear swept toward the experts of the 8 clans in the forbidden area. Breaking through under the great tribulation of source energies and still dares to attack us? Lunatic! Many people roared in anger, their expressions changing. They had expected that Lu Ming would try his best to break through. However, they did not expect that Lu Ming would dare to attack them while he was breaking through. It was extremely dangerous to break through under the great tribulation of origin. Many geniuses had failed to succeed and died halfway. Anyone who broke through under the great tribulation of origin would focus all their attention and do their best to deal with the great tribulation of origin. Who would dare to attack others? That would be courting death. However, Lu Ming dared to do so. Run! The people of the 8 clans did not dare to fight back. They could only run. Because once they fought back, it was equivalent to interfering with the person breaking through. They would be implicated. Breaking through under the great tribulation of origin was like a kind of training. It was a kind of training given by the cosmic sea. Although it was dangerous, the benefits were endless. Therefore, no one was allowed to interfere. Ah! Some of the 8 clans screamed. In the end, there were still some who did not dodge and were hit by Lu Ming. Their bodies exploded and their souls disappeared under the destructive power. Damn it! Someone roared in anger. Are you angry? Hold it in. Lu Ming said coldly. Rumble! There was a violent explosion deep in the void and a terrifying pressure crazily pressed down. Even Lu Ming's body trembled. He was breaking through. The power of the great tribulation of origin was crazily strengthening and was about to crush his body. Not only that, but this force also affected his soul. Lu Ming's soul was also greatly affected. Even if his soul was scattered in different cells, it was inevitable. However, Lu Ming was not the same as before. After being tempered 7 times by the sky-trampling platform, his body and soul had improved many times. He only trembled slightly and then stabilized. The great tribulation of origin is erupting. He won't have time to care about other things. Don't be afraid, a burly man of the 9 demonic spider shouted. But the next moment, he screamed in horror because Lu Ming had targeted him. He turned into lightning and rushed towards him. The divine war spear emitted a dazzling light and stabbed at the man. He wished he could give himself a tight slap. Why did he shout and attract Lu Ming's attention? He tried his best to dodge, but Lu Ming was too fast. He couldn't dodge at all. The spear went straight for his origin root. I'll fight you to the death. The man roared and unleashed his full strength. 8 spider legs appeared on his back and stabbed at Lu Ming like 8 spears. However, before he could stab it, a terrifying explosion erupted in the void. A terrifying devouring power enveloped the 9 demonic spider's body. Ah, no, the 9 demonic spider expert struggled crazily, but it was useless. His origin root flew out of his body and into the depths of the void. Halfway there, it exploded with a bang. The soul residing in the origin root was also turned into ashes. An origin realm expert died instantly under the great tribulation of origin. The others were terrified. Sure enough, they couldn't interfere with others breaking through under the great tribulation of origin. Otherwise, they would die instantly. Seeing this, Lu Ming became bolder and continued to kill the people of the 8 forbidden races. How could he miss such a good opportunity? Lu Ming was too fast. He was like a bolt of lightning. As long as the people of the 8 forbidden races couldn't avoid him, they would be killed by Lu Ming. Ah, I can't accept this. Damn it, damn bastard. Many people roared. They were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. They could only take a beating and couldn't fight back at all. It was too frustrating. Run, run further away. The great tribulation of origin is getting stronger. That bastard can't hold on for long. He won't be able to attack us soon. A baleful expert yelled. Then I'll kill you first. Lu Ming shouted coldly and attacked the baleful expert. Damn it, the baleful expert wanted to curse and escape with all his strength. However, his speed was not as fast as Lu Ming. He was caught up very quickly. He let out an unwilling roar and was killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He resisted the Great Tribulation of Origin while hunting down the 8 forbidden races. Before long, at least 20 Origin Realm experts had died at Lu Ming's hands. The 8 clans of the Forbidden Area were about to go crazy. It had been so long, but Lu Ming was still able to withstand it. What kind of monster was this? What kind of monster was this? Lu Ming's expression became more and more serious. He realized that he would not be able to make a move soon because the power of the Origin Tribulation was becoming more and more terrifying. Even he felt great pressure. Kill one more person. Whoosh, Lu Ming rushed into the crowd and assassinated an elite from the Primordial Light clan under the War God Spear. Then, he sat cross-legged in the void and used all his strength to resist the Origin Tribulation. Rumbling sounds came from the depths of the void like a stormy sea. Then, a huge whirlpool appeared in the depths of the void. The void there was constantly twisting. Through the void, one could see the boundless universe sea. There was a terrifying devouring power in the whirlpool that acted on Lu Ming's body. This power was extremely terrifying and special. It wanted to corrode Lu Ming's body and soul. It also wanted to strip Lu Ming's origin root and swallow it into the universe sea. Lu Ming used all his strength to activate the origin power. All the cells in his body were shining. His entire body was shrouded in a hazy light as he used all his strength to resist the origin tribulation. Lu Ming could feel that the current origin tribulation was indeed very terrifying. It was much stronger than when Xianxia had broken through. If he had broken through before stepping onto the sky-trampling platform, he might not have been able to resist it. At that time, his body and soul were far from being as strong as they were now. He might have been reduced to ashes by the origin tribulation. But now, he was able to resist it. The 8 clans of the Forbidden Area heaved a sigh of relief. That bastard has finally reached his limit. Don't panic. Let's surround him and set up the origin formation. We'll kill him after he breaks through. The elder from the Extreme Evil clan said. This person had run the fastest just now. He had actually slipped away from Lu Ming and now stood up again. The people from the 8 great clans in the Forbidden Area started to make preparations. At the same time, they sent messages to the other directions, summoning experts from other directions to surround and kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming's breakthrough was part of their plan. They were mentally prepared. Even if Lu Ming broke through to early reciprocity, they would still be able to deal with Lu Ming. Origin-grade formations were cast down by many reciprocity experts, so they were incomparable to formations cast down by peak god lords. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Only experts who stood at the peak of reciprocity did not fear source-grade formations. Regular reciprocity experts did not even dare to face source-grade formations head-on. Lu Ming was completely focused on breaking through. In any case, no one could interfere with his breakthrough under the Great Tribulation of source energies. He did not need to divert his attention to other things. He focused all of his essence, energy, and spirit to resist the Great Tribulation of source energies. In the sky, that vortex was like an eye, staring at Lu Ming. At the same time, a terrifying devouring force erupted, wanting to destroy Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body glowed as he resisted with all his strength. As time passed, the Great Tribulation of source energies grew stronger and stronger. However, Lu Ming could sense that the power of the Great Tribulation of source energies did not increase infinitely. It was about the same as when Tian Chong had broken through. Lu Ming forcefully endured it. At the same time, the origin energy seed in his body began to take root. Strands of roots began to spread throughout his body. Before long, the origin energy seed also began to grow. An origin root appeared. At this moment, Lu Ming's aura became even more berserk, wildly rising. He had broken through, he had officially broken through the bottleneck and stepped into reciprocity. The roots rapidly spread, taking root in various parts of his body. His origin root also rapidly grew. It contained dense forbidden origin energy. Lu Ming looked inside himself and discovered that his origin root seemed to be forged from metal. It gave off a special metallic luster, giving off a feeling of indestructibility. It was definitely not just a low-grade origin root. Lu Ming pondered. His origin root was definitely not just a low-grade origin root. It had surpassed low-grade origin roots. A mid-grade origin root. In the next moment, Lu Ming was enlightened. He clearly understood the grade of his origin root. It was a mid-grade origin root. It's only a mid-grade origin root? What a pity. Lu Ming sighed. He had originally been looking forward to his origin root reaching a high-grade origin root after his breakthrough. After all, his forbidden origin root was no small matter. He had never imagined that it would still be a mid-grade origin root after his breakthrough. It seemed like it was really difficult to increase the grade of one's origin root. However, he still had a chance. As long as he successfully broke through and survived the great tribulation of source energies, the cosmic sea would reward him. His origin root should still be able to improve. He now felt that his origin root should have reached the limit of a mid-grade origin root. He was just a step away from a high-grade origin root. Boom! At this moment, an even more terrifying rumble came from the depths of the void. The cosmic sea went berserk like raging waves. An even more terrifying devouring power erupted from the whirlpool. The true Great Tribulation had just begun. The Great Tribulation of source energies would be the strongest after breaking through to the origin realm. Back then, Xianxia had been seriously injured after breaking through and had almost died on the spot. Tianchong had also failed to withstand the Great Tribulation of source energies after breaking through to the origin realm and had died. The terrifying devouring power acted on Lu Ming's body. Even Lu Ming felt a cutting pain. The devouring power seemed to want to peel off his flesh and blood. It wasn't just his flesh and blood, but also his soul. Of course, the origin root that he had just condensed was under the greatest pressure. The devouring power mainly targeted the origin root. Block it! Lu Ming roared as his body glowed. Every cell of his was like a star, emitting a dazzling radiance. One could vaguely see a figure sitting cross-legged in each of his cells, resisting the devouring power. In the distance, the people from the 8 great families of the Forbidden Lands were shocked. What kind of cultivation technique is this kid cultivating? It's so strange. There's a figure in each of his cells. Could it be some kind of clone technique? The people from the 8 great families of the Forbidden Lands guessed that such a cultivation technique was simply unheard of. Lu Ming's body glowed like a powerful defense, resisting the devouring power and reducing the devouring power acting on his origin root. At the same time, he frantically operated the forbidden origin force, and a layer of multicolored light emerged around his body. This was an alternative use of Genesis techniques. This layer of multicolored light was the concentrated embodiment of various defensive secret techniques, and its defense was astonishing. When breaking through under the Great Tribulation of source energies, all kinds of external objects and divine weapons were useless. One could only rely on one's own strength. The cosmic sea was raging, and the terrifying devouring power was constantly erupting, trying to completely obliterate Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming resisted in the end. Of course, he also paid a price. Cracks appeared on his body like porcelain, as if it was about to shatter. There were even a few cracks on his origin root. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. The power of the Great Tribulation of source energies was indeed terrifying. It was much stronger than when Xianxia broke through. No wonder Tianchong died and couldn't withstand it. Lu Ming felt that if he hadn't been tempered 7 times by the sky-trampling platform, he might not have been able to withstand it. Even if his origin roots could withstand it, his body and soul wouldn't be able to withstand it. They would be stripped away by the powerful devouring power of the universe sea. But now, he finally withstood it. The sky cleared up after the rain, and a rainbow could be seen after the storm. The energy in the void of the universe rushed toward Lu Ming crazily, flowing into Lu Ming's body through his pores. Seal the world and stop him from absorbing the energy between heaven and earth. The people of the 8 clans of the Forbidden Area shouted and began to seal the world. Suddenly, the energy of the void of the universe was blocked and didn't continue to gather toward Lu Ming. It wasn't the time to make a move because the origin tribulation hadn't completely passed, and the vortex in the sky hadn't completely disappeared. They were afraid that they would suffer if they made a move. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. With a wave of his hand, a large number of immortal stones appeared and exploded, turning into billowing energy that was absorbed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming had killed more than 100 origins. Their storage bags, storage rings, and other things fell into Lu Ming's hands. Lu Ming had too many immortal crystals, immortal stones, and all kinds of divine herbs. Even if the people of the 8 clans of the Forbidden Area sealed the void, he still didn't lack energy. A huge amount of energy kept pouring into Lu Ming's body and seeping into every cell of Lu Ming's body. The cells in his body were like countless small suns, shining brightly and constantly strengthening. His soul and body had already reached a limit, but now, they were still strengthening. Of course, the most strengthened was the Forbidden Origin power. Most of the energy was converted into the Forbidden Origin power. Lu Ming's Forbidden Origin power was increasing crazily. At this time, the vortex in the sky was getting smaller and smaller. In the end, a beam of energy flew out of the vortex and entered Lu Ming's body. A gift from the Universe C. Every living being who broke through under the Origin Tribulation would receive a gift from the Universe C. This was the most precious fortune. When the 8 clans people saw this, their eyes all became red, simply full of envy and jealousy. This energy was too pure. In other words, its level was too high. As soon as it entered Lu Ming's body, it dispersed throughout Lu Ming's body. Awesome! At this moment, Lu Ming felt incomparably comfortable. His entire body, including his soul, was bathed in this energy. His physical body and soul were improving at a visible rate. As for the taboo origin energy, it was increasing at an astonishing speed. It was becoming denser and more powerful. Crack, he seemed to hear a cracking sound coming from his origin root. A crack had appeared on his origin root. This crack wasn't left behind by his previous breakthrough. The crack from his previous breakthrough had completely healed after his breakthrough. This crack had only just appeared. Furthermore, after the first crack appeared, even more cracks appeared behind it. In the end, a lot of fragments began to fall off. Yes, it was fragments. It was like molting, the outer layer falling off, revealing the source root that had an even more metallic feel. An even more mystical and shocking aura spread out. A high-grade origin root. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. He understood that his origin root had finally been upgraded to a high-grade origin root. The metamorphosis of the origin root meant that the taboo origin energy had also evolved, becoming stronger and purer. Now, Lu Ming could be sure that when Shi Tianting had broken through, his origin root had definitely not been a high-grade one, but a mid-grade one. His taboo origin energy had been extremely powerful to begin with. After his breakthrough and the gift from the Cosmic Sea, it had only been upgraded to a high-grade one. Yes, Lu Ming could feel that his origin root had only just broken through to a high-grade one. It was still very far from the peak. It was obvious that upgrading one's origin root was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Shi Tianting shouldn't have been able to do so. The upgrade of one's origin root was only one of the transformations. His physical body and soul had also improved by several times, reaching an astonishing height. It seemed like he had reached some sort of limit. This was because Lu Ming felt that his physical body and soul seemed to have reached a bottleneck. At the same time, Lu Ming felt that his mind was very clear. He felt that he could think much faster than before. My comprehension ability has also improved. Lu Ming smiled. The gift from the Cosmic Sea improved all aspects. Not only did it improve one's physical body, soul, and cultivation, but it mainly increased one's potential and opened up one's future path. My cultivation is still improving. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He realized that his cultivation had been soaring since just now. At this moment, it had already reached the peak of the early reciprocity realm. However, it showed no signs of stopping. It was still improving and was about to break through to the mid-reciprocity realm. This was simply unbelievable. It was extremely difficult to improve in the reciprocity realm. Although it was only a small increase from the early reciprocity realm to the mid-reciprocity realm, it would take a long time, a huge amount of resources, and a large number of treasures containing origin imprints. For example, immortal crystals, source-level divine herbs, and so on. However, Lu Ming had reached the peak of the early reciprocity realm in such a short time. In just a few minutes, He had surpassed the accumulation of others over a long period of time. Moreover, he hadn't reached the end and could still improve. Great! Lu Ming was overjoyed. Didn't the 8 clans of the Forbidden Area want to kill him? This time, I'll give you a surprise. However, he couldn't break through for the time being. He had to stabilize it. If he broke through now, it might scare the people of the 8 clans of the Forbidden Area. What if they ran away? Suppress it for me. With a thought, Lu Ming suppressed the remaining energy in his body. He did not continue to convert it into origin energy. His cultivation was suppressed to the peak of the early reciprocity realm. Of course, he could break through to the mid-reciprocity realm at any time. This was because this energy was a gift from the cosmic sea. It was too pure and almost didn't need to be refined. In the blink of an eye, it could be converted into forbidden origin energy. Soon, Lu Ming's aura stabilized. He has reached the peak of the early reciprocity realm. In the surroundings, the people of the 8 clans of the Forbidden Area felt Lu Ming's aura and couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. This speed of improvement was too fast. They had been cultivating for many years, but their cultivation was still at the early reciprocity realm. Many of them had not reached the peak of the early reciprocity realm. But how long had Lu Ming been at it? It had only been a few minutes. Comparing oneself to others was really infuriating. So what if he has reached the early reciprocity realm? He's still going to die. The old man of the extreme fiend race said coldly. That's right. So what if he's at the early reciprocity realm? We'll still kill him. Activate, an expert of the 9 demonic spider shouted. Buzz, in the surroundings, the origin energy bones shone. There were at least dozens of experts activating the origin energy bones. In the void, runes filled the air and a terrifying formation appeared. An origin energy formation. Kill. The dozens of people who had set up the formation shouted and activated the origin energy formation. A terrifying sword light condensed and slashed at Lu Ming. Now that the vortex had completely dissipated, Lu Ming had completely passed the origin tribulation. He could make his move. Then, let's kill to our heart's content. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with cold killing intent. With a thought, the top-tier source-grade battle armor appeared and covered his entire body. At the same time, the war god spear appeared in his hand. His source root glowed and forbidden origin energy poured into the battle armor and the war god spear. Boom, the 2 divine weapons erupted with powerful auras. Their power was completely unleashed. As a peak almighty, Lu Ming could not unleash the power of a source-grade divine weapon at all. At this moment, Lu Ming's forbidden origin energy was just too powerful. Although his cultivation was only at early reciprocity, his origin root was a high-level origin root. Correspondingly, his origin energy was also of a high level. High-grade origin energy was much stronger than low-grade origin energy. It could be said that in terms of pure origin energy, even mid-reciprocity experts were stronger than him, unless a late reciprocity expert took action. At early reciprocity, his origin energy was already comparable to a late reciprocity expert. It was truly heaven-defying. This was the power of a high-grade source root. With Lu Ming's current origin energy, he could completely unleash the full power of a top-tier source-grade divine weapon. Buzz, the war god spear vibrated as if it was cheering. It erupted with resplendent light and a terrifying spear light erupted. The space around it constantly exploded as it collided with the incoming sword light. With a shocking boom, the spear light and the sword light dissipated at the same time. Kill, kill, kill. The 8 clans of the Forbidden Grounds roared as they pushed the source-grade formation with all their might. Runes filled the air as sword light constantly condensed in the air and shot toward Lu Ming. Every sword light seemed to be boundlessly terrifying. The source-grade formation laid down by dozens of reciprocity experts using their source bones as the foundation was just too powerful. If it were before Lu Ming had broken through, he definitely would not have been able to withstand it. He would have died in just a few moves. No matter how strong his vitality was, it would be useless. He would have been crushed into nothingness. That was why he had begun to break through without any hesitation. Otherwise, he would be in danger once he entered the source-grade formation. But now, Lu Ming was fearless. After breaking through to Origin Realm, his battle prowess had increased tremendously. He was much stronger than before. With a roar, Lu Ming activated a Genesis technique as his body rapidly swelled to a height of 3 feet. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the god of war spear continued to thrust out. Streaks of dazzling spear gleams blocked off the surrounding sword gleams. The people from the Forbidden Area's 8 clans all had extremely ugly expressions. Moreover, they were all horrified. Lu Ming's battle prowess was too frightening. He could actually resist an Origin grade formation head-on. It wasn't that there weren't any experts present. All of them wielded top-tier source-grade divine weapons, had comprehended Genesis techniques, and even had mid-grade Genesis roots. These people were known as the apex of early reciprocity, and there was more than one of them present. However, they discovered that their battle prowess was far inferior to Lu Ming's. There was a huge gap. "Burn your Origin bones and kill him at all costs," someone shouted. The 36 Origin source experts in the formation called out and powered the formation with their full strength. The Origin source bones shone with resplendent light, as if they were enveloped by a layer of fire. They were burning their Origin source bones. By burning their Origin source bones, they could erupt with energy for a short period of time, raising the power of the source-grade formation to the limit. Countless runes filled the void. Next, these runes condensed into a figure. This figure wielded a battle sword and exuded an aura that could suppress the ages. It was like a supreme being standing in the void, overlooking all life. Swish, the figure's battle sword soared through the air and slashed towards Lu Ming. Space collapsed and was destroyed. Waves of destructive power surged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face turned solemn as he felt a huge pressure. An Origin-grade formation was indeed terrifying under the activation of an Origin expert. It was known as the despair of Origin. Generally speaking, unless one was a peak Origin expert, ordinary Origin experts would be doomed if they stepped into it. Lu Ming roared as his forbidden Origin power madly circulated. His armor and god of war spear shone with resplendent light. At the same time, he pushed his Genesis technique to the limit. He wielded the spear with both hands and swung it. A huge spear light, like a pillar that could hold up the sky, slammed into the sword gleam. Boom, an earth-shaking rumble erupted as a huge explosion occurred in the void. Part of the area was reduced to chaos as all matter was annihilated. Next, Lu Ming's body shook violently as he retreated. His face flushed red as a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. "He's injured. Continue attacking. He won't be able to last much longer." The old man from the Extreme Fiend race roared, wild with joy. "Kill," the 36 Origin experts who had set up the formation roared as they continued to activate the formation. They controlled the figure condensed by the formation to attack Lu Ming. To be more precise, the figure condensed by the formation could be called the formation spirit. Lu Ming resisted with all his strength and fought with the formation spirit. The two sides exchanged a few blows. Although Lu Ming was injured, it was not serious and he was able to withstand it. This shocked the 8 races in the Forbidden Area. Lu Ming was still able to withstand the attack even after burning his Origin source bones. If it had been any other Origin expert, they would have died long ago. They were both at the early Origin realm, had mastered Genesis techniques, and could use top-level soul-grade divine weapons. But why was Lu Ming's battle prowess so strong? It seemed that a top-level soul-grade divine weapon in Lu Ming's hands could unleash even greater power. Moreover, the power of Lu Ming's Genesis techniques was beyond imagination. They were far superior to ordinary Genesis techniques. The most terrifying thing was Lu Ming's Origin power. It was as thick as the universe and indestructible. Every strand seemed to be able to penetrate the void of the universe. It's high-grade Origin power. It's definitely high-grade. Someone growled. Everyone's hearts shook violently. They were extremely shocked and envious at the same time. Yes, they were certain that Lu Ming's Origin power was high-grade. High-grade. Lu Ming had just broken through to the Origin realm, but his Origin power had already reached the high grade. This was too shocking. There had not been many people like this since ancient times. Throughout the vast universe sea, there were only a handful of people who had just entered the early Origin realm who had reached the high grade in their Origin power. It was difficult to find many in the tens of thousands of universes. Every one of these people was a miracle. Every one of them was a legend. Comparisons were odious. They had tried everything they could, but it was still difficult for their origin power to evolve and transform. Some people had narrowly escaped death and obtained heaven-defying opportunities to transform their origin power to the mid-grade. But Lu Ming had just broken through, and his origin power had already reached the high grade. How could they compare? It should be said that origin power was the grade of one's genesis root. It was closely related to the upper limit of one's future achievements. At this moment, the origin power bones used to set up the formation had been burned too intensely and their energy had been exhausted. They changed to another batch and continued to burn, condensing the formation spirit to attack Lu Ming. Is this your trump card? It's just SOSO. It's just right to use it to hone my genesis techniques. Lu Ming roared. His battle intent soared into the sky. Dazzling spear light swept across the void of the universe. His entire body was shrouded in dazzling light, which was the manifestation of his genesis techniques being pushed to the limit. Such a battle was very beneficial to Lu Ming. As he had said, it could hone his genesis techniques. Lu Ming's genesis technique was still in its infancy stage and was far from the peak. There was still a lot of room for improvement. Such a huge battle was very beneficial to Lu Ming. He could unleash his genesis techniques to the fullest, comprehend them during the battle, and perfect his own genesis techniques. He vaguely felt like he had become a little shorter and his body had shrunk a little. Yes, this was not a misconception. When he used a genesis technique, his body would grow to 3 feet tall and swell up. And now, his body seemed to have shrunk a little. Although it was very small, Lu Ming could still feel it. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This was because his genesis technique had improved. Why did he grow to 3 feet tall when he used a genesis technique? Wasn't it because his genesis technique was still in its infancy stage and was not perfect enough? Lu Ming's control over it was not perfect enough, causing the origin energy to spread. As his comprehension of genesis techniques deepened, his control over them grew steadier and steadier. His body would shrink when he used genesis techniques. When he truly mastered the technique, there would be no difference with his body when he used it. It would be no different from normal. Lu Ming was still very far away from this level. But he had indeed improved in the battle just now. Lu Ming became even more excited. He roared at the sky, ignoring his injuries and fighting with all his strength. This made the 8 clans of the Forbidden Area shiver. He was too much of a monster. He was actually using an origin level formation to train his genesis technique. Set up the combination formation and kill him together with the origin level formation. Someone shouted. Without any hesitation, the 8 clans of the Forbidden Area began to set up the formation. At this moment, there were already over 500 Origin Realm experts rushing over from other directions. Swish swish swish, their figures flashed as they set up combination formation after combination formation. In order to kill Lu Ming, the 8 clans of the Forbidden Area had spent a great deal of resources to set up various terrifying combination formations. This was not an ordinary 3 to 5 person joint attack formation. Even the weakest one was a 7-person joint attack formation. There were even 9-person joint attack formations. Origin level combination formations and Divine Lord level combination formations were not only vastly different in power, but the carriers were also much more difficult to create. Generally speaking, it was already very rare for 3 people to attack a formation together. As for the combined formations of 7 to 9 cultivators, even the Forbidden Grounds did not have many of them. Losing even one of them would cause them great heartache. This time, the 8 clans of the Forbidden Ground deployed a total of 5 9-man combined attack arrays, 5 7-man combined attack arrays, and a total of 10 combined attack arrays to attack Lu Ming. Draw a red envelope. The 10 combined formations transformed into battle swords, demonic spiders, and malicious ghosts. They unleashed terrifying power as they attacked Lu Ming. Together with the source grade formations, they were going to kill Lu Ming. Are they finally making a move? Very good. Then, let's break through. At this moment, Lu Ming did not continue to suppress his cultivation. The remaining energy from the cosmic sea was instantly converted into the power of the forbidden origin. Lu Ming's cultivation level could no longer be suppressed. It directly broke through the barrier of the middle stage of origin and charged into the middle stage of origin. Lu Ming's cultivation level skyrocketed, and so did the power of the forbidden origin. The people of the 8 forbidden grounds almost bit their tongues. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What did they just see? Mid-reciprocity. Lu Ming had broken through again. Hadn't Lu Ming just broken through to reciprocity? How could he break through again? Unbelievable. Unimaginable. Not good. Many people felt chills run down their spines. Although he had reached the late stage of the origin tribulation, he was still in the origin tribulation. Only early reciprocity existences could move freely without being affected. Those above mid-reciprocity would still be greatly affected. Once they emerged, they would be suppressed by the origin tribulation, and their origin roots would be devoured. However, creatures who broke through under the origin tribulation did not face this problem. This was because living beings like them had already gained the recognition of the cosmic sea. Let alone mid-reciprocity, they could even reach late reciprocity, peak reciprocity, or even higher without any problems. They would not be suppressed by the calamity of origin. This was also the reason why Lu Ming dared to break through to mid-reciprocity. Kill! Lu Ming roared, as if he had endless power. The war god spear was like a pillar that held up the sky, piercing through the sky. Then, it blasted towards a 9-man joint attack formation. This 9-man joint attack formation condensed a warblade. It was suffused with a hazy light and emitted an evil aura. It was the joint attack formation of the nefarious race. Clang, the warblade and spear collided, and the void was torn apart. Thousands of forces swept out in all directions. In the next moment, the joint attack formation of the nefarious race exploded. The 9 people who had set up the formation screamed and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies were covered in cracks like porcelain. They frantically retreated, wanting to get away from Lu Ming. However, after retreating for a while, their bodies exploded. Not even their souls were left. They had all died. Only a hazy warblade was left floating in the air. The joint attack formation of the origin tribulation, Lu Ming did not hesitate. With a wave of his hand, he put the joint attack formation into his storage ring. The people of the 8 forbidden races were stunned. His battle prowess was too terrifying. One move. Just one move was enough to destroy a 9-man joint attack formation. It was too terrifying. Buzz, after Lu Ming destroyed a 9-man joint attack formation, he did not stop at all. He swept out his war god spear and collided with the other joint attack formations. A series of explosions rang out. The other 9 joint attack formations were all repelled by Lu Ming. As for Lu Ming, although he was also pushed back, he immediately stabilized himself. He flapped the wings on his back and charged towards one of the joint attack formations. Then, he swung his spear again. Block it. The person who had set up the joint attack formation was terrified. He roared and used all his strength to block Lu Ming's attack. However, it was all in vain. Under the pressure of the war god spear, the joint attack formation shook violently. Then, it exploded. The person who had set up the formation was drowned by the destructive power and died on the spot. Another carrier of the 9-man combined attack array landed in Lu Ming's hands. Afterwards, Lu Ming changed his attack and attacked another joint attack formation. However, at this moment, the source-level formation's soul arrived and blocked Lu Ming's attack. Retreat! Retreat! The other people who had set up the joint attack formation were terrified. They quickly retreated, wanting to leave the source-level formation. There was a huge gap between their battle prowess and Lu Ming's. Even with the joint attack formation, it was not enough. If this continued, they would all be destroyed by Lu Ming. If it were not for the help of the formation soul, another joint attack formation would have been destroyed. Looks like I've broken your source-level formation. Lu Ming went crazy and fought with the formation soul. This time, he actually began to suppress the formation soul. Before he had broken through to mid-reciprocity, Lu Ming had been suppressed by the formation soul and was at a disadvantage. However, as soon as he broke through, he began to suppress the formation soul. It could only be said that the difference between each breakthrough in the reciprocity realm was huge. There were only 4 minor realms in the reciprocity realm. They were early, mid, late, and peak. Therefore, with each breakthrough of a minor realm, the source power would skyrocket tremendously. Ordinary people were like this, let alone Lu Ming. Boom, in an instant, Lu Ming and the soul of the array exchanged more than 10 moves. The soul of the array trembled and its light dimmed. Crack, crack, the origin bones let out strange sounds and cracks appeared on them. The 36 people who had set up the array trembled and blood flowed out of the corners of their mouths. The origin level array was about to explode. Continue to set up the array. Stack the origin level array and kill him. The elder of the extreme fiend race roared. There were 8 forbidden races present. They had more than 500 origins. It was impossible for there to be only one origin level array. Immediately, many origin level experts who were proficient in arrays took action. They took out their origin bones and began to set up arrays. Origin level array masters didn't need origin bones to set up origin level arrays. They could use runes to set up the arrays. However, using runes to set up the arrays took time. Without enough time, the arrays they set up wouldn't be very powerful. With origin bones as the array foundation, the speed of setting up the arrays would be very fast and the power would be able to keep up. Buzz. Buzz, the void trembled as runes filled the sky. Soon, 2 more offensive arrays were set up. They also burned their origin bones and released the energy of their origin bones. They condensed an array and charged at Lu Ming. The 3 arrays were stacked and condensed into 3 array souls. For a moment, they were locked in a fierce battle with Lu Ming. Take out the ultimate weapon and kill him. Someone from the 9 demonic spiders shouted. A dozen very old 9 demonic spiders worked together to take out a mirror. Boom, as soon as the mirror appeared, it grew rapidly and covered the sky. It erupted with terrifying power as if it could crush the void. The surrounding space completely exploded and was destroyed, turning into chaos. A pseudo-immortal weapon. The 9 demonic spiders are really generous. They actually took out a pseudo-immortal weapon. Someone exclaimed. Hello, everyone. Our public account will find golden coins in red packets every day. You can receive them as long as you follow. The last benefit at the end of the year. Please seize the opportunity. Our public account a pseudo-immortal weapon. Lu Ming's expression was extremely solemn. A pseudo-immortal weapon was a weapon that surpassed origin-level divine weapons. Generally speaking, it was a weapon exclusive to those who had transcended the immortal tribulation. It was extremely terrifying. How could anyone with the word immortal be simple? However, normally speaking, it would be very difficult for reciprocity experts to control pseudo-immortal weapons, nor would they be able to unleash the power of pseudo-immortal weapons. Clearly, the living beings in the Forbidden Grounds were not to be underestimated. They had most likely used some sort of secret technique to activate the quasi-immortal weapon. It's not a complete pseudo-immortal weapon. There are cracks. Lu Ming discovered that there were a few small cracks on the surface of the mirror. If one didn't look carefully, it would be hard to notice. It was a broken quasi-immortal weapon. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why the 9 demonic spider was able to control a quasi-immortal armament. The mirror shone brightly as a beam of light shot towards Lu Ming. Dodge, Lu Ming's figure flickered rapidly, wanting to evade. However, it was as if he was locked in place. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't evade. He could only take it head-on. In an instant, the light beam approached Lu Ming. Lu Ming had no choice but to push his battle prowess to the limit, holding the spear with both hands and lashing out in the air. The war god spear was even larger than a mountain. Divine light surrounded it as it struck the light pillar. Boom, Lu Ming's body shook violently as he retreated. At the same time, he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. His body emitted white smoke as if it was being burned and corroded. Even the top source-grade battle armor couldn't resist it. Holes appeared on it. A top source-grade battle armor was half destroyed. Even the war god spear had dimmed, almost breaking. In just one move, Lu Ming was heavily injured. The power of a quasi-immortal weapon was beyond imagination. It was extremely terrifying. In fact, the 9 demonic spider was even more shocked. Lu Ming could actually survive one move. One had to know that this was a quasi-immortal weapon left behind by an expert who had undergone the second immortal tribulation. It was extremely powerful. Even if it was damaged, its power wasn't something that an ordinary Origin Realm cultivator could resist. Lu Ming could actually survive one move head-on. His vitality was truly terrifying. Continue. The 9 demonic spider roared. He wanted to continue using the quasi-immortal weapon to kill Lu Ming. If it weren't for the human king's broken sword being isolated, I would have broken your quasi-immortal weapon. Lu Ming snorted coldly. This time, he didn't wait for the opponent to attack again. He rushed in a direction. Swish, he and the spear became one, turning into a spear light that seemed eternal. On the other side, a formation soul wanted to stop him, but it was directly pushed back by Lu Ming. Stop him. He wants to break out of the encirclement. Someone roared. Stop him. Stop him with all your strength. The 8 clans of the Forbidden Area roared, especially the experts who had set up the source-grade formation. They directly dispersed the formation souls and turned into multicolored light that filled the sky. Like countless divine swords, they attacked Lu Ming. There were even joint attack formations that blocked in front of Lu Ming. Although the quasi-immortal weapon was powerful, it was too difficult to use. It required a certain amount of time. Break! Lu Ming went all out. All the cells in his body emitted multicolored light as if they were burning, raising his battle strength to the limit. He wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to break out of the encirclement or destroy the forbidden weapon domain before the opponent launched the second attack. Bam, 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 the terrifying attacks condensed by the source-grade formation were all broken by Lu Ming. Then, he directly hit a joint attack formation. This combined attack array was also a 9-man combined attack array. However, in the face of Lu Ming, who had raised his combat power to the maximum, it was completely useless. It was like a balloon that exploded when the spear gleam pierced through it. Swish, Lu Ming rushed in front of a huge formation flag. This formation flag was one of the foundations of the forbidden weapon domain. Oh no! The expressions of the 8 clans of the Forbidden Area changed drastically. Kill! Some people of the 9 demonic spider roared and desperately activated their quasi-immortal weapon. The broken mirror emitted a dazzling multicolored light again, forming a beam of light that shot towards Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming waved the war god spear and ruthlessly struck the formation flag. Bam! Although this array flag was extremely sturdy, it could not withstand Lu Ming's attack. It simply exploded and turned into pieces. As long as one of the formation flags was shattered, the forbidden weapon domain would collapse. At this moment, the beam of light of the quasi-immortal weapon also appeared above Lu Ming's head. At this critical moment, Lu Ming finally regained contact with the human kings. Broken sword. In an instant, the human king's broken sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand and slashed at the sky. A shocking sword light erupted and slashed at the beam of light. With a puff, the beam of light was directly split open like a piece of rotten wood meeting a divine weapon. Now, it's my turn. Lu Ming's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. The wings on his back flapped and his figure soared into the sky, rushing towards the quasi-immortal weapon and slashing out with his sword. Clang, the human king's broken sword slashed at the quasi-immortal weapon mirror. Immediately, the mirror shattered into pieces and scattered. The 9 demonic spiders who were controlling the quasi-immortal weapon all vomited large mouthfuls of blood, their faces pale. Run! Retreat! The 8 clans of the Forbidden Area roared and fled in all directions. The 8 clans of the Forbidden Area immediately fled in all directions. As soon as they saw Lu Ming break through the forbidden weapon domain and reconnect with the human king's broken sword, they knew that they were done for. There was no way they could do anything to Lu Ming today. They could only run, or they would all die. Kill! Lu Ming roared, his killing intent soaring into the sky. The human king's broken sword slashed out with all its strength. A shocking sword light tore through the sky, as if it was splitting the universe. PFF. In an instant, 5 or 6 Origin Realm experts were killed. Their souls were annihilated, and they died on the spot. Next, Lu Ming flapped his wings and chased after them like a bolt of lightning. The human king's broken sword constantly slashed out. Every time he slashed out, at least 2 people were killed. Blood dyed the void. Scatter. The 8 clans of the forbidden area were terrified. They did not dare to gather together and scattered, afraid that they would be killed by Lu Ming with a single slash. Even so, there were still people who died at Lu Ming's hands. When Lu Ming was at the peak of the Divine Lord realm, he could use Genesis techniques and rely on the wings on his back to surpass these origins. Now, Lu Ming's cultivation had skyrocketed to mid-origin realm. His origin power had increased by 100 times, and his speed had increased by too much. It was just too fast. They could only see a rainbow light flickering in the vast universe. It was faster than lightning, and every time it flickered, it would take at least 1 life. The 8 clans of the forbidden area were almost scared to death. They frantically fled. Ah! Some people screamed in fright. They found that they were like babies when facing Lu Ming. They were too weak. This situation made them despair. Some people even swore that as long as they could escape this time, they would hide in their headquarters for the next few hundred years. They would not provoke Lu Ming. As long as they could endure these few hundred years, Lu Ming would be dead once the origin power calamity was over. Old man, where do you think you're going? Lu Ming targeted an old man from the extreme fiend race. Lu Ming had wanted to kill this old man for a long time now. Unfortunately, he was always the loudest and also the fastest to flee. But this time, Lu Ming would not let this person go. Ah, this old man is finished. The elder from the extreme evil clan screamed miserably. Then, Lu Ming struck him with his sword and killed him. This massacre lasted for a full half an hour. Lu Ming chased them for hundreds of millions of miles and killed a total of 151 origins before it finally came to an end. The storage bags and storage rings left behind by these people naturally fell into Lu Ming's hands. Among them, the most precious was the broken pseudo-immortal weapon. Although it had been shattered by Lu Ming, its fragments were still incomparably precious. If Xianxia ate it later, it would definitely be a great tonic. Of course, the treasures left behind by the 151 origins were also massive. Lu Ming didn't have the time to sort them out, so he collected them all. But Lu Ming didn't want to let it go just like that. He had already killed more than 250 origins from the 8 clans of the Forbidden Lands. There was no room for reconciliation with the 8 clans of the Forbidden Lands. They would not rest until one of them was dead. The 8 clans of the Forbidden Lands would never let Lu Ming go. They would kill Lu Ming as soon as they had the chance. Therefore, Lu Ming would never let the 8 clans of the Forbidden Lands go. He would kill them as soon as he had the chance. Now was a very good time. Now, those above the Middle Origin realm could not move freely. They were still in a state of self-restraint. Now that he was at the Middle Origin realm, he could be said to be invincible. What would happen if he killed his way to the headquarters of the 8 clans of the Forbidden Lands? He would do it right away. Even if he couldn't destroy the 8 clans of the Forbidden Lands, he would kill them until they were terrified and plunder a large amount of resources. This place was closest to the headquarters of the 9 demonic spider race, the 9 demonic ruins. Lu Ming directly rushed to the 9 demonic ruins. Lu Ming's figure moved, directly tearing through space. His speed was extremely shocking. In just a day, Lu Ming arrived outside the 9 demonic ruins. After arriving at the 9 demonic ruins, Lu Ming knew he was overthinking things. That was because he could feel the terrifying aura of the 9 demonic ruins from afar. It was a kind of heart-stopping feeling. Lu Ming activated the demonic king rune and looked at the 9 demonic ruins. Immediately, the 9 demonic ruins changed in his eyes. Dense runes appeared. Those were formations. He was certain that they were all Origin Realm formations. They were connected to each other, rising and falling continuously. He didn't know just how many there were, but they enveloped the vast 9 demonic ruins. There was even an Origin Realm expert standing guard at every set distance. It could be said that the 9 demonic ruins was completely defended. Once a living being entered, it would enter the 9 demonic ruins, and all the source-level formations would be activated to launch a destructive attack. With so many Origin Realm formations activated at the same time, Lu Ming had reason to believe that any Origin Realm expert would die if they entered. Even ordinary immortal tribulation existences wouldn't be able to withstand it. Lu Ming naturally didn't think that the 9 demonic spiders were guarding against him. In truth, the 9 demonic spiders that were scattered by Lu Ming hadn't returned yet. Lu Ming had arrived at the 9 demonic ruins earlier than those people. It's most likely the people guarding the outerverse. Lu Ming muttered. Now that the universe channel had opened, countless experts of the great cosmos had swarmed in. Even the various forbidden lands were on guard, not daring to relax. It was normal for them to set up heavy defenses in their headquarters. However, these origin realm formations are useless against me. Lu Ming muttered. The Demon King rune in his eyes flickered with a mysterious light. The secrets of these origin realm formations were completely exposed to Lu Ming. Soon, he discovered the loopholes of these origin realm formations. As long as he entered the 9 demonic ruins through these loopholes, he wouldn't alarm the 9 demonic spiders. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming restrained his aura and approached the 9 demonic ruins silently. He planned to enter the 9 demonic ruins through the loopholes of the array formation and secretly plunder the treasures of the 9 demonic ruins. But just as Lu Ming approached the 9 demonic ruins, his body couldn't help but tense up. His hair stood on end, and a chill rushed from the bottom of his heart to the top of his head. Danger, extreme danger. It was as if some primordial beast was awakening at the center of the 9 demonic ruins. Lu Ming sensed a terrifying consciousness shrouding the entire 9 demonic ruins. It was constantly circulating. Lu Ming was certain that no living creature that entered the 9 demonic ruins would be able to escape the shroud of this consciousness. Lu Ming retreated without hesitation. He only heaved a long sigh of relief when he was far away. Suddenly, he realized that his whole body was cold. He had just broken out in a cold sweat. Even at his level, he was covered in cold sweat. It was obvious how nervous he was just now. There's a terrifying expert among the 9 demonic spiders. Its consciousness has awakened and shrouded the entire 9 demonic ruins, Lu Ming muttered. He already knew that some terrifying existences were still sealed and couldn't come out, but their consciousnesses could already appear. There were such existences in the Xianxia divine realm. Back then, when the 8 clans of the Forbidden Land besieged the Xianxia divine realm and wanted to kill Lu Ming, a few ancestors' consciousnesses appeared in the Xianxia divine realm and stood on Lu Ming's side, wanting to protect him. Now, in the Azure divine realm, a terrifying existence's consciousness had manifested and shrouded the 9 demonic ruins. Obviously, it was guarding against the outerverse powerhouses. Obviously, the 9 demonic spider was very cautious. After all, the universe was vast, and there were all kinds of creatures. Even if there were creatures that could break through various arrays and silently enter the 9 demonic ruins, they would not be surprised. This was because the 9 demonic spider knew that there were such creatures in the cosmic sea that could ignore all kinds of arrays. Therefore, they had a terrifying ancestor's consciousness that shrouded the 9 demonic ruins. This way, they would be foolproof. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and decisively retreated. Even if he was a human king, it would not work. The waters of the Forbidden Lands were too deep, and this was the headquarters of the Forbidden Lands. Who knew what would happen if he barged in? One had to know that in the prehistoric continent, human kings would be injured if they trampled on the Forbidden Lands. After leaving the 9 demonic ruins, Lu Ming did not return to the Azure divine realm. Instead, he headed towards the land of extreme evil. He still wanted to try his luck. However, when he approached the land of extreme evil, he stopped in his tracks. This was because the land of extreme evil was the same as the 9 demonic ruins. It was also covered in layers of arrays, and a terrifying existence's consciousness had manifested and shrouded the entire land of extreme evil. It seemed that Lu Ming's plan was going to fail. The universe was too chaotic now. Even the major forbidden lands were on guard and did not dare to relax. Needless to say, most of the other forbidden lands were the same. Lu Ming could not be bothered to make a wasted trip. Therefore, he could not help but think of the Heaven Destroyer's base. How was the Heaven Destroyer's base now? Lu Ming was glad that the few universe passageways were in the Western universe. There were no universe passageways in the Eastern universe. Moreover, the Eastern and Western universes were separated by a vast void zone. The living beings of the outerverse should not have gone to the Eastern universe yet. Although there were 3 forbidden lands in the Eastern Universe, a portion of the Heaven Destroyer's early-stage origin source would awaken. With the Dandan Source Great Array, it should be enough to protect itself. However, Lu Ming was still a little worried. He planned to wait until his cultivation was stronger before returning to the Eastern Universe. It was only a matter of time before the Outerverse living beings would head to the Eastern Universe, and chaos would ensue there as well. Lu Ming left the land of extreme evil and returned to the Azure Divine Realm. It's Lu Ming. Lu Ming is back. He broke through. He successfully broke through under the crisis of origin energy and reached reciprocity. He even reached mid-reciprocity and killed many experts from the 8 races. Terrifying. What a miracle. Lu Ming's return to the Azure Divine Realm caused a huge commotion. There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. News of Lu Ming being surrounded by the 8 clans of the Forbidden Land and then breaking through to the mid-stage of reciprocity at the critical moment and killing the 8 clans of the Forbidden Land spread. After all, there were so many people from the 8 clans in the Forbidden Area. If even one of them revealed a little to their disciples or friends, it would be very easy for the news to spread. This news was too shocking. As soon as it was released, it spread throughout the universe at the speed of a hurricane. When Lu Ming went to the 9 demonic ruins and the land of extreme evil and returned to the Azure Divine Realm from there, the news had already spread like wildfire. This was too shocking. Even the living beings of the Outerverse were shocked. Lu Ming had just suppressed everyone on the sky-trampling platform and seized the highest platform, and then he had caused such a huge commotion. Not only had he broken through under the crisis of origin energy, but he had also reached mid-reciprocity in one go. This speed was simply terrifying. Such a freak would attract the attention of the world even in the top great cosmoses of the cosmic sea. Everyone knew that an extraordinary freak had risen. As long as he did not die, his future achievements would be immeasurable. Would there be another human monarch in the antediluvian universe? Don't worry. The antediluvian universe core has shattered, and no one knows where it is. The laws of the entire universe are incomplete. No matter how talented he is, it will be difficult for him to transcend and become an immortal. Someone from the great cosmos sneered. Everyone nodded. It was indeed so. Some people felt sad for Lu Ming. With such talent, if placed in a complete great cosmos, his achievements would be limitless. It was not impossible for another human monarch to appear. Unfortunately, the great cosmos was shattered, and the laws were incomplete. At most, he would only be able to transcend the immortal tribulation. It would be difficult for him to transcend and become an immortal. In such an environment, it would be useless even if his talent was 10 times stronger. How ridiculous. It's impossible for him to transcend the immortal tribulation. Once the crisis of origin is over, he will definitely die. People from the 8 clans of the Forbidden Zone spread the news. This matter caused a stir for a few days before it died down. This was because everyone's attention had shifted to another major event. A group of geniuses was about to start breaking through. Yes, most of the geniuses who had obtained the fortune on the sky-trampling platform were ready to give it a try. However, the truth was cruel. Several geniuses who had tried at the beginning had failed and turned into ashes under the Great Crisis of Origin. The Great Crisis of Origin did not become violent again because of Lu Ming's breakthrough. It was similar to when Tian Chong had broken through, but it was still extremely difficult. Several geniuses who had broken through 4 times had their bodies and souls destroyed. This cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. Some geniuses who were about to break through had no choice but to stop, not daring to rashly break through. However, not everyone was frightened. There were still people who were very confident in themselves and believed that they were unparalleled. Even if their combat strength was inferior to others, they would not be inferior in other aspects and would definitely be able to break through. However, 7 or 8 people tried to break through in a row, but all of them died. None of them succeeded. There was even an existence who had broken through 5 times who had failed. The success rate of breaking through was shockingly low. This seemed to prove that Xianxia was extraordinary back then. Although Xianxia was the first to break through, the Great Crisis of Origin had not yet become violent and was not that powerful. However, one had to know that Xianxia had not obtained the fortune of the sky-trampling platform. It could only be said that Xianxia's combat strength might not be as good as some people's, but he was definitely top-notch in other aspects. His physical body and soul, as well as his own willpower and so on. The continuous failure of many people finally made many people stop. The success rate of breaking through in the current environment was too low. It was simply a 9 out of 10 chance of survival. They were all peerless geniuses. Although breaking through under the great crisis of origin would give them endless benefits, once they failed, there would be nothing. The price was too great. With their talent and potential, even if they did not break through under the great crisis of origin, their achievements would still be shocking. Moreover, breaking through under the great crisis of origin was just a kind of fortune. In the future, they might be able to obtain other fortunes that were even greater than this. They might not be inferior to those who broke through under the great crisis of origin. However, not everyone was deterred. For example, people like the ancestral awakening Immortal Bone and Divine Wu Shuang, who were more ambitious than the sky, did not want to fall behind others. They also believed that they would not be inferior to others. Since Lu Ming could succeed, they could too. The atavistic Immortal Bone and Divine Peerless had coincidentally chosen to break through on the same day. This attracted the attention of the entire world. Everyone was paying attention, wanting to see if the two of them would succeed. In the battle on the heaven trampling platform, the two of them were experts second only to Lu Ming. It could even be said that they were not necessarily weaker than Lu Ming. They were just restrained. For example, although Divine Peerless had lost to Lu Ming, he had defeated the atavistic Immortal Bone. However, if the atavistic Immortal Bone faced Lu Ming would most likely not be his opponent. The two of them had failed partly due to luck. Therefore, everyone wanted to see if the two of them could succeed. On this day, the place where the two of them broke through was filled with a sea of people. The final result shocked the entire universe. The atavistic Immortal Bone had failed, and his soul had dissipated. He had completely died, but his body had not dissipated. The golden Immortal Bone had been preserved. This shocked everyone. If other people failed in their breakthroughs, nothing would be left. Their bodies and souls would be destroyed, and they would completely dissipate. However, the atavistic Immortal Bone's body had been perfectly preserved. This made people wonder if it really was the skeleton of an immortal. Moreover, the people of the Great Bone Cosmos solemnly collected the atavistic Immortal Bone's body. Some people said that the people of the Great Bone Cosmos would bring the Immortal Bone back and place it in a secret place of the cosmos to be nurtured. After countless years, the Immortal Bone might even give birth to a new intelligence, giving birth to a new peerless genius. This shocked many people of the cosmos. It turned out that the atavistic Immortal Bone could be used repeatedly. As long as it was not destroyed, it could repeatedly give birth to a peerless genius. The failure of the atavistic Immortal Bone made even more people turn their attention to Divine Peerless. Before long, news spread that Divine Peerless had succeeded, and he had broken through to reciprocity alive. He was the first genius to succeed after Lu Ming. However, after Divine Peerless succeeded, his cultivation was only at the peak of early reciprocity. He did not reach mid-reciprocity like Lu Ming. As for the grade of Divine Peerless origin root, outsiders did not know. They were all guessing whether it was mid-grade or high-grade. Divine Peerless success gave the others confidence. Afterwards, people tried to break through to reciprocity one after another. However, most of them failed, and no one was able to succeed. Not even those who had broken through 5 times could succeed. Lu Ming did not pay attention to any of this. He went into seclusion after returning to the Azure Sacred Realm. He sorted out the storage rings and pouches he had obtained this time. His harvest was shocking. In addition to the number of origins he had killed previously, he now had a total of over 250. These were all creatures from the Forbidden Grounds. Each and every one of them had an source-grade weapon, and some of them even had more than one. In total, there were more than 400 source-grade divine weapons, and there was no lack of top-tier source-grade divine weapons. In addition, there were 8 complete sets of origin-grade joint attack formation carriers. These were all astonishing gains. If he brought these source-grade divine weapons back to the Heaven Destroyer, he would be able to arm the Heaven Destroyer to the teeth. Of course, this was only a part of the harvest. There were also precious materials, divine pills, source-level divine herbs, immortal crystals, and immortal stones. What Lu Ming valued the most were still the soul-grade divine herbs and immortal crystals. These two things both contained origin imprints. Origin realm existences could directly absorb and refine them to increase their cultivation. Lu Ming's seclusion this time was mainly to refine the soul-grade divine herbs and immortal crystals to increase his cultivation. Although his progress was fast enough, reaching mid-reciprocity as soon as he broke through, he still felt that it was not enough. He needed to rise even faster. The universe was in chaos. Once the origin tribulation was over, the primitive universe would usher in a shocking storm. He was filled with a sense of crisis and urgency. He was still too weak. He did not have the time to cultivate slowly. He needed to rise quickly. Lu Ming waved his hand and dozens of immortal crystals exploded. Strands of special airflow appeared from the shattered crystals. They were like runes, but also like the laws of order. These were origin imprints. Lu Ming opened his mouth and inhaled. These origin imprints were all sucked into Lu Ming's mouth. Then, he closed his eyes and began to comprehend. Lu Ming's body was shrouded in a layer of mist. The origin imprints in the immortal crystals and soul-grade divine herbs were not energy. They could not be absorbed and refined like energy. They needed to be comprehended. Yes, they needed to be comprehended. Only after comprehending could they be converted into origin energy and strengthen one's own origin energy. Therefore, everyone's conversion rate for immortal crystals and soul-grade divine herbs was different. For example, if an immortal crystal's origin imprint was divided into 10 parts, not everyone could absorb and refine all of it. Ordinary people could only absorb and refine 20%. That was because one needed to comprehend these origin imprints. The more one comprehended, the more one would be able to absorb. Comprehending 20% meant that one could only absorb 20%. Comprehending 30% meant that one could only absorb 30%. The rest would dissipate into the world. The higher one's talent, the higher one's comprehension ability, and the higher the conversion rate. Lu Ming's current comprehension ability was too terrifying. These origin imprints circulated in his body. After a period of time, they were converted into forbidden origin energy. Lu Ming's forbidden origin energy was getting stronger and stronger. Lu Ming estimated that the conversion rate had reached 80%. If this news were to spread, it would definitely scare countless creatures to death. One should know that the conversion rate for ordinary origin energy was only 20%. If one could reach 30%, one would be considered to be talented. If one could reach 40%, one would be a genius. If one could reach 50%, one would be a peerless monster. However, Lu Ming had reached 80%. This was already incredible. However, Lu Ming still sighed. He was a little dissatisfied because he had wasted 20%. He felt the pinch. Was it easy for him to obtain these resources? His heart was bleeding from the waste of 20%. If others knew what he was thinking, they would probably beat him to death. How could it be so infuriating? After a period of time, Lu Ming refined dozens of immortal crystals. Lu Ming felt that his cultivation level had improved a little. He had taken a small step forward on the foundation of the mid-stage of the source realm. He had only just reached mid-reciprocity. He was still very far away from late reciprocity. However, with his cultivation speed, Lu Ming believed that he would reach late reciprocity very soon. With a wave of his hand, several dozen more immortal crystals flew out before exploding. Lu Ming absorbed the origin imprints inside. Just like that, Lu Ming entered deep seclusion. He constantly absorbed and refined the immortal crystals and soul-grade divine herbs. Time passed quickly, and 10 years passed. In the past 10 years, Lu Ming had refined all the immortal crystals and source-level divine herbs on him. Only then did he raise his cultivation level to the peak of the mid-reciprocity stage. He did not reach the late reciprocity stage as he had expected. There were not enough resources. The resources I've consumed are just too terrifying. Is this the price to pay for a high-level origin route? Lu Ming had a bitter expression on his face. He killed more than 250 of the Forbidden Land's 8 clans' origin sources, plundering their treasures, obtaining immortal crystals and origin-level divine medicines. It couldn't be said to be a small amount, extremely shocking. It was enough for ordinary origin sources to use for a long time. However, he had only used 10 years, and he had only gone from mid-reciprocity to the peak of mid-reciprocity. He hadn't even advanced a single level. It could only be said that the resources he consumed for cultivation were too terrifying. The higher the grade of the origin root, the more terrifying the resources consumed for cultivation. Lu Ming's origin root was a high-grade origin root. The resources he consumed were at least 100 times more than those of low-grade origin roots. This was also because his conversion rate had reached 80%. Otherwise, even if he consumed all the immortal crystals and source-grade divine herbs, he wouldn't be able to reach peak mid-origin. Looks like I have to go out and search for resources. Otherwise, my cultivation speed will be even slower if I cultivate step by step. Lu Ming muttered. It wasn't impossible for origin realm existences to advance without immortal crystals and source-grade divine herbs. For example, through the universe bridge, one's consciousness could enter the universe ocean and comprehend the origin in the universe ocean. Most people at the peak of the Almighty Master stage did this. However, cultivating like this was too slow. It required a very long time to accumulate. At the same time, origin realm existences could directly refine the origin spirit medicinal liquid to increase their cultivation. The origin spirit medicinal liquid could be directly absorbed without wasting a single drop. However, the origin spirit medicinal liquid was too rare. A peak source-grade divine herb could only be refined into a single drop per month. It wasn't enough for Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming, you've come out of seclusion. I have something I need your help with. Not long after Lu Ming came out of seclusion, he encountered a few old men. Lu Ming knew them. They were all origin realm existences in the Ashen Azure divine realm. Lu Ming had a good impression of these people. Back when the Tsangqing divine realm was besieged by the 8 clans of the Forbidden Land, some of them advocated for Lu Ming to be handed over, while some of them were adamant about not letting him go. These few elders were among them. Seniors, please speak, Lu Ming said with a smile. Recently, we've been attacking a ruin. This ruin definitely contains many treasures, but there are people from other universes competing for it. We'd like to ask for your help in attacking this ruin. A red-haired old man explained. Attacking the ruins? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This remnant isn't particularly large. It shouldn't be too dangerous. Thinking that Lu Ming was hesitating, the red-haired elder explained. All right, let's go together. Lu Ming said. It just so happened that he was lacking resources. These ruins were all left behind by the powerful forces of the Great Desolate Continent. There might be a large amount of resources inside. Even if no one invited him, Lu Ming planned to walk around. Seeing Lu Ming agree, the old men were overjoyed. Lu Ming's current cultivation was at mid-reciprocity. He could be described as the only one in the universe, and his battle prowess was extremely great. In a sense, Lu Ming could be called the #1 expert in the universe. With his help, they wouldn't have to fear the other universes, and their chances of success would be greatly increased. Immediately, they set off towards the ruins. A few days later, they arrived at a fragment of a continent. Now, the continent fragments of the Great Desolate Universe were all gathering together. Some of the closer ones had already gathered together to form a larger continent. However, the vast universe was too vast. The distance between many continent fragments was boundless. It would take a long time for them to gather together. This fragment of a continent would slowly drift in a certain direction, and one day, it would stick together with the other fragments of a continent. In the center of the continent fragment, there was a large mountain range that stretched as far as the eye could see. On the way, the old man had already explained the situation of the ruins to Lu Ming in detail. This ruin came from a huge immortal dynasty of the human race during the Great Desolate Continent. It was called the Qingyang Immortal Dynasty. Those with the name Immortal were all incredible. This immortal dynasty was definitely overseen by an immortal. In fact, the Qingyang Immortal Dynasty was extremely powerful during the Great Desolate Continent. It could be ranked in the top 10 among all the orthodoxies of the human race. This was definitely incredible. For example, an orthodoxy like the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven, which occupied a grotto heaven, couldn't even be ranked in the top 10 among the major forces of the human race. Although there were human kings in the great desolate continent who ruled the world, they didn't unite the human race. However, the human king did not create a unified force of the human race. Instead, he divided it into many different forces and different orthodoxies. Human king was an honorific title. It was a title given to those who had made great contributions to the human race. They were respected by the majority of the human race. They weren't called human kings only if they founded an immortal dynasty of the human race. In fact, among the 3 human kings, only human king Xianxia founded an orthodoxy. The other 2, human king Xianxia and ancient queen Xianxia, didn't found any orthodoxies. They were lone wolves. Of course, human kings were respected by the world. If there was a big matter, they would definitely gather heroes with a single command. At that time, the human race was divided into many orthodoxies of different sizes. Heroes ruled over their own areas. The immortal dynasty and immortal sects ruled over their own areas. They were extremely brilliant. For the Qingyang immortal dynasty to be ranked in the top 10 of the orthodoxies of the human race, it was unknown how strong it was. Legend had it that there was a king overseeing it. Of course, this king didn't mean the king of human kings. The ruins left behind by the Qingyang immortal dynasty were absolutely shocking. Of course, the ruins in front of them weren't the immortal capital of the Qingyang immortal dynasty, but the residence of a general of the Qingyang immortal dynasty. If it was really the immortal capital of the Qingyang immortal dynasty, heroes would have gathered long ago. It wouldn't be up to the Xianxia immortal realm to fight for it. However, if it was really the immortal capital of the Qingyang immortal dynasty, the danger level would rise sharply. With their current strength, they wouldn't dare to attack it. The ruins in front of them were just the residence of a general of the Qingyang immortal dynasty. The danger level was much lower. This was also the reason why the Xianxia immortal realm dared to attack it now. The world has changed with the passage of time. The residence of the general of the Qingyang immortal dynasty is buried in this mountain range. It's surrounded by restrictions. Every step is filled with killing intent. In addition, the Qingyang immortal dynasty is good at refining stone puppets to fight for them. There are many stone puppets in this ruin. When we were excavating, we were attacked. Although countless years have passed, they still have a strong combat strength. They can't be underestimated. The few old men continued to introduce. Lu Ming nodded and memorized each and every one of them. Let's go over there. Our people are over there. The few old men led the way. Soon, Lu Ming saw a large group of people. There were more than 200 of them, and they were all Origin Realm experts. Such ruins were very dangerous. Those below the Origin Realm didn't dare to participate at all. They would die if they moved. Seeing Lu Ming's arrival, the people of the Xianxia immortal realm were overjoyed. They were much more confident. Boom! Suddenly, there was a violent explosion in the depths of the mountain range. A dozen figures rushed out quickly. More than a dozen figures charged out from the depths of the mountain range. They were all experts of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. Watch out! There are stone puppets coming out. Work together to destroy them. Among the dozen or so people, one of them shouted. Attack! The 200 people outside circulated their origin energy and their source-grade weapons buzzed as they prepared for battle. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, Lu Ming felt the ground rumble. Some giants were charging over from behind the dozen people. At a closer look, they weren't giants at all. They were clearly stone golems. Each of them was over a dozen meters tall and wielded a stone weapon. Every step they took caused the ground to rumble as they pursued the dozen people. Lu Ming knew that these were stone puppets. There were a total of 13 of them. Very soon, the two sides drew close. Attack! An old man from the Ashen Azure Divine Realm yelled. Over 200 Origin Realm experts attacked at the same time, sending out dazzling beams of light that bombarded the 13 stone puppets. Boom! 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 The 13 stone puppets were blown away and smashed into the ground. But very soon, the 13 stone puppets stood back up as if nothing had happened. At a closer look, only a few shallow marks could be seen on the stone puppets' bodies. What a tough body. An attack from a reciprocity expert has only left behind a shallow mark, Xianxia sighed. Lu Ming was rather surprised. Without a doubt, these stone puppets were left behind from the previous epoch. It was already rare for them to be able to survive without rotting, but they still had such a strong defense. It was truly shocking. However, with this obstruction, the dozen or so people managed to escape and regroup with the others. Attack again. Whoosh. Whoosh, this time everyone directly sent out their source-grade weapons. Several hundred source-grade weapons struck the 13 stone puppets, causing clanging sounds and sparks to fly. Stone fragments constantly flew out from the 13 stone puppets. Some of the source-grade weapons were even peak source-grade weapons. They were even more powerful and could directly smash large pieces of stone. In the end, the 13 stone puppets were destroyed under the combined attacks of over 200 reciprocity experts. They were reduced to pieces. There's a region of stone puppets inside. They've all been lured out and destroyed. We can explore that region now. One of the dozen people who had just run out said. Let's go. We'll leave some people behind to guard the place. We'll go in and take a look. Immediately, about 100 people headed into the mountain range. Lu Ming followed. On the way, Lu Ming activated the Fey Monarch the Arch Rune. Instantly, his surroundings changed in his eyes. Above the mountain range, dense runes appeared, forming a powerful restriction. However, many of the restrictions outside had already been broken. Clearly, it was broken by someone from the Azure Divine Realm. However, in the depths of the mountain range, there were dense runes that formed even more complete restrictions. Soon, they arrived at an area. The restrictions in this area were also destroyed, and they saw a large number of ancient buildings. Those buildings were all dilapidated and decayed. From the looks of it, they had experienced a great battle back then. They walked in and began to investigate. Then, they saw some withered bones. With a light touch, they were weathered away and turned into powder. The creatures who died here weren't very strong. They must have been implicated when the universe collapsed. At the end of the Eldritch Era, there were wars everywhere in the universe. The experts were all conscripted to participate in the war. Those who remained were not very strong. Unfortunately, when the universe collapsed, those who were not strong enough could not survive at all. Several elders sighed. These old men had lived for a very long time. Their ancestors had lived since the era of the Great Desolate Continent. Their ancestors had once told them about their experiences back in the Great Desolate Continent. That was an era of despair. The flames of war raged. The strong had gone to war, while the weak stayed behind. Unfortunately, in the end, the Eldritch Era was destroyed and the heart of the universe exploded. Destructive power swept across the entire universe. Under such destructive power, the weak could not survive at all. How desperate that was, only an extremely small number of living beings were able to survive. They investigated and found some broken source-level divine weapons. To be honest, the Firmament Divine Realm experts were not interested in these broken source-level divine weapons, but Lu Ming would not let them go. He quietly collected a lot of them. Qiuqiu's appetite was too big. These were food for Qiuqiu. Thinking of this, Lu Ming could not help but look at his wrist. After so many years, Qiuqiu still did not move. It turned into a bracelet and wore it on Lu Ming's wrist. Lu Ming was really worried. Back then, Qiuqiu swallowed the human king's broken sword too forcefully. What was the human king's broken sword? That was the sword of the human king Xianyuan, a genuine immortal weapon. No matter how talented Qiuqiu was, it could not eat too much. Lu Ming was really worried that something would happen to Qiuqiu. But now, Lu Ming had no better idea. He could only wait. He hoped that Qiuqiu could make it. Lu Ming had a feeling that if Qiuqiu could not make it, it would definitely be incredible. This is only the periphery of the ruins. If it were the center of the ruins, there would definitely be treasures left behind. After all, this is the residence of a general. Even if the general of the Qingyang immortal dynasty is not an immortal, he is definitely an incredible existence who has crossed multiple immortal tribulations. Unfortunately, there are too many restrictions here. It's easier said than done to break them. Many people sighed. Perhaps I have a way to break these restrictions. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. You have a way? Many people looked at Lu Ming. Yes, I can see the weaknesses of these restrictions, but I still need the seniors to attack these weaknesses to break these restrictions. Lu Ming said. The people of the Azure Divine Realm were shocked that Lu Ming could see the weaknesses of the restrictions. What kind of talent was that? However, they did not ask too much. They knew very well that a genius like Lu Ming must have a lot of secrets. If he did not say it himself, they would not ask. Of course. The people of the Azure Divine Realm nodded. Then, Lu Ming left the place and headed towards the depths of the ruins. Lu Ming activated the demonic monarch emperor rune. His eyes lit up and the restrictions around him were revealed in his eyes. 30 meters to the right, 136 meters to the left, attack the void 858 meters in front. Lu Ming kept pointing out the weaknesses of the restrictions. The experts of the Azure Divine Realm attacked, sending out dazzling rays of light that bombarded the places pointed out by Lu Ming. Boom! Boom, boom! Explosions occurred in these places. Then, the restrictions were broken one by one and the runes were dissipating. It's broken! The restrictions are broken! There was no lack of experts who were proficient in array formations. At this moment, they shouted in surprise. The others were also ecstatic. Especially the few old men who looked for Lu Ming previously. This time, it was the right choice to ask Lu Ming to come with them. Lu Ming pointed out the weaknesses of the restrictions with his demonic monarch runes, and the experts of the Xianxia Divine Realm attacked those weaknesses, easily breaking the restrictions. Layers of restrictions were broken as they continued to go deeper into the ruins. Large pieces of dilapidated buildings appeared in front of him. Bang! 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 Suddenly, the ground rumbled as burly figures appeared and pounced on Lu Ming and the others. It was the stone puppets. There were at least 50 of them. Let's retreat and meet up with the others to deal with these stone puppets. An old man shouted. They didn't have enough manpower and would be at a great disadvantage against 50 to 60 stone puppets. They had to meet up with the people outside and kill the stone puppets together. They quickly retreated and spread the news. Soon, they retreated and the stone puppets chased after them. The hundreds of experts outside were ready and launched a fierce attack when they saw the stone puppets. Lu Ming and the others also stopped attacking. However, the 50 to 60 stone puppets had amazing combat power. They were able to close the distance and break the formation of the Xianxia Divine Realm. Bam! A stone puppet held a stone knife and sent a Xianxia Divine Realm expert flying with a strike, causing him to cough up blood. Set up the combined attack array. Someone shouted. Immediately, many people began to set up the combined attack array. However, there weren't many people left in the Xianxia Divine Realm from the primeval age, so there weren't many combined attack arrays left. There were only 3 combined attack arrays and there were very few people. 2 of them were 3-man combined attack arrays and 1 was 5-man combined attack array. The combined attack array was powerful and immediately sent many stone puppets flying. The others gathered in groups of 3 to 5 and barely managed to stabilize the situation. Buzz! Lu Ming held the God of Combat spear and charged forward, striking a stone puppet with his spear. Lu Ming's current combat power was so powerful that he immediately sent the stone puppet flying. Dense cracks appeared on its body. Bam! The stone puppet smashed into the ground and shattered like porcelain. Buzz buzz buzz! Lu Ming kept waving the war god spear and attacking the stone puppets. Every time he struck, a stone puppet would be destroyed. SSS, the others sucked in a cold breath. Lu Ming's battle prowess was too terrifying. They knew how tough these stone puppets were. They needed to continuously attack with source-grade weapons before they could break through. But in Lu Ming's hands, they were so weak that one of them exploded with a single move. It was as if they were porcelain. In the end, all 50 to 60 stone puppets were defeated. More than half of the stone puppets were defeated by Lu Ming alone, shocking the experts of the Azure Divine Territory. Soon after, they repeated the same trick and entered the depths of the mountain range. Lu Ming saw through the weakness of the restrictions while the others attacked and broke through the restrictions. When there were stone puppets, they would lure them outside, and everyone would attack together to destroy them. Just like that, Lu Ming and the others broke through the restrictions in this direction. Large amounts of ancient ruins were exposed. Bang! Bang bang, Lu Ming and the others once again defeated a group of stone puppets. Good, the stone puppets in this area have basically been cleaned up. Next, we can explore this area. An old man said with a smile on his face. This time, little brother Lu Ming has contributed the most. I suggest that if there is any harvest later, half of it will be given to little brother Lu Ming. What do you all think? Another old man suggested. I have no objection. I think so too. Everyone nodded. Even if some of them were not satisfied, they could not bring it up. This time, it was true that Lu Ming had made the greatest contribution. Moreover, it was not just half of it. Lu Ming had seen through the weaknesses of the restrictions. Without Lu Ming, they did not know how long it would have taken them to break through. Needless to say, more than half of the stone puppets were defeated by Lu Ming. It could be said that Lu Ming's contribution alone was greater than the others combined. It was reasonable to share half of the harvest with Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not refuse. Now was not the time to be pretentious. He urgently needed a large amount of resources to improve his cultivation. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly raised his head and looked in a certain direction. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, rainbow lights flickered in that direction as a large number of figures came over. In the next moment, hundreds of figures appeared in the sky. It's the people of Emoshang Great Cosmos. The faces of the people of Ashen Azure Divine Territory changed drastically. The Ashen Azure Divine Territory was not the only one that had taken a fancy to this ruin. There were also two other forces that were from the Outerverse. The three forces had fought over this place previously and had engaged in a great battle. In the end, they had discussed and decided to divide this place equally. Each of them had chosen a direction and would rely on their own abilities. Whoever could break through the restrictions and obtain the treasures would have it. Shang Great Cosmos was one of the forces. This was a great cosmos from the underworld. It was not ranked high in the underworld, but it was a complete great cosmos after all. There were still many experts there. These hundreds of people were all early-stage origin realm existences. This is the territory of my Ashen Azure Divine Territory. What are you doing here? Asked an old man of Ashen Azure Divine Territory. Haha, this is clearly an ownerless land. When did it become your territory? Now, this direction belongs to us. You can leave. In Emoshang Great Cosmos, a purple-haired youth laughed. What? You want this place? The three of us have discussed this before. Each of us will choose a direction and rely on our own abilities. Are you trying to break your promise? The people of Ashen Azure Divine Territory were furious. What discussion? I wasn't around when you guys were discussing this. Now that I'm here, I don't agree with that agreement. Now, I want this area. Get lost. The purple-haired youth had his hands behind his back with a look of contempt. He had received news that the people of Ashen Azure Divine Territory seemed to have broken through the restrictions here. He was overjoyed when he heard that and immediately rushed over with his men. He was determined to get this area. Damn it. This guy must know that we have broken through the restrictions here and wants to take it away. Damn it. He wants to reap without sowing? No way. There are many more experts in Emoshang Great Cosmos than before. No wonder he's so arrogant. The people of Ashen Azure Divine Territory discussed. They were furious, but they were also fearful. In the past, the number of people in Emoshang Great Cosmos was far less than now. They could handle it. However, the number of people in Emoshang Great Cosmos had doubled now. Their strength was far above theirs. I'm advising you nicely. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Don't think that you can resist us. The human race is no longer the human race of the prehistoric continent. You have to recognize yourselves. You are just the descendants of some people struggling at death's door. The purple-haired youth sneered with a mocking expression. What did you say? Bastard! How dare you insult us? Many people were furious. Why? Do you want to fight? The purple-haired youth sneered and waved his hand. Immediately, hundreds of experts of Emotion Great Cosmos unleashed their auras. The void shook as a terrifying aura pressed down on the people of Ashen Azure Divine Territory. There were about 400 people in the Emotion Great Cosmos, which was double the number of people in the Ashen Green Sacred Realm. The combined aura of these 400 people was too frightening, making the people in the Ashen Green Sacred Realm grimace. Furthermore, the Emotion Great Cosmos was a complete great cosmos with a complete orthodoxy that had been passed down for countless years. The Ashen Green Sacred Realm couldn't compare to it at all. The Emotion Great Cosmos definitely didn't lack all sorts of powerful combined array formations. However, the Ashen Green Sacred Realm only had 3 combined array formations. If they really fought, they definitely wouldn't be a match. Scram! At that moment, a cold rebuke was heard. It sounded very abrupt. The people in the Ashen Green Sacred Realm couldn't help but turn to look at someone. Then, their eyes lit up. The person who had spoken was naturally Lu Ming. Lu Ming was very unhappy. In his opinion, half of the treasures in this region belonged to him. Now, the people of the Emotion Great Cosmos actually wanted to snatch the treasures from him without risking anything. Furthermore, the other party's attitude made him extremely unhappy. Hence, he rebuked them directly. When they thought about Lu Ming's combat strength, the people in the Ashen Green Sacred Realm couldn't help but feel relieved. They had nearly forgotten about Lu Ming. That's right, with Lu Ming around, why would they be afraid of the Emotion Great Cosmos? The people of the Emotion Great Cosmos also looked at Lu Ming, especially the purple-haired youth. His eyes flashed coldly as he said, "Kid, who were you talking to? Nonsense, your comprehension ability is so poor. Are you a pig? I told you to scram." Lu Ming continued to reprimand them. Ha ha ha. Kid, do you know that you have a death wish? Now, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down, kowtow, admit your mistake, and break one of your arms. Then, I can pretend I didn't hear what you just said, scram. Before the purple-haired youth could finish speaking, Lu Ming also rebuked him. Based on his attitude, it seemed like he was reprimanding a wild dog. The purple-haired youth exploded. His anger was like a volcano as he went berserk all of a sudden. Kid, you have a death wish. Kill him for me. The purple-haired youth roared. Shua, a man stepped out from the Emotion Great Cosmos. His aura was tyrannical as he extended a hand and grabbed Lu Ming. There was no doubt that this burly man was an expert who had comprehended a Genesis technique. This giant hand was the embodiment of his Genesis technique, or he would not have been so careless as to directly attack. After all, Lu Ming's aura was at the origin realm. Swoosh, with a flick of Lu Ming's finger, a ray of spear gleam shot out and pierced through the man's palm, leaving a bloody hole. Ahhh, the middle-aged man swoosh swoosh, what? The Emotion Great Cosmos was swoosh swoosh master swoosh a swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh swoosh sect. Swoosh. Swoosh great swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh swoosh. 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 They realized that the young man before them was a monstrous genius. They li zhou 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 yuan words you swoosh. Swoosh level. TT. S. S. T. The purple-haired youth roared. His figure flickered as a 5-man formation was set up. It turned into a giant black wolf that pounced at Lu Ming. The giant wolf was as large as a mountain. When its claws reached out, space collapsed. It was an extremely terrifying sight. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. He took out the battle god spear and swept it out, colliding with the giant wolf's claws. With a bang, the giant wolf's claws exploded, but the spear didn't stop there. It continued to smash the giant wolf into pieces. The 5 people in the formation screamed as they were sent flying like cannonballs. They smashed into the ground and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were pale and their auras withered. They had suffered heavy injuries. And Lu Ming had shown them mercy. Otherwise, the 5 of them wouldn't have survived. However, the Emotion Great Cosmos people were dumbfounded. They were all at the early origin stage, but he could destroy a 5-man formation in one move. What kind of battle prowess was that? No, it wasn't early origin stage, but mid-origin stage. Just now, Lu Ming's aura had flashed by. He was clearly at the mid-origin stage. However, people at the mid-origin stage couldn't break the seal and come out. How could Lu Ming wander around? No, they immediately thought of who Lu Ming was. Some time ago, the 8 races of the Forbidden Land had surrounded and killed Lu Ming. In the end, Lu Ming had broken through at the critical moment and reached the mid-origin stage. He had killed more than 100 experts from the 8 races of the Forbidden Land. This matter had already spread throughout the universe. Right now, there was only one person in the primitive universe who had reached the mid-origin stage. That was Lu Ming. Thinking of this, their faces turned pale. This was a ruthless person. He had suppressed everyone on the heaven-trampling platform, defeated sacred Wushuang, and occupied the highest platform. When he had broken through to the origin stage, he had reached the mid-origin stage. The 8 races of the Forbidden Land had sent out many experts, but they had suffered heavy casualties. This fiend was actually here. The purple-haired young man only felt his legs and stomach tremble, and his lips trembled. Although he could be considered a genius, the difference between him and Lu Ming was huge. He had berated Lu Ming like that, so he was really afraid that Lu Ming would stab him to death. He squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying and said, "It was a misunderstanding. It was a misunderstanding. Which bastard tricked me to come here? I won't forgive him. Now, goodbye." The purple-haired young man clasped his fist and turned around to leave. "You think you can come and go as you please? Do you think I'm easy to talk to?" Lu Ming's indifferent voice rang out. The purple-haired young man's body stiffened. He turned around and looked at Lu Ming again. He said, "Lu Ming, what do you want?" "It's simple. I was really frightened by such a large group of people rushing over. Even my soul cracked and my origin foundation became unstable," Lu Ming said. "Bullshit, what a load of bullshit." The purple-haired young man roared in his mind. "You're frightened? You're just lying through your teeth. You're clearly pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger if you're frightened with your battle prowess. We're the ones who should be frightened." Of course, he only thought that. He did not dare to say it out loud. What kind of compensation do you want?" The purple-haired young man's face was ugly, as if he had eaten a dead rat. This time, he had brought people to occupy this place and reap the benefits, but now, he was actually being asked for compensation. "It's simple. I don't want much. Just 100,000 immortal crystals and 300 source-level divine herbs," Lu Ming said. The purple-haired young man almost jumped up as if he had been slashed. He roared, "What? 100,000 immortal crystals and 300 source-level divine herbs? Why don't you just rob me?" "I'm robbing you," Lu Ming replied indifferently, which almost made the purple-haired young man spit blood. "No, we don't have that many immortal crystals and source-level divine herbs," the purple-haired young man roared. "You have over 400 reciprocity experts here. Do you think I'll believe that you don't have 100,000 immortal crystals and source-level divine herbs?" Lu Ming said with an unfriendly gaze. The purple-haired youth roared inside. "Even if we have so many immortal crystals and source-grade divine herbs, we can't give them all to you." "No, I don't have any. You know that cultivating in the origin realm consumes a lot of resources. We don't have enough immortal crystals and source-grade divine herbs." "How can we have so many immortal crystals and source-grade divine herbs?" The purple-haired youth shook his head. "It's fine if you don't compensate me for my losses. Then let's fight. However, I just broke through not long ago, so I can't control my strength well. Also, this spear is very tough. Don't blame me if I accidentally kill someone." Lu Ming's face turned cold. The war god spear in his hand buzzed as if it would fly out and stab someone at any time. The people of Moshang Great Cosmos couldn't help but retreat in fear. They felt chills all over. Sullen, incomparably sullen. The purple-haired youth roared inside. If it weren't for the fact that it was the origin tribulation and those above mid-origin realm couldn't enter, he really wanted to call in the experts of his sect to suppress Lu Ming. Unfortunately, no one could stop Lu Ming in the current situation. "You won't give? Then attack." Lu Ming snorted coldly. The war god spear expanded, turning into a towering spear that seemed to pierce the sky. At this moment, Lu Ming didn't hold back at all. The aura of a mid-origin realm fully erupted. The pressure of a high-grade source root made the people of Mozhang Great Cosmos pale. Facing Lu Ming, they felt like they were facing a terrifying beast. They were like little chicks that couldn't resist at all. This person is too terrifying. Will he be able to enter the origin ranking in the future? This thought flashed through many people's minds. We'll give. In the end, the purple-haired youth compromised. This was because from the various signs, Lu Ming was definitely a ruthless person. He didn't fear sacred Wushuang. He even dared to kill the 8 races of the Forbidden Lands. This kind of person wouldn't fear Mozhang Great Cosmos at all. Moreover, the Yin world and the Yang world were enemies. The 400 people of Mozhang Great Cosmos pooled their resources and finally gathered 100,000 immortal crystals and 300 source-grade divine herbs. They handed them over to Lu Ming and left as if they were fleeing. Just as the purple-haired young man had said, immortal crystals and origin-level pills were consumables. Origin realm cultivators did not have a lot of them. If they did, they would refine them. To be able to gather so many people from over 400 people was already pretty good. The people of Tsongqing Divine Realm were dumbfounded. That works too. That was 100,000 immortal crystals, which was equivalent to 300 stalks of soul-grade divine herbs. It was definitely a huge sum of money, and he had gotten it just like that. What reciprocity cultivators lacked the most were resources that contained origin imprints. Ordinary origins could only refine 20% of the origin mark. 80% would be wasted, so the demand for these resources was even greater. But even if they racked their brains to get resources, it was still not enough. Although the universe was now recovering, and there were many more resources available, the competition was still fierce. Countless powerhouses from the outerverse were pouring in, and the competition was too fierce. It was even more difficult to obtain resources than before. As for Lu Ming, he was able to obtain so many resources so easily. Many people were envious to death. However, they were only envious. They would never dare to learn from Lu Ming. Firstly, they did not have Lu Ming's courage, and secondly, they did not have Lu Ming's strength. Lu Ming put away the immortal crystals and origin-level pills with a satisfied smile. These resources should be enough for him to break through to late-stage reciprocity. Of course, the ruins here had not been explored yet. If there were treasures inside, they could not miss it. Senior, the people from Mozhang Great Cosmos have left. Let's continue exploring the ruins. Lu Ming said. The people of Tsongqing Divine Realm seemed to have woken up from a dream, and they walked into the ruins with Lu Ming. There was a large area of dilapidated buildings in the ruins. It could be seen that there had been a vast mansion in the past, but it was now completely ruined. Occasionally, some remains could be seen in the dilapidated buildings. There's an intact storage pouch. Someone cried out in pleasant surprise. Sure enough, someone found a storage pouch in one of the remains. This storage pouch was definitely not simple. It was dark golden color and contained an immortal substance. Otherwise, it would not have been able to be preserved from the previous epoch until now. Ordinary storage pouches, storage rings, storage bracelets, and so on would decay and collapse after a long time. The items inside would fall into the chaotic dark void, never to see the light of day again. However, if a storage pouch was made of an immortal substance, it could be preserved for a long time. It could even be preserved from the previous epoch until now. In fact, most origin-level divine weapons also contained immortal substances. Therefore, they could be preserved for a long time without decaying. Open it and take a look. Someone urged. That person opened it and found a lot of immortal crystals, divine pills, and so on. Of course, it was impossible for there to be any divine pills. Even if a divine pill was placed in a storage pouch, its essence would be lost. It was impossible for it to be preserved until now. Continue searching. There are probably other storage pouches that have been preserved. An old man said. Everyone spread out to search. As expected, they did find a lot of things. Both damaged and intact source-grade divine weapons were found, and all kinds of refining materials were piled up like mountains. What a strong medicinal fragrance. When they went deep into the ruins, everyone smelled a strong medicinal fragrance. Then, they found a medicinal field in the depths of the mansion. This should be the place where the general of the Qingyang celestial dynasty planted the divine pills. This medicinal field occupied a large area. At a glance, there were lush divine pills everywhere. The godly herbs emitted a mystical glow, as if the whole place had turned into an immortal realm. There are so many divine pills. Most of them are origin-level divine pills. This is amazing. Someone exclaimed. Lu Ming's breathing became a little heavy. The main thing was that there were too many origin-level divine pills. With a rough scan with his spirit sense, there were about 1,000 of them. These were origin-level divine pills. It was amazing that there were more than 1,000 of them. In the past, they obtained origin-level divine pills one by one. It was already amazing to have a few origin-level divine pills together, but there were more than 1,000 of them here. The quality of the soil in this medicinal field is amazing. Even when the universe is dead, it can still slowly absorb the energy of the universe. That's why there are so many origin-level divine pills here. An old man came to a conclusion after a careful inspection. The reason why there were so many origin-level divine pills here was completely related to the quality of the soil. This was a special kind of soil that was extremely suitable for planting divine pills. He even guessed that this soil could even be used to plant subimmortal herbs. Then we can't let go of this soil. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He planned to dig up some soil and put it into the ancient desolate ring to plant divine pills. Immediately, everyone dug up all the origin-level divine pills here, including the roots. Of course, they didn't let go of the soil here. In the end, there were more than 1,100 origin-level divine pills. Lu Ming's face was full of smiles because according to the agreement, Lu Ming would get half of it. This time, they had made a lot of money. After that, they explored the ruins and plundered everything that needed to be plundered. Unfortunately, they didn't encounter any higher-grade treasures. For example, top-grade source-grade divine herbs, quasi-immortal herbs, or quasi-immortal weapons. They didn't encounter any treasures of that level. However, there were still a lot of other treasures, especially more than 1,000 stalks of source-grade divine herbs. Their value was astonishing. According to the agreement, Lu Ming took half of it. There were more than 500 stalks of source-grade divine herbs, tens of thousands of immortal crystals, and many damaged source-grade divine weapons. This time, it could be said that they returned with a fruitful harvest. Seniors, I will return to the Xianxia immortal realm to cultivate. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bid farewell. Lu Ming, if there are any suitable ruins next time, you have to help again. An old man said. The others also looked at Lu Ming with hope. Lu Ming's combat strength was too important. Moreover, Lu Ming could see through the weaknesses of some restrictions. With his help, they could look for Lu Ming for many ruins that they couldn't explore. Even if they shared half of Lu Ming's harvest, they would still make a huge profit. Just like here, if it weren't for Lu Ming, they wouldn't have been able to break through the restrictions and obtain the treasures inside so easily. Not to mention breaking through, even if the people from the Emotion Great Cosmos came, they would only be able to leave dejectedly. They wouldn't even have a chance. Of course, if there are any suitable ruins, feel free to look for me. Lu Ming said. His words were sincere. This time, they had only come out to explore a single ruin, but they had already gained so much. This was only the residence of a general of the Qingyang Immortal Dynasty. Who knew how many treasures there were in the truly important ruins? For example, if the immortal capital of the Qingyang Immortal Dynasty hadn't been destroyed and was preserved, the treasures inside would definitely be amazing. Unfortunately, many of the ruins were occupied by people from the outerverse. Moreover, those important ruins were very dangerous. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he couldn't enter at all. He would die if he moved. Therefore, Lu Ming was more concerned about finding suitable ruins than these people. Lu Ming entered seclusion after returning to the Ashen Divine Realm. He refined the immortal crystals and origin-level pills and began to break through, advancing towards late reciprocity. His cultivation base was constantly deepening and consolidating. In the blink of an eye, a few years had passed. However, Lu Ming's cultivation remained at mid-reciprocity. He had not broken through to late reciprocity. It seems that I've reached a bottleneck. Sure enough, I can't rely on resources to keep improving. Lu Ming muttered. The higher one's cultivation was, the more difficult it was to increase it. After reaching reciprocity, it was just too difficult to increase one's cultivation level. In fact, many origins would be trapped at a certain level, unable to break through for a long time. Not only did reciprocity require resources, but it also required comprehension. Once one's comprehension reached a certain level, they would naturally be able to break through. The reason why Lu Ming was able to break through and reach the mid-stage of origin was entirely because of the gift from the cosmic sea. Now, he was stuck. Read books to receive cash, follow VX Public Xianxia. Read books to receive cash. Lu Ming understood that this was normal. If one could continue to improve without limit by relying on resources, then the descendants of the top experts would not need to cultivate. They could just rely on resources to become top experts. The descendants of the top experts, such as the descendants or disciples of immortals, would definitely not lack resources. But in reality, it was not that easy. The descendants of the top experts also needed to train, fight, and comprehend. Different people made different choices. Some people would fight and kill others, comprehend in the battle, and train in life and death. Some people would choose to enter seclusion for a long time, slowly accumulating over time. There were also people who would travel the world, experience the various states of life, train their minds, and find an opportunity to break through. Different people made different choices. Lu Ming came out of seclusion and stopped cultivating. He knew that it was impossible to break through by refining immortal crystals or origin-level pills when he encountered a bottleneck. If he cultivated in seclusion, even with his talent, it would take a long time. What he lacked the most now was time. Time did not wait for him. Lu Ming planned to go out and train himself. At the same time, he would explore some ruins and accumulate more resources. Once he broke through to the late stage of reciprocity, he would need a lot of resources. Except for the late stage of reciprocity, the resources needed to reach the peak of the late stage of reciprocity would be even more astonishing than before. After Lu Ming came out of seclusion, he contacted a few elders in the Azure Divine Realm. The elders were overjoyed and invited Lu Ming to explore the ruins together. In the following time, Lu Ming went in and out of various ruins. He explored 5 or 6 ruins one after another. Of course, they were not particularly dangerous ruins. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, there was almost no competition. Even if there were people from the outerverse competing, they would not be a match for Lu Ming. The 8 clans of the Forbidden Area did not find trouble with Lu Ming again, as if they were afraid of him. However, Lu Ming knew that the 8 clans of the Forbidden Area were not really afraid of Lu Ming. They were just hibernating and waiting. Once the origin tribulation was over and more powerhouses awakened, they would definitely not let Lu Ming go. After exploring so many ruins, Lu Yin's harvest was also huge. Lu Ming had accumulated a large number of immortal crystals and source-grade divine herbs. Lu Ming even obtained 3 top-grade source-grade divine herbs. In total, he had 15 top-grade source-grade divine herbs. In addition, he had also obtained a pseudo-immortal armament. Unfortunately, it was damaged and had been destroyed in the previous era. However, this was a pseudo-immortal armament. Even if it was damaged, its value was still astonishing. It was not something a source-grade divine weapon could compare to. Lu Ming solemnly put it away. Just like that, another 30 years passed. At this time, there were still about 250 years until the end of the origin tribulation. It could be felt that the power of the origin tribulation was getting weaker and weaker. He believed that before long, existences above the middle origin realm would be able to awaken and move freely. However, Lu Ming had not broken through yet. His cultivation was still stuck at the limit of the middle origin realm. However, at this time, Lu Ming received a message from Mullins. Seeing this message, Lu Ming was stunned. Dandan was here, it was true. The message from Mullins was very clear. Dandan had come and was in the Xianxia divine realm. Wasn't Dandan in the Eastern universe? Why did he suddenly come to the Western universe? How did he come here? Lu Ming hurriedly returned to the Xianxia divine realm and saw Dandan, who was bragging with Mullins and Huangling. Dandan, how did you come here? Lu Ming asked directly as soon as he saw Dandan. Of course I came here through the ancient teleportation formation. Dandan said. Wasn't the ancient teleportation formation blown up? Lu Ming was puzzled. Yes, it was destroyed. But who is the person in front of you? I'm a rare genius in formations. After many years of research, I managed to fix the teleportation platform. So, I followed the ancient teleportation path here to see how you are doing. I didn't expect that. I was almost scared to death as soon as I came. Why are there so many experts here? I was almost cooked alive. It took me a lot of effort to find out about you and find my way here, Dandan said. Dandan rambled, and there was indeed a look of fear in his eyes. He was really frightened. Because the Western universe was too lively. Wherever he went, there were Origin Realm experts, which was completely different from the Eastern universe. Although early Origin Realm experts could move freely now, only the three races of the Forbidden Area and the Heavenly Human race had some Origin Realm experts in the Eastern universe. The other races didn't have many Origin Realm experts. But the Western universe was full of Origin Realm experts. He was almost scared to death, thinking that he had traveled through time and arrived at the primeval continent of the last era. You actually repaired the ancient teleportation formation. Lu Ming was pleasantly surprised. Didn't that mean he could go back at any time? Without the ancient teleportation formation, he could only go back through the void zone, which was not so easy and would take a long time. The three races of the Forbidden Area came from the void zone. Don't you know who I am? How can a mere teleportation formation stump me? It'll just take a little more time. Dandan said proudly, and his nostrils were almost raised to the sky. The Heaven Destroyer station is like this. The three races of the Forbidden Area didn't attack it, right? Lu Ming continued to ask. This was what he cared about the most. After all, his family and friends were all in the Heaven Destroyer station. It's fine. Although many early Origin Realm experts of the three races of the Forbidden Area and the Heavenly Human race have awakened in recent years and can move freely, they haven't attacked the Heaven Destroyer. After all, we also have early Origin Realm experts who have awakened. With the Origin Realm formation, we can protect ourselves. It won't be so easy for them to break through. Moreover, they are also afraid of the stronger experts of the Heaven Destroyer. Once they awaken, they will have to face the consequences. Dandan explained. Only then did Lu Ming feel relieved. Come to think of it, Dandan had set up a complete source-level array many years ago, and it was activated by the existence of the Origin Realm. The power of the source-level array would be very shocking. Lu Ming had already experienced this before. At the same time, the Heaven Destroyer contained mid, late, and peak reciprocity existences. If they were forced to awaken, their destructive power would be astonishing. Presumably, the three clans of the Forbidden Land were also apprehensive. However, this situation wouldn't last for long. Once the Origin Tribulation was over, Heaven Destroyer would definitely be in danger. Without a doubt, the three races of the Forbidden Grounds definitely possessed existences beyond reciprocity, experts who had undergone the immortal tribulation. Needless to say, there were such beings in the Heavenly Human race. When the time came, the Heaven Destroyer would definitely not be able to resist. As for the Heaven Destroyer, at its peak, it only had 49 origins. Now, it had less than that. As for whether there were existences above the Origin Realm, Lu Ming was not very sure. However, there was no need to think too much about it. Even if there were, there wouldn't be many of them. Lu Ming guessed that Tang Feng and Fei Huang were most likely existences that surpassed Source. However, there were too few of them. They definitely wouldn't be able to stop the three clans of the Forbidden Lands. What worried Lu Ming the most was that there were most likely true immortals in the Forbidden Grounds. Otherwise, during the Primeval Age, the Orthodoxies wouldn't have been afraid, and it wouldn't have become a forbidden ground. Once the immortals came out, no one could stop them, and no one could stop them. Therefore, Lu Ming planned to transfer his family and friends to the Ashen Azure Divine Realm, and even the entire Heaven Destroyer to the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. Read books and receive cash. Follow VX. Everyone read books and receive cash. There were many humans in the Heaven Destroyer, and even other races were native creatures of the Primeval Age. He believed that the Ashen Azure Divine Realm would not refuse. The Ashen Azure Divine Realm had powerful formations and seals, so it should be able to protect itself. Moreover, Lu Ming speculated that there were also immortals in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. It should be safe in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. In the past, it was very difficult to do this. Even if Lu Ming used the Chaos Ring, it was not easy to do. Because the space inside the Chaos Ring was limited, and the Heaven Destroyer was very large, there were too many creatures. Even if he used the Chaos Ring to transport them, it was not possible to transport them all at once. It had to be done several times. And if they passed through the Void Zone, it would take a long time to go back and forth. And this was after he had broken through to the Origin Realm. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult. Lu Ming told them his idea, and Mullins, Huangling, and Dandan naturally nodded in agreement. Immediately, the four of them set off. Lu Ming originally wanted to let Mullins and Huangling stay in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm to cultivate, but the two of them had been away for too long, and their family and friends were also in the Eastern Universe. How could they stay there? They insisted on returning with Lu Ming. Soon, the four of them arrived at the entrance of the ancient transmission path. This entrance was also the last stop Lu Ming had made when he came to the Western Universe. Mullins and Huangling had also been teleported here to the Western Universe. Coming back again, the two of them had a lot of thoughts. Moreover, the two of them felt that this was not the end of the ancient transmission path. It might just be a point in the middle. However, the path that continued down was cut off for some reason. This conjecture happened to be the same as Lu Ming's. Lu Ming had always felt that this was not the end of the ancient transmission path. As for where the end led to, he could only slowly explore it in the future. The four of them stepped on the transmission path and teleported to the Eastern Universe. After a while, they were teleported to a strange place. There was a small stone house here. I don't know where the senior who created the ancient transmission path is. Back then, he left behind an opportunity here. If not for that, the two of us would not have achieved what we have today. Mullins sighed. Back then, she and Huangling had obtained a great opportunity here. They had been transformed by the creation Jade Liquid, and their talent and potential had been greatly improved. Of course, they had also obtained a few other treasures. However, those treasures were too profound, and they did not know how to use them. They had shown Lu Ming before, but Lu Ming could not figure it out. They stopped here for a while and then continued to set off. After teleporting again and again, they finally returned to the Eastern Universe. Then, they went to the Heaven Destroyer's base. It did not take long for them to return to the Heaven Destroyer's base. Lu Ming is back. Before Lu Ming arrived at the Heaven Destroyer's base, he was discovered by the Heaven Destroyer's people. The news immediately spread. From afar, Lu Ming saw that the Heaven Destroyer's base was enveloped in a huge formation. There was no doubt that it was a complete source-level formation. Moreover, Lu Ming extended his spiritual consciousness and could clearly feel that there was an origin guarding some important positions of this source-level formation. Once a great enemy approached, these origins would activate the formation and burst out with powerful power. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, a large number of figures flew out of the Heaven Destroyer's base. Lu Ming. Young master. Lu Ming smiled. He saw Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Ling Yue, Bubbles, and the others. Of course, there were also a few Origin Realm existences. Thinking about it, it had been hundreds of years since Lu Ming left the Western Universe. Everyone was naturally very concerned and worried. Now that they met, they were naturally very happy. However, when Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and the others discovered Mullins and Huangling, they were naturally overjoyed. Mullins and Huangling had been gone for far too long without any news. Everyone was afraid that something had happened to the two of them. They never thought that Lu Ming would really be able to find the two of them this time. Lu Ming, your cultivation. Suddenly, someone cried out in disbelief. The person who spoke was Kuan Yuan. Kuan Yuan was an early reciprocity expert of Heaven Destroyer. In addition, the reciprocity experts of Heaven Destroyer also looked at Lu Ming in shock. Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and the others were only peak divine masters, so they could not see Lu Ming's exact cultivation. However, Kuan Yuan and the others could vaguely sense it. Lu Ming stood there casually, but he gave them a feeling that he was as heavy as a mountain and unfathomable. Divine masters would not give them such a feeling. Only reciprocity experts could give them such a feeling, and it was very likely that their cultivation was even higher than theirs. However, how was this possible? Several hundred years ago, Lu Ming was only a divine master. In just a few hundred years, Lu Ming had broken through to reciprocity. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that they were currently under the origin tribulation. Under the origin tribulation, were divine masters not supposed to break through to reciprocity? How could Lu Ming reach reciprocity? No, it's definitely not reciprocity. I must be mistaken. Perhaps Lu Ming has some kind of treasure on him that makes me feel like this, Ku Wangyuan thought to himself. The other reciprocity experts were similar. Seniors, Lu Ming managed to break through to the origin realm not long ago. Lu Ming replied with a smile. What? The reciprocity experts almost bit their tongues. They stared blankly at Lu Ming. They were all stunned. What did Lu Ming say? He really broke through to reciprocity. How was this possible? Although King Ku, Venerate Yuan, and the others were ancient and had lived for a long time, they knew very little about the matters of the previous era. They knew even less about the outside of the universe. Therefore, he had no idea that he could make a breakthrough under the Great Tribulation of Source. He only thought that it was impossible to make a breakthrough under the Great Tribulation of Source. Therefore, now that Lu Ming had shattered their understanding, one could imagine how shocked they were. Lu Ming, have you broken through to origin? Xianxia and the others were also very shocked. Of course, this was followed by great joy. Young master is always so powerful. Autumn Moon's eyes were twinkling with little stars. I was lucky to break through. Come, let's go in and talk. Lu Ming said. Everyone entered the Heaven Destroyer's base. Swish. Swish, when they entered the base of the Heaven Destroyer, space ripped open and people constantly tore through space. Needless to say, they were all reciprocity experts. There were over a dozen of them in total. They were all early-stage reciprocity experts of the Heaven Destroyer. Heaven Destroyer had a total of more than 40 reciprocity experts, but half of them were early-stage reciprocity experts. When these people appeared, they constantly scanned Lu Ming with their spiritual consciousness. They were all shocked and in disbelief. It's really reciprocity. It's unbelievable. He can actually make a breakthrough under the Great Tribulation of Source. He's really a genius. These reciprocity experts were all sighing. Greetings, seniors. Lu Ming clasped his fist. You're too polite. We're at the same level now. There's no need to call us seniors. That's right. Those reciprocity experts. Among cultivators, everything was based on cultivation. Age was not important. This was because reciprocity experts had the same lifespan as the universe. If the universe was immortal, they would be immortal. To them, time was no longer a concept. Everything depended on cultivation. If their cultivation was similar, they would be peers. Lu Ming, what have you experienced in the Western universe over the years? Xianxia asked. She knew that for Lu Ming to be able to break through to reciprocity, it was definitely not that simple. He must have experienced a lot. Immediately, Lu Ming briefly recounted his experiences over the years. Whether it was Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and the others, or those reciprocity experts, they were all dumbfounded. This was because many things that Lu Ming said had broken their understanding. There are actually remnants of the human race from the previous era. So, there really is an outerverse. Now, the universe channel has actually opened. Many reciprocity experts could not suppress their emotions and let out low cries. At the same time, their expressions were very heavy. It was an eventful time, although the people of the outerverse were still in the Western universe and had not entered the Eastern universe, it was only a matter of time. There were also many ruins in the Eastern universe. The people of the outerverse would definitely not let them go. At that time, the Eastern universe would definitely be in chaos. I came back this time to transfer the people of the Heaven Destroyer to the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. Everyone, what do you think? Lu Ming looked at the reciprocity experts. Okay, I agree. I agree too. There was almost no discussion. The reciprocity experts nodded one after another. There was indeed nothing to consider. Now that the Great Era had arrived, the Heaven Destroyer was like a lonely boat floating on the ocean, which could be swallowed by the waves at any time. The Ashen Azure Divine Realm was the human race of the previous era. It had a deep foundation and powerful experts overseeing it. It was many times safer than the Heaven Destroyer's station. How could they not agree? Then, everyone, let's start mobilizing and making preparations. Lu Ming said. The reciprocity experts nodded and left one after another to mobilize the people of the Heaven Destroyer. The Heaven Destroyer station was formed by huge fragments of the continent, where a large number of living beings lived. It would not be easy to transfer them. It would take some time. Next, Lu Ming went to meet his parents, Lu Shenhuang, and the others. Soon, several months passed. The Heaven Destroyer's preparations had been completed. A large number of living beings entered the Chaos Ring. Of course, Lu Ming's family and friends had already entered the Chaos Ring. As expected, I can't take them all in one go. Lu Ming whispered. According to the scale, it would take at least 3 trips to take them all away. When the Chaos Ring was almost filled, Lu Ming set off along the ancient transmission path and returned to the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. Mulans and Huang Ling followed Lu Ming back to the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. As the two of them were more familiar with the Ashen Azure Divine Realm, they needed their help in the future planning. After returning to the Ashen Azure Divine Realm, Lu Ming contacted a few acquaintances. Fortunately, there were people in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. Not long after, 2 old men came together. They were 2 reciprocity experts. Now, Lu Ming was very familiar with the reciprocity experts of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. Originally, some of them had a problem with Lu Ming, but now, their impression of Lu Ming had changed greatly. Little brother Lu Ming, why are you looking for us? An old man asked. It's like this, Lu Ming told them the purpose of his visit. In order to transfer so many living beings of the Heaven Destroyer, the higher-ups of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm had to arrange it. These old men were now the higher-ups of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. You want to move a large number of living beings to the Ashen Azure Sacred Realm? The 2 old men's expressions changed when they heard that. Lu Ming's heart sank a little. Could it be that they didn't agree? That shouldn't be the case. Putting aside his relationship with the 2 of them, the Azure Divine Realm was vast and sparsely populated. There were also many empty spaces where there were no living creatures. It would be easy to accommodate the Heaven Exterminating Troop. The other party shouldn't have disagreed. Seeing Lu Ming's expression, the 2 old men knew that Lu Ming had misunderstood. Lu Ming, don't misunderstand. It's not that we don't agree with you moving other living beings. Besides, you said that there are many humans in there, and they all have the bloodline of the human race. Why would we disagree? However, the situation doesn't seem right. One of the old men explained. The situation doesn't seem right? What do you mean? Lu Ming asked. It's because the people in the Ashen Azure Sacred Realm are secretly moving those with lower cultivation to the outside of the Ashen Azure Sacred Realm. The old man continued. The people in the Ashen Azure Sacred Realm are also moving. Lu Ming's heart sank. What was going on? Could it be that the Ashen Azure Sacred Realm was also in danger? Seniors, what's going on? Lu Ming asked. We don't know the details. We only know that it's an order from the primogenitors. The other old man said. An order from the primogenitors? Lu Ming knew that there were a few primogenitors in the Ashen Azure Sacred Realm. They were definitely top experts and unfathomable. At the end of the primordial era, when the continent collapsed, they led 100,000 humans and hid in the Ashen Azure Sacred Realm to preserve the bloodline of the human race. The primogenitors definitely wouldn't give an order for no reason. They must have sensed that something was going to happen. Lu Ming, if you have any questions, we can take you to see the primogenitors. In fact, the primogenitors have long wanted to see you. One of the old men said. See the primogenitors? Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he nodded immediately. He knew that the progenitor was not the progenitor of the Azure Divine Realm who could move freely. It was most likely the progenitor's consciousness that had appeared. Mulans and Huang Ling stayed behind while Lu Ming followed the 2 elders into the depths of the Azure Divine Realm. There were several ancient palaces here, and they were the seclusion grounds of the Azure Divine Realm's primogenitor. Normally, it was a forbidden area, and no one was allowed to enter without permission. When they arrived at this place, they were also stopped. However, after the two elders whispered a few words, they were allowed to pass. They entered the most spacious palace. There were a few ancient altars in the middle of the hall. The two old men respectfully bowed to the altars and said, "This descendant greets the primogenitors. Lu Ming requests an audience." Suddenly, two of the altars trembled slightly and emitted a hazy radiance. Then, two figures appeared on the altars. It could be seen that the figure was illusory and not real. However, they exuded a vast and unfathomable aura. Under this aura, Lu Ming felt like an ant facing two divine dragons. One of them was a white-haired old man in a white robe. The other was an old woman with white hair, but she looked very young. She looked like a woman in her 20s, but her eyes revealed endless vicissitudes of life. Junior Lu Ming greets the two seniors. Lu Ming bowed solemnly. He knew that these two people should be the two progenitors of the Azure Divine Realm. Lu Ming had a good impression of the Azure Divine Realm's primogenitors. Back then, the 8 races of the Forbidden Area had surrounded the Azure Divine Realm and captured the people of the Azure Divine Realm. They used the people of the Azure Divine Realm to threaten the Azure Divine Realm to hand Lu Ming over. However, the primogenitors of the Azure Divine Realm had manifested their consciousness and clearly wanted to protect Lu Ming. The two primogenitors looked at Lu Ming with satisfaction. Good. To be able to achieve such an achievement in such an environment, you are truly talented. Our human race is fortunate. The white-haired old woman said. Such talent is extremely rare even in the primeval continent. There is hope for our human race to rise again. The white-haired old man said. Seniors, you are too kind. Lu Ming said humbly. Why did you want to see us? The white-haired old woman asked. Seniors, it's like this. Lu Ming immediately told them about his intention to move the people of the Heaven Destroyer over. It's not appropriate to move them over now. I'm afraid that we will have to move them elsewhere soon. The white-haired old woman shook her head. Seniors, I heard that the Azure Divine Realm is secretly moving some people. Is the Azure Divine Realm in danger? Lu Ming asked. That's right. We speculate that a disaster will befall the Azure Divine Realm in the near future. Of course, it may not be true, but we have to be prepared in advance. Otherwise, our human race won't lose its bloodline, the white-haired old woman said. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly and his heart sank. A disaster was coming. If even the primogenitors described it as a disaster, it would probably be extremely terrifying. That was why the people of the Azure Divine Realm were secretly moving those with lower cultivation away first. That was why his family and friends couldn't be moved to the Azure Divine Realm. Seniors, what's going on? Why would a disaster befall the Azure Divine Realm? Lu Ming continued to ask. I'll tell you later so that you don't have to worry about it. After all, this might not happen. It's just our speculation. The white-haired old woman shook her head. There are a few continents outside the Ashen Azure Godly Realm. They are very well hidden and have been set up with various formations. It's relatively safe. Your family and friends can be moved there. Your family and friends can move there, the other white-haired old man said. Thank you so much, seniors. Lu Ming clasped his fists. Since the Azure Divine Realm had moved most of the humans to those places, they must be quite safe. Otherwise, the primogenitors of the Azure Divine Realm wouldn't have done that. Alright, you can go now. By the way, Lu Ming, I heard you say that your force is called Heaven Destroyer. Remember, you can't use that name anymore. No matter what, you must remove the word heaven, or there will be a disaster. The white-haired old woman warned before they left. Senior, why is that? Lu Ming asked with a heavy heart. If the primogenitors said so, it must be something serious. Because it's a big taboo. If you can leave the primitive universe in the future and travel in the universe ocean, you'll naturally understand. Remember, you must change it. Otherwise, something terrible will happen and none of you will survive. The white-haired old woman looked very serious. Lu Ming even saw a hint of fear deep in her eyes. Lu Ming felt a chill down his spine. These primogenitors were suspected to be transcendents or mortals. Even such people showed fear in their eyes, which showed how serious this matter was. Lu Ming nodded solemnly and remembered this in his heart. Afterward, Lu Ming bade farewell to the two elders and left. Lu Ming, we'll take you to the place where you'll be transferred, one of the old men said. Then, they met up with Mulans and Huang Ling, left the Azure Divine Realm, and rushed to the place where they were going to be transferred. When will it end if they keep moving around like this? On the way, Lu Ming lamented in his heart. Ever since he embarked on the path of cultivation, his parents, relatives, and friends often followed him to and fro. At first, they were transferred from the divine wilderness continent to the chaotic star river of the primitive universe, then to the Taishu dynasty, and then to the Heaven Destroyer station. Because there was no other way. If they didn't move, they would encounter danger. Ever since he embarked on the path of cultivation, he had been working hard to cultivate. One of his goals was to protect his family and friends. Unfortunately, cultivation seemed to have no end. Every time he was about to reach the peak, he would learn about a higher realm, a bigger territory, and more experts. For example, the cosmic sea had appeared. Lu Ming felt very tired. God, I hope the cosmic sea is the biggest territory. Don't let a bigger territory appear. Otherwise, I won't be able to cultivate. Lu Ming lamented in his heart. Lu Ming, what's wrong with you? You seem to have something on your mind. Mulans couldn't help but ask when she saw Lu Ming's troubled look. Huang Ling also looked over. Nothing, I'm just imagining things. Lu Ming smiled and shook his head slightly, trying to get rid of the messy thoughts in his mind. Soon after, they arrived at their destination. There seemed to be a void in front of them. It was no different from the void of the other universes. Illusory array. Lu Ming keenly sensed that there should be an illusory array here. Sure enough, when he activated the Demon King Emperor rune, he found that the vast void of the universe was filled with dense runes. These runes were intertwined to form a huge illusory array, hiding the fragments of the continents. He could see figures flashing on the continents from time to time. We're here. Follow us. The two old men said as they led Lu Ming and the others forward. The two old men had array cards in their hands. When they approached the illusory array, it opened naturally and they entered it. Then, several fragments of the continent appeared before their eyes. There were a total of 3 continental fragments, but they were clearly not ordinary continental fragments. They were probably made up of many continental fragments gathered together, and they were very large. They should be called large continental fragments. The surface area of each continental fragment was larger than the Heaven Destroyer station. This place is not bad. Lu Ming revealed a faint smile. It could be seen that the Azure Divine Realm had been preparing for a long time. This place was located at the edge of the universe and was very secluded. Furthermore, layers upon layers of formations had been set up in the surroundings. Not only had he set up an illusion array, but he had also set up multiple source-grade defensive and offensive arrays. Even though the cultivation environment here was far from comparable to the Azure Divine Realm, it was more than sufficient to serve as a safe haven. There aren't many humans in the Azure Divine Realm. This place is very spacious. Lu Ming, you can choose a place to settle your people. An old man said. Lu Ming glanced around and then flew to a large continental fragment on the left. No one from the Azure Divine Realm had moved to this continental fragment yet. Lu Ming chose a place and then released everyone from the Chaos Ring. Why didn't he let them stay in the Chaos Ring? It was because he had too many enemies. It would be more dangerous for them to follow him. If something happened to him and the Chaos Ring fell into the hands of others, it would be even more dangerous. It wasn't the first time they had been moved. They began to make arrangements with ease, building buildings and temples. Lu Ming bade farewell to everyone. Mulans and Huang Ling stayed here for the time being. Lu Ming went to the east of the universe alone. As such, Lu Ming spent a year transferring the members of the Heaven Exterminating Army to the 3 continents of the Songqing Divine Realm. After everyone had settled down, Lu Ming finally felt at ease. This way, even if the people of the Outerverse rushed to the east of the universe, even if a large number of experts from the 3 forbidden races awakened, he would have no worries. Of course, during this time, Lu Ming also told the upper echelons of the Heaven Destroyer about the 2 primogenitors of the Azure Divine Realm's warning. When they heard it, their expressions became very serious. According to Lu Ming, the two primogenitors might be immortal-level figures. If such figures were so serious, they couldn't ignore it. Finally, after a discussion, they removed the name Heaven Destroyer and changed it to Chaos Alliance. The meaning was simple. They were an alliance of the native beings of the Chaos universe. After that, Lu Ming didn't return to the Azure Divine Realm. Instead, he stayed here in seclusion, accompanied his family and taught his disciples. In the blink of an eye, another few years passed. On this day, Mulans and Huang Ling came to find Lu Ming. Lu Ming, there might be some clues about the follow-up of the ancient teleportation path. Mulans said. Really? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He was shocked. They had previously speculated that the ancient teleportation path didn't reach the end. It might have been broken halfway. However, they hadn't found the follow-up path. Now, there was a clue. Look. Huang Ling took out a jade pendant. To be precise, it was half a jade pendant. The half-jade pendant was flickering with a dark red light at this time. This half-jade pendant is one of the opportunities we obtained on the ancient teleportation path. However, there was no reaction at all in the past. Today, this half-jade pendant suddenly reacted. We think that it has something to do with the ancient teleportation path. Mulans said. Let's leave this place and take a look outside. Lu Ming said. There were layers of array formations around these continent fragments, which would probably affect the jade pendant. As expected, when they left this place and came to the void of the universe outside, the light emitted by the jade pendant became even brighter. It buzzed and automatically flew up, pointing in a direction. Perhaps it really has something to do with the ancient teleportation path. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming said. The three of them flew in the direction indicated by the jade pendant. More than 10 days later, the jade pendant directly flew into the void. That void indeed looked like a stretch of void. Even when Lu Ming activated the Demon King the Arch pattern, he could only see a stretch of void and nothing else. However, that half-jade pendant emitted a dazzling light. Ripples appeared in the sky, and an altar appeared. The altar looked very ancient, as if it had been hidden in the depths of the void for a long time. It had only appeared now. One could see that above the altar, there was also half a jade pendant. At this time, it was glued to Huang Ling's half-jade pendant and then flew towards Huang Ling. It directly flew into Huang Ling's forehead and disappeared. This jade pendant can nourish one's soul, improve one's comprehension, and help one comprehend Genesis techniques. Huang Ling exclaimed in surprise. Congratulations, Sister Huang Ling. Mulans said sincerely. Back then, the two of them had obtained some good fortune and some treasures, and they had split them equally. For example, Mulans had other treasures in her hands. For example, the gemstone was unfathomable, and they had only scratched the surface of it so far. After all, it was definitely extraordinary to be able to help open the seal of the Tsongqing Divine Realm. Let's go and take a look around the altar. Lu Ming said. Then, the three of them stepped onto the altar. The altar activated, and their figures disappeared from the place. The next moment, they came to a small continent. This small continent was hidden in the depths of the void and most couldn't be seen or found from the outside. There was also an altar here. They stepped onto the altar. The altar activated, and they disappeared again. In this way, they went through more than a dozen teleportations in a row and finally came to a strange place. It was dark in front of them. They seemed to be in a dark void. In the dark void, there was an ancient road that stretched forward. At the end of the ancient road, there was a stone door. It was ancient and full of vicissitudes. Could the person who created the ancient teleportation road be behind this stone door? You two stay here. I'll go in and take a look. Lu Ming said to Mulans and Huang Ling. No, let's go together. Yes, let's go together. Mulans and Huang Ling said in unison. How could they not know Lu Ming's thoughts? Lu Ming was afraid that there was danger behind the stone door and wanted to explore alone. Lu Ming couldn't dissuade the two girls, and could only agree to go with them. The three of them set up a heavy defense around them, and then stepped through the stone door together. The next moment, they seemed to have opened to a new world. After stepping through the stone door, they saw a vast continent. This continent was completely in a dark void and isolated from the outside world. Perhaps it was somewhere in the primitive universe, but it was in the depths of the void and absolutely couldn't be seen from the outside. This world was dead silent and quiet. There wasn't a single living creature, and not even a single plant could be seen. Only the mountains stood tall on the ground. No, that wasn't the peak, their pupils shrank. They were able to clearly see that they were large tombs with tombstones erected in front of them. However, the tomb was simply too huge. From afar, it looked like a mountain range. This was completely beyond their expectations. At the end of the ancient transmission path was actually a series of large tombs. This world is so chaotic. It's filled with terrifying qi. Mulan's expression was grave. It's coming from the tombs, Huang Ling said. They could sense a terrifying aura from each of the tombs, as if a great demon was residing in each of the tombs. Terrifying existences were probably buried in these tombs. The three of them speculated. Bang! Lu Ming took the lead and took a few steps forward. Then, he stopped and silently sensed it. After a long while, Lu Ming said, "The terrifying aura contains the will of an unparalleled powerhouse. Also, in the void, there seems to be a deathly stillness, but there is a powerful life force hidden. To us, this area might be a land of creation. We can temper our bodies and souls here and strengthen our cultivation." Although this world contained a terrifying aura, any living being that entered would be suppressed by this aura. If one's cultivation was insufficient, they would be directly obliterated by the qi. However, if one was strong enough and could withstand the qi, they could use the qi to temper themselves. This qi seemed to be emitted by a supreme powerhouse. It could seep into the depths of one's body. Not only could it temper one's spiritual will, but it could also temper one's body and soul. At the same time, there was a supreme life force hidden in the void. There was vitality in the dead silence. It was an excellent place for cultivation. Mulan and Huang Ling also took a few steps forward and stood side by side with Lu Ming. However, their faces were a little pale. Obviously, it was not easy for them to withstand it. "I am Lu Ming. I am here to pay my respects. Is there a senior here?" Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. His voice echoed from afar. This place was full of tombs. It was impossible for someone to climb out of the tombs to build the ancient teleportation road. There were most likely living creatures living in this area. Lu Ming's voice echoed, but there was no response. Lu Ming and the other two looked at each other and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. Could it be that there was no one here, or that the existence who built the ancient teleportation road had also fallen? "I am Lu Ming, I am Mulan's, I am Huang Ling." This time, the three of them cupped their fists and spoke at the same time. "Don't call me that. I heard you. Sigh, I am old and my ears are not good." At this moment, an old voice sounded from the depths of this world. The voice was full of vicissitudes as if it came from the previous era. Lu Ming and the other two's hearts beat wildly. Indeed, there were living creatures in this place. Which era were they from, anyway? From the ancient teleportation road, they could tell that it was from a very long time ago. Perhaps, it could be traced back to the incipient God era, which was the beginning of this era. After a while, an old man walked out from the depths of this continent. The old man had a stooped body. He wore a gray sackcloth. His hair was snow-white and his face was full of wrinkles. His eyes were cloudy, but Lu Ming and the other two could see the vicissitudes, loneliness, and sorrow in his eyes. It seemed like they wouldn't disappear even after an era. "I am Lu Ming, Mulan's, and Huang Ling. Greetings, senior." Lu Ming and the other two bowed again. They could see that this old man was a human. They didn't dare to be careless when they saw a human old man living here. This old man could be in existence who had survived from the previous era. "It's been so many years. Finally, a kid has come here," said the old man. His cloudy eyes scanned through Lu Ming and the other two as if he was sizing them up. However, he stopped at Mulan's and Huang Ling for a while. Eventually, he stopped at Lu Ming. At this moment, his cloudy eyes radiated dazzling light that was several times brighter than the sun. At this moment, the old man's eyes seemed to turn into two universes with countless stars floating and glowing continents. An unimaginably formidable aura diffused. However, the old man retrieved that aura in just a blink of an eye. His eyes became cloudy again. Phew. Phew, phew. Lu Ming and the other two couldn't help but exhale. The aura that the old man had released was too intimidating. In just a blink of an eye, they felt like they were going to explode from the pressure. Luckily, the old man had retrieved it in time. Not bad. Not bad. I didn't expect that a heaven's pride like you could be born in this era. Not bad. The old man said a few times. Apparently, he was in a good mood. The sorrow in his eyes seemed to disperse a little. Senior, you flatter me. I'm ashamed. Lu Ming said humbly. Little guy, you don't have to be humble. Someone like you is rare even in the prehistoric continent. There might not even be one in each era. The old man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Senior, may I ask if you're the one who created the ancient teleportation road? Mullins asked. That's right. When I was sleeping here, I suddenly sensed the birth of a human bloodline in the easternmost land. Out of curiosity, I went to take a look and left behind a teleportation road. I also left some opportunities along the way for the fated ones. It seems like you two little girls have found them. It's fate. The old man said. Lu Ming and the other two's eyes lit up. Sure enough, they found the owner. The ancient teleportation road was indeed created by the old man. He left some opportunities on the ancient teleportation road, such as Mullins's gem, Huang Ling's jade pendant and the creation jade pool. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. Mullins and Huang Ling bowed solemnly, full of gratitude. Without the opportunities left behind by the old man, their potential and talent would be far from what they were now, and their cultivation would not have reached their current level. It was equivalent to them being reborn. Since you can meet each other, it's fate and also your opportunity. There's no need to thank me. The old man said. May I know how to address you? What is this place? Lu Ming continued to ask with cupped fists. As you can see, this is just a cemetery and I'm just a lucky survivor. I'm just a corpse collector and a gravekeeper. As the old man spoke, he looked at the large tombs, and his eyes were filled with sorrow. These big graves. Lu Ming and the other two hesitated. They were very curious about who was buried here, but it was not appropriate to ask such things directly. You should also know that there was a great war at the end of the last era. The prehistoric continent was shattered and too many people died in the war. These are the heroes who died in the war back then. My ability is limited, so I can only collect these. Some of them did not even have a corpse. At this point, the gravekeeper let out a deep sigh. Lu Ming and the other two were shocked. These large tombs all buried people who had died in battle in the last epoch. One could imagine that these were definitely the top experts of the last epoch. Because there were very few of them, there were only a few dozen of them. Senior, did all the experts from the previous era die in battle? Lu Ming asked again. He had many questions in his heart. It was rare for him to encounter an existence from the last era, so he naturally wanted to know more. Furthermore, that old man was clearly a human. He did not have the slightest bit of malice toward them. Instead, he was filled with goodwill. Most of them died in battle. However, there were also some who left to search for the truth of the war back then. As for where they went, I have no idea. The tombkeeper said. The truth of the Great War back then. Senior, what exactly happened back then? There are rumors in the outside world that the invasion of the experts of the underworld caused the collapse of the great desolate continent, Lu Ming said. On the surface, it looks like it's because of the invasion of the underworld. But in reality, it's not that simple. After all, the great desolate continent is the 11th great universe in the young world. It has 3 human kings, unparalleled demon kings, and immortal magus kings. How can it be destroyed so easily, hee hee? The tombkeeper let out a cold laugh as he spoke. His eyes were filled with coldness. Are there any secrets behind the scenes? Lu Ming whispered. He felt that there were many secrets behind the scenes, as if there were many curtains shrouding the truth. However, these were all too far away from him. With his cultivation, he could not come into contact with them at all. These might be related to the game between the great universes or other even more shocking secrets. Forget about it. Alright, let's not talk about the matters of the past. Don't dwell on the past. You have to look forward to the future. Little fellows, your talents are not bad. Although this is a graveyard, the people buried here are all extraordinary. At the very least, they are all immortal level existences. Who knows, you might be able to obtain great fortune here. Of course, what you can obtain will depend on your luck. After the tomb keeper finished speaking, he turned around and retreated. He seemed to be walking very slowly, but he disappeared in the blink of an eye. That senior doesn't seem to be his true body. It's just a manifestation of his consciousness. Huang Ling whispered. Indeed. Lu Ming nodded. This was normal. It was currently the time of the origin tribulation, so the tomb keeper's true body had probably sealed itself. Just now, it was just a manifestation of his consciousness that had condensed into a body. Let's cultivate here first. The two of you can temper yourself here. Perhaps you can take one step closer and reach the third extreme break. Lu Ming said. The two women were peak god lords and had reached the second extreme break. Here, they could borrow the indestructible will of a supreme expert to temper their bodies and souls and refine their origin energy. Perhaps they could raise their combat strength to the next level and reach the third extreme break. The two women nodded and then continued forward. The closer they got to the large tomb, the greater the pressure they felt. After taking a few steps forward, the two women almost reached their limits. They stopped, sat down cross-legged, and focused on cultivating. Lu Ming continued forward. His body, soul, and origin energy were much stronger than the two women's, so he could continue forward. Lu Ming continued forward until he was not very far from one of the large tombs. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. As expected, it was effective. Terrifying willpower continued to press down. Wanting to obliterate Lu Ming's body and soul, destroying his origin energy. Those with insufficient cultivation and strength would be completely obliterated by this willpower. One could say that this was a terrifying destructive energy. This was because the existences in the large tomb had been too strong when they were alive. After they died, they were filled with unwillingness, anger, and killing intent, transforming into a terrifying indestructible will that would never dissipate, capable of obliterating everything that approached. However, within this will, there was also life. This was because the corpses of these peerless experts were buried here. The domineering life energy within their bodies slowly seeped out, filling the world. If one could resist this indestructible will and absorb this life energy, they would become stronger and stronger. Sure enough, in just a few days, Lu Ming felt that it was very effective. Originally, his physical body and soul had felt like they had reached a limit. But now, his physical body and soul could still slowly improve, becoming stronger and stronger. It was like he was raising the upper limit, breaking through a limit. Lu Ming sensed that if he could break through this limit, his body and soul would explode and enter a new world. This step should have been very difficult, requiring vast amounts of spiritual energy and a long period of tempering. But here, he could clearly sense his improvement. This was definitely an excellent place to cultivate, a holy land for cultivation. Lu Ming thought of Xianxia and the others. Lu Ming wanted to bring Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and the others to such an excellent cultivation holy land. Senior, Lu Ming exchanged places with the tomb keeper. Without a sound, the gravekeeper appeared. What's the matter? Senior, I want to bring some more people here to cultivate, so I want to ask if it's possible? Lu Ming said. Bring some more people here? The tomb keeper frowned slightly and thought for a moment before saying, this place has been sealed by me, and it has concealed the secrets of heaven. It's difficult for those almighty beings in the outerverse to deduce it, but once too many people enter, it's difficult to conceal the secrets of heaven. This place might be deduced. How about this? I'll give you at most 10 more spots. You can bring 10 more people, but no more. The more people there are, the harder it is to conceal the secrets of heaven. The tomb keeper said. Junior understands. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming thanked him. Here, all the people buried were immortals. There were dozens of tombs. Once the people of the myriad universe found out, they would definitely swarm over. Even the slightest bit left behind by an immortal would be a great opportunity. Then, Lu Ming told Mulans and Huang Ling to stay here and cultivate. Lu Ming followed the original path and left. Of course, Huang Ling's jade pendant was lent to Lu Ming first because the tomb keeper said that the second half of the teleportation path would not be shown without the jade pendant. The first altar that was shown with the jade pendant would continue to hide in the dark void after they were teleported away. It concealed the secrets of heaven because it was afraid that someone would find it. After Lu Ming returned to the Azure Divine Realm, he sent a voice transmission to Xianxia and the others. Soon, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Ling Yue, Bubbles, Dandan, Wan Shen, Bone Demon, and Tang Jun arrived. There were a total of 8 people. In addition, there was Lu Ming's eldest disciple, Xianxia, and his granddaughter, Lu Qi. In total, there were 10 people. Originally, Lu Ming wanted to give this opportunity to Lu Shenhuang, but Lu Shenhuang didn't really care about cultivation, so Lu Ming decided against it. On the other hand, Lu Qi's talent was not inferior to Lu Shenhuang's. Moreover, his willpower was firm and he cultivated diligently. He was more suitable than Lu Shenhuang. Unfortunately, there were only 10 spots. Otherwise, Lu Ming would have wanted to bring along his second disciple, Ouyang Moli. He could only think of a way later. For example, when they were almost done with their cultivation, they would switch to another group of people to cultivate. The group of 10 followed Lu Ming to the immortal graveyard. Because all the people buried in this area were immortals, Lu Ming had given it this name. What a great place! Dandan's eyes lit up. I want to forge an invincible skeleton here, one that's even stronger than the ancestral immortal bones of the great skeleton cosmos. Guillemot was extremely confident. Everyone spread out and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, decades had passed. They threw the chaos of the primitive universe to the back of their minds and cultivated peacefully. Everyone's progress was very great. This was especially true for the others. Their souls and bodies had not been tempered by the sky trampling platform, so they were originally very weak and could not be compared to their cultivation. However, in this place, their physical bodies and souls were constantly being polished and improved rapidly. Lu Ming had also gained a lot, but unfortunately, his body and soul had not broken through the limits. They were still a little lacking. At first, they were still quite a distance away from the large tombs, but over the years, they gradually adapted to the environment and slowly approached the large tombs. In fact, he could even walk freely in this place. They discovered that there were a total of 32 large tombs here, each of which emitted a shocking aura. A peerless expert was buried in each of them. People couldn't help but sigh. Even if one was a peerless expert who transcended the universe and became an immortal, there would still be a day when they would fall. No one could be truly immortal, although there was no limit to one's lifespan, there were still many calamities, such as the calamities from other powerful beings. If one was not strong enough, they would still die. Moreover, although there were tombstones erected in front of these large tombs, there were no words on the tombstones. They were blank, and it was unknown what was buried in them. Bang! Lu Ming stepped forward and arrived in front of a tombstone less than 100 meters away from the large tomb. At this point, the will emitted by the large tomb was even more terrifying. Lu Ming closed his eyes. It was as if it was not a large tomb in front of him, but a peerless expert sitting cross-legged there, giving him a terrifying pressure. Crack! Lu Ming could feel that his bones were making cracking sounds. His muscles were trembling and there was a piercing pain all over his body. He felt like he had been thrown into a furnace and was constantly being tempered, refining useless things, refining impurities, and purifying his body and soul. At this moment, Lu Ming felt like he was melting. His physical body and soul melted together, turning into tiny particles and cells. Every cell dispersed and was being refined. While he was being tempered, there was a trace of powerful vitality in heaven and earth that was being absorbed by every cell. Every cell in Lu Ming's body was growing and improving. At this moment, Lu Ming had turned into a rain of light in the eyes of others. They could not even see his human form. What's wrong with Lu Ming? The others were very worried as they approached Lu Ming. Lu Ming! Young master! Xianxia, Qiu Yu, And the others called out, afraid that something had happened to Lu Ming. After all, Lu Ming was too close to the large tomb. They did not know if something terrible would happen. Without a sound, the gravekeeper appeared. "Don't be afraid. He's breaking through," the old tombkeeper said. "Breaking through? Is Lu Ming about to break through to late reciprocity?" Mullins was surprised. She knew that Lu Ming had only broken through to mid-reciprocity a few decades ago. Was he about to break through again so soon? It's not a breakthrough in cultivation. It's a breakthrough in body and soul, reaching a new level, becoming a body tribulation and soul tribulation, the old tombkeeper said. Everyone was puzzled. What did body tribulation and soul tribulation mean? Above reciprocity, there's a special realm called the immortal tribulation. Any living being who wants to become an immortal must go through this realm. Only by going through 9 immortal tribulations can one become an immortal. Each of the 9 immortal tribulations is more dangerous than the last. Each immortal tribulation has 3 tribulations: lightning, fire, and decay. Once you go through it, your body and soul will undergo a transformation, as if you've been reborn. It's extremely powerful. This is the body tribulation and soul tribulation, the old tombkeeper explained. Everyone listened carefully. They were very confused about the immortal tribulation, so this was the best opportunity to learn. Any cultivator who wanted to become an immortal would pay special attention to the immortal tribulation. After listening, they understood that the body tribulation and soul tribulation referred to the transformation of the body and soul after the immortal tribulation. Every time you undergo the 9 heavenly tribulations, your body and soul will transform. Once you undergo the 9 heavenly tribulations, you'll become an immortal's body and soul. You'll transcend the universe and roam the primal chaos without dying. Now that Lu Ming has broken through, his body and soul are equivalent to someone who has undergone the first immortal tribulation. It's not too bad for him to reach this level at reciprocity, the old man said. Everyone was shocked at first before becoming speechless. This old man's standards were just too high. The body and soul of a reciprocity cultivator were equivalent to someone who had undergone the first immortal tribulation. Was that not too bad? Then what were the others? You must remember that if you want to become an immortal through the righteous path, the body and soul are extremely important. Of course, there's origin energy as well. The fleshly body, the soul, and the power of the origin are the foundation of immortal ascension. They must be advanced together, and not a single one can be missing. Only when these 3 are exceptionally strong can one survive the immortal tribulations. If one fails to pass, one will be annihilated by the immortal tribulation, leaving nothing behind, the old man warned. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Everyone was solemn. Clearly, the old man valued them very much. In reality, that was indeed the case. After a period of observation, the old man was very satisfied with everyone's character. Their talent was decent as well. They were the future of the primitive universe, which was why he did not hesitate to give them guidance. Apart from Lu Ming, the bodies and souls of all of you are too weak. They're nowhere near the standard. In your current state, the chances of you failing the immortal tribulation are extremely high. All I can say is that you lacked guidance in the past. You took the wrong path from the very beginning, focusing on cultivation and neglecting the body and soul. However, it's not too late to change now. If you properly temper your bodies and souls here, I believe you'll be able to catch up before long. It'll be even better if you can refine the body and soul of a tribulation. For example, Lu Ming has broken through now. His body and soul are equivalent to someone who has undergone the first immortal tribulation. That way, when he truly begins to undergo the immortal tribulation, the first tribulation won't be too difficult for him. However, his origin energy is very powerful. Now that he has reached a high level, the immortal tribulation will be even more powerful. His body and soul will need to be even stronger. Only then will he have more confidence, the tombkeeper said. Senior, didn't you say that source energy is of utmost importance? Why would the immortal tribulation be stronger when one's source energy reaches a higher level? Xianxia keenly captured this point. He was puzzled, so he asked. The others also looked puzzled. Every immortal tribulation is divided into 3 phases: lightning strike, fire incineration, and decay. Among them, the fire incineration and decay tribulations are born from origin energy. The stronger the origin energy, the stronger the 2 tribulations will be. The tombkeeper said. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Since that was the case, why were so many people still trying their best to raise the level of their source energy? If he kept his origin energy at a low level, wouldn't the immortal tribulation be weaker? Wouldn't his chances of surviving the tribulation be higher? The tombkeeper wore a rare smile as if he could see through the doubts of the crowd. He said, "Do you think that the lower the level of the source energy, the higher the chance of overcoming the immortal tribulation? Indeed, it's easier to overcome the first few tribulations. However, the higher the level of the immortal tribulation, the stronger it will be. The higher the level of the source energy, the stronger the immortal tribulation at the beginning, but it will also strengthen the cultivator. After overcoming the immortal tribulation, the cultivator will evolve and improve significantly. That way, the cultivator will have a better chance of overcoming the immortal tribulation later. On the other hand, the lower the level of the source energy, the easier it will be to overcome the first few tribulations, but the improvement it will bring to the cultivator will be smaller. When it comes to the later immortal tribulation, the cultivator will surely die." I see, the crowd came to a realization. The lower level of the source energy gave the cultivator an advantage at the beginning of the immortal tribulation. The immortal tribulation would be weaker, but it would not be enough to strengthen the cultivator. As the immortal tribulation grew stronger, the cultivator would surely die. Therefore, they had to strive for the best. All cultivators knew that the higher the level of the source energy, the stronger the immortal tribulation would be. However, they had no choice. In order to become an immortal, they had to attain a higher level of the source energy. Once you enter the immortal tribulation, there is no turning back. Even if you want to stop at a certain stage and not break through, you will not be able to do so. As time goes by, the immortal tribulation will descend upon you even if you don't attempt it. Therefore, if you want to become an immortal, there is no such thing as luck. You have to be the strongest in all aspects. Therefore, when you cultivate in the future, not only can you not neglect your physical body and soul, but you also have to constantly polish your source energy. If there is an opportunity, you have to improve it without hesitation. Only by overcoming the strongest immortal tribulation can you achieve the immortal path. The old man reminded them solemnly. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior." The crowd bowed and thanked him. After listening to the old man's words, they learned a lot. They had an unprecedented understanding of the immortal tribulation and had a better direction for their future cultivation. The strong would always be strong. Only by overcoming the most difficult immortal tribulation and going through the harshest training could one finally transcend and become an immortal. There was no shortcut on this path. Although the first few immortal tribulations with low-level source energy were easier, they would definitely not be able to overcome the later immortal tribulations and would eventually die. Moreover, this kind of being was undoubtedly the weakest among the same level. "This young man is going to succeed," the old man said again. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in unison. At this time, Lu Ming finally succeeded in his breakthrough. His body no longer looked like a rain of light, but more like a condensed one. Lu Ming looked the same as before. However, there was an additional layer of crimson glow on the surface of his body. There was also a terrifying aura emanating from him, causing Xianxia and the rest to feel a strong pressure. Lu Ming did not unleash his cultivation, and his source energy was restrained, but he gave off an extremely terrifying aura, as if a primordial beast had awakened. This crimson light is the light of tribulation. Every living being that has undergone the immortal tribulation will emit the light of tribulation in their physical body and soul. This young man has obtained it in advance. The old man explained. At this time, Lu Ming let out a long breath, and then the crimson light of tribulation on his body was withdrawn. He looked normal. However, Lu Ming knew that his combat strength had increased again. With a thought, his body shone, and the soul residing in every cell quickly gathered toward the source root. Then, a complete soul appeared in the source root. The soul was very condensed, as if it had a physical body. There was also a layer of crimson light of tribulation on it. Now, Lu Ming's soul was many times stronger than before. Now, Lu Ming's soul was countless times more powerful than before. Now, even when he faced sacred peerless soul attack, Lu Ming did not need to disperse his soul to every cell. Even if he condensed a complete soul, sacred peerless would not be able to do anything to Lu Ming. My body's strength has increased by many times as well, murmured Xianxia. He had a feeling that he could beat regular early reciprocity existences to death with just the strength of his body. This was unthinkable in the past. In the past, he mainly relied on forbidden energy or origin energy in his battles. However, he can now kill early reciprocity existences with just his body and without using any origin energy. And this was only after he had broken through. If he continued accumulating for a while, he would become even stronger. It was possible to say that his body had become countless times more powerful than before. If he used his current body and soul to undergo the origin tribulation, it would be a piece of cake. There would be no difficulty at all. A body and soul that had undergone the first immortal tribulation was not just for show. Although his body could only kill early reciprocity existences, it would be of great help to Lu Ming's overall battle prowess. In the past, when he erupted with origin energy, he worried that his body would not be able to endure it. He worried that his soul would be obliterated by the origin energy. As a result, he would always have to use a portion of origin energy to protect his body and soul. That way, it would be difficult for him to truly unleash his full strength. However, there was no need for that now. His body and soul were so powerful that he could unleash them to his heart's content. There was no need to worry about origin energy harming his body or soul. His body and soul were like a water tank, while origin energy was the water in the tank. If the water was too powerful and the tank was not tough enough, the water in the tank would break if it rapidly spun around. However, now that the tank had been strengthened, it was indestructible. The water in the tank could spin around freely without harming the tank. As a result, Lu Ming's overall battle prowess had increased. The environment here is extremely good. It's not impossible for you to reach this level. Good luck, kids. With that, the old man took a step and vanished into the depths of the continent. Lu Ming, how do you feel? I'm fine, everyone gathered together and Lu Ming shared his insights. Then, everyone dispersed and began to cultivate, tempering their bodies and souls. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years had passed. Everyone's physical bodies and souls were growing stronger every day. At the same time, they were also getting used to the environment here. They were able to move around more freely. That day, a great tomb suddenly trembled, releasing dazzling multicolored light. What happened? Everyone was shocked and couldn't help but look over there. The entire necropolis was glowing, and a figure could be seen hovering in the air above it. It was a woman. Her appearance couldn't be seen clearly, but from her figure, one could tell that she was definitely a peerless beauty. The woman stood on top of the big grave, as tall as the sky. Endless demonic chi surrounded her, exuding a supreme aura, as if she was above everything, eternal and immortal. There was also a figure standing at the bottom of the grave. It was Xianxia. Xianxia stood in front of the tomb. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and a stone tablet floated above his head. It was the immeasurable devil steel. At this time, the figure on top of the grave suddenly turned into rays of light, or more accurately, particles. They shot towards Xianxia and entered Xianxia's body. Xianxia sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. The immeasurable devil steel floated above his head. Xiaoqing, Lu Ming was worried, and he took large strides forward. However, the old man guarding the tomb appeared silently in front of Lu Ming and blocked Lu Ming's path. Don't worry, this girl's fortune is profound. She's receiving an inheritance. The old man said. Inheritance? Could it be a possession? That immortal expert didn't die and left behind a remnant soul? Dandan walked over and muttered under his breath. In fact, this was what everyone else was worried about. The situation just now really looked like the remnant soul of a peerless expert was trying to possess someone's body. They couldn't help but worry. After all, each of the tombs here contained peerless experts. Let me tell you, every single existence buried here is dead. Not to mention a remnant soul, not even a strand of indestructible wool was left behind. Sigh. The old man sighed. However, their corpses were luckily preserved. At that level, even if their bodies died and their souls were completely annihilated, their cultivation path was deeply engraved in the cells of their bodies. Under normal circumstances, it would be silent along with the body until it decayed and disappeared from the world. However, under special circumstances, it would be activated. It's obvious that the existence was unwilling to give up. Even if he died, he didn't want to sever his inheritance. Of course, that little girl named Xianxia was fated with that existence, and she obtained a corner of that existence as weapon. The gravekeeper's tone changed. So that's the reason. Everyone felt relieved. On the other hand, Lu Ming's gaze fell on the immeasurable devil steel. Could it be that the immeasurable devil steel was a corner of that existence as weapon? Little fellows, all of you should do your best. There are more than 30 peerless experts buried here. When they were alive, they were all outstanding figures who could swallow the world. How could they be willing to be silent like this? Even if they were completely dead, they might find a successor through another method to pass down their mantle and fight for them again. All of you have a chance, the old man spoke again, and his voice was filled with temptation. Everyone's eyes lit up. Then, they turned fiery. Even the weakest experts buried here were immortal experts. There were even kings among immortals. If they could obtain their inheritance, they would benefit immensely. The benefits would be unimaginable and would affect their lives. It's not easy to obtain the inheritance of those existences. Little guys, work hard. Let's see if you're fated. The old man smiled, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Then, he disappeared from the spot. Everyone's hearts were itching. They split up and chose a large grave based on their intuition. Then, they began to cultivate under it. Lu Ming also chose a large grave and sat down cross-legged. He used the will of the grave to temper himself. However, after a year, there was no reaction from the grave. Looks like I'm not fated with it. Let's change to another grave. Lu Ming muttered. He decided to change to another grave. The others were the same. After a year, there was no reaction from the grave they chose, so they changed to another one. Buzz, suddenly, there was a commotion. One of the graves lit up, and a figure appeared above it. It emitted a holy light, and it was obvious that it was a peerless beauty. Below her, there was another figure. Tang Jun. Tang Jun was the second to obtain the inheritance after Xianxia. The gravekeeper silently appeared again. These two girls are incredible. Their talent is top-notch, and their luck is profound. The old man sighed. Lu Ming was not too surprised. Xianxia and Tang Jun were the daughters of Tang Feng, the taboo sword ancestor. Like father, like daughter. They were very talented. In their previous lives, they reached the origin level at a young age. After reincarnating, they were even more talented than in their previous lives. It was normal for them to be favored by peerless masters. No. This is the aura of reincarnation. Are they reincarnated? It seems that someone was lucky enough to obtain the reincarnation substance. The old man murmured. Lu Ming's ears twitched. He could not help but feel surprised. Senior, could it be that reincarnation is very difficult? Of course it is. Even immortals find it difficult to reincarnate. The old man said. How is that possible? Lu Ming was shocked. Immortals found it difficult to reincarnate. But how did Xianxia and Tang Jun reincarnate? There was also Dark Knight Rose and Yi Immortal. Among the people that Lu Ming knew, he had already met 4 of them. Lu Ming initially thought that as long as one's cultivation level surpassed the origin, one would be able to reincarnate. Reincarnation has nothing to do with cultivation. No matter how high one's cultivation is, for example, reaching the human king realm, it is difficult to reincarnate. If you want to reincarnate, you have to rely on the reincarnation substance. However, the reincarnation substance is rare in the entire universe. See. They are very lucky. Reincarnation substance? Where does it exist? Lu Ming asked curiously. The others also pricked up their ears. It's an extremely dangerous place. Even immortals will die if they go there. It involves the secrets of the entire universe. See. I don't know much about it. If you have the chance in the future, you can go and find out for yourself. The gravekeeper old man said. He didn't say anything else after that. Lu Ming and the others were a little disappointed. They had wanted to find out more about the reincarnation substance from the tomb keeper. While they were talking, Xianxia was already sitting cross-legged, accepting the inheritance. This type of legacy is no ordinary legacy. The corpses of the immortal Tao experts still have a bit of life force left behind. It will also enter their bodies, helping them to improve their bodies and souls, to forge a peerless body, to forge the strongest foundation, and to pave the way for the future. The gravekeeper old man added. This made the others even more excited. In the face of such an opportunity, even Lu Ming found it hard to remain calm. Everyone continued to try their luck. Sure enough, not long after, someone else obtained the inheritance. The third to obtain the inheritance was Bubble. The space-time spirit mouse could control space-time and possessed unparalleled talent. It had also obtained the favor of a peerless expert and was receiving his inheritance. Next was the myriad gods. He transformed into his primordial godly spirit form and stood as tall as the grave. His chi and blood soared into the sky. Above the grave, a giant with an earth-shattering aura appeared. The peerless expert of the Wu people. Every time someone obtained the inheritance, the gravekeeper old man would appear. From the gravekeeper old man's mouth, the one who obtained the inheritance was a peerless expert of the Wu people. In fact, Lu Ming and the others already knew that most of the primitive godly spirits in the universe were actually the descendants of the Wu people and the monsters of the primordial era. The myriad gods had the bloodlines of dozens of primitive godly spirits, so it was normal for them to have the bloodline of the Wu people. 4 people obtained the inheritance in a row, which greatly boosted the confidence of the remaining people. Sure enough, more people obtained the inheritance. The 5th was Autumn Moon. The 6th was Lu Xianxia. The 7th was Lu Qi, then came Ling Yue, Mulins, and Huang Ling. In the end, only Lu Ming, Dandan, and Bone Demon hadn't obtained the inheritance. The 3 of them looked at each other. Were the 3 of them so weak that the peerless experts in the tomb didn't like them? Impossible. My talent is unparalleled. How many people can compare to me? How could they not like me? They must have not met the right one. Dandan gritted his teeth. He was very narcissistic and thought that his talent wasn't inferior to others. How could he not obtain the inheritance? At this moment, the gravekeeper silently appeared again and muttered, there are actually so many people who have obtained the inheritance. It seems like these existences can't wait for the great era to come even if they only have their instincts left. They want to pass on their Tao because they are afraid that it will be lost forever in the long river of time. Therefore, even if they are not very talented, they still reluctantly accept it. Although the gravekeeper old man whispered, Lu Ming and the others heard it clearly. The 3 of them pulled long faces. If their talent wasn't high and they accepted it reluctantly, then what were the 3 of them, especially Dandan? Its turtle face was very long. It glanced at the gravekeeper old man unhappily and then rushed to a big tomb. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years had passed. Buzz, on this day, another big tomb shone and another person obtained the inheritance. It was Bone Demon. Nest, it's not fair. This old guy has obtained the inheritance. He is so old that his teeth are falling out. What kind of genius is he? How can he be compared to me? Dandan wailed and suffered a great blow. It was understandable that others could obtain the inheritance. After all, they were all young geniuses. But what was Bone Demon? He was just an old guy, but he could obtain the inheritance. This made Dandan, who was very narcissistic and claimed to be a peerless genius, suffer a great blow. His face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. He asked the heavens speechlessly, only feeling that the heavens were unfair. It's your great loss that you didn't choose me as your successor. Dandan said hatefully in its heart. Of course, its body was very obedient and it rushed to another big tomb. This time, there was a movement immediately. The big tomb shone and dense runes appeared on it, enveloping Dandan. Lu Ming vaguely heard Dandan laughing wildly. I knew that I wouldn't be worse than others. I just didn't choose the right tomb just now. Putting everything else aside, I'm more than enough to suppress Lu Ming. Lu Ming was speechless. In fact, Lu Ming was also a little upset. It was not that he was narcissistic, but his talent should be the strongest among them, but now he was the last one, and he didn't get the inheritance. Lu Ming was also a little depressed. Was there no suitable inheritance here? Don't be discouraged. According to my observation, the power you control is very special. I'm afraid there's no suitable inheritance here, so you can't have a special connection with the corpses of the powerhouses in the big tomb. The gravekeeper old man explained. Lu Ming was very disappointed. He didn't get such a peerless opportunity. It was really uncomfortable. Maybe this is not necessarily a bad thing. The gravekeeper old man said. Not necessarily a bad thing? Senior, please enlighten me. Lu Ming said, full of doubts. There was such a great opportunity in front of him, but he couldn't get it. Was it not a bad thing? However, all true supreme experts need to forge their own paths. Only by forging their own paths can they walk the path of supremacy. However, obtaining the legacies of others will greatly limit their paths. It's already impressive if they can reach the level of those supreme experts when they were alive. Surpassing them will be extremely difficult. Naturally, to the vast majority of cultivators, this is a supreme opportunity. Let me ask you, out of the countless living beings in this world, how many of them are able to transcend and become immortals? If they obtain the inheritances of immortals, they would be able to establish a supreme foundation. In the future, their chances of achieving immortality would greatly increase. However, those who truly want to walk the path of supremacy won't accept the legacies of others. At most, they'll accept the guidance of others. For example, which of the 3 human kings will accept the legacies of others? They'll all walk the path of supremacy for themselves. You have talent and potential. You shouldn't restrict yourself. The old man said. All right, Lu Ming could only comfort himself with this reason. The old man vanished. The others all accepted the legacies. According to the old man, the process would not be quick. It would take many years. Lu Ming continued to temper his body and soul. In the blink of an eye, another decade or so passed. Now, there were only 200 years left until the end of the calamity. At this moment, a great change occurred in the desolate universe outside. The power of the tribulation of the origin force dropped significantly. Powerful presences surged out from the depths of the forbidden grounds where the 8 races resided. Afterward, figures appeared in the air one after another. These figures all radiated with powerful presences, causing space to tremble. They were all reciprocity experts, and they were not early reciprocity. They were mid-reciprocity or even late reciprocity experts. Yes, there were still 200 years until the calamity. The power of the calamity had plummeted. Not only could mid-reciprocity experts move about freely, but even late reciprocity experts had removed their seals and could move about freely. Of course, peak reciprocity experts or those who had undergone the immortals' tribulation were still sealed. Lu Ming, our mid and late reciprocity experts have all awakened. Let's see how you'll die this time. Many masters from the 8 races of the Forbidden Lands, especially those from the 5 Forbidden Lands in the west, were whispering. Their eyes were filled with intense killing intent. Subsequently, the experts of the 5 great Forbidden Lands were dispatched to search for Lu Ming, but there were no traces of Lu Ming. They killed their way to the Ashen Cyan Divine Realm, but the Ashen Cyan Divine Realm informed them that Lu Ming was not in the Ashen Cyan Divine Realm. In the past few years, the formations and seals at the entrance and exit of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm had constantly been strengthened. The seals at the entrance and exit were extremely powerful. Even when a large number of mid and late reciprocity experts from the 5 Forbidden Grounds had come, they were unable to get through them. They could only retreat reluctantly. As for the Primordial Light race, the Balefulline race, and the Blue Sea race, they were far away in the Eastern Universe. It wouldn't be that easy for them to rush over. However, they went straight to the base of the Heaven Destroyer. Unfortunately, the base of the Heaven Destroyer was already empty. Not a single living being was left behind. The reciprocity experts who had sealed themselves in slumber had all vanished as well. They had been taken away. Damn it! The experts of the 8 families in the forbidden area could only rage helplessly. After a large number of experts from the 8 families in the Forbidden Area had awakened, a large number of experts from the Outerverse had also descended through the cosmic channel. They were all mid and late reciprocity experts. These experts had long since rushed over from other universes. They had been waiting for the origin tribulation to weaken, and when it could accommodate mid and late reciprocity experts, they would charge in. For a time, the antediluvian universe became even more chaotic. It could be said that origin realm experts were everywhere, and those below the origin realm found it difficult to roam the outside world. This was because they could encounter reciprocity experts at any time, and if they didn't get along well, they would be killed. The Ashen Azure Divine Realm had even called back everyone from the outside world. The 8 families of the Forbidden Area also allowed those below the origin realm to return to their headquarters. Those who roamed the outside world were all at the origin realm or higher. The various ruins and secret places in the antediluvian universe became even more lively. Experts were as common as clouds, and battles frequently broke out. Some of the ruins and secret places were opened. This was because even more experts had arrived, and they were even stronger. There were all sorts of masters who were proficient in formations, and some of them had even brought powerful weapons with them. They broke into the various ruins and swept away all the treasures within. Although the humans in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm were aware of this, there was nothing they could do. These ruins belonged to the antediluvian universe, but now, they could only watch as the people from the Outerverse plundered them. There was nothing they could do to stop them. Lu Ming was completely unaware of what was happening outside, and he continued to cultivate in peace. On this day, while he was cultivating in front of a large tomb, the primordial god stone in his sea of consciousness suddenly trembled slightly. As the primordial god stone trembled, the large tomb trembled as well. Light flickered, and a powerful aura spread out, as if a supreme existence was about to awaken. Following that, a figure appeared in the sky above the large tomb. It was a man in armor, and he stood tall and straight like a mountain. Although it was just a projection, it gave off an invincible feeling, as if he was facing a great universe. What's going on? Do I have to obtain the inheritance too? Lu Ming could not help but mutter to himself as he felt conflicted. He had the ambition to become the strongest, to carve out his own path. His goal was to become one of the 3 kings of the human race, or even stronger. However, this was the inheritance of an immortal Tao human king. It would be a pity to miss it. When the figure appeared, the primordial god stone trembled like never before. Dense and mysterious patterns appeared on its surface. Could it be related to the primordial god stone? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The primordial god stone came from the primordial divine court, and it was the strongest treasure of the primordial divine court's master. However, there was a legend that the primordial god stone was not created by the primordial divine court's master, but was excavated from some ruins. From the looks of it, the primordial god stone was extremely ancient, and it was very likely to be a treasure from the previous era. In that case, it was not impossible for it to be related to the existence in the large tomb. Boom! At that moment, the figure above the large tomb rapidly shrank to the size of an ordinary person. He took a step forward and punched at Lu Ming. Damn, what's going on? Is he trying to snatch the primordial god stone back? Lu Ming was quite speechless. He had not obtained the inheritance, but he was attacked. How unfair was that? However, Lu Ming was not a person who would sit and wait for death. Even if the other party was an immortal Tao expert, he would not sit and wait for death without fighting back. Lu Ming directly used a Genesis art to transform into a 3-foot-tall figure. He wanted to take out the battle god spear to fight back, but he found that the battle god spear was isolated and he could not take it out. Helpless, he could only wave his fist to block. Boom! With a loud boom, Lu Ming's body trembled and he was forced to retreat. The figure continued to step forward and punched at Lu Ming. The seemingly simple punch seemed to contain endless mysteries. It firmly locked onto Lu Ming, and there was a terrifying momentum that crushed towards Lu Ming. There was no way to dodge. The figure in the burial mound launched an attack at Lu Ming. The attack was extremely astonishing, bringing with it a mysterious and boundless aura as it pressed towards Lu Ming, making it impossible for him to evade. However, although the opponent's attack was incomparably mysterious, the power it contained was not too great. It was only comparable to Lu Ming's, but the aura it gave off was much stronger than Lu Ming's. Lu Ming held as he did his best to resist, pushing his Genesis techniques to their limits. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out. Lu Ming's body violently trembled as he was repeatedly forced backwards. He felt his qi and blood churn, nearly vomiting blood. The opponent's power was clearly similar to Lu Ming's, but its attacks were much stronger than Lu Ming's. Lu Ming was no match for it. Little one, this is your opportunity. Make good use of it. The old tombkeeper had appeared near Lu Ming at some unknown time. Elder, what's going on? Asked Lu Ming, feeling very depressed. The others had directly obtained the inheritance, while he had been beaten up. It was truly unfair. There must be something in your body that resonates with the existence in the burial mound. Although your Tao is not suitable for the inheritance, the other party's instincts have still appeared. Train your techniques and fight to your heart's content. This will help you hone your Genesis techniques, said the old tombkeeper. Could the primordial god stone belong to the being in the burial mound, and my Genesis techniques are also comprehended from the primordial god stone? Is that why the opponent is attacking me to hone my Genesis techniques? Lu Ming's thoughts rapidly spun as he came to this conclusion. He no longer felt depressed, and instead began to circulate his Genesis techniques with all his might. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged several dozen blows. Needless to say, Lu Ming was naturally no match for the opponent. After several dozen blows, he was already panting like an ox, his body in tatters. His injuries were not light. His opponent's power was clearly similar to his, but in terms of technique, it completely suppressed him. Every casual move of his opponent contained endless mysteries. Although the same amount of power was used, it was much more powerful. After blocking dozens of moves, Lu Ming had already reached his limit. As for that figure, it seemed to know that Lu Ming had reached his limit. Instead of continuing to attack, it transformed into a beam of light that shot into the burial mound and vanished. It's so intelligent. Is this just an instinct? Lu Ming mumbled. The existence in the tomb gave off the feeling that it was not completely dead. Or rather, it was as if there was a mark left behind. The existence in this tomb is known as the King of Mystic, a monarch of the immortal Tao. Existences at this level far surpass your imagination. He is truly dead, not even a trace of his existence is left behind. His movements are merely instincts that are inscribed in his flesh and blood. The gravekeeper seemed to be able to see through Lu Ming's thoughts and explained from not far away. Lu Ming nodded. He then sat cross-legged and circulated his energy to recover. His vitality was astonishing, and it didn't take long for him to recover to his peak. However, he did not get up. Instead, he closed his eyes and quietly recalled the battle just now. The various attacks of the King of Profoundness once again appeared in Lu Ming's mind. He indeed gained something from this recollection. He felt that the attacks of the King of Profoundness were a little similar to his Genesis techniques. Or rather, there were traces of similarities, and they were suspected to be of the same origin. The primordial god stone may really be the treasure of the King of Profoundness. Or perhaps it was not called the primordial god stone in the primordial continent, but something else, Lu Ming pondered. The origin of the name primordial god stone was because of the master of the primordial divine court, but it was not created by the master of the primordial divine court. It must have had another name in the previous era. Primordial god stone, Lu Ming made a wild guess. After recalling the battle just now, Lu Ming had indeed gained a lot. He felt that he had a deeper understanding of his own Genesis techniques. Lu Ming stood up. With a thought, a Genesis technique was activated, and his body began to grow taller. But this time, Lu Ming clearly felt that he had not reached 30 feet. When he had just comprehended a Genesis technique, his body would become 30 feet tall when he used it. Later, as his understanding of Genesis techniques deepened, his body would become slightly shorter when he used Genesis techniques. It was less than 30 feet, but it was still close to 30 feet. At this moment, he found that his body had become a little shorter and thinner. Although it was only a little and was very difficult to see with the naked eye, Lu Ming's spiritual senses were extremely sharp. Even if the difference was 10 times smaller, he could still clearly feel it. His genesis techniques had improved. Lu Ming's eyes brightened, and then he strode towards the giant grave. When he approached the grave, the primordial god stone in his body trembled and glowed again. Then, the burly figure above the grave once again appeared and attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming swung his fist to block, and continued the battle. After a few dozen exchanges, Lu Ming was heavily injured and was forced to retreat. The figure of the King of Profoundness once again disappeared into the grave. Lu Ming continued to treat his injuries. After his injuries were healed, he recalled the battle just now and gained a lot of knowledge. Then, he fought again. In this way, time flew by. In the blink of an eye, more than 50 years had passed. After more than 50 years, Xianxia and the others had all succeeded in their inheritances. They had established a strong foundation, and their bodies and souls were all incomparably powerful. They were all close to the limit and were almost able to reach the body of tribulation and soul of tribulation. This made Lu Ming very envious. Lu Ming had been refined 7 times on the heaven trampling platform, and then polished here for a long time before he reached the body of tribulation and soul of tribulation. As for the others, after receiving the inheritance, they had also undergone a transformation and were about to reach it. I feel that I can break through to the origin stage at any time, but this place is sealed and it's not easy to break through. I plan to leave first and break through outside. Xianxia said. We're still under the origin tribulation. I don't know if there's any danger in breaking through. Lu Ming said. Although Xianxia was now extremely powerful in all aspects, Lu Ming could not help but worry. Don't worry. There are only 150 years left until the end of the origin tribulation. The power of the origin tribulation is already very weak. Even if you break through now, the pressure you'll face will be much smaller. Of course, the rewards you'll receive will also be much smaller, the gravekeeper old man explained. Only then did Lu Ming feel relieved. The others also followed him out, intending to take a look. This was because everyone's cultivation had increased a lot. Many of them felt that they were about to break through. Seeing Xianxia suddenly break through in advance would enlighten them. Outside, Xianxia began to break through. Sure enough, although he was still suppressed by the origin tribulation, its power was much smaller than when Lu Ming had broken through. Xianxia did not spend too much effort to break through and reach origin. Of course, the rewards he received from the cosmic sea were much smaller than when Lu Ming had broken through. However, the benefits he received were also very extraordinary. Xianxia's origin root had reached mid-level, and his cultivation had reached the peak of early origin. Everyone was very happy. They returned to the immortal graveyard and continued to cultivate. Time passed day by day, and everyone broke through one after another. After Xianxia broke through, the second to break through was Gu Mo, followed by Autumn Moon, Tang Jun, Bubble. When there were only 100 years left before the origin tribulation, everyone broke through and reached reciprocity. Even Xianxia, who broke through first, reached mid-reciprocity. They had obtained the inheritance of an immortal, and it was no ordinary inheritance. These immortal Tao characters all died, but their bodies remained. Their bodies contained an incomparably exuberant life force. During the process of passing down their legacies, the life force was slowly transferred to Xianxia and the others, helping them to improve their bodies and complete their transformations. Their foundation was simply abnormally robust. Moreover, some of their power had been sealed in the depths of their bodies. As a result, their cultivation speed was astonishingly fast. This was the complete gift of an immortal. Even if those powerful great cosmoses did not lack immortals, how could they have such an inheritance when they were still alive? Of course, most of these inheritances were sealed. It was not only the remaining terrifying life force of these immortals, but also their Tao, their arts, and so on. Most of them were sealed in the depths of Xianxia and the others. This was because the Tao and arts of these immortals were too advanced and too profound. Some of them even involved immortal arts, as vast as an abyss. With the cultivation of Xianxia and the others, it was impossible for them to control it. If they forcefully imbued it, their souls would explode. Only when their cultivation increased in the future and they slowly undid the seal could they truly obtain all the inheritances. In the past few years, Lu Ming had also gained a lot. Under the constant battle with the King of Profundity, he finally broke through the bottleneck and reached late reciprocity. At the same time, his physical body and soul were also slowly improving. Vaguely, they had reached a new limit. After asking the gravekeeper, he learned that he should have reached the limit of the first tribulation. If he broke through again, it would be equivalent to the body and soul of someone who had undergone the second tribulation. Of course, breaking through was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. This was because Lu Ming was only at reciprocity right now. He did not have the assistance of the true immortal tribulation. Although the immortal tribulation was fatal and was the nightmare of all cultivators, once one got through it, the benefits were huge. One's entire being would be transformed. Without the tempering of the immortal tribulation, being able to reach the first tribulation of the body and soul was already an incredible feat. To reach the second tribulation of the body and soul was simply too difficult. Of course, his greatest gain was his Genesis techniques. When Lu Ming cast his Genesis technique, he was only about 5 meters tall. He had shrunk by half of his previous height. The result was a sharp increase in the power of Genesis techniques, which was at least several times stronger than before. Lu Ming's battle prowess had once again skyrocketed. His ability to fight on the same level had also increased by a lot. Of course, he was at reciprocity right now, so it could not be categorized according to his battle prowess. Lu Ming had no idea what his current battle prowess was like. In short, he was very strong. As for how strong they were, Xianxia had no idea. He would only know after fighting them. There were only 100 years left before the Great Tribulation of the Origin. The power of the Great Tribulation of the Origin had decreased once again. Peak reciprocity existences could move freely. In the 8 clans of the Forbidden Grounds, peak reciprocity existences woke up one after another and stepped into the universe. In the Heavenly Human clan, the masters of the Heavenly Palace also came out of their seclusion and went to excavate some ruins. Some top experts of the Heaven Destroyer, no, it should be called the Great Desolate Alliance in the future, also woke up. For example, the first Heavenly Sword, Shakyamuni Qiankuan, Ao Qian, and the others all came out of their seclusion. Of course, there were also powerhouses from the Outerverse. In the Outerverse, a large number of peak reciprocity existences entered the Great Desolate Universe, causing it to become even more chaotic. However, existences at the Immortal Tribulation level could not awaken and enter the Great Desolate Universe. Existences at this level needed to wait for the Great Tribulation of the Origin to completely pass before they dared to awaken. This was because existences at this level had to face the Immortal Tribulation. If they entered the Great Desolate Universe now, not only would they be suppressed by the Great Tribulation of the Origin, but they might also trigger the Immortal Tribulation in advance, causing terrifying consequences. At this time, a shocking news spread. In those powerful universes, many Almighties deduced the location of a piece of the Great Desolate Universe's universe core at the same time. Previously, some Almighties had deduced that the Great Desolate Universe's universe core had been broken into 5 pieces and scattered across the universe, but they did not deduce the specific location. The main reason was that the Great Tribulation of the Origin had disturbed the heavenly secrets, greatly increasing the difficulty of these Almighties' deductions. Although countless people were looking for it, they did not find it. Now, there were only 100 years left until the Great Tribulation of the Origin. The power of the Great Tribulation of the Origin had been greatly reduced, and the interference to the heavenly secrets was also lighter. Many Almighties deduced the coordinates of one of the Great Desolate Universe's universe cores at the same time, and it was somewhere in the Western Universe. When the news spread, almost everyone went crazy. What was the universe core? The core of a universe, this was a heaven-defying opportunity. Even the universe core of a weak universe was an unparalleled treasure, not to mention the Great Desolate Universe's universe core, which was ranked 11th in the Yang realm at its peak. The value of this kind of universe core was immeasurable. Even if it was only 1/5 of the universe core fragment, it was immeasurably valuable. If a cultivator could fuse a universe core with himself, he would be able to establish an invincible Great Tao foundation. His potential would be endless, and his talent would be unparalleled. Moreover, he would be invincible. The immortal tribulation that ordinary cultivators would turn pale at the mention of was not a problem at all for existences who had fused with the universe core. They could easily pass through it. In other words, if one could fuse with a universe core fragment, it was almost certain that they would become an immortal. If one's talent was high enough, it would not be too difficult for them to reach the king level. Who would not be tempted? Who would not be jealous? Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to obtain the universe core. This was because whether it was the Yin world or the Yang realm, there were clear rules that powerful existences were not allowed to attack weak universes and seize the universe core. Otherwise, they would become the target of public criticism and be hunted down by the most powerful great universes. Of course, no one would care if one attacked the enemy's great universes. For example, if an expert from the Yang realm attacked the great universes of the Yin world and seized the other party's universe core, not only would the Yang realm not punish them, but they would also support them. Of course, one had to have the ability to do so. Immediately, countless experts rushed toward the coordinates of the universe core. Chaos began, and a terrifying war was about to break out. At this time, a few old sighs came from the azure divine realm. The universe core has been found in the end. It is a great disaster for our desolate universe. The desolate universe is recovering because of the universe core. Once the universe core is seized, the recovery of the desolate universe will come to an abrupt end. Not only that, but it will also regress and become even more desolate. But we're powerless to stop it, the several ancestors of the Xianxia divine realm discussed in secret, their voices filled with helplessness and sorrow. The primitive universe was no longer the primitive universe of the previous era. The difference in strength was too great, and they no longer had the ability to intimidate the other great universes. They also couldn't stop the experts of the other great universes from descending and fighting for the treasures of the primitive universe. Summon everyone back to the Xianxia divine realm and strengthen the seal and array at the entrance. If there's no other choice, we won't hesitate to close the entrance again, an ancient voice said. The other voices fell silent. If they closed the entrance again, they would be cut off from the world. Even they couldn't open it. If Mulans hadn't broken the seal with the special gem, the Xianxia divine realm would still be cut off from the rest of the world, and it would be even more impossible to obtain the treasures in the ruins. They didn't want to completely close the entrance to the Xianxia divine realm unless they had no other choice. Lu Ming and the others didn't know what was happening outside, and they continued to focus on their cultivation. However, they found that their progress was getting slower and slower as they continued to use the will here to temper their bodies and spirits. Their progress after a day of cultivation was almost negligible. They seemed to have developed a resistance to this place. Not only did the others encounter this problem, but even Lu Ming also encountered this problem. Not only was the progress of his body and spirit slowing down, but his speed of comprehending Genesis techniques was also getting slower and slower. Buzz, on this day, the archaic god stone shone with dazzling light and trembled like never before. The figure of the king of Xian suddenly turned into a beam of light and charged towards Lu Ming's glabella. It charged into Lu Ming's glabella and directly entered the archaic god stone. The archaic god stone trembled even more violently, and with a loud crack, a crack appeared on the surface of the archaic god stone. Not good, Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. Was the archaic god stone going to be destroyed? That was too unfortunate. The archaic god stone played a huge role in Lu Ming's achievements. Whether it was the heaven-severing form, primal desolation form, or Genesis techniques, they were all comprehended with the archaic god stone as the foundation. Even now, the archaic god stone was still helpful to Lu Ming. Comprehending the patterns on the archaic god stone had given him a lot of inspiration, and he could constantly improve his Genesis techniques. Although the speed wasn't as fast. To be honest, Lu Ming really couldn't bear to do it. Crack, crack, more and more cracks appeared on the surface of the primordial god stone, densely packed together like a spiderweb. And finally, a layer of the stone layer. Yes, it was just a layer. Beneath the surface of the stone, there were no cracks. It was a brand new archaic godstone. Lu Ming was stunned. There was actually a layer of stone on the surface of the primordial divine stone. Could it be that what he saw before was just a layer of stone? Was the archaic god stone under the layer? It was like a layer of seal. In the past, it had always been sealed, and now, because of the king of Xian, the seal had been unsealed. Many thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind in an instant. Soon, the layer completely fell off, turning into a ray of light and dissipating. A brand new archaic god stone appeared in Lu Ming's sea of knowledge. This archaic god stone was very similar to the previous one. Its surface was also covered in dense and endless runes. However, these runes gave off a feeling that they were hundreds or thousands of times more profound than the previous runes. They were like the vast universe, unfathomable. Lu Ming was curious. He stared at them carefully, wanting to comprehend them. All of a sudden, the runes began to twist and intertwine with each other, forming a figure. The figure's appearance couldn't be seen clearly. It stood above the archaic god stone and then punched out with a fist. Boom! Lu Ming felt as if the whole world had turned upside down and was about to be destroyed. His entire body felt a stabbing pain as if it was about to explode. His soul that resided in every cell felt like it was about to be destroyed. Break away, Lu Ming roared and used all his strength to break away from the sea of knowledge. He no longer paid attention to the archaic god stone. Finally, Lu Ming succeeded. He retreated and broke away from the archaic god stone. Bam! Then, Lu Ming sat on the ground and coughed out a mouthful of blood, gasping for breath. His body felt a stabbing pain. He scanned his body with his spiritual sense and found that there were cracks on his body like cracked porcelain. It was too dangerous just now. Lu Ming was still in shock. If he had acted a little later, his body would have exploded. His body and soul would have been destroyed, leaving nothing behind. Lu Ming, what happened to you? Young master, Xianxia, Qiu Yu, and the others rushed over and looked at Lu Ming anxiously. Just now, they saw Lu Ming's body tremble violently, sitting on the ground and coughing out blood. They were almost scared to death, not knowing what happened. Could it be that the celestial god stone is really with you? The gravekeeper silently appeared at the side. His eyes were no longer cloudy, but bright. He stared at Lu Ming as if he wanted to see through Lu Ming. However, in Lu Ming's sea of knowledge, there seemed to be a layer of mist around the archaic god stone, blocking the gravekeeper's prying eyes. Divine objects were concealing themselves. Some top treasures would hide themselves, preventing others from seeing them. Celestial Godstone? Could it really be called that? Lu Ming was a little speechless. The taboo origin source energy continued to circulate in his body. His injuries were rapidly recovering. I can't see through it. You really have the celestial Godstone with you. Little guy, what did you see just now? The gravekeeper asked. Senior, it's like this, Lu Ming immediately explained everything seriously. There was no way he could hide the primordial divine stone. Just now, the figure of the king of Xian rushed into Lu Ming's glabella. The old man guarding the tomb must have seen it. With the gravekeeper's knowledge, how could it be hidden? It was better to just tell him and ask the gravekeeper for guidance. It really is the celestial Godstone. No wonder it could sense the king of celestial. According to what you said, the celestial Godstone used to have a seal, so you could comprehend the secret technique from it. But the seal has fallen off now. Little guy, don't try to comprehend with the celestial Godstone in the future. You'll probably die. The gravekeeper warned seriously. Senior, what's on the celestial Godstone? Why is it like this? Lu Ming asked seriously. A scripture, a supreme scripture. With your current cultivation base, there's no way you can comprehend it. Forget about comprehending it, even if you take a look at it, you'll explode from that supreme aura. Therefore, you have to wait until your cultivation base increases in the future before you can look at it and comprehend it. The gravekeeper said. Lu Ming was really speechless. He was at the late origin realm now, but he did not even have the right to look at a scripture. He would die from just looking at it. Who could he reason with? Senior, what cultivation do I need to look at it? Lu Ming asked. Since there was a chance, it was better to ask clearly, lest he couldn't help but get himself involved. You have to be at least 6 immortal tribulations and close to a true immortal to be able to read it. However, if you want to really comprehend it, you have to at least prove your Tao and become an immortal. The gravekeeper old man said. Lu Ming was speechless. Well, Lu Ming was really speechless. The requirements for a scripture were so high. 3 days later, Lu Ming's injuries were healed. A few years later, Lu Ming and the others felt that their progress here was too slow. Although it was still much faster than cultivating outside, they were worried about the situation of the primitive universe. Counting the time, there was less than 100 years until the end of the origin tribulation. They planned to go out and see the situation. In addition, Lu Ming planned to send a dozen more people to cultivate here. For example, Lu Shenhuang, Ouyang Moli, and the others. It would be even better if they could obtain the inheritance here. Everyone discussed with the gravekeeper old man. The gravekeeper old man didn't refuse, but told them not to send too many people. It would be best if there were more than 10 people. Lu Ming and the others naturally agreed, then left the immortal graveyard and went to the area where the Azure Immortal Realm had moved. As soon as they returned, they encountered a few experts of the Azure Immortal Realm. Peak of Origin. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. One of them gave Lu Ming a very strong feeling. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, and the other party didn't hide it, he could tell at a glance that the other party's cultivation was at the peak of origin. It seemed that the existence at the peak of origin could move normally now. Lu Ming. An old man greeted Lu Ming. He was very familiar with Lu Ming. Lu Ming also nodded and walked over, saying, "Greetings, Elder Qing." This old man was called Qing Chuan. "You're Lu Ming. Heroes indeed come from the young." The peak of origin expert smiled and looked Lu Ming up and down, as if he wanted to see through Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming had restrained his aura and did not reveal the slightest bit of it. For a moment, he actually could not see through Lu Ming's depth. However, when his gaze swept over the others, his pupils shrank. "You've actually broken through to the origin realm. You're really amazing. Your talent is peerless." This person sighed, and the others were also shocked. One had to know that the Great Source Tribulation had yet to pass. Even though the might of the breakthrough would be greatly reduced due to the suppression of the Great Source Tribulation, not everyone would be able to make a breakthrough. In fact, even now, only a small number of extremely powerful geniuses were able to successfully break through. During this period of time, many geniuses from the Outerverse had begun to attack the Origin Source realm, but their success rate was not high. At least 5 or 6 out of 10 would fail. However, the people beside Lu Ming had all succeeded. They could not help but be shocked. "I was just lucky," Lu Ming said modestly before changing the topic. "By the way, seniors, what's the current situation of the universe?" "Lu Ming, I have something to tell you. Currently, the various universes are fighting over the fragments of the cosmic core. Many fierce battles have erupted, and countless people have died. The progenitors have ordered us not to participate. With our strength, we can't compete with those universes," Qing Chuan said. "Fragments of the cosmic core?" Lu Ming revealed a puzzled expression and asked Qing Chuan for guidance. "The cosmic core is the core of a universe, and it is also the core of the laws of order. Once it is fused, it can create a perfect foundation for the Great Tao," Qing Chuan explained to Lu Ming. "A few years ago, a powerhouse from the Outerverse managed to deduce the specific coordinates of one of the fragments of the cosmic core. Countless experts immediately rushed over to fight for that fragment, and a fierce battle broke out. After a few years of fighting, one of them finally managed to refine the fragment into a spatial treasure and carry it with him," Qing Chuan said. "Refined it into a spatial treasure?" Lu Ming's sharp senses caught something unusual. It's not that easy to truly fuse with a fragment of the cosmic core. Furthermore, it's very large, like a continent. If you want to collect it, you need to first control it and then use a powerful array to refine it into a spatial treasure. Then, you can slowly refine it until you have enough time to fuse with it," Qing Chuan explained. "Not long ago, the powerhouses of the Outerverse deduced that the second fragment of the cosmic core is located in the Eastern Universe. Now, countless powerhouses are rushing to the Eastern Universe. I heard that some members of your Great Desolate Alliance are also rushing to the Eastern Universe. We tried to persuade them, but they insisted on going, and we couldn't stop them." "We can't stop them," another elder said. "The second fragment of the cosmic core is actually in the Eastern Universe. Someone from the Great Desolate Alliance is rushing there." Lu Ming and the others were shocked. The Eastern Universe had been searched through by various forbidden lands, but they hadn't found any fragments of the cosmic core. Where was that fragment? A spatial treasure? Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind, and he thought of the Great Desolate Ring. It should be a coincidence. Lu Ming shook his head slightly. Then, he asked Qing Chuan and the others for more information before bidding them farewell and heading to the Great Desolate Alliance's residence. As soon as he returned, he ran into many acquaintances. This was because almost all the origins in the Great Desolate Alliance had awakened. For example, Ku Wang Yuan. After Fei Huang lifted her seal, she left alone. Di Tianjian, Ao Qian, Protector King Qiankuan, and the others are rushing to the Eastern Universe. But don't worry, they're not going there to fight for the fragment of the cosmic core. They're just going there to take a look and return to the Heaven Destroyer station to take a look. They're bringing back some things. Lu Ming and the others sighed in relief. They knew that they had worried too much. How could Di Tianjian and the others not know that with their strength, they couldn't compete with those from the Outerverse? Even the Azure Divine Realm didn't dare to compete, let alone them. They had a sense of propriety when doing things. Back then, although Lu Ming had transferred the Heaven Destroyer's life form and some important treasures over, he hadn't transferred anything that wasn't too valuable or difficult to transfer. Di Tianjian and the others must have gone there because of this. I want to take a look at the fragment of the cosmic core. Lu Ming pondered. He didn't covet the cosmic core, but he wanted to verify something. He was curious whether the Great Desolate Ring had anything to do with the cosmic core. At the same time, he learned that Di Tianjian and the others had borrowed a warship from the Azure Divine Realm. This warship was very advanced and astonishingly fast. It required a peak origin cultivation to drive it, and it wouldn't take long to pass through the void between the Eastern and Western universes. In fact, the powerhouses of the Outerverse were all driving similar treasures, and many of them had probably rushed to the Eastern universe. Those with insufficient cultivation would need a long time to pass through the void, but for peak origin existences, it wouldn't take long to drive a top-grade treasure. The Celestial Tribe and the Heaven Destroyer, Great Desolate Alliance, couldn't take out such a treasure, but those great cosmoses, Forbidden Lands, and the Azure Divine Realm could. After chatting with Ko Wang Yuan and the others for a while, Lu Ming and the others began to arrange for the people to enter the Immortal Graveyard. Lu Ming planned to choose all of the more than 10 people from the Great Desolate Alliance and did not plan to tell the people of the Azure Divine Realm. The Immortal Graveyard was no small matter. Furthermore, the Tomb Keeper had spent a lot of effort to conceal the secrets of the heavens. Lu Ming did not know much about the people of the Azure Divine Realm. If he told the people of the Azure Divine Realm about the Immortal Graveyard, it would be easy for it to be leaked. After all, he didn't know the background of the people in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. Everyone had family and friends. It was normal for the people in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm to leak this matter to his family and friends, and then to the outside world. Once it was leaked, it would definitely cause the experts of the Outerverse to flock to the Immortal Graveyard. Lu Ming would definitely not allow such a thing to happen. He would rather give the spot to the Great Desolate Alliance. Even if some people were not that talented, at least he knew their background. Soon, the 12 candidates were chosen. This time, Lu Shenhuang and Ouyang Moli were among them. There was also Hai Zong, who had the bloodline of the human king and was taught by Ouyang Moli. Lu Ming's 2 in-name disciples, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao, Tang Jian, Lion, Gu Changfeng, and the others. Mulans and Huang Ling led them to the Immortal Graveyard. At this time, Lu Ming also suggested to Xianxia and the others that he wanted to make a trip to the Eastern Universe. "We'll go with you." Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Ling Yue, and the others said in unison. Lu Ming shook his head and said, "I know you guys are worried about me, but with my current combat strength, as long as a sub-immortal doesn't appear, I can protect myself. Even if I can't defeat them, I can still retreat calmly." In the end, Xianxia and the others did not insist on going with Lu Ming. They knew in their hearts that with Lu Ming's combat strength, it was indeed enough to protect himself. However, if they followed, they would implicate Lu Ming and become Lu Ming's concern. "Don't worry, I will return soon. You guys can just consolidate your cultivation here," Lu Ming said. Not long after, Lu Ming set off towards the Eastern Universe. He knew the ancient teleportation path, so he didn't need to go through the void. He went straight to the ancient teleportation path and used it to return to the Eastern Universe. As soon as he returned to the Eastern Universe, Lu Ming rushed to the original Heaven Destroyer base. However, not long after he flew out, Lu Ming stopped. This was because he felt a bracelet on his wrist tremble slightly. A powerful aura was emitted from it. Xiao finally reacted. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This bracelet naturally belonged to Xiao. Ever since Xiao swallowed the human king's broken sword and spat it out, it had been in a deep slumber. It had been several hundred years since then. Lu Ming had been worried all this time. He was afraid that Xiao had forcefully swallowed the human king's broken sword and that the sword had damaged its core, resulting in some major problems. Now, Xiao finally moved, and the aura it emitted was extremely shocking. Swoosh, Xiao flew out from Lu Ming's wrist and turned into a ball. It emitted a resplendent light, like a beating heart. Moreover, Xiao's aura was constantly rising. Originally, Xiao's cultivation was at the peak of the Divine Master realm. Now, it had reached the limit and was charging towards the Origin realm. At this moment, there were some people at the original Heaven Destroyer base. These people were actually from the Celestial tribe. In the middle of the encampment of the Sky Exterminating Troop stood a huge statue of a handsome young man carrying a long sword on his back. This was the statue of the Forbidden Sword ancestor, Tang Feng. The Heaven Destroyer was created by the Forbidden Sword ancestor, Tang Feng, and the immeasurable heavenly demon Flying Phoenix. Tang Feng could be said to be the core of the Heaven Destroyer. Below the statue stood many Celestial tribe members. These people were all important figures of the Celestial tribe. If Lu Ming was here, he would definitely be able to recognize 4 of them with a single glance. They were the 4 masters of the Heavenly Palace of the Celestial tribe. Other than the 4 masters of the Heavenly Palace, the other people were also important figures of the Celestial tribe. Almost all of them were existences of the Origin realm. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. From time to time, explosions could be heard from various parts of the Heaven Destroyer base. It was the people of the Celestial tribe who were wreaking havoc. Divine light flashed, and some of the important places of the Heaven Destroyer were destroyed. Humph, these traitors sure run fast. They've all moved away. Otherwise, we would have killed them all this time. It's indeed a pity. I don't know where they've gone. They've all moved away. We didn't notice so many people moving away. A few experts of the Celestial tribe were discussing. Cold murderous intent appeared in their eyes. We've been wreaking havoc here for more than half a month. Those traitors will probably rush over when they find out. Another person whispered. In my opinion, we should just destroy this statue and force them to show themselves. If they're hiding in the dark, they won't be able to resist. A young-looking Origin realm expert of the Celestial tribe said. This person was Yalu Xingqiang, a great enemy of the third demon sword. The two of them often fought in the past. To be called a great enemy of the third demon sword, his talent was naturally very high. His status in the Celestial tribe was also very high. He was known as the future successor of the Master of the Heavenly Palace. Therefore, although his cultivation was only at the mid-origin realm, he did not show much respect in front of the Heavenly Lords. Xingqiang is right. Let's just destroy Tang Feng's statue. One of the Heavenly Lords, Lord Ziwei, said. I'll do it. Yelu Xingqiang said. Then, he took a step forward and a powerful aura erupted. At the same time, a golden spear appeared in his hand. Buzz, the spear vibrated and turned into a golden spear light. It was extremely sharp and pierced towards the statue's head. He wanted to destroy the statue in one strike. Clang, the statue shook and suddenly, a sword chi burst out. This sword chi was peerlessly sharp. As soon as it appeared, it broke through the universe's void and destroyed the golden spear light. It slashed towards Yalu Xingqiang. Not good. Yalu Xingqiang's expression changed drastically. He found that he had been locked on and could not dodge for a moment. At the critical moment, a figure appeared beside Yalu Xingqiang and pulled him back quickly. Then, a large seal appeared. This was Lord Ziwei's move. He had struck out with a purple gold seal. Boom, the purple gold seal and the sword chi collided, erupting with a shocking rumble. Then, the purple gold seal was pushed back, but the sword chi was blocked in the end. Lord Ziwei's face paled slightly. He felt his blood boil and almost vomited blood. I didn't expect a statue to contain such a powerful sword qi. Tang Feng is indeed Tang Feng, Lord Ziwei said. Circulating his origin energy, he quickly returned to normal. Yellow Xingqiang's face was even paler. If not for Lord Ziwei's help just now, he would have been killed by that sword qi. Even Lord Ziwei was pushed back. That sword qi was enough to kill him easily. Although Tang Feng is strong, our primogenitors aren't weak either. They can fight and even suppress him. Another Heaven Lord Shinji, said. That's right. Apart from Tang Feng and Fei Huang, there are no other traitors. They're destined to be destroyed. Heaven Lord Hongming added. Let's work together to destroy this statue. Heaven Lord Illusory Dream said. Tang Feng's statue had stood in the Heaven Exterminating Troops encampment for dozens of stellar years. It was the core of the Heaven Exterminating Troops' soul. The destruction of Tang Feng's statue was a huge blow to the Heaven Exterminating Troop. Boom. Boom, boom. The four Heaven Lords attacked together. Four terrifying rays of light blasted toward Tang Feng's statue. The statue glowed, and a shocking sword qi burst out to resist the four Heaven Lords. So it's a wisp of sword intent left behind dozens of stellar years ago. It's about to dissipate. You want to stop us? Die. Heaven Lord Crepe Myrtle shouted coldly as he controlled the purple gold heaven seal with all his might to destroy the sword qi. The other three Heaven Lords did the same. If Tang Feng was really here, they would run as far as they could, but it was just a sword intent left behind over a few dozen stellar years. It had been injected into the statue when it was first cast, and after such a long time, it was about to dissipate. What did the four Heaven Masters have to fear? Sure enough, after half an hour, the sword intent was finally about to be destroyed. With a puff, the sword intent was finally destroyed. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Four attacks landed on the statue. The statue shook violently, and a crack appeared on it. The four Heaven Lords wanted to attack again, but at this time, a sword light slashed down from the sky. The sword light was vast like a galaxy, breaking through the darkness and slashing toward Heaven Lord Crepe Myrtle. The sword light's power was terrifying. Even Heaven Lord Crepe Myrtle didn't dare to be careless. He felt a great sense of danger. Buzz, Heaven Lord Crepe Myrtle controlled the purple gold heaven seal with all his strength and struck upward, colliding with the sword light. With a boom, the sword light was blocked, but the purple gold heaven seal was also blasted back. A woman appeared in the sky. She was a beautiful woman, wearing a snow-white swordsman's robe that outlined her graceful figure. She held a sword in one hand, and her long hair was tied into a ponytail. She looked heroic. First Heavenly Sword, Heavenly Lord Ziwei's pupils constricted as cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. This traitor was the greatest traitor in the history of the Heavenly Human Tribe. The entire Heavenly Human Tribe hated him to the bone. The main reason was that the first Sky Sword's talent was too high. No one in the celestial race had thought that this lowly mixed blood of the celestial race and the human race would possess such great talent. He had reached the peak of reciprocity at such a young age. This level of talent was definitely far above the few heavenly masters and was almost on the same level as Yi Qiuxian. The higher one's Sky Sword talent was, the more they hated. Roar, a dragon roar shook heaven and earth. A huge dragon claw grabbed down, grabbing towards Heaven Lord Shinji. Ao Qian. Heaven Master Shinji roared and blocked Ao Qian's attack. At the same time, another two terrifying attacks flew towards the illusory Heavenly Lord and Grand Mist Heavenly Lord, forcing them to focus on defending themselves. After the first Heavenly Sword, three more figures appeared in the sky. There was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man and two old men. One was wearing a gray robe and the other was wearing a black robe. The middle-aged man was naturally the World Annihilation Black Dragon, Ao Qian. Of the two old men, one was Dharmaraja Qianquan and the other was the Dark Sky Sect Master. All of them were the top experts of the Great Desolate Alliance. Very good, all four of you are here. Heaven Lord Ziwei's gaze swept past the four of them, cold killing intent flashing in his eyes. There's still us. With a loud roar, several figures rushed over from the distance. The one who had shouted was the third demon sword. Beside the third demon sword was the second divine sword and Xianxia. Including the first heavenly sword and the others, there were a total of 7 people from the Great Desolate Alliance. Good, today, I'll send you all on your way. Xianxia shouted excitedly. With just the 4 of you, you're still lacking. The third demon sword snorted disdainfully and arrived beside the first heavenly sword and the others. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! More figures rushed over from all directions, surrounding the first heavenly sword and the others. They were all reciprocity experts of the heavenly human tribe. Humph, you want to keep us here with just these useless chickens and pottery dogs? The third demon sword said casually with a look of disdain. In a moment, we'll block them. The 3 of you, take the opportunity to move Master's statue away. Master must not be humiliated by them. The first heavenly sword secretly sent a message to the second heavenly sword, the third demon sword, and Xianxia. They had not arrived in advance. As soon as they arrived, they saw the 4 heavenly lords destroying Tang Feng's statue from afar. Other things could be tolerated, but this was absolutely intolerable. The first heavenly sword, the second divine sword, and the third demon sword were all Tang Feng's disciples, and they regarded him as a god. As for Xianxia, he was Tang Feng's eldest son. How could they tolerate the heavenly human tribe destroying Tang Feng's statue? So, they attacked without hesitation. Attack! The first heavenly sword snorted coldly and attacked. Sword light burst out, as if it could split the universe, and he took the lead to attack Heaven Lord Ziwei. At the same time, Ao Qian and the others attacked at the same time. Humph, the 4 heavenly lords snorted coldly and met the attack fearlessly. The 8 powerhouses fought in the sky, and the surroundings were in chaos. It was difficult for others to get close. When the first heavenly sword and the others attacked, the second heavenly sword, the third demon sword, and Xianxia also attacked, rushing toward Tang Feng's statue. Attack, kill them! Xianxia shouted and attacked the third demon sword. Clang, the 2 of them exchanged a blow, and they were evenly matched. As for the other heavenly human clan's experts, they all attacked the 3 of them. There were at least dozens of heavenly human tribe experts here, and there was no lack of late-stage reciprocity existences. Dozens of people attacked together, and the power was shocking. Even peak reciprocity powerhouses did not dare to face it head-on. With the cultivation of Tang Jian and the other 2, they would definitely not be able to block it. Just when the heavenly human tribe thought that this move could kill the 3 of them, a battle sword on the back of the second heavenly sword flew out by itself. When the sword flew out, it resonated with the sword ancestor statue. A sword intent flew out from the statue and rushed into the sword. Buzz, the sword trembled violently, and a sword hum resounded through the universe. Then, it slashed out a shocking sword chi, cutting through all the surrounding attacks. Not only that, at least 5 or 6 of the weaker heavenly human tribe experts were cut in half by the sword, directly cutting through their source roots and annihilating their souls. 5 reciprocity experts died tragically in an instant. It's the sword ancestor sword. Damn it, the sword ancestor sword resonated with the statue. The remaining power of the statue surged into the sword ancestor's sword, causing the power of the sword to skyrocket. Many people cried out in alarm, revealing looks of fear. Ha ha ha, now you know how powerful my master is. The third demon sword laughed loudly. Clang, the sword ancestor's sword hummed as if it came from ancient times. The dazzling light illuminated the dark universe as if it had cut through the universe. It shot toward the origins of the celestial race again. A tiny sword mark appeared in space. It seemed small, but it was indestructible. It made the expressions of the celestial race experts change drastically. The sword ancestor sword was originally given to the second divine sword by the sword ancestor a long time ago. It was not so powerful. Over 10,000 years ago, the second divine sword had used the sword ancestor sword to repel the celestial race experts. But this time, the sword ancestor sword resonated with the sword ancestor statue. It received a boost from the sword ancestor sword chi, so its power increased greatly. Even late reciprocity experts could not block it. However, the celestial race also had great weapons. The late reciprocity experts all took out great weapons. They were all treasures of the celestial race, such as the heavenly judgment spear. These great weapons were all very powerful. Legend had it that the celestial race's strength of the heavens was comprehended from these weapons. Clang! Clang! The sword light from the sword ancestor's sword was blocked. However, the ancient weapons of the celestial race were also sent flying. The ancient weapons of the celestial race were pseudo-immortal weapons. These celestial race experts could not use their true power at all. After repelling the ancient weapons, the sword ancestor's sword slashed out again with a terrifying sword light. A few more celestial race experts were killed. Even a late reciprocity expert was heavily injured. How dare you, the divine secrets heaven lord of the four heaven lords roared. He held the heroic spirit disc in his hand and summoned a few heroic spirits of the celestial race. They were extremely terrifying and constantly attacked Ao Qian. At the same time, another heroic spirit charged toward the second divine sword. The heroic spirit of the celestial race extended a large hand and grabbed the sword ancestor's sword. Your opponent is me. How dare you be distracted when fighting me? You're courting death. Ao Qian roared. He had already reverted to his original form. His dragon body stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers. Although he only had 5 claws, his might was terrifying. The might of the dragon filled the sky. He was even more powerful than a real 9-clawed dragon. His dragon claws stomped on the ground, forcing back a few heroic spirits. His 2 dragon horns turned into 2 heavenly blades that slashed at mysterious gods' vital points. Heavenly Lord Divine Secret tried his best but failed to block it. He was still struck by one of the dragon horns and his origin root was almost shattered. Although he managed to avoid the fatal blow, half of his body was sent flying. The Celestial Clan was a life form from the outerverse, which meant that they were already suppressed in the vaster universe. This had only become more apparent after reaching the origin source. In a battle of the same level, the Celestial Clan would often be suppressed by the vaster universe's life forms. It was the same even for existences like the 4 heavenly masters. It was already difficult for them to fight someone of the same level, not to mention that Ao Qian had been able to suppress him while he was distracted. Ao Qian was not a simple peak reciprocity cultivator. He had already undergone the Immortal's tribulation when he was at his peak. He was an existence that had undergone the Immortal's tribulation. However, he had been heavily injured in the past and had almost died. He had only recovered to the peak of reciprocity now. As a result, his battle prowess was even greater than ordinary peak reciprocity cultivators. Heaven Lord Xianxia naturally suffered greatly as he was distracted. Kill! Ao Qian shouted, wanting to take the opportunity to kill Heaven Lord Xianxia. However, at this moment, a terrifying sword light came from behind Ao Qian. Its speed was extremely shocking, and its power was so terrifying that even Ao Qian's expression changed drastically. It was difficult to ignore. Whoosh, the divine dragon swung its tail. Ao Qian's dragon tail swung out like a divine whip and struck the sword light. Although the sword light was blocked, the dragon tail was also split open by the sword light, and a long sword wound appeared. An old man appeared behind Ao Qian. He was obviously a Celestial Clan member, but he was very old. His hair was snow white, and his teeth were almost all gone. He seemed to be similar to the dozen or so strongest elders of the Lord of Heaven level who had appeared in the Celestial Clan back then, or even stronger. There was a hint of decay on his body. However, his battle prowess was many times stronger than the strongest Lord of Heaven. Peak reciprocity, this was actually an existence at the peak of reciprocity. At this moment, not only did an old man appear behind Ao Qian. Even an old man appeared behind the first heavenly sword, Shakyamuni Chankuan, and the Intian hierarch. In addition, an old man appeared above and below them respectively. 6 Celestial Clan elders appeared all at once. Just the aura they exuded caused the void to tremble and crack. The expressions of the first heavenly sword, Ao Qian, and the others changed drastically. This was because these 6 old men were all peak reciprocity existences. Are those old fellows sleeping in the 5th heavenly palace finally going to make a move? Ao Qian said with a gloomy expression. Ordinary people did not know the secret of the 5th heavenly palace, but how could someone of Ao Qian's level not know? Most of those sleeping in the 5th heavenly palace were old monsters of the Celestial Clan. These old monsters had all survived from the previous era, and they were all true outerverse life forms. Of course, although the dozen or so strongest Lord of Heaven had also walked out of the fifth heavenly palace, they did not survive from the previous era. The old monsters who could survive from the previous era were all existences at the reciprocity realm at the very least. They were not creatures of the Forbidden Lands and did not have the means of sealing existences below the reciprocity realm and living for a long time like the Forbidden Lands creatures. However, because these old monsters were all creatures of the outerverse, they were also greatly suppressed by the prehistoric universe, even more so than the descendants of the Celestial clan. The descendants of the Celestial clan were all born in the prehistoric universe and were more or less tainted by the prehistoric universe's aura. They had a trace of the prehistoric universe's imprint, so they were less suppressed. Therefore, these old monsters were usually asleep and rarely made a move. They would only make a move when a truly major event occurred. For example, the destruction of the primordial god, the destruction of the heavenly court, and so on. Back then, Ao Qian had been injured and almost died because of the old monsters in the fifth heavenly palace. Otherwise, the heavenly masters would not have been able to deal with Ao Qian at his peak. Now that the great era had arrived and the universe was in chaos, these old monsters in the fifth heavenly palace could not sit still anymore. The origin tribulation weakened and they all came out of seclusion. We've been tricked. This is a trap. The first heavenly sword said with a gloomy expression. Clearly, this was a trap set up by the Celestial clan. They were deliberately causing trouble here to lure them over. The 6 old monsters of the Celestial clan were hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to attack. They wanted to destroy them all. The 6 old men stood in 6 directions and forced their way towards them. Gather together and break out of the encirclement. The first heavenly sword, Ao Qian, and the others transmitted their voices to each other. Then, the 4 peak reciprocity experts attacked with all their strength and repelled the 4 heavenly masters. They met up with the 3rd demon's word, the 2nd divine sword, and Tang Jian and charged in one direction. However, the people of the Celestial clan had long guessed their purpose. They did not waste any time and directly attacked. Boom, 6 old men and 4 heaven lords, a total of 10 peak reciprocity existences, attacked together. Their power was too shocking, as if they could destroy everything. 10 terrifying attacks blasted toward first heavenly sword and the others, wanting to completely crush them. Before the attacks arrived, the terrifying pressure had already pressed down on them. Among them, 3rd demonic sword's Cultivation was the weakest, and his body seemed to be about to explode. Clang, sword ancestor sword hummed and flew out. It slashed out with a shocking attack, splitting 2 of the attacks. However, sword ancestor's sword constantly trembled and flew back to 2nd divine sword's hand. Its light dimmed. This sword was only sword ancestor's sword when he was at reciprocity. It had been too many years, and its power was not enough. It was already not bad that it could block 2 attacks. First heavenly sword, Ao Qian, Dharma king of Qianquan, and the dark sky sex leader used their full strength and finally blocked the remaining 8 attacks. However, it was too difficult for them to fight 4 against 8. The 4 of them were all injured. They spat out blood and were heavily injured. Kill! Heaven Lord Ziwei and the others yelled. They wanted to kill first heavenly sword and the others in one go. The 10 experts of the heavenly human clan glowed as they circulated their origin energy to the limit and used their strongest attacks. You want to kill us? Dream on. Lightning of destruction. Ao Qian roared. He was really going all out. His huge dragon body began to shrink as rays of tribulation light shot out from his body. Ao Qian, you, one's T heavenly sword and the others were worried. Ao Qian had yet to recover from his injuries. Forcefully using an immortal tribulation level attack would cost him a lot. If he was careless, he would be reduced to ashes. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Find an opportunity to break out. Ao Qian transmitted his voice to everyone with his soul. At the same time, Ao Qian opened his mouth and spat out black lightning. The lightning turned into small black dragons that swam through the void and blocked the attacks of the 10 experts of the heavenly human clan. Forcefully using an immortal tribulation level attack. You're courting death. This was because the heavenly human elder snorted coldly. He hasn't recovered from his injuries. Even if he forcefully uses it, its power is very ordinary, and it can't last for long. If we continue to attack, they'll definitely die today. Heaven Lord Ziwei said. These people's eyes were sharp and they saw through Ao Qian's background. The 10 experts continued to attack. Ao Qian roared and continued to spit out bolts of black lightning from his mouth to block the attacks. However, his aura fluctuated, clearly very unstable. His dragon body trembled slightly, and cracks even appeared on it. Charge! Taking advantage of this opportunity, first Heavenly Sword and the others joined forces and charged in a single direction. However, the top 10 experts were too strong. They guarded the 8 directions. It was easier said than done for them to break out of the encirclement. In the end, the first Heavenly Sword also went all out, using his trump card, erupting with the strongest battle prowess, finally breaking out of the encirclement. However, they also paid a terrible price. Ao Qian suffered a backlash. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and almost died. Although he barely survived in the end, he was incomparably weak and powerless to continue fighting. The first Heavenly Sword was not much worse. She was hit by several attacks consecutively, and her body completely exploded once. She barely managed to reassemble, but her aura was very weak, and she was almost powerless to fight again. But after paying such a huge price, they finally broke out of the encirclement. Dharmaraja Qianquan and the Dark Sky Hierarch led the first Heavenly Sword, Ao Qian, the third Demon Sword, the second Divine Sword, and Tang Jian in a certain direction. Fly at full speed. Chase them. Don't let them escape. The Heavenly Lords roared and were about to chase. However, the 6 old men at the peak of reciprocity were even faster. At the same time, one of them yelled, "Leave them to us. You guys continue to stay here. There's a more important mission." When the voice was heard, the 6 old men had already chased the first Heavenly Sword and the others far away, disappearing from everyone's sight. The 4 Heavenly Lords and the other experts of the heavenly human race stopped. They did not chase after them. Continue to set up the forbidden weapon domain in this area and wait for Lu Ming to come. Heavenly Lord Ziwei ordered. The so-called more important mission was to kill Lu Ming or Gu Changfeng. The forbidden body was their biggest problem, especially Lu Ming. That was why the 4 Heavenly Lords did not chase after him. They had set up all kinds of backups here to wait for Lu Ming. Lu Ming's name shook the Western universe. He had slaughtered the experts of the 8 clans in the forbidden area and possessed a damaged immortal weapon. How could they not know? To be honest, they were extremely afraid of Lu Ming. They wanted to get rid of him at all costs. Therefore, they had secretly pledged their allegiance to a powerful outerverse and borrowed the Forbidden Soldier's domain to set up a trap here. Their primary goal was to kill Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming did not come. The first Heavenly Sword and the others came first. However, the first Heavenly Sword and the others were also one of their targets. Lu Ming did not appear now, but it did not mean that he would not appear later. Therefore, they had to continue lying in ambush here. With a flash, the experts of the heavenly human race scattered in all directions and set up in secret. The 4 Heavenly Lords looked around. After confirming that nothing was wrong, their figures flashed and disappeared into the void. They did not leave. Instead, they hid in the dark and waited for Lu Ming to appear. On the other side of the Eastern Universe, Qiuqiu's breakthrough had finally reached a critical stage. Boom, a terrifying aura soared into the sky and shook the void. This aura had finally broken through a certain threshold and stepped into another level. Origin, Qiuqiu had stepped into the origin realm. After Qiuqiu stepped into the origin realm, it was like a floodgate had been opened. It was unstoppable. The aura that erupted from his body became more and more shocking. The energy that flowed through his body also became more and more terrifying. During this process, Qiuqiu's body violently squirmed and changed rapidly. In the end, he turned into a long sword. Lu Ming's eyes widened. This was because the long sword that Qiuqiu had turned into looked exactly the same as the human king's broken sword. No, to be more precise, it was exactly the same as the complete human king's sword. When the human king's physical body had held the broken sword, he had activated a powerful energy and turned the broken part back into the complete human king's sword. However, Qiuqiu's current appearance was exactly the same as the complete human king's sword. Clang, the longsword hummed and tore through the void. A terrifying sword chi tore open a crack that was billions of kilometers long in the void of the universe. What powerful sword chi! It's actually a sliver of the human king's broken sword's aura. Lu Ming was surprised at first, but he soon rejoiced. He knew that Qiuqiu was extremely talented. After devouring and refining a divine weapon, he could turn it into the appearance of that divine weapon and possess a certain ability of that divine weapon. For example, the illusory pillar of light from before had originated from this. Although Qiuqiu had not refined the human king's broken sword after devouring it, he had said that he had devoured a sliver of the sword's essence before falling asleep. Although Qiuqiu had not refined the human king's broken sword, it had devoured a sliver of its essence. After all these years, Qiuqiu had been refining a sliver of the sword's essence. It was not strange for it to take the form of the human king's broken sword after refining a sliver of its essence. Lu Ming looked forward to it very much. If Qiuqiu could possess a sliver of the human king's broken sword's power, it would be extremely shocking. Just what level of weapon was the human king's broken sword? That was a genuine immortal artifact. In the cosmic sea, no one could forge a true immortal weapon, whether it was the Yin world or the Yang world. True immortal weapons were all born naturally from the universe or from chaos. Every single one of them was a creation of the world. They were unfathomably profound. Boom! Qiuqiu took the form of the human king's broken sword and his presence became even more vigorous. Powerful energy constantly erupted from his body as his cultivation rapidly increased. Before long, Qiuqiu's cultivation reached the peak of early reciprocity, but this was not the final stage. His presence continued to increase. Before long, Qiuqiu's presence skyrocketed once more, reaching mid-reciprocity. After reaching mid-reciprocity, Qiuqiu's presence continued to increase. It was just that the rate of increase was not as fast as before. However, it did not stop there. It was slow but firm. In the end, Qiuqiu's cultivation reached the peak of mid-reciprocity before truly stopping. Lu Ming, give me something to eat. I can still break through. I just lack energy. Qiuqiu's voice suddenly rang out. Here. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming waved his hand and streaks of light flew toward Qiuqiu. These streaks of light were all damaged source-grade weapons. There were several dozen of them. The most dazzling of them all were mirror fragments. These mirror fragments were pseudo-immortal weapons. Back then, the 8 clans of the Forbidden Land had used this pseudo-immortal weapon to deal with Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming had shattered it with the broken sword of the human king. Lu Ming had kept it for Qiuqiu. Good stuff. Qiuqiu immediately sensed that these damaged weapons were impressive. He cried out in joy before opening his mouth and inhaling. All the fragments and damaged source-grade weapons flew into his mouth. Qiuqiu's body glowed as it used all its strength to refine these damaged source-grade divine weapons and pseudo-immortal weapon fragments. His body was like a furnace, wildly refining. In just a few days, Qiuqiu's body suddenly shook, and an even more shocking aura erupted. Late reciprocity, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. They were late reciprocity cultivators themselves, so they could clearly sense that Qiuqiu had indeed reached late reciprocity. Previously, he had only been a peak god lord, but as soon as he broke through several levels and reached late reciprocity. This was simply unbelievable. No one would believe it if they heard about it. It could only be said that Qiuqiu's talent was heaven-defying. Of course, the essence of the human sovereign's sword was also incredible. Lu Ming could not help but wonder, if Qiuqiu could completely refine the human king's broken sword, what level would its cultivation reach? Then, he shook his head. This was not realistic. No matter how heaven-defying Qiuqiu's talent was, it was impossible for it to refine a complete immortal weapon if its cultivation was insufficient. Only after Qiuqiu's cultivation reached late reciprocity did it truly stop. It did not continue to climb. Only after a few more days did Qiuqiu's aura vanish. Its cultivation had completely stabilized. Lu Ming, is there anything else to eat? Qiuqiu turned into a ball and flew toward Lu Ming. It blinked its eyes, looking at Lu Ming with desire. You've already refined what I gave you earlier? Lu Ming asked. Pretty much. Now that my cultivation has broken through, my refining ability has greatly increased. It's no problem for me to quickly refine source-grade divine weapons. I can even refine incomplete pseudo-immortal weapons very quickly. Xiao returned to the alley. You big eater, Lu Ming muttered inside. However, he was not stingy. With a wave of his hand, a few more source-grade divine weapons flew out. This time, there were over a dozen complete source-grade divine weapons. He had given all the incomplete source-grade divine weapons to Xiao before. Now that there were none left, he could only give the complete source-grade divine weapons. He had several hundred source-grade divine weapons on him anyway, so giving some to Xiao was not a big deal. Xiao swallowed them and showed a satisfied look. It then turned into a bracelet and put it on Lu Ming's hand. Swish, Lu Ming broke the void and rushed toward the former base of the Heaven Destroyer. On the other hand, First Heavenly Sword and the others were still running away. For more than 10 days, the 6 elders of the heavenly human tribe were like maggots attached to bones. They had been chasing after them relentlessly, refusing to let go. First Heavenly Sword and Ao Qian were in a bad state. They didn't have time to heal themselves and could only barely maintain their condition so that their injuries didn't worsen. Karmapa Qiankuan and the master of the Tianyin sect were also in a bad state. They had to take First Heavenly Sword and the others while defending against the attacks of the 6 elders of the heavenly human race. They were also exhausted and heavily injured after more than 10 days. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to escape and would be caught sooner or later. In their current state, once they were caught, only death would await them. It was impossible for them to be a match for the 6 heavenly human tribe elders. Damn it. If Master was still here, he would be able to suppress these old guys easily. Third Demon Sword growled. Sword Ancestor Tang Feng had disappeared for many years. If Fei Huang hadn't told them that Tang Feng was fine, they would have thought that something had happened to him. If Sword Ancestor Tang Feng was here, these people of the heavenly human race wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Things are different now. Now that the universe passage is open, the overlords of the other universes have arrived. Even if Tang Feng appears, he can only lie on the ground. An elder of the heavenly human race grunted. However, from the depths of his eyes, one could still see a deep sense of fear. Forbidden Sword Ancestor Tang Feng was too terrifying. Almost by himself, or perhaps with Fei Huang, he was able to intimidate the heavenly human tribe's immortal tribulation stage patriarchs. If it weren't for Tang Feng and Fei Huang, the Heaven Destroyer would have been destroyed. In the 5th Heavenly Palace, a few immortal tribulation cultivators could flatten the Heaven Destroyer. Swish, 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 while chasing, the 6 elders of the heavenly human race slashed with terrifying attacks. Although they were old, their auras were particularly terrifying. If they were in the universe, a casual attack could destroy a large number of stars and even a galaxy. Each of the 6 of them held a golden battle sword. When they slashed, a vast and terrifying sword light slashed toward First Divine Sword and the others. Dharmaraja Chankuan and the Dark Sky Hierarch led the others and tried their best to dodge. They only blocked the attacks when they couldn't. In this way, they were very passive and would be injured if they moved. Poof, another sword wound appeared on Dharmaraja Chankuan's chest, but he was expressionless and continued to lead the others. Humph, let's see how long you can run. It's useless. This time, you're dead. The elders of the heavenly human race snorted. The chase and the escape went on for another 2 days. Dharmaraja Chankuan and the Dark Sky Hierarch were in worse condition. Second Divine Sword, Third Demon Sword, and Tang Jian were very anxious, but they couldn't help much. Their cultivation was still a little weak. They were no match for peak-level origin source cultivators. There's someone in front, Dharma King Chankuan suddenly shouted. The others' hearts sank, and they had a bad feeling. If it was a heavenly human expert blocking the way, it would be really dangerous. They could see that there was only one figure in front. In the beginning, the figure was still very far away, but they could see that it was rapidly approaching. It was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was not far away. That's Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. Third Demon Sword was the first to exclaim. We're saved. Legend has it that Lu Ming has broken through to the Origin realm under the Origin Tribulation and obtained a broken immortal weapon. It's extremely powerful. Ao Qian said, and his eyes lit up. When they were released from the seal, they heard the rumors about Lu Ming. At first, they were dumbfounded. They did not expect so many things to happen in the 10,000 years of the origin tribulation, and Lu Ming could achieve such amazing achievements. It was extremely shocking. Now that they saw Lu Ming, they were overjoyed. Lu Ming's broken immortal weapon should be enough to deal with the 6 heavenly human elders. It's Lu Ming with the forbidden body. Sure enough, the 6 heavenly human elders could not help but stop when they saw Lu Ming. They were filled with fear. They naturally knew that Lu Ming had a broken immortal weapon that was extremely powerful. However, they did not retreat. Instead, they stood in the distance and stared at Lu Ming. Swoosh, Lu Ming had already arrived in front of them. "Seniors, how are you?" Lu Ming asked with concern. He did not expect to encounter first Heavenly Sword, Ao Qian, and the others before he arrived at the original Heaven Destroyer station. Moreover, he was chased by the heavenly human race and was seriously injured. "It's fine. I won't die." Ao Qian smiled. He looked at Lu Ming carefully and felt that Lu Ming's aura was powerful. He could not help but sigh. In just 10,000 years, Lu Ming had grown to such a level. He could not help but recall the scene when he first met Lu Ming on the Dragon Clan's mother planet. In the blink of an eye, he was no longer the young man from before. "Seniors, leave this to me. You can heal your injuries first." Lu Ming spoke, looking at the 6 elders of the heavenly human tribe. His eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. "Lu Ming, don't be careless. They're all from the primeval heavenly palace. They're all old fellows who have lived since the last era." The 3rd demon sword quickly warned. "The 5th palace, the primeval heavenly palace?" Lu Ming whispered. The 5th heavenly palace, the primeval heavenly palace, had always been mysterious. Now it seemed that some of the old fellows of the heavenly human tribe lived in the primeval heavenly palace. "I understand." Lu Ming nodded, then stepped out and walked toward the 6 heavenly human elders. Over the years, he had been cultivating in the immortal graveyard. His cultivation had broken through to the late origin realm, and his Genesis arts had improved greatly. He was looking for someone to test his combat strength. These 6 elders of the heavenly human race could be used as whetstones. The first heavenly sword, Ao Qian, and the others knew that Lu Ming was in control of a broken immortal weapon, so they did not stop Lu Ming. They seized the opportunity to swallow a large number of divine pills and adjusted their breathing. Lu Ming seemed to be walking slowly, but he was actually moving very fast. He quickly approached the 6 elders of the heavenly human race. As Lu Ming approached, the bodies of the 6 elders could not help but tense up. Their pupils constricted, and their hair stood on end. They were nervous. "Forbidden weapon domain." When Lu Ming approached them, one of the elders suddenly roared. In an instant, a large flag appeared in each of the 6 elders' hands. The 6 large flags whistled and soared into the void. A strange domain quickly spread out, enveloping the territory within a radius of millions of miles. Lu Ming was also enveloped in it. "Oh no, it's the forbidden weapon domain. How can the heavenly human race have such a powerful forbidden weapon domain?" The 3rd demon sword exclaimed. "Lu Ming, retreat." Ao Qian and the others also roared. Let alone the heavenly human race, even the Great Desolate Alliance could take out a weak forbidden weapon domain. However, the 6 elders of the heavenly human race were not fools. How could they take out a weak forbidden weapon domain? The one they took out now was obviously used to block Lu Ming's broken immortal weapon. How could the heavenly human race have such a powerful forbidden weapon domain? Could they have obtained it in some ruins? No matter what, the situation was not good. Seeing Lu Ming surrounded by the forbidden weapon domain, the 6 elders of the heavenly human race were overjoyed. "Kill him." One of the elders reacted the fastest. He took a step forward and charged toward Lu Ming. The golden battle sword in his hand slashed toward Lu Ming's forehead with terrifying power. As long as Lu Ming couldn't use the broken immortal weapon, Lu Ming was nothing to be afraid of in their eyes. They could crush him to death at any time. They knew that Lu Ming had broken through under the origin tribulation, and his cultivation had reached the mid-origin realm. However, they were all at the peak of origin realm. There was a huge gap between the mid and peak origin realm. They didn't believe that a mid-origin realm cultivator could fight against a peak origin realm cultivator. Lu Ming, Ao Qian, the third demon sword, and the others roared. Their hearts kept sinking. Even if they wanted to save him now, it was too late. They knew that Lu Ming had the broken immortal weapon, so they were very relieved and healed in the distance. Who knew that the heavenly human race had such a powerful forbidden weapon domain that could block the broken immortal weapon? They weren't prepared and wanted to save him in a hurry. How could they make it in time? Moreover, they couldn't figure out why Lu Ming had the chance to retreat earlier. When the forbidden weapon domain was first set up, Lu Ming had the chance to retreat and escape. However, Lu Ming stood there without moving. He seems to be about to attack. The first heavenly sword said. The rest of the people were shocked as well. They stared at Lu Ming without blinking. Buzz, seeing an elder charging over, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with excitement. The war god spear appeared in his hand and he thrust it out. From the beginning, he didn't plan to use Wang Chong to break the sword. Therefore, he didn't feel anything when he saw the forbidden weapon domain. The war god spear exploded the void and let out a terrifying whistle. With a destructive power, it collided with the heavenly human elder's golden battle sword. Clang, boom, with an earth-shattering boom, a violent wave of energy swept out from the center of the collision between the two weapons. Then, the golden battle sword vibrated violently. The heavenly human elder's body shook violently and he was pushed back. However, Lu Ming's body didn't move at all. What? In the distance, the first demon sword, Ao Qian, and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. The other 5 elders of the heavenly human tribe were the same. Their hearts were greatly shaken. What did I just see? Lu Ming faced the enemy head-on. Not only did he block it, but he also pushed the old man back. The third demon sword stuttered and almost bit his tongue. Late reciprocity. Lu Ming has actually broken through to the late reciprocity realm. Moreover, his origin energy is extremely powerful. It has probably surpassed the mid-level. Ao Qian said. Kill. The heavenly human elder was extremely shocked after being repelled. He roared and charged towards Lu Ming again. This time, he used all his strength and used a Genesis technique. Previously, he thought that Lu Ming was an existence that he could kill at will, so he didn't use a Genesis technique. Experts who had reached the peak of reciprocity had almost all comprehended their own Genesis techniques. Those who could reach the reciprocity stage were not weak in terms of talent and comprehension. Even if early reciprocity experts couldn't comprehend a Genesis technique, mid or even late reciprocity experts could. Of course, there were strong and weak Genesis techniques, as well as high and low Genesis techniques. Lu Ming still didn't use a Genesis technique. Instead, he waved the war god spear to meet the attack. Clang, clang, clang. The two were extremely fast. After exchanging more than a dozen moves, there was still no clear victor. High-grade Genesis energy is indeed powerful, Lu Ming muttered in his heart. He had a general understanding of high-grade Genesis energy. High-grade Genesis energy was much stronger than low-grade Genesis energy. In a head-on collision, it would be completely crushed and could be easily defeated. The elder of the heavenly human tribe relied entirely on his higher realm and stronger power of origin to contend with Lu Ming. Lu Ming has really reached the late reciprocity stage. What a powerful battle prowess. In the distance, the third demon sword muttered to himself in shock. He couldn't help but recall the first time he saw Lu Ming. At that time, Lu Ming had rescued him from the prison in the heavenly palace. How high was his cultivation level? He didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, Lu Ming's cultivation level would catch up to him. No, it had already surpassed him. He felt a great blow. The other elders of the heavenly human race were also extremely shocked. Let's attack together and kill him. The other elders roared, planning to surround and kill Lu Ming. I'm not playing with you anymore. Lu Ming roared, and his body suddenly swelled to a height of about 5 meters. Lu Ming used a Genesis technique. Buzz, rays of multicolored light surrounded the war god spear and lashed out. Clang, the war god spear once again clashed with the opponent's golden battle sword. This time, the golden battle sword exploded with a loud bang. The war god spear did not stop and continued to strike the heavenly human elder. The heavenly human elder's body exploded like a balloon. Even his source root exploded, and his soul was instantly annihilated. A peak reciprocity expert had been slain instantly. It was almost an instant kill. The pupils of the other 5 old men constricted as a cold chill rushed out from their hearts. They had originally been prepared to attack Lu Ming, but now they couldn't help but retreat. The eyes of Third Demon Sword and the others almost popped out of their sockets. What kind of battle prowess was this to blow up a peak reciprocity expert with a single strike? It turned out that Lu Ming had been playing around just now and hadn't used his full strength. Set up the formation. A heavenly human race elder roared. Soon after, the remaining 5 heavenly human tribe elders used their unique positioning techniques. The metal plates on their bodies shone brightly, connecting the 5 of them into one. In the end, they transformed into a gigantic battle sword. It's a joint attack formation. Ao Qian exclaimed. The expressions of the others also changed drastically. Joint attack formations at the reciprocity level were extremely rare. With their understanding of the heavenly human tribe, they shouldn't have one. They had fought with the heavenly human tribe for so many years, but they had never seen the heavenly human tribe use a joint attack formation at the reciprocity level. It was either obtained by the heavenly human tribe in some ruins recently or from other great cosmoses, just like their forbidden weapon domain. Kill. The 5 heavenly human tribe elders used a joint attack formation, condensing a gigantic battle sword and slashing at Lu Ming. Originally, they should have used a joint attack formation of 6 people. That would have been perfect. However, Lu Ming had killed one of them due to a moment of carelessness. They really didn't expect that Lu Ming would kill one of them so easily after setting up the forbidden weapon domain. However, even if there were only 5 people left to set up the formation, its power was still extremely terrifying. Just in time. Lu Ming was fearless. He just wanted to test his battle prowess and see where his limits were. He held the war god spear in his hand. He faced the attack head-on. Boom. Boom, the 2 sides continued to exchange more than 20 blows. Break for me. Lu Ming became more and more courageous as he fought. His battle intent burned fiercely, and his entire body glowed. That was the manifestation of his Genesis techniques being used to their limits. Bang! In the end, the battle sword formed by the heavenly human tribe elders shattered. The 5 heavenly human tribe elders were sent flying, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. Cracks appeared on their bodies like porcelain. One of them, in particular, had a large hole in his body. He had been pierced through, and his Genesis root was densely covered in cracks. I can't accept this, the elder roared, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Then, with a bang, he exploded, and his body and soul were destroyed. The remaining 4 heavenly human tribe elders were horrified. Their bodies trembled as they looked at Lu Ming with deep fear in their eyes. The 5 of them had set up a joint attack formation, but they were still no match for Lu Ming. This was simply unbelievable. Lu Ming was only at the late reciprocity stage. The reciprocity stage was only divided into the early, mid, late, and peak stages. Therefore, the gap between each stage was very large, and it was not that easy to cross. Moreover, they had set up a joint attack formation, and its power had skyrocketed. Yet, they were still no match for him, and their joint attack formation had been destroyed. Such battle prowess was simply terrifying and unbelievable. Run, they turned around and ran. They only had one thought left, and that was to escape. They no longer had any thoughts of fighting. However, how could Lu Ming let them escape? Before the 4 elders could escape, he attacked again, thrusting out his war god spear. The 4 elders were already injured, and their battle prowess was more or less affected. How could they defeat Lu Ming? One of the elders was directly killed by Lu Ming. The remaining 3 old men fled in 3 different directions. They had to escape and inform the 4 masters of the heavenly palace of this news. This was because Lu Ming's battle prowess had completely exceeded their expectations. Even if they used the forbidden weapon domain to isolate the broken immortal weapon, it was useless. Lu Ming could crush them with his own battle prowess. If Lu Ming killed them all and went to the Heaven Destroyer station, wouldn't the 4 heavenly masters be doomed? Unfortunately, how could they escape? Lu Ming's current Genesis arts were too powerful. A pair of wings appeared on his back, and with a flap, even the first heavenly sword and the others could only see a flash of light. Lu Ming caught up with one of the heavenly human elders, and with a sweep of his spear, he killed the elder and then chased after the next person. Although the 6 heavenly human elders were all at the peak of the reciprocity stage, their origin power was only at a low level. Among the peak of the reciprocity stage, their battle prowess was not high. In fact, the first heavenly sword, second divine sword, and third demon sword's origin power were also at a low level. However, they were not old, much younger than the elders of the heavenly human race. It was not that their talent was too low. In fact, their talent was not low at all. First heavenly sword, second divine sword, third demon sword, and even Tang Jian, although their origin power was of a low level, their talent was not low. Otherwise, they would not have been accepted as disciples by the taboo sword ancestor. The reason why their origin power was of a low level was related to the era they lived in. In the era they lived in, the chaos universe had not recovered. The chaos chi between heaven and earth was extremely thin, and the ruins of the universe were dead silent. Many of the remnants from the previous epoch did not appear, remaining sealed. It was very difficult for them to obtain resources for cultivation. It was far from as easy as it was now. Moreover, the laws of the universe were incomplete at that time and were far from as complete as they were now. The difficulty of cultivation was much higher. When the universe began to recover, the great tribulation of origin descended. They had been in a deep sleep and had only awakened recently. In fact, from another perspective, they were very extraordinary. Under such difficult conditions, it was a miracle that they could cultivate to the origin realm at such a young age, or even the peak of the origin realm. After all, heaven-defying people like Tang Feng, Fei Huang, and Han Ming were in the minority. In fact, First Heavenly Sword and the others were also confident that after awakening this time, they would be able to make a breakthrough as long as they spent some time. Although their Genesis roots were of a low level, they were at the limit of a low level and would transform very soon. Lu Ming's figure constantly flickered as he chased after the heavenly human elders. Soon, the remaining 2 elders were all killed by Lu Ming. Their storage bags, origin-grade divine weapons, and joint attack formation carriers were all in Lu Ming's hands. Next, Lu Ming's body began to shrink as he moved towards First Heavenly Sword and the others. After this battle, Lu Ming had a rough understanding of his own combat strength. Although he had not unleashed his full strength in the battle just now, he could roughly guess. Ordinary peak origin experts were far weaker than him. He could deal with them without using Genesis techniques. Once he used Genesis techniques, he could completely crush them and kill them in one move. The truly powerful ones were Genesis techniques. He found that the power of his Genesis techniques was much stronger than the few elders of the heavenly human race. It's only reduced from a height of 10 meters to 5 meters. If one cultivates a Genesis technique to the advanced level and achieves 100% control, not even the slightest bit will leak out. It will be completely contained within one's body and there won't be any external changes. How powerful would it be? Lu Ming was looking forward to it. Through his years of cultivation, Lu Ming knew that the further he progressed, the more difficult it would be to master his Genesis techniques. Shrinking from 5 meters to the same size as his body was many times harder than shrinking from 10 meters to 5 meters. Of course, with every bit of improvement, its power would increase even more. Lu Ming, I didn't expect your strength to reach this level in just 10,000 years. No, I have to work hard. I have to catch up to you. The third demon sword greeted him with a smile, but the look in his eyes was somewhat complicated. The self-proclaimed genius of the third demon sword had been surpassed by a junior. The feeling in his heart was naturally not good. I was just lucky. Lu Ming smiled, and then he looked at Ao Qian and the others. Seniors, how are your injuries? Fortunately, we won't die. We will recover after resting for a while, Ao Qian said. When he looked at Lu Ming, he was very satisfied. Senior, what happened? Lu Ming asked. It's like this, the third demon sword began to recount what had happened at the former encampment of the Heavenly Extermination Army. Heavenly human race, master of heaven. Lu Ming whispered, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Seniors, find a place to heal your injuries. I will go to the station and bring back some heads. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, you have to be careful. They have probably set up a forbidden zone in the station. Also, I suspect that they have the support of experts from other great cosmoses. Ao Qian warned. I will be careful. Lu Ming nodded. Ao Qian and the others didn't say anything else. After all, Lu Ming's current combat strength was already strong enough. Now, the sub-immortals who had passed the immortal tribulation couldn't come out. Lu Ming was almost invincible, so they didn't have to worry too much. Immediately, Lu Ming escorted Ao Qian and the others to a more secluded place. He let Ao Qian and the others heal there, while Lu Ming flew to the original Heaven Destroyer station. Killing the elder of the heavenly human race wasn't enough. This time, Lu Ming wanted to kill the current 4 heavenly masters of the heavenly palace. Lu Ming was extremely fast. In just a few days, he arrived at the original Heaven Destroyer station. From afar, Lu Ming saw many people of the heavenly human race causing destruction at the Heaven Destroyer station. However, he didn't see the 4 heavenly masters. Lu Ming knew very well that this was only on the surface. The 4 heavenly masters were most likely hiding in the dark. Lu Ming was bold. Even though he knew that the other party had set up a killing trap, he wasn't afraid at all. He directly stepped forward, and with every step, hundreds of millions of miles of void passed by under his feet. When Lu Ming approached, he was immediately discovered by the people of the heavenly human race. There's someone here. It's him, Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. He came alone. The people of the heavenly human race immediately gathered together under the statue of the Sword Ancestor. The statue of the Sword Ancestor had already been destroyed. Only half of it was left standing there. Dozens of heavenly human race experts gathered together and stared at Lu Ming cautiously. However, Lu Ming knew that the heavenly human race's cautiousness was fake. If they had secretly set up a forbidden weapon domain, why would they be cautious against Lu Ming? Lu Ming took a few steps forward and came under the statue of the Sword Ancestor, standing opposite the people of the heavenly human race. Seeing Lu Ming enter, the expressions of the heavenly human race relaxed. The cautious expression also disappeared and was replaced by cold murderous intent. You all should be killed for destroying this place. Lu Ming glanced around and said coldly. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, you're so arrogant. I know you have a broken immortal weapon, but this place has been set up with a forbidden weapon domain. Your broken immortal weapon can't be used at all. This time, the one who will die is you. Among the heavenly human race, someone laughed. It turned out to be Xianxia. At that moment, a formless yet powerful domain spread out and enveloped the entire area. The forbidden weapon domain was activated. However, Lu Ming's expression didn't change. All of this was within his expectations. Bang! Xianxia took a step forward and pointed his long spear at Lu Ming. He said with a strong battle intent, without the broken immortal weapon, you're just a mid-stage origin realm expert. I'm also at the mid-stage origin realm. Let me see how strong you are. Xianxia actually wanted to challenge Lu Ming. He was very confident. To be honest, he had the right to be confident. He was a monstrous genius of the heavenly human race. In the history of the heavenly human race, not many people could be compared to him. This could be seen from the fact that he could fight against the 3rd demon sword. He had also reached the origin realm at a young age. Moreover, he was from the heavenly human race. Under the suppression of the primitive universe, it was really not easy to achieve such results. Xianxia was a very confident person. However, after he woke up this time, he kept hearing about Lu Ming. They were all about how Lu Ming was a genius, a demon, etc. As arrogant as he was naturally unconvinced. He was just a latecomer. He wanted to see how powerful Lu Ming was. He was confident that he wouldn't lose to anyone at the same level. Xianxia, leave Lu Ming to me. I will kill him myself to avenge my son. At this moment, another member of the heavenly human race stepped out. His powerful aura was pressing toward Lu Ming. Your son? Lu Ming looked at the heavenly human. That's right. My son, Xianxia, was killed by you. Lu Ming, today, I will cut you into pieces and imprison your soul, torturing you for eternity, Xianxia's father, Ganliudo, said with a face full of resentment. so you're that guy's father. Lu Ming was enlightened. When he first entered the universe ruins, he was chased by a young void beast and accidentally entered the heavenly star continent. Yiling Tianshou led a group of experts to guard the heavenly star continent, trying to seize the human king's right hand. But in the end, he was killed by Lu Ming. After killing Yiling Tianshou, Yiling Ganliudo chased after Lu Ming, but Lu Ming escaped in the end. This time, they finally met. No need to talk nonsense. Both of you can come at me together. Lu Ming said indifferently. Kill. When Yiling Ganliudo saw Lu Ming, how could he hold back? Whenever he thought of Yiling Tianshou's voice and smile, he couldn't wait to turn Lu Ming into ashes. He took a step forward, his figure like a goshawk, pouncing towards Lu Ming. Looking down from above, his golden battle spear pierced towards Lu Ming's forehead. At the same time, Yiling Xianxia also made his move. Following closely behind Yiling Ganliudo, his spear pierced towards Lu Ming's forehead. Roar! Lu Ming suddenly roared. It was like a primordial beast had awoken. A terrifying sound wave erupted from Lu Ming's mouth, charging at Yiling Ganlu. Yiling Ganlu felt as if he had been hit by a giant hammer. Cracking sounds came from his body as his bones broke. His body flew back and vomited blood. Then, Lu Ming reached out and grabbed Yilu Xianxiang's golden spear. The golden spear stopped in midair, unable to move at all. Yilu Xianxiang's eyes widened, filled with disbelief and shock. He was well aware of Yiling Ganliu's battle prowess. He was a veteran of the heavenly human tribe. Although his talent was not as good as his, he had cultivated for many years. His battle prowess would not be weaker than his. However, Lu Ming let out a loud roar and forced him to retreat with heavy injuries. He was almost scared to death. He felt a chill in his heart. After all, he wasn't an ordinary person. He instantly made the decision to abandon his spear and retreat. He wanted to get away from Lu Ming as quickly as possible. The four heavenly masters were hiding in the dark. As long as the four heavenly masters acted, he would be safe. Want to run? Lu Ming's lips curled into a mocking smile. He exerted force in his palm and the golden spear flew towards Yilu Xianxiang. Its speed was twice as fast as Yilu Xianxiang's previous attack. Heavenly Master, save me, Yilu Xianxiang screamed. His face was twisted with fear. He found that he couldn't avoid the attack. He was locked on by a terrifying aura. If he was hit by this spear, he would die without a doubt. Evil creature, you're courting death. How dare you? Above the firmament, several roars came out. Then, a purple golden seal came crashing down on Lu Ming. The purple golden seal's power was terrifying. It pierced through the void, turning it into chaos as it smashed down on Lu Ming. A large hand reached out to grab the golden spear, wanting to stop it. But at this time, Lu Ming's palm suddenly pushed forward. A taboo origin energy poured into the golden spear, increasing the spear's speed and hitting Yilu Xianxiang. The tail of the spear hit Yilu Xianxiang. Yilu Xianxiang's body burst like a bubble. Without even a scream, Yilu Xianxiang died tragically. Even his soul couldn't escape. On the other hand, Lu Ming was calm. He retreated slightly and avoided the purple gold heavenly seal. Boom 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 boom, in the next moment, four terrifying auras appeared around Lu Ming. The four heavenly masters appeared, their eyes cold. Lu Ming killed Yilu Xianxiang right under their noses. He deserved to die. Lu Ming, your strength is beyond our expectations. But it's useless. Today, you will die. Heavenly Master Ziwei's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. You think you can kill me just because you set up a forbidden weapon domain to prevent me from using immortal weapons? Those 6 old men also thought so, but they all died in the end. Lu Ming smiled faintly. What did you say? The 4 heavenly masters' eyes shrunk as a bad feeling rose in their hearts. You should recognize the carriers of these joint attack formations, right? Lu Ming waved his hand and a set of combined array carriers appeared. It was left behind by the 6 heavenly human race old men. How is this possible? The 4 heavenly masters almost jumped up in shock. Of course they recognized that these were the combined array carriers of the 6 old men. How could such a precious thing fall into Lu Ming's hands? There was only one explanation: the 6 old men were dead. However, the six old men's battle strength was shocking. In a one-on-one battle, even if they were weaker than them, they wouldn't be far behind. Moreover, the six old men had the forbidden weapon domain and the combined array. How could they die, killed by Lu Ming? How could Lu Ming be so strong? Retreat, retreat. The four heavenly masters were all very decisive people. Things had gone beyond their expectations. They roared decisively and rushed into the distance at the same time, intending to retreat. Since Lu Ming dared to come here alone after encountering the six old men, he must be confident. Things were out of their control, so they could only retreat first. Xianxia, didn't you want to test your skills? I'll leave two of them to you. Lu Ming said. Okay. Xianxia flew out excitedly. Its body quickly squirmed and turned into the shape of a sword. It was the appearance of a human king's sword. Swoosh, Xianxia broke through the void and slashed at one of the heavenly masters. Xianxia's speed was extremely fast. In a flash, it caught up with Xianxia. Xianxia was shocked. She could only stop attacking with all her strength and use a killing move. At the same time, an invisible energy spread out and shrouded Xianxia. This energy was extremely mysterious. If other living beings were to fall into it, they would fall into a dream. Even if they couldn't, they would create an illusion. However, all of this had no effect on Xianxia. The sword hummed and the sword light exploded, illuminating the universe and breaking through all obstacles. Puff, the Lord of the Illusion God's body stiffened in midair. A bloody wound appeared between her eyebrows, which then spread to the rest of her body. Her life force was rapidly fading away, disappearing completely in the blink of an eye. Her eyes were wide open. Even in death, she couldn't believe that she, the master of the heavenly palace, would be killed in a single move. Xianxia was overjoyed after killing Lord Illusion in one move. He was very satisfied with his power. Then, with a flash of sword light, he chased after another heaven lord. The other heaven lord was Lord Hongmeng. He had witnessed Lord Illusion's death. At that moment, he roared in horror and fled with all his might. His performance was worse than a small soldier's. At his cultivation level and position, he was more afraid of death than ordinary people. Although he was usually high and mighty and remained calm in the face of major events, that was because he had never encountered anything that could threaten his life. Once he did, his mentality would completely collapse, just like now. He roared. As he fled with all his might, he also attacked with all his might, trying to stop Xianxia. But it was useless. After Xianxia transformed into the human king sword, his attack power was too strong. There was nothing he could not destroy. Sword light flew past, cutting through everything. Puff, sword light flashed past, and Lord Hongmeng followed in Lord Illusion's footsteps. He was killed with a single strike. Two heaven lords were instantly killed by a single strike from Xianxia. When Xianxia took action, Lu Ming took action as well. He used a Genesis art, and a pair of wings appeared on his back. In a flash, he caught up with the first heaven lord, Lord Ziwei. Kill. Lord Ziwei's killing intent was very strong. Seeing that he was being caught, he stopped and turned around. He controlled the purple gold heaven seal with all his strength and smashed it at Lu Ming. An expert like Lord Ziwei naturally used a top-tier source-grade divine weapon. Buzz, the war god spear vibrated and lashed out, colliding with the purple gold heaven seal. There was an earth-shaking boom as the purple gold heaven seal shook violently. The place where the war god spear struck caved in, and the purple gold heaven seal was sent flying back and slammed into Lord Ziwei. Lord Ziwei felt as if he had been hit by a great universe. He did not even have time to scream before his body exploded and he died on the spot. Lu Ming did not stop. Then, with another flash, he broke through the void and caught up with the last heaven lord Shinji. There was no suspense. The four heaven lords were evenly matched. Lord Ziwei could not stop Xianxia, and heaven lord Shinji's fate was sealed. He was killed by Lu Ming with a single strike. Oh my god! The other dozens of heavenly human tribe powerhouses who witnessed the scene all screamed in horror. In their eyes, the lords of the four major heavens were invincible experts who were just one step away from transcending their immortal tribulation. But now, they were dead. Moreover, all of them were killed in one move. Even in their dreams, they would never dream of such a scene. Yiling Ganlu was still alive. Previously, he had been seriously injured by Lu Ming's roar. He was lying on the ground recuperating, preparing to watch the four heavenly masters kill Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming's roar had injured him, he still believed that Lu Ming was no match for the Heaven Master and would be killed by him. But at this moment, he was really scared to death. Even the Heaven Lord had been insta-killed. Ignoring his injuries, he turned and fled. Run! Run! Split up and flee. We must inform the Patriarch of this news. Dozens of heavenly human powerhouses fled in all directions. Qiuqiu, kill him with all your might. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Qiuqiu. Lu Ming was pleasantly surprised by Qiuqiu's strength. As expected of someone who had devoured and refined a wisp of the human king's broken sword and turned it into the human king's sword, obtaining part of the sword's power. Its power was truly astonishing. Killing heavenly masters was as easy as chopping vegetables. Even Lu Ming felt a little guilty and didn't have much confidence in facing it. Of course, the stronger Qiuqiu was, the happier Lu Ming was. After being weak for so long, Qiuqiu could finally be a big help to him again. Swoosh, Qiuqiu turned into a sword light and chased after the heavenly human powerhouses. Lu Ming also flapped his wings and chased after the heavenly human powerhouses. He wouldn't show any mercy to the heavenly human tribe. Even if he had to wipe them out, he wouldn't hesitate. The first person Lu Ming caught up to was Yiling Ganlu. Lu Ming had no choice but to target him first. It seems that you won't be able to avenge your son's death. Lu Ming said indifferently, looking down at Yiling Ganlu with cold eyes. In the past, he was chased everywhere by Yiling Ganlu. But now, Yiling Ganlu was just a chicken that he could kill at any time in his eyes. I'll fight you to the death. Yiling Ganlu roared. He knew that he couldn't escape, so he showed a crazy look and planned to self-destruct. His body swelled crazily. Hold it back. Lu Ming reached out a big hand and grabbed Yiling Ganlu. Then, with a squeeze, Yiling Ganlu's swollen body shrunk. Yiling Ganlu let out a desperate roar. He couldn't even fight with his life. In front of Lu Ming, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Ancestral Patriarch will avenge us, Yiling Ganlu let out his last roar. Then, Lu Ming squeezed hard and Yiling Ganlu exploded. His body and soul were destroyed. Ye immortal? I'll kill him. Lu Ming said indifferently. He flapped his wings and chased after the rest of the heavenly human race. In the end, more than 20 heavenly human race experts were killed by Lu Ming and Qiuqiu. The remaining 10 or so still managed to escape. Origin realm experts could break through the void and escape. They were too fast. Moreover, dozens of them scattered and fled. It was very difficult to catch them. It was already a miracle that Lu Ming and Qiuqiu could stop more than 20 of them. The heavenly human race had suffered a great loss in this battle. How many origins did the heavenly human race have? More than 100, but more than 20 of them had died in this battle. Including the 4 heavenly masters. Even the 6 old men from the primeval heavenly palace had died in battle. The heavenly human race had really suffered a great loss in this battle. However, this was not enough. Lu Ming's goal was to destroy the heavenly human race and destroy the 5 heavenly palaces. In particular, the Yi Immortal had to be killed. Although Lu Ming did not take the Yi Immortal's current battle strength seriously, Lu Ming instinctively felt that the Yi Immortal was very dangerous and had to be eliminated. He learned from the Gravekeeper that reincarnation was extremely difficult. It required reincarnation matter. Otherwise, even human kings would not be able to reincarnate. However, the Yi Immortal could do it. It was obvious that he had also obtained reincarnation matter. He was not simple. After killing the heavenly human race experts, Lu Ming collected the spoils of war and put some things that could be taken away into the Chaos Ring. Then, he and Qiuqiu left this place and went to the place where the first heavenly sword and the others were recovering. After a few days, Ao Qian and the first heavenly sword's injuries finally stabilized and did not worsen. As for the others, their injuries were not serious in the first place. Now, they were almost fully recovered. They planned to return to the Western universe and focus on recovering. That halo world is actually a fragment of the universe core. After learning this from the third demon sword, Lu Ming was stunned. This was a little beyond Lu Ming's expectations. That halo world, where the human king's body was sealed, was actually a fragment of the universe core. In the past, Lu Ming and the experts of the Great Desolate Alliance, the Celestial Tribe, and the Quasi-Immortal Tribe had fought over the human monarch's body. The halo world was like a complete world with a large number of desolate beasts living inside. There were even many Origin Realm desolate beasts. Moreover, those halos were very mysterious. Existences below the Origin Realm were fine when they entered, but Origin Realm existences couldn't get close. Once they got close, their origin roots would be absorbed by the halos. Now that he thought about it, those halos were probably set up by human monarch Xianxia to seal Teek's soul together with the human monarch's body. Yes, as far as we know, a large number of Outerverse experts have gathered in the halo world. However, those halos are very mysterious and powerful. The Outerverse suffered a great loss at the beginning and many Origin Realm experts died. Now, a large number of experts have gathered and are preparing to break those halos first. The third demonic sword Dao. Oh, the Outerverse people haven't entered the halo world yet? Lu Ming asked. No, we went to take a look around before. The Outerverse people seem to have joined forces to break the halos first. With their methods, I'm afraid they will succeed. The third demonic sword Dao. Lu Ming nodded, agreeing with this statement. In the past, the Celestial Tribe and the Quasi-Immortal Tribe couldn't do anything to those halos, but that didn't mean the Outerverse people couldn't. The Quasi-Immortal Tribe and the Celestial Tribe couldn't compare to those Outerverse people at all. Moreover, those great cosmoses had almighty figures guiding them. Breaking those halos was something that would happen sooner or later. In the past, the three tribes of the Forbidden Lands had also thought about the halo world, but no one knew if they had discovered something. However, they didn't break it. At that time, it was already under the Origin Tribulation. The three tribes of the Forbidden Lands didn't have any Origin Realm experts. Even if their foundations weren't weak, they couldn't break the halos. Sigh, we're too weak. We can't compete with the Outerverse people at all. On the side, the second divine sword sighed. Damn it, I can't accept it. It's clearly the core of our universe, but it's going to be snatched by these outsiders, and we can't do anything about it. The third demonic sword gritted his teeth. The others also sighed. This was a kind of sorrow. Losing the heart of the universe would have a huge impact on the primitive universe. In the future, not only would it not recover, but it might even decline and enter a degenerate age. However, they had no other choice, as the difference in strength between them and the Outerverse people was too great. Competing with them would only result in death, and there was no chance of success. They could only watch as the Outerverse cultivators snatched away the cosmic core. Lu Ming, did you come to the Eastern Universe for the heart of the universe? Ao Qian asked. Yes, I do plan to take a look. Lu Ming nodded. With your strength, you can go and take a look. I heard that there are many opportunities in the heart of the universe fragment. If you're lucky, even if you can't obtain the heart of the universe fragment, you can still obtain many opportunities. It's a pity that we're not strong enough. Otherwise, we would also want to give it a try. Ao Qian pondered for a moment before continuing. However, Lu Ming, even if you have the chance to obtain a fragment of the heart of the universe, you can't truly occupy it, senior, I understand. Lu Ming nodded. How could he not know that Ao Qian was being considerate of him? Although the heart of the universe was a supreme treasure, it could also bring about a disaster. If he obtained the heart of the universe fragment, he would definitely be hunted down by countless experts in the Outerverse. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, he would still die. Only those powerful universes with great powers backing them would dare to compete for the heart of the universe fragment. Lu Ming, who had no backing, would not be able to keep the fragment. The Ashen Azure Divine Realm was also worried about this, which was why it had ordered its people not to compete for the heart of the universe fragment. Lu Ming was very clear about this. He had come this time to take a look and obtain other opportunities if there were any. As for the heart of the universe fragment, he did not want it. Ao Qian and the others were relieved when they saw that Lu Ming understood, but they sighed inwardly. This was the sorrow of a broken universe. The heart of the universe was originally a treasure of the antediluvian universe. Even if they had the strength to compete for it, it was not like they could not compete because they had no backing. Seniors, if you return to the Western universe, there is an ancient transportation path that can help you return quickly. Lu Ming then told Ao Qian and the others the coordinates of the ancient transportation path. After Ao Qian and the others left, Lu Ming headed towards the World of Rings. With Lu Ming's current speed, it only took a few days for Lu Ming to arrive at the World of Rings. It had been many years since he had been here, and the surroundings of the World of Rings had changed drastically. In the past, this was the so-called thousand-year battlefield, where the Great Desolate Alliance and the Celestial Tribe confronted each other and competed for treasures. The World of Rings had been sealed in the center of the swing battlefield. Later, the World of Rings had broken out of the seal and torn apart the thousand-year battlefield, forming even smaller fragments of continents that were suspended in the surroundings. But now, a large number of fragments of continents were suspended around the World of Rings. These continents were casually gathered together to form a ring-shaped continent that surrounded the World of Light. It is said that the antediluvian universe recovered because of the Heart of the Universe fragment. It seems like it is true. These fragments of continents are probably gathered because of the Heart of the Universe fragment. Lu Ming pondered. Now that he thought about it, he suddenly understood many things. Back then, it was not long after the World of Rings appeared that the antediluvian universe began to recover. On the surrounding ring-shaped continents, there were already densely packed living beings. Most of them were living beings from the outerverse. Lu Ming also saw people from the Primordial Light Tribe, the Balefulline Tribe, and the Blue Sea Tribe. In fact, the three tribes of the Forbidden Lands had long discovered the abnormality of the World of Rings. They had arranged a large number of troops around the World of Rings and had been studying it, but they had not found anything. Lu Ming changed his appearance and deliberately avoided the living beings of the Forbidden Lands. He mixed in with a group of living beings from the outerverse. There were many living beings from the outerverse who came here. There were people from both the Yang realm and the Yin realm. They came from at least hundreds of different great universes. Lu Ming mixed in with them and would not be easily discovered. Moreover, he could also find out a lot of things. Not long after, Lu Ming had a rough understanding of what had happened in the World of Rings. About a few years ago, many powerhouses from the great universes had rushed here and wanted to charge into the World of Rings. However, they had suffered a great loss. Many Origin Realm powerhouses had their origin roots devoured by the rings and died here. This shocked the powerhouses of the outerverse, forcing them to stop and start studying the World of Rings in an attempt to break through the rings. However, these rings were set up by human King Xianxia, and the strongest living beings here were only peak Origin Realm powerhouses. How could they be so easy to break through? The beings of the outerverse had studied it for several years, but they had not made much progress. Of course, the various great cosmoses had formed their own formations in the beginning. They all wanted to be the first to break the halos and enter to seize the fragment. However, after several years without any progress, some powerful great cosmoses came forward and urged the various great cosmoses to join forces and send out their strongest great formation masters to exchange their experiences. Some even left the primitive universe to seek guidance from immortal Tao figures to break the halos. It won't be long before those who left the primitive universe to seek guidance from the big shots return. When the time comes, they'll definitely be able to break the halos. That's right. Although the halos are mysterious, they can't stop the various great cosmoses from joining forces. Let's be prepared. Even if we can't get the heart of the universe, we'll still get some other opportunities. I heard that the heart of the universe nurtures peerless spiritual treasures of heaven and earth. Some can temper the soul, some can temper the body, and there are even treasures that are of great help to one's origin roots. Is that true? Of course it's true. When we fought for the first heart of the universe, someone obtained a spiritual treasure that transformed his body and made him reach the tribulation body realm. Even his origin roots evolved. Many people were discussing this topic. Many people's eyes burned with passion. In fact, many people had not come here to fight for the heart of the universe fragment. Many people knew their limits. Those who dared to fight for the heart of the universe fragment were the beings of the powerful great cosmoses. Only the top 100 great cosmoses in the Yang realm or the Yin realm had the confidence to fight for it. The weaker great cosmoses knew that even if they obtained it, they would not be able to keep it. Therefore, the majority of the people here were here for the other opportunities within the heart of the universe, those spiritual treasures of heaven and earth. Lu Ming was among them, listening while waiting. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years passed. Those who had gone out to seek guidance finally returned. They also brought with them the method of breaking the halos. The great formation masters of the various great cosmoses began to study it. Not long after, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Hundreds of figures flashed and rushed towards the world of the halos, landing in various places. The majority of these creatures were old men. They were very old, but the aura surging from their bodies were especially astonishing. They're all peak reciprocity experts. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Hundreds of peak reciprocity experts was truly shocking. In reality, there were far more peak reciprocity experts present. They were all formation masters who were skilled in formations. The complete great cosmoses outside were too powerful. There were too many elites. The celestial race and the Great Desolate Alliance couldn't compare to these great cosmoses. The difference was too great. Lu Ming was certain that if these hundreds of elders were outside the primitive universe, none of them would be weaker than the heavenly master of the heavenly palace. Attack! A voice rang out. The moment the voice rang out, the hundreds of old men around the ring of light moved at the same time. Their hands quickly formed seals and dense runes appeared from their hands. Hundreds of sources were constantly emitting runes. These runes intertwined in the void, forming a huge formation. Then, it slowly pressed down on the halos in the world of halos. When the array formation came into contact with the halo, it began to squirm, forming runes that wrapped around the halo and slowly seeped into it. Wang, the light ring trembled slightly and the rune formation flickered. The hundreds of old men outside trembled and some even coughed up blood. Even if the others didn't vomit blood, their faces were pale. We need reinforcements. An old man roared. Swish. Swish, swish. Swish. This time, at least 1,000 figures flew out and arrived behind the hundreds of old men. These people all radiated with astonishing presences. They were all peak reciprocity existences. Although these people weren't formation masters, they could pour their origin energy into the bodies of the hundreds of old men. With that, the formation set up by the hundreds of old men finally stabilized and continued to seep into the halos. Slowly, the light of the halos dimmed. This continued for half a month. Finally, bang! 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 The halos all exploded and dissipated into light. The world within the halos was completely exposed. A huge continent appeared before everyone's eyes. The continent was filled with mountains and rivers. It was filled with an ancient aura. The roars of desolate beasts and the cries of giant birds could be heard from time to time. The fragment of the heart of the universe. This continent was the fragment of the heart of the universe. Charge! Someone roared and charged toward the continent. At that moment, at least several tens of thousands of figures charged toward the continent, which was the heart of the universe. Several tens of thousands of figures, all at reciprocity, charged together. It was just too shocking and terrifying. Space shattered and the heart of the universe shook. Roar! Roar! Countless desolate beasts roared and howled on the heart of the universe. This was because they felt like a disaster was imminent. Although there were desolate beasts at reciprocity on the heart of the universe, there were not many of them. How could they resist several tens of thousands of reciprocity existences? Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came from one of the great canyons in the universe core. Then, a golden streak of light shot out of the canyon. The golden streak of light was just too fast. It covered an extremely large area, enveloping over a dozen reciprocity experts in an instant. Bang! 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 The bodies of these reciprocity experts instantly exploded. Their origin roots were shattered, and they died on the spot. A desolate beast. It's a subimmortal desolate beast. Someone roared in fear. At this moment, everyone could clearly see that the golden streak of light was a huge, golden bird. Its entire body was golden, and when it spread its wings, it was 1,000 meters long. It radiated with a terrifying might. At this moment, the aura radiating from the huge golden bird cut through space, turning the surrounding space into chaos. Even peak reciprocity experts were unable to approach it. They frantically retreated. This was a subimmortal desolate beast. What was a subimmortal? It was an existence that had undergone the immortal tribulation. Existences that had undergone the immortal tribulation could be said to have formed a connection with immortals, which was why they were called subimmortals. The strength of a subimmortal was far from what reciprocity experts could compare to. The difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Originally, subimmortal existences could not appear before the origin tribulation. Not only would they be suppressed by the origin tribulation, but they would also trigger their own immortal tribulation in advance. This was extremely dangerous. They would die if they moved. However, this huge golden bird was clearly going all out. It charged out without any regard for the danger. To them, once the heart of the universe was taken away, they would lose their place of survival. Roar! At this moment, another great roar rang out from the heart of the universe. A huge white tiger as large as a mountain soared into the sky, crushing over a dozen reciprocity experts with a single swipe. It was another subimmortal desolate beast. 2 subimmortal desolate beasts appeared consecutively, but it wasn't over yet. A long howl came from an abyss above the heart of the universe. A huge black python rushed out. It was bigger than a mountain. It opened its mouth and sucked like a black hole. More than a dozen origins that were closer were directly sucked into its mouth. Among them, a peak origin existence didn't retreat in time and was also swallowed into the python's mouth without making a sound. A third subimmortal desolate beast appeared. Not only that, but 2 more subimmortal desolate beasts appeared in 2 other directions. There were a total of 5 subimmortal desolate beasts. Tens of thousands of origins retreated frantically, not daring to stay. The gap between the origin realm and the subimmortal realm was huge. Most importantly, the 5 subimmortal desolate beasts had undergone several immortal tribulations. Even if they had the advantage in numbers, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of origins escaped from the heart of the universe and retreated to the surrounding ring-shaped continent. Set up the formation. On the ring-shaped continent, origin formations were set up one after another. Moreover, there were many combination formations. However, the 5 subimmortal desolate beasts didn't chase them out. Instead, they stood in 5 different directions of the heart of the universe and surveyed the surroundings. Now, it was less than 100 years before the origin tribulation. The power of the origin tribulation had decreased a lot. Even if the subimmortal desolate beasts woke up, they wouldn't die so quickly. They could last for a while. There are subimmortal desolate beasts residing here. Luming felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, the subimmortal desolate beasts that resided here hadn't made a move when they were fighting for the human monarch's body. Otherwise, everyone who entered the heart of the universe would die. What should we do? A subimmortal existence has appeared. With such an existence obstructing us, it'll be very difficult for us to charge in, let alone refine the heart of the universe. As expected of the heart of the universe, it can actually nurture subimmortal desolate beasts. However, in my opinion, these subimmortal desolate beasts aren't too strong. It's not impossible to deal with them. Some experts of the great cosmos were discussing. Moreover, some very powerful experts of the great cosmos gathered together to discuss how to deal with the enemy. To deal with these subimmortal desolate beasts, we must first know how many immortal tribulations they have undergone. If they have undergone more than 4 immortal tribulations, we'd better retreat and wait until they die from the origin tribulation. It was an expert from the sacred light great cosmos. We happen to have a tribulation measuring mirror here. It can test how many immortal tribulations these desolate beasts have undergone. I'm just afraid that there are subimmortal desolate beasts sleeping in the heart of the universe. He came from the jade clear great cosmos and was at the peak of reciprocity. Furthermore, he was extremely powerful. Ordinary peak reciprocity experts were not his opponent. As a result, he had a very high status among the people who had come from the jade clear great cosmos. You actually brought a tribulation measuring mirror? Very good. Hurry up and test it. The experts of the sacred light great cosmos were overjoyed. Soon, the people of the Jade Clear Great Cosmos took out the tribulation measuring mirror, and a grayish light rushed into the heart of the universe and shrouded the 5 subimmortal desolate beasts. Roar, caw, the 5 subimmortal desolate beasts roared. They wanted to dodge, but they couldn't. Soon, they were enveloped by the light. They didn't kill their way out of the heart of the universe. Clearly, the origin tribulation had greatly affected them. They stayed in the heart of the universe and could borrow the power of the heart of the universe to resist the origin tribulation. They would be fine for a short period of time. Once they left the heart of the universe, they would immediately be suppressed by the origin tribulation. It might even trigger their own immortal tribulations in advance. The test results are out. 2 of the 5 subimmortal desolate beasts have undergone 2 immortal tribulations, while the other 3 have only undergone 1 immortal tribulation. The sage-like elder from Jade Clear Great Cosmos said. The strongest is only a 2nd tribulation subimmortal. Alright, if we use a secret technique to activate the subimmortal weapon, we can definitely take them down. An expert from the Holy Light Great Cosmos was delighted. That's right. However, we can't let the people from the underworld enjoy the fruits of our labor. They have to take action, the elder said. That makes sense. The people from the Holy Light Great Cosmos nodded. Then, they discussed with a few powerful experts from the underworld. The experts from the underworld wanted to enjoy the fruits of their labor, but it was clearly unrealistic. If they didn't take action, the experts from the Young Realm wouldn't take action either. After the discussion, both sides took action at the same time. They took out their trump cards and killed the 5 subimmortal desolate beasts. Boom. Boom. Boom, terrifying auras rose one after another. It was as if the universe had exploded. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions. They were weapons. There were a total of 7 of them. Each of them shone brightly and emitted a shocking pressure. The surrounding people retreated frantically, not daring to get close for fear of being crushed by this pressure. Lu Ming also retreated quickly with a solemn expression. Subimmortal weapons, these 7 weapons were definitely subimmortal weapons. Lu Ming could sense that kind of aura. Back then, the 8 races of the Forbidden Land had once taken out a subimmortal weapon mirror in an attempt to kill him. However, that mirror was damaged. There were cracks on it. These 7 subimmortal weapons were all complete, and their grades were extremely high. At least, they were many times higher than the incomplete mirror that the 8 races of the Forbidden Land had taken out. This was because they wanted to kill a true subimmortal. If the subimmortal weapons weren't of a high grade, how could they deal with a true subimmortal, under each subimmortal weapon? There were at least 100 peak reciprocity experts activating it. Generally speaking, it was very difficult for a reciprocity expert to activate a subimmortal weapon. Even if they forcefully activated it, they wouldn't be able to unleash much of its power. However, those powerful great cosmoses naturally had some secret techniques. With the cooperation of many experts, they could activate a subimmortal weapon. At most, they would pay a small price. The 7 terrifying subimmortal weapons transformed into 7 beams of light with terrifying power and charged toward the 5 subimmortal desolate beasts above the heart of the universe. The 2 second tribulation subimmortal desolate beasts were targeted by 2 subimmortal weapons respectively. The 3 first tribulation subimmortal desolate beasts were targeted by 1 subimmortal weapon. Roar, the 5 subimmortal desolate beasts roared and soared into the sky, using their killer moves to resist the 7 subimmortal weapons. Boom. Boom, boom. A shocking explosion erupted. The void above the heart of the universe was completely shattered, turning into chaos. What terrifying power! Lu Ming's pupils constricted. That power far exceeded the reciprocity level. Even a peak reciprocity expert would be instantly reduced to ashes. Lu Ming secretly estimated his combat strength and discovered that even if he went all out, he wouldn't be a match for any of the subimmortal desolate beasts, even if they were only first tribulation subimmortals. Once one transcended an immortal tribulation, their strength would undergo a tremendous change. Of course, that was under the condition that he didn't use the human king's broken sword. However, although the 5 subimmortal desolate beasts were strong, they couldn't withstand 7 subimmortal weapons. The 5 desolate beasts had been living in the heart of the universe. They didn't have quasi-immortal weapons, so they naturally couldn't unleash their full combat strength. Those 7 quasi-immortal weapons were at least quasi-immortal weapons that had transcended at least 3 immortal tribulations. When a cultivator transcended the immortal tribulation, he could choose a weapon to transcend the tribulation with him. After transcending the immortal tribulation, that weapon would also transcend the tribulation and complete a transformation, becoming stronger and stronger. After transcending one immortal tribulation, it would complete a transformation. The more immortal tribulations one transcended, the stronger it would be. Of course, not all weapons could transcend the tribulation together. Only treasures made of peerless materials could transcend the tribulation together. Otherwise, the cultivator would transcend the immortal tribulation, but the immortal weapon would be destroyed by the immortal tribulation. This was very normal and would happen from time to time. A quasi-immortal weapon that could transcend 3 immortal tribulations contained astonishing power. After being fully activated, even if it wasn't as strong as a true quasi-immortal, it wouldn't be too far off. The 5 quasi-immortal desolate beasts were completely suppressed. Lu Ming knew that it was only a matter of time before the 5 desolate beasts were defeated. Sure enough, not long after, a white tiger was beheaded by a sword-shaped quasi-immortal weapon. Its soul was also killed. Following that, the giant python was also killed. With the death of the quasi-immortal desolate beast, the outcome was already decided. Not long after, all 5 quasi-immortal desolate beasts were killed. However, this wasn't the end. The 7 quasi-immortal weapons charged into the depths of the heart of the universe and attacked the other desolate beasts. A casual attack would kill a large number of desolate beasts. Even the Origin Realm desolate beasts couldn't withstand a single blow and were easily killed. The 7 quasi-immortal weapons swept through the sky above the heart of the universe as if they were looking for other quasi-immortal desolate beasts. Suddenly, one of the spears smashed down at a mountain. Boom, the mountain exploded, and a huge creature rushed out. It was a pangolin. It was hundreds of meters long and had a shocking aura. It was a quasi-immortal desolate beast. There were indeed quasi-immortal desolate beasts hidden in the heart of the universe. Moreover, this pangolin was extremely strong, stronger than any of the 5 desolate beasts from before. It was covered in scales that were invulnerable. Boom! Boom! After a few consecutive collisions, 2 of the quasi-immortal weapons were actually sent flying. All of you must die. The pangolin went berserk. It didn't care about its injuries as it charged forward, knocking away a few more pseudo-immortal weapons. Then, it charged out of the heart of the universe. Its huge body pounced toward the experts of the various universes. Before the pangolin arrived, a terrifying force squeezed the void. Some people who couldn't dodge in time were directly crushed into meat paste. "Bastard, you're courting death!" a young man shouted from the crowd. He wasn't afraid at all as he waved his hand and shot out a talisman. The talisman rapidly expanded and emitted a dazzling radiance. A supreme and eternal aura emanated from it. Then, an illusory figure stepped out of the talisman. The figure was extremely hazy and illusory. It was surrounded by a layer of multicolored light, making it impossible to see its appearance clearly. "Kill!" the illusory figure shouted and pointed a finger. A huge finger pointed at the pangolin. Roar! The pangolin seemed to have sensed great danger and let out a loud roar. The scales on its body actually fell off, transforming into incomparably sharp blades that charged towards the finger. Boom! 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 With a series of explosions, the finger was blocked, but many of the pangolin's scales exploded. The pangolin's huge body retreated rapidly as it bled continuously. "That's a true immortal seal," someone exclaimed as they stared at the talisman. "It's a true immortal seal. It contains a trace of a true immortal's imprint." Who is it that can possess a true immortal seal? You have to know that ordinary true immortals won't give out a true immortal seal. Once the imprint is damaged, it will affect the true immortal's body. Someone exclaimed. "It's Su Liangfu of the Clear Spring Great Cosmos. He's known as the strongest Origin Realm expert of the Clear Spring Great Cosmos. He's a peerless genius." "It's him. He's ranked 897 on the Origin list." "That's right. The Clear Spring Great Cosmos is ranked 96th in the Yang Realm. It's extremely powerful and has more than one true immortal." A genius like him would receive special treatment from a true immortal. It's normal for him to be bestowed with a true immortal seal. Many people discussed. Origin list? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He was very curious. This was the first time he had heard of the origin list. As the name implied, it should be a list of origin realm experts. However, Lu Ming had no idea what the origin list was. He did not know how powerful someone ranked 897 was. The illusory figure condensed from the true immortal seal struck again after its first attack was blocked. Another finger condensed and pointed at the pangolin. At the same time, the 7 pseudo-immortal armaments flew over and attacked the pangolin together. The pangolin was very powerful. It was suspected to have undergone 3 immortal tribulations. However, it was no match for such a powerful attack. It barely lasted for a few minutes before it was killed. Swish, the true immortal seal flew back to Su Liangfu's hand. Su Liangfu showed a pained expression and carefully put it away. The true immortal seal could not be used indefinitely. If it was used for too long, the true immortal seal on it would dissipate. Afterward, the 7 pseudo-immortal armaments patrolled the sky above the universe core. They did not discover any new pseudo-immortal desolate beasts. Then, the 7 pseudo-immortal armaments flew back. The experts who had used the pseudo-immortal armaments all let out a long sigh. Their faces were pale. Clearly, their vitality had been damaged. Even though over 100 experts had used a secret technique to activate the pseudo-immortal armaments, it was still very strenuous. They had paid quite a price. The desolate beast has been dealt with. Charge. Many people charged toward the universe core with burning eyes. However, with a flash of light, at least a dozen experts' bodies exploded and died on the spot. What are you doing? It's the sacred light great cosmos. Many people roared and retreated. The ones who had attacked earlier were actually experts from the sacred light great cosmos. You were just watching from the side when dealing with the pseudo-immortal desolate beast. Now that the desolate beast has been dealt with, you want to take advantage of it? How can it be so easy? A young man from the sacred light great cosmos sneered. That's right. Apart from the great cosmos that attacked earlier, no one from the other cosmos can enter. The sage-like elder from the jade clear great cosmos said coldly. The figures of the experts from the jade clear great cosmos and the sacred light great cosmos flashed and blocked a part of the void. On the side of the underworld, the experts from the skeleton great cosmos, the Styx river great cosmos, and the hellfire great cosmos also sealed off the void, preventing others from entering the universe core. Aren't you guys too overbearing? That's right. There are so many of us, yet you guys won't let us enter. Don't incur everyone's anger. Many people shouted. I have to go in. Su Liangfu from the clear spring great cosmos was very strong. Even when facing the experts from the sacred light great cosmos and the jade clear great cosmos, he did not want to back down. The experts of the jade clear great cosmos and the sacred light great cosmos stared at Su Liangfu without saying anything. Then, many more people stepped forward. They were all extremely powerful experts, and there was no lack of existences like Su Liangfu who had entered the origin list. This attracted the attention of the experts of the sacred light great cosmos, the jade clear great cosmos, and the nether river great cosmos. This was because these people had extraordinary origins. Although they weren't from the top 10 great cosmoses of the Yin world, they were still ranked in the top 100. The great cosmoses that could rank in the top 100 of the Yin world and the Yang world were extremely powerful. They had powerful immortal Tao existences overseeing them and had deep foundations. Even the jade clear great cosmos didn't dare to underestimate them. After a final discussion, they decided to let the top 100 great cosmoses of the Yin world and the Yang world enter the heart of the universe together. These people from the great cosmoses obtained the right to enter. They immediately followed the example of the previous great cosmoses and sealed off all directions, forbidding others from entering. Even the 8 races of the forbidden area were blocked outside and couldn't enter. Damn it, these people from the great cosmoses are too overbearing. We have so many experts on our side. Why don't we join forces and charge in? Although they are strong, the strongest is only at the peak of origin. We might not be weak. Someone suggested. The overall strength of those great cosmoses was terrifying. They had countless experts and were much stronger than the great cosmoses below them. However, that was referring to the peak experts, the experts above the subimmortal level. Now, those experts couldn't enter. The strongest was only at the peak of origin. Those weak great cosmoses also had many peak of origin. If they joined forces, they might not be afraid of those powerful great cosmoses. You dare to attack the people of the Jade Clear Great Cosmos and the Sacred Light Great Cosmos? Aren't you afraid of their revenge? Someone spoke, and the others shut up. Indeed, although they weren't afraid of the people of the Jade Clear Great Cosmos and the Sacred Light Great Cosmos in the primitive universe, what if they left the primitive universe in the future? Similarly, the Een world wouldn't dare to attack the people of the Bone Great Cosmos and the Nether River Great Cosmos. Isn't that simple? Let's discuss with the people of the Een world and let them deal with the great cosmoses of the Yang world, and the great cosmoses of the Een world. At that moment, a voice came from the crowd. This voice was sometimes close and sometimes far, sometimes light and sometimes heavy, making it impossible to tell who was speaking. The person who spoke was Lu Ming. He had changed his appearance and spread his origin source power in different directions as he spoke. He was mainly afraid of being targeted by the people from the Jade Clear Great Cosmos and the Sacred Light Great Cosmos. After all, it was his idea. As expected, many people's eyes lit up when they heard Lu Ming's words. That was indeed the case. Wouldn't it be fine as long as he discussed with the people of the underworld and exchanged the direction of attack? If they attacked the people of the Een world, the people of the Jade Clear Great Cosmos and the Sacred Light Great Cosmos would have nothing to say. Were they not allowed to attack the people of the Een world? After all, the Jade Clear Great Cosmos and the Sacred Light Great Cosmos couldn't cover the sky with one hand. In the Yang realm, there were always powers that could keep them in check. It was the same in the Netherworld. Immediately, the Yang realm sent out a representative to discuss with the representatives of the underworld, and both sides hit it off. There was no such thing as an eternal enemy. In the face of benefits, even enemies could temporarily join forces. Weaker universes like the Yang realm and the Een realm had joined forces and gathered a large number of experts. Charge! With a loud roar, a large number of experts gathered into a torrent and rushed toward the heart of the universe. The difference was that the living beings of the Yang realm rushed toward the Styx River Great Cosmos and the Skeleton Great Cosmos, while the living beings of the Een world rushed toward the Jade Clear Great Cosmos and the Sacred Light Great Cosmos. Damn it! Those powerful living beings of the Great Cosmos naturally knew that it was intentional, but there was nothing they could do. The living beings of the Een world were not afraid of them. Both sides collided, and blood splattered everywhere. Many people died directly. Let them in. In the end, those powerful living beings of the Great Cosmos had no choice but to give way to the blockade. Those weak Great Cosmos might not have that many experts individually, but when they joined forces, they had more experts than them. They could not stop them at all. Immediately, a large number of living beings rushed into the heart of the universe. Lu Ming also blended into the crowd and entered the heart of the universe. This was his second time entering this continent. The last time was when he was fighting for the human monarch's body. After more than 10,000 years, Lu Ming still felt that the aura of this continent was very similar to the Chaos Ring. At the same time, Lu Ming thought of the Azure Divine Realm. The auras of these three places were somewhat similar. Was it a coincidence, or was there an internal reason? It was a pity that Lu Ming had not been to the first heart of the universe. Otherwise, he could make a comparison. A large number of living beings rushed toward the center of the heart of the universe. According to the previous experience of fighting for the heart of the universe, if one wanted to obtain the heart of the universe, they had to fuse with the soul of the heart of the universe and refine the soul. Only then would they be considered to have gained initial control of the heart of the universe. After that, they could set up an array and shrink the heart of the universe, refining it into a spatial treasure that could be carried around. The soul of the heart of the universe was deep underground. In the center of the heart of the universe, there should be a passage that led directly to the Earth's core. The powerful desolate beasts on the heart of the universe had mostly been dealt with. The remaining desolate beasts were at the origin source realm, so how could they resist the experts of the outerverse? A large number of living beings rushed past, leaving behind a large number of desolate beast corpses and a river of blood. Soon, the group arrived at the center of the heart of the universe. This place was not very far from where the human king's body was sealed. However, over 10,000 years ago, Lu Ming and the others' main goal had been the human king's body. They had not carefully investigated this place, so they did not know that there was a huge abyss here. Yes, it was an abyss. It was like a huge well that was pitch black. No one knew how deep it was. This abyss led directly to the depths of the earth. The heart of the universe was not to be underestimated. It was sturdy and indestructible. If it were not for this natural abyss, the group would not have been able to reach the depths of the earth, break through the earth's crust, and penetrate the underground rock layer. No one hesitated. As soon as they arrived near the abyss, they immediately rushed in. There were at least 100,000 Origin Realm experts here. However, the abyss was incomparably huge. With 100,000 people rushing in at the same time, it was not crowded at all. After descending for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, a trace of red light gradually seeped out from below. They were almost at the bottom. Soon, they reached the end of the abyss. The space below suddenly opened up. A surging wave of liveliness washed over them. Below them was a sea of lava that stretched as far as the eye could see. No, it was not lava. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed as he carefully observed the sea of flames that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was not lava, but flames that had turned into liquid. Liquid flames, they were all liquid flames, and their temperature was tens of thousands of times higher than ordinary lava. The liquid flames formed an ocean that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was terrifyingly hot. Even reciprocity existences needed to focus and circulate their origin energy to resist. If existences below reciprocity entered this place, they would probably be burnt to a crisp by the terrifying heat. This sea of fire is only the surface. Only by passing through this layer of fire can we truly reach the depths. Let's go. Plop. Plop, many experts plunged into the sea of fire, kicking up waves of fire. But in the next moment, many people charged out of the sea of fire. Their faces were filled with panic. Gaga, a few shrieks rang out from the sea of fire. Several large birds charged out of the sea of fire, lunging at the experts. Phoenixes. No, they're not phoenixes. A gleam of light flashed through Lu Ming's eyes. The large birds seemed extremely similar to fire phoenixes, but at a closer glance, there were some differences. They were not true fire phoenixes, only somewhat similar. The large birds were covered in flames, as if they were condensed from fire. They radiated with shocking heat as they flapped their wings, lunging at the creatures that had just entered the sea of fire. Spurt, one of the creatures that resembled a tiger, was grabbed by a bird and directly killed. That was a late reciprocity existence, but he had been slain in a single move. Peak reciprocity birds. I never thought that there would be desolate beasts in the depths of the earth. Just kill them. A few peak reciprocity experts took action, but the birds knew when to stop. They dove into the sea of fire and vanished. What happened? How many of these birds are there in the sea of fire? Someone asked the people who had just escaped from the sea of fire. There are a lot. With just a quick glance, there are at least 100 of them. They're extremely powerful too, especially in the sea of fire, a person explained. Rumble, suddenly, a great rumble erupted from the sea of fire. The sea of fire began to churn violently as waves surged into the sky. The liquid flames swept through the sky as if they wanted to pull everyone into the sea of fire. Many experts took action at the same time, unleashing terrifying energy to block the sea of fire. Caw, a sharp cry rang out as a gigantic flaming bird rushed out. Its terrifying aura was intimidating. This bird of fire was several times larger than the ones from before. It moved with shocking speed, charging into the crowd like a streak of red light. Bang bang bang, in the blink of an eye, the bodies of more than a dozen experts exploded, and then turned into ashes under the terrifying heat, leaving nothing behind. Caw, screams continued to ring out. With a flash of red light, another dozen or so experts died tragically. These were all reciprocity experts, and there were even peak reciprocity experts among them. However, they could not even withstand a single blow, having been slain instantly. Retreat, 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 the surrounding living beings retreated frantically. The giant bird chased after them madly, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of people fell. It's a subimmortal desolate beast. What a terrifying aura. He's at least a second tribulation subimmortal. There's actually a subimmortal desolate beast hidden here. Damn it. Many people cried out in alarm and fled in a sorry state. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Previously, the surface of the heart of the universe had been searched, and all the powerful desolate beasts had been killed. However, he never expected that there would be a large number of desolate beasts living in the depths of the Sea of Flames. These desolate beasts were very likely born from the Sea of Fire. In this Sea of Flames, he was like a fish in water. His strength was terrifying. Caw, 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 the subimmortal level birds cried out continuously. Their eyes were filled with resentment as they pounced towards the numerous living beings. In fact, Lu Ming could understand this fire crow. Compared to this fire crow, they were invaders who wanted to deprive them of their place of survival. Naturally, it was filled with hatred and wanted to kill everyone. Set up the formation and block it. Someone yelled. It was too hasty. It was impossible to take out another subimmortal artifact in such a short time. Even if many experts worked together, they would need time to prepare if they wanted to take out a powerful subimmortal artifact. It was unrealistic to be in such a hurry. Now, they could only rely on the combination formation to block it. Those powerful great cosmoses had no lack of combination formations. Immediately, one combination formation after another was set up. 6 combined array formations had appeared in the sacred light great cosmos. Each of these combined array formations had 18 people. Moreover, the people who set up the formations were all peak reciprocity experts. This was a combined formation of reciprocity experts, and there were actually 18 of them. The origin realm combination formations that Lu Ming had seen before were 3 to 5 people. Even so, their power was still very shocking. Who knew how powerful the combination formations of 18 people were? Moreover, the people who set up the formations were all peak reciprocity experts. There were a total of 6 of them. In addition, the Jade Clear Great Cosmos, the Skeletal Great Cosmos, and the Nether River Great Cosmos were not weak either. They set up one combination formation after another. Boom. Boom, boom. When the subimmortal bird arrived, these combination formations were activated and clashed with the subimmortal bird. Violent energy swept out in all directions, stirring up a monstrous wave. Fortunately, this was the interior of the heart of the universe. It was sturdy and indestructible. Even if such a great battle erupted, it would not cause much damage. There were a total of over a dozen powerful formations. They worked together to resist the subimmortal bird, but they were still not its match. They were suppressed. The fire crow was extremely powerful and had the geographical advantage. When it attacked, the Sea of Flames surged. Endless flames accompanied the fire crow's attack and charged at the combination formations. Kakaka, at this moment, shrieks rang out from below the Sea of Flames. Along with the waves of flames, huge fire birds charged out one after another, charging at everyone. Although these fire birds were not subimmortals, they were all existences at reciprocity. As they flew, endless flames permeated the surroundings. The liquid flames below attacked them as well. Immediately, many people cried out miserably. They were defeated by the flames and died there. Lu Ming was also attacked by a fire bird. However, it was only at mid-reciprocity. With a sweep of his spear, Lu Ming blew the fire bird apart. However, the fire bird actually did not die. It actually reformed in the endless liquid flames. It was like rebirth. It really is similar to the fire phoenix. It has a similar technique. Lu Ming murmured. If it were any other mid-reciprocity expert, they would have died after being blown apart by Lu Ming's spear no matter how great their vitality was. However, this fire bird was actually fine. As if it had discovered that Lu Ming was very strong, an even stronger fire bird charged at Lu Ming. With a flap of its wings, it drove the liquid flames below towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming brandished his war god spear, sending the liquid flames flying with a violent force. At the same time, he stabbed out with his spear. A resplendent spear light pierced through the fire bird, causing it to fall into the Sea of Flames. however, the fire bird's wounds immediately healed. As if nothing had happened, it continued to charge at Lu Ming. End of chapter 5147. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.